Alas, even after traveling across worlds, why am I still so unlucky? A sigh echoed through the deathly still sea of mists, shattering the oppressive, terrifying silence that hung in the air. Even the sound of the waves here seemed faint and powerless. Within the dense fog, a figure gradually appeared, his form flickering in and out of view. He muttered under his breath, his words sounding utterly out of place in this world. Just behind him, a much larger shadow began to pierce the veil of mist. In the blink of an eye, a battered sailing ship slowly emerged from the fog. Its hull was riddled with holes, its surface covered in strange green moss, as if it had borne silent witness to countless ages gone by. This ship resembled a specter from ancient history, aimlessly drifting through the fog-shrouded sea. Once crafted from some unknown kind of wood, the vessel's original form was now almost unrecognizable, worn away by the passage of time. Its metal fittings had long since surrendered to rust, their former shine lost forever. The bronze lanterns that once symbolized light and guidance were now reduced to nothing but pillars, coated in verdigris and moss. The sails, which had once caught the wind to drive the ship forward, had been all but devoured by time, leaving only a few ragged scraps of cloth feebly clinging to the mast. Worse still, near the prow, just above the waterline, there gaped a fist-sized hole that would appear and disappear with the undulation of the waves. If someone outside the mist were to witness this scene, they would no doubt be utterly shocked. How could such a decrepit antique vessel still float atop the sea, rather than sinking into the deep? Yet, were they to glimpse the translucent, spectral figure at the bow, understanding would strike them, and they would cry out in terror. The ghost ship. Indeed, in the eyes of most, this was without question a ghost ship. Even to Moriarty himself, this was a ghost ship through and through. And he, for his part, was nothing but a man plagued by misfortune, a failed intelligence dealer. When he first left China, he was filled with ambition, even dreaming of becoming a dark overlord like Moriarty, the infamous nemesis of Sherlock Holmes from the movies. To constantly remind himself of this goal, he had even changed his English name to Moriarty. As for his Chinese name, he had long since given it up, not wishing to implicate the few distant relatives he had left, most of whom had already passed away. 10 years had slipped by. The once ambitious 18-year-old, who had nothing but his own hard work to rely on, had been worn down by harsh reality. Now, he was nothing more than a disheartened, second-rate intelligence peddler, scraping by selling inconsequential scraps of information to all manner of clients. Occasionally, he would land a modest windfall, but these paled in comparison to the lofty dreams he once harbored that, of course, second-rate. Information brokers are always at risk of mortal danger, especially someone like Moriarty, who has no powerful organization backing him. Not long ago, he carelessly sold information about a certain drug lord's mistress to an agent disguised as a gangster, which quickly led to a vicious retaliation from the drug lord. The adversary sent heavily armed henchmen after him, wielding not just machine guns and rocket launchers, but even resorting to high-powered liquid explosives in the end. This alone made it clear just how deep the drug lord's hatred for Moriarty ran. Ultimately, in the raging inferno and choking smoke of the explosion, Moriarty's body was completely obliterated. There was no possibility of survival. Snapping out of this painful memory, Moriarty glanced around, unable to suppress another sigh. He had once thought that if he managed to escape with his life and start anew, it would be a rare stroke of luck from fate. Yet Moriarty never imagined that when his soul, sheltered by the vessel of the afterlife, crossed into this strange new world, he would be met by a wholly unexpected twist. By rights, he should have quickly found a living being to reincarnate into, or simply possessed a body outright. But who could have foreseen that his soul would instead become lost in a fog-shrouded sea, wandering for nearly an entire day without encountering a single living soul? As the power that protected his spirit dwindled to almost nothing, Moriarty nearly despaired, convinced he was about to vanish completely. At that moment, he discovered an ancient sailing ship, dilapidated and on the verge of sinking. With no other choice, Moriarty fused the last vestige of the afterlife vessel's power into the ship, transforming it into a ghost ship and himself into its haunting specter. As the ghost ship took its final shape, Moriarty's soul gradually absorbed the aura of this new world, allowing him to hide from the world's consciousness and avoid erasure. Having survived the first great crisis after his arrival in this other world, Moriarty finally had the presence of mind to assess his new situation. First, he carefully inspected every corner of the ghost ship, clearing out decomposing corpses, broken barrels, and all manner of debris, tossing it all into the sea. Although Moriarty was now a feeble, translucent wraith, his power was greatly magnified aboard the ghost ship. By his estimation, His strength on this vessel was roughly equivalent to that of a first-rank evil spirit. Of course, this was only Moriarty's personal guess. After all, he had no real understanding of a first-rank evil spirit's true capabilities. According to the records within the vessel of the afterlife, a first-rank evil spirit had already stepped into the supernatural, wielding many incredible powers. Ordinary people stood no chance against such a being. This, too, was Moriarty's one and only lifeline for survival in this unknown world. After all, having been suddenly thrown into an unfamiliar place, he constantly felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Not long after, Moriarty began to wander about the ghost ship, eventually making his way to the depths of the vessel. Becoming a ghost took some getting used to, but it also brought certain benefits. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about starving to death aboard the ship. Had he still been an ordinary human, he would probably have perished from hunger on this ghost ship long before even crossing the Sea of Mists. Furthermore, as a shadow creature, ghosts are naturally endowed with night vision, which allowed Moriarty to easily adapt to the dim surroundings. Even within the darkness of the mist, he could clearly see scenes dozens of meters away. Navigating the murky spaces inside the ghost ship posed no challenge for him at all. His body seemed to lack substance. With a subtle motion, he drifted straight through the wall, entering the pitch-black captain's cabin. He was able to do this because his spirit was tightly bound to the ghost ship. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he would not have been able to pass through the specially reinforced hull. Once inside the captain's cabin, Moriarty turned to look at a small chalkboard on one side of the room, upon which he had personally written, Name, Moriarty. Strength, Ghost, Novice level. Abilities, Phasing, Illusion, Possession, other abilities to be developed. Main quest, Explore this world. Side quest, Enhance and upgrade the ghost ship. Core goal, Become stronger. Current priority, Find humans and learn about this world. Moriarty had no mysterious system or panel, nor was he a member of a main god space or a reincarnation hall. Therefore, he could only create this simple, handwritten information board for himself. As a former intelligence expert, he understood well that even such a modest chalkboard could help him maintain clarity of mind and keep his goals and priorities straight. Gazing at the homemade chalkboard, Moriarty tapped the table lightly with his phantom-like fingers, murmuring to himself, the most important thing right now is still to find humans. Without understanding the basics of this world, I can't possibly make any effective plans. He recalled the human skeletons and the battered sailing ship he had discovered earlier on the vessel, and speculated to himself, since there have been humans here before, it means this world isn't entirely unknown. The clothing on those bones resembled styles from medieval Europe, though the specifics remained unclear. Staring out into the endless sea fog, Moriarty pondered. Upon this mysterious sea of mists, the chances of encountering another ship might be incredibly slim, especially in such conditions. Even if two vessels were less than 1,000 meters apart, they might never become aware of each other's presence. What? Hey, boom! Just as Moriarty was sighing, the drifting ghost ship was suddenly jolted by a collision, sending a deep, thunderous sound ringing through the hull. The entire ship lurched violently in response. But such intense shaking no longer meant anything to Moriarty, now that he had become a ghost. Have we hit something again? How troublesome. Incidents like this had already happened several times that day, and Moriarty had grown quite accustomed to them. Yet, this particular crash sounded different, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. With questions in mind, Moriarty summoned his spectral abilities, gliding through walls from the captain's quarters and floating up to the deck. No sooner had he left the cabin than he saw, looming ahead of the ghost ship, a towering city wall made of wood. Unconsciously, Moriarty blinked his semi-transparent, ethereal eyes. Was that a city wall? Had the ghost ship run into a city or a fortress built on an island? But why was the wall constructed entirely out of wood? He shook his head, pushing these questions aside for now. There was no point fretting over the material of the wall at this moment. The presence of these unmistakably human-made structures meant he had finally approached a place where people gathered. After drifting across the boundless sea for so long, Moriarty was thrilled at the prospect of encountering humans again. Seeking out humanity had become his primary goal. So, without hesitation, he began to float upward, aiming for the top of the wall. To be safe, and to avoid detection by mages, sorcerers, exorcists, and other professionals who specialize in dealing with spirits, Moriarty deliberately made his ghostly form even fainter, ensuring that ordinary people would have no hope of noticing him. As for why he didn't simply phase through the wall, Moriarty knew the answer all too well. As a newly formed ghost, he could only pass effortlessly through thin boards and light barriers. When faced with such a thick, imposing wooden wall, he had little confidence in making it through unscathed. What if he ran out of strength halfway and got stuck inside? People often assumed ghosts could pass through anything without consequence, but in truth, it drained a great deal of energy. Before long, Moriarty floated up to the top of the wall, but the scene that greeted him there was wholly unexpected. A 3-meter-wide path ran along the top, yet not a single soul could be seen anywhere on it. In the distance, beyond a stretch shrouded in fog, there wasn't even a solitary patrolling soldier in sight. The view within the walls was just as strange. Encircling the inner side of the wall was a river that resembled a lake. Only by crossing this watery barrier could one truly reach the land at the island's heart. The island was shrouded in a thick, swirling mist, which lent it an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Aside from the faint glow of firelight flickering from deep within the castle at the island's heart, every other corner was swallowed by fog, obscured and shifting, making the air feel colder and more foreboding. It looked, by all accounts, like the perfect setting for a tale of terror. Moriarty glanced around, murmuring to himself, "And why does this place seem so familiar?" His gaze lingered on the massive iron chain disappearing into the void, then drifted to the distant silhouette of the castle and the scattered, shadowy buildings. All of it stirred a strange sense of déjà vu within him, as if he'd witnessed this very scene somewhere before. Had he truly been here once? Or was this, in fact, a world he already knew? With questions and suspicions swirling through his mind, Moriarty resolved to explore the island further. He floated in the direction of the land, his pace slow and unhurried. Drifting would be a more fitting word for it, given the limitations of his abilities. It took a long while before he finally reached the edge of the island, hovering above a dense patch of forest. Fortune smiled on him. No sooner had he entered the woods than he heard, for the first time in ages, the sound of human voices. Yet, he realized with frustration, he couldn't fully understand what they were saying. Just his luck, thrust into a strange new world, and not even the language made sense. Was he really supposed to snatch a local soul, just so his ghostly ship could unravel the meaning of their words? Moriarty let out a rueful chuckle. But honestly, if he left the ghost ship, what good would it do him? Who would he be able to handle on his own? Best not to dwell on it for now, he decided. Observe first, act later. As he prepared to venture further into the forest, 2 young men emerged from between the trees. Both were gaunt and pale, struggling together to carry a corpse along the shadowy forest path. Moriarty, seeing this, simply hovered nearby in midair, watching in silence. Suddenly, the older of the 2 men shivered, glancing about with a troubled expression. "Hey, don't you feel like it suddenly got colder? And it's almost as if someone's watching us. Quit letting your imagination run wild." The other replied impatiently. "Stay here long enough, and everyone gets that feeling in this cursed place. Just toss them in the sea, and let's get out of here. If we linger where there's no cover, and someone catches us, we're done for." Their conversation was tense, their movements hurried and uneasy as they continued to haul the body forward. To his companion's warning, the man who had spoken first suddenly went pale, as if a realization had struck him out of nowhere. He lowered his head, quickened his pace, and urged in a low, urgent voice, "You're right. We need to get rid of this guy in the sea now." His companion tensed up as well, clearly sensing some unseen threat. "Damn it, could the people in the castle have already discovered us? Once we've dealt with the body, we go straight back to the gathering point. Hurry." There was no more hesitation between them. With hurried, fumbling movements, they heaved the corpse into the sea and, without a backward glance, vanished into the forest at a breakneck speed. Their frantic dash was almost unreal, so swift that even Moriarty, hidden in the shadows, stared in disbelief. How could ordinary henchmen run this fast? What kind of world is this? And more troubling, had that man just now sensed my presence? Otherwise, why would they have sped up so suddenly? The thought unsettled Moriarty. As the 2 lackeys disappeared from view, he was left feeling powerless and frustrated. Worse still, he hadn't understood a word of their conversation. Curiosity about this strange world burned within him, yet he chose not to follow. Instead, he turned away, heading to the spot where the men had discarded the body, and waited in silence. Judging by their reaction, Moriarty guessed he had likely been exposed. It was far too risky to pursue them recklessly. Besides, there were more important matters at hand. At last it appeared, as a faint, wavering soul slowly rose above the surface of the sea. A small smile played at the corners of Moriarty's lips. Perhaps his luck wasn't so bad after all, had he not stumbled across this freshly departed spirit, who knew how long he would have waited for a living soul to collect. Without a moment's hesitation, Moriarty swooped in, seizing the dazed, wandering soul, and made his way swiftly back to his ghost ship. To ordinary eyes, this soul would have been invisible and untouchable, but for Moriarty, capturing it was child's play. Returning to the ghost ship, he noticed that in just a few short minutes, the spirit in his grasp had grown noticeably weaker, its outline fading, as if it might vanish altogether at any moment. It's deteriorating this quickly? Moriarty frowned, concern flickering across his face. Hurrying, he cast the soul into the swirling vortex at the bottom of the ship's hold. In an instant, the soul was swallowed by the maelstrom, leaving only a last, piercing wail echoing through the darkness of the ship. After witnessing everything that had just transpired, Moriarty instinctively stepped back a few paces, afraid he might be swept into this mysterious vortex himself if he wasn't careful. He watched the swirling maelstrom with tense eyes and saw a faint orb of light emerge above it, slowly drifting toward him. At the same time, a wisp of feeble soul energy was drawn into the vortex, flowing down to the deepest part of the ghost ship, where it fed the energy pool that powered the vessel forward. As the orb of light drew near, Moriarty reached out without hesitation, seized it, and swallowed it in one gulp. He had inherited a fragment of the legacy from the ship of the other shore, so he understood right away what this floating orb represented. It was the lingering memory of the soul just departed, fragments of information left behind after being extracted and broken down by the ghost ship. Having consumed the orb, Moriarty immediately closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on absorbing the memories within. It was a long time before he opened his eyes again, wincing as a violent headache split his mind, as if his brain were being torn apart. Yet at last, he began to make sense of the world he found himself in. So that's how it is. At last, I understand what kind of world this is. By absorbing the orb of memories, Moriarty not only mastered the language of this world, but also pieced together from the shattered recollections which world he had entered. GOLD, Roger, the Pirate King, the world government, Marine headquarters, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, the Florian Triangle. He murmured to himself, barely believing it. His ghost ship had somehow sailed right into Moria's terrifying thriller bark. In his former life, Moriarty was an international information broker, always busy with work, yet he always found time to unwind with novels, anime, and movies to ease the pressure. He had even watched a fair bit of One Piece for entertainment. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day he would actually cross over into this world. Compared to being flung into a completely unknown world, arriving in the world of One Piece was for Moriarty a stroke of good fortune. Dangerous as it might be, at least he was somewhat familiar with it. As an information broker, he was acutely aware of the importance of intelligence. Due to the fragmented nature of the memories and the perpetual gloom of the Florian Triangle, it was impossible to judge the precise time, leaving Moriarty unable to determine exactly which era he had landed in. However, since Gecko Moria was still active, the timeline clearly hadn't reached the point where the Straw Hat Pirates defeated him. For a more accurate sense of time, Moriarty knew he would need to gather more information. Letting out a long breath, Moriarty allowed his body to slowly sink, passing through the deck to the lowest hold of the ghost ship where he planned. To collect his thoughts and work out his next steps, Moriarty gazed at the immense pool of energy, his eyes drawn unhesitatingly to the wisp of pure soul power within. Leaning in, he drew close and swallowed the soul essence in one swift motion. Rather than letting such power go to waste, he thought, it was far better used to strengthen himself. Besides, Moriarty had no intention of leaving the Devil's Triangle just yet. As the soul energy was absorbed, his ghostly form became more substantial, the lingering weakness from absorbing that memory earlier dissipating at once. He felt his spirit brighten, clarity returning to his mind. Savoring the lingering satisfaction the soul provided, Moriarty licked the corner of his lips, though a sense of yearning still lingered within him. If only there were more. He knew well that a single strand of soul power would never suffice. Determined to grow stronger as quickly as possible, Moriarty resolved to once again infiltrate the terrifying 3-masted ship. His current strength might not allow him to confront powerful foes head-on, but that didn't stop him from reaping benefits amidst chaos. As long as he could collect a few more wisps of soul like the last, his abilities would continue to grow. From a number of dead he encountered earlier, it was clear the interior of this haunted vessel was anything but peaceful. With the stealth afforded by his ghostly form, Moriarty was confident he could profit from the turmoil. Perhaps because his soul had grown more substantial, he found himself gliding toward the ship's central island with greater speed this time. He soon arrived at the edge of the forest where he'd previously spotted those 2 companions, every sense attuned to danger. Drifting cautiously deeper into the woods, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. The terrifying three-masted ship belonging to Moonlight Moria was crawling with threats and bizarre creatures. Any careless encounter with certain beings could spell disaster. The ghosts conjured by Perona, the ghost princess, could inflict real harm upon him. Should he be caught in the blast of a ghost bomb, he might be wiped out altogether. What's more, those two lackeys from before already seemed to sense something amiss about him. Moriarty dared not let his guard down for an instant. In this perilous world of pirates, even a slightly stronger opponent could easily spot him. Ever since realizing which world he'd ended up in, Moriarty had maintained a constant state of vigilance. He now crept silently through the shadowy forest, carefully avoiding every potential threat. Before long, he encountered a pirate, ragged in dress but savage in demeanor, shouting into the distance, "Hey, Third, have you found your shadow on that zombie yet?" The man addressed as Third leaned wearily against a tree and muttered, "If only I could. We've been searching quietly for over a month, and still there's not a clue to be found. The graveyard has already been searched, and the shadowed forest has been checked as well. Now, the only likely place left is the castle. But look at us, wounded and battered. Who among us would dare barge into a place like that? What a joke." Someone nearby let out a cold, mocking laugh. "What, isn't dying fast enough for us already?" Silence fell over the group for a moment. Moriarty stood to the side, observing. He noticed that the two people he'd encountered before were nowhere to be seen among this crowd. Compared to those two, these folks seemed healthier and in better spirits, but their alertness left much to be desired. At least for now, no one had noticed Moriarty at all. A month or so, perhaps? Moriarty mused. Judging by their state, these must be newcomers who only recently lost their shadows. Clearly, there are more people hiding in this forest than just this group. As Moriarty pondered, the third man suddenly spoke up. "What do you think? Should we try talking to someone from the Victims Association? They've survived in this cursed place for so long. They must know more about it than we do. Otherwise, how could they have gathered so many people together?" "TCH, go if you want," someone scoffed in disdain. "Word is, the ones who die the quickest, they're the poor fools who just joined." "Victims Association? I'd say Exploiters Association is more like it." "That's what I think, too," another chimed in. "If they really had a way to get their shadows back, they would have found a way to leave by now. Why would they still be stuck here?" Clearly, the third man's proposal found no support, and in the end, he held his tongue. Everyone turned instead to their salted fish, slicing off rough strips with pocket knives and forcing down the coarse, raw flesh. "It must be close to midnight now, right?" someone muttered, brow furrowed. "The night raids are about to begin again. I heard another batch of unlucky newcomers is arriving on the island tonight. Yeah, we better find a place to hide, and fast. If those zombies find us, we're as good as dead. Come on, let's not waste time." They quickly gathered up the scattered fish bones and vanished with practiced ease into tree hollows, beneath rocks, or other hidden nooks, making sure to cover the entrances with camouflage. Soon, not a trace of them remained. Night raids. The word sparked a gleam in Moriarty's eyes. He'd absorbed fragments of memory. He knew all too well what a night raid meant in this place. Whenever night fell, moonlit Moriarty would begin his hunt. He watched the unlucky intruders with a cold, piercing gaze, ready to seize the shadows from their trembling forms. "Let's hope tonight brings some spoils," he whispered to himself. "Run for it. The undead are coming again. They can't be killed." Outside the walls of Hogback's castle, a squad of dozens of pirates was desperately trying to break through their encirclement. Leading them was the pirate captain known as Giant Scythe Mikhailov, whose bounty reached 78 million berries. They were fighting to escape the inner waters of the terrifying Thriller bark. Most of the zombies blocking their path had already been sliced in half by Mikhailov's massive 3-meter-long scythe. Yet, even more zombie soldiers surged from the darkness, surrounding the pirates on all sides and trapping them firmly in place. First Mate Bella, gripping her twin pistols, shouted anxiously to Mikhailov, "Captain, do something. These zombies just keep coming. We'll all die here if we don't break through now." Mikhailov's expression was equally grim. He knew all too well that if he were alone, he might still have a chance to force his way out. But with so many crew members to look after, even he found escape nearly impossible. Worse yet, failure here would mean the end of his own life as well. He could always recruit more men, but a life, he had only one. With that thought, a fierce glint flashed in Mikhailov's eyes. "Bella, cover me. I'm about to go all out, whether we break through or not. It all comes down to this move," he declared. Bella nodded solemnly. "Leave it to me," she replied. Swapping out the cartridges in her pistols with practiced speed, she began blasting away at the zombies, crowding around Mikhailov. Though bullets couldn't truly kill these undead creatures, their sheer force was enough to drive them back for the moment. Scythe Weasel, Death Whirlwind. As soon as a small clearing opened up, Mikhailov raised his giant scythe and swung it with all his might. The blade spun like a whirlwind, tearing through the zombies in front of him, ripping them apart and carving a path straight to the edge of the forest. Flesh and bone flew in all directions, and for a moment, the onslaught of zombies faltered. Our boss is unstoppable. The captain's invincible. The pirates cheered, their spirits soaring at Mikhailov's display of power. But in the next instant, their cheers were cut short. A new danger was drawing near. Reaching the forest's edge, Mikhailov paused just long enough to catch his breath. Without a second thought, he charged into the woods, racing along the path they had taken to get here. He left the rest of the Scythe pirates far behind. "Boss, why did he run off by himself?" "We're still here," a bewildered pirate asked. Hearing this, First Mate Bella's face darkened. She shot a fierce glare in the direction where Mikhailov had vanished but said nothing. Without hesitation, she broke into a run, following him into the forest. Seeing Bella move, a few quick-thinking pirates realized the danger and hurried after her. They barely managed to slip past the wave of zombies blocking the path, escaping the most perilous part of the graveyard and plunging into the forest. The remaining pirates either reacted a moment too late or simply refused to believe that their beloved captain would abandon them. In the grip of despair, they were swallowed up by the advancing horde of zombies. Ghosts lurked all around the graveyard. Moriarty, wary of being discovered, could only watch from a distance, concealed deep within the forest. He witnessed those who managed to break through the zombie encirclement, as well as those trapped inside the graveyard, some calling out in desperation, others cursing in rage. Even without seeing it all, Moriarty could guess what was happening: betrayal and abandonment, nothing more. Such things were hardly rare among pirates. Not every crew cherished their comrades the way the Straw Hat pirates did. When faced with life or death, Moriarty wasn't surprised by those who chose to run. He only felt a trace of regret. Clearly, those who were overwhelmed by zombies no longer had anything to do with him. On the contrary, the ones who had made it into the forest still had a sliver of hope. At least they were stronger and less likely to be captured alive. Whether they could truly escape would depend on their own abilities. Damn it, get out of the way. As expected, Mikhailov and his companions had barely set foot in the forest before trouble found them. 7 or 8 negative spirits hovered overhead, dancing in bizarre steps while their mouths echoed with droning, dispiriting words, as if mocking the intruders. Their jeering drove Mikhailov to a breaking point. He finally couldn't hold back and roared in fury. But the negative spirits paid no mind to the massive scythe in his hands. With a chorus of eerie laughter, they simply drifted through his body as if he weren't even there. After being repeatedly passed through by the 7 or 8 negative spirits, Mikhailov collapsed, despair etched across his face. A wretch like me, who's killed his own brother and stolen his sister-in-law, doesn't deserve to live in this world. I should just rot away quietly in some filthy corner, stinking and forgotten, he muttered, all will to resist drained from him. While Mikhailov lay motionless, the zombie generals lurking in the woods seized the moment to subdue him with ease, binding him up tightly. It was another minute or two before Mikhailov gradually regained his senses. But by then, it was far too late. No sooner had he come to than he was knocked out again and dragged into a shadowy castle. Along the way, the voices of the zombie generals drifted back to him from time to time. What a letdown. We didn't even get to start fighting. This guy was reduced to a helpless wreck by Lady Perona's negative ghosts before we could see what he was made of. To be honest, the quality of this batch of entertainment is really lacking. Yeah, with this, the night raid will end and we'll be back to hibernating. It's just too dull. I heard from Lord Absalom that this guy has a 78 million berry bounty, but he sure didn't live up to the hype. Oh, get a rest. You're just talking tough. Lady Perona's negative ghosts are simply unstoppable. Even pirates with bounties over 100 million can't withstand them. When it comes down to it, Lady Perona is just that powerful, and on top of that, she's beautiful. If only I could be transferred to work under her command. That would be a dream come true. No sooner had these words left his mouth than the other zombie generals burst into mocking laughter. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? You think you're fit to work for Lady Perona? Huh, you're finished. I'll go straight to Lord Absalom and tell him you're insubordinate and scheming to jump ship. Amid their bickering, the 3 zombie generals, accompanied by the hulking, scythe-wielding Mikhailov, disappeared into the mist-shrouded forest. At the same time, the other zombies, led by more negative ghosts, set off in pursuit of the stragglers who had tried to escape in the chaos. Once everyone had moved on, Moriarty finally dared to peek out from behind the tree trunk where he'd been hiding. He let out a long breath, still shaken by how close he'd come to danger. Safe at last, Moriarty did not follow through with his original plan to chase after the fleeing survivors. Instead, he stayed put, careful not to make any rash moves. The reason for his caution was the shocking display of power he had just witnessed from Mykolov. By sheer chance, Moriarty's hiding place was right along Mykolov's escape route. At one point, they were less than 2 meters apart. This gave Moriarty a close-up view of the profound changes that had taken place in Mykolov. Although Moriarty had never actually fought Mykolov, just sensing the wild surge of life force within the giant had been enough to make him feel immense pressure. The aura was like an inferno blazing in the darkness, so intense that even with a tree between them, Moriarty could feel it vividly. Instinctively, he wanted nothing more than to stay hidden. What's more, the very Mykolov which struck such fear into Moriarty had been effortlessly subdued by Perona's negative ghosts, unable to put up any resistance at all. Witnessing this left Moriarty with a painful realization of just how vast the gulf between his power and Perona's truly was. Faced with that overwhelming difference, Moriarty abandoned any thought of profiting from the chaos. To fish in troubled waters among such formidable players, one needed strength to match. As things stood, he would be nothing more than prey for these giants. Weighing the risks and rewards, Moriarty decisively scrapped his original plan. He waited in place for about 2 hours, biding his time until the night raid had fully subsided. Then, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, he quietly slipped away, making his way through the forest toward the outer reaches. Since his impromptu plan had fallen through, he decided to try his luck with the members of the Victims Association, those pale, sickly souls who had long dwelled in the shadows. Compared to the vibrant powerhouses, these undernourished targets would surely be easier prey. Yet, as is so often the case, fate delights in springing surprises when one least expects them. And sometimes the greatest twists arrive just when the mind is furthest from anticipation. Most members of the Scythe Pirates had already been captured by the subordinates of Gecko Moria and thrown into the castle, where they faced a dreadful fate, having their shadows stolen, their bodies seized, or even being turned into experimental subjects for hogback. The pirates with the highest bounties were under especially tight watch, with almost none slipping through the cracks. Yet, there were some ordinary crew members who neither had the strength to protect themselves, nor the value to be chosen for the castle. These unlucky souls were hunted down by the zombie army as they tried to escape, either killed or left gravely wounded, abandoned on the spot. In the end, the bodies of these forsaken pirates would often be dragged away by the zombie three-headed dog guarding the entrance, tossed into the deep moat to add fresh bones to the growing pile below, serving as food for the creatures lurking there. For Moriarty, however, these abandoned pirates were an unexpected windfall. Fortunately, shortly after leaving the forest, he came across 2 Scythe pirates lying by the roadside. One of them had been cut clean in half, clearly dead for some time, his soul long since vanished. The other had a deep gash across his back and lay on his back, barely clinging to life. His breath was shallow, but his chest still rose and fell faintly, clinging stubbornly to the last threads of hope. Watching the pirate's feeble breaths, Moriarty understood that the man's end was near. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "Corrode." At his command, the chilling energy of a ghost swiftly snuffed out the pirate's remaining life. What came next was a familiar routine. Moriarty quickly separated the newly departed soul into a cluster of memories and a pure essence of soul energy. Unlike before, this time he only skimmed a few fragments of the memory cluster before letting it dissipate. Paying it no further mind, absorbing the soul's essence, Moriarty immediately felt his own spirit grow denser and stronger. This soul had granted him about 1/5 more energy than the first one he absorbed, making the effect that much more pronounced. Moriarty estimated that if he could gather another 7 or 8 souls of this quality, he would be able to break through to the rank of a first-order malevolent spirit. Only by truly becoming supernatural could he re-establish contact with the ship of passage slumbering deep within his soul, his only hope of returning to Earth. Moriarty was never known for his mercy. In fact, calling him vindictive would be no exaggeration. The enemies responsible for his demise, no matter how many worlds separated them, would one day face his vengeance. Though that day seemed far off, Moriarty never lost sight of his purpose. This unexpected harvest left him feeling invigorated, his spirits lifted by the promise of progress. That he quickly returned to the Shadow Forest, resuming his search for any survivors overlooked by the Moria pirates. Unfortunately, his luck did not hold out this time. After searching for half a day, he found only 2 more corpses, long dead, and encountered no one clinging to life. It seemed his streak of good fortune had come to an end. He murmured this to himself. As time slipped by, the sky above the Devil's Triangle remained shrouded in gloom, but compared to a few hours earlier, the visibility had slightly improved. Moriarty understood that this change was due to daylight breaking outside. Yet, even the brightest sunlight could not penetrate the thick mists of the Devil's Triangle. Perhaps because of the growing light, Moriarty felt a faint discomfort, though it was still tolerable. After making a slow circuit of the area, he arrived at the edge of an unremarkable patch of woods. If you need further refinement or details, just let me know. Here is a revised, logically organized, and modernized version. Though at first glance the woods seemed utterly ordinary, beneath the surface, countless tunnels of varying sizes have been dug. Here, more than 100 members of the Victims Association hid themselves away. This stand of trees served as one of the association's strongholds, though it was only an outpost on the very edge. Despite the numbers, most here were weak underlings or newcomers who had only recently joined. The true core members of the association would never appear at such an exposed, crowded base. They preferred to conceal themselves in far more hidden places. Only novices and those lacking in strength gathered here, watching out for one another. In truth, aside from those who had banded together after having their shadows stolen, the Victims Association also sheltered many who had escaped by sheer luck, or whom the Moria pirates deemed too old, frail, or sick to bother with. Drawing on the scattered memories he'd gleaned from the first orb of recollection, Moriarty quietly slipped past the rocks camouflaging the entrance and entered the underground tunnel hollowed out by the Victims Association. To his surprise, a few lanterns hung along the passage, their glow warding off the darkness. Two people stood at the entrance, keeping watch. One had a flintlock pistol at his waist, while the other cradled a Japanese katana, clearly a pairing of ranged and close combat. However, neither seemed particularly skilled. They were completely unaware that Moriarty was approaching, his presence masked and silent. Instead, the two leaned under the lantern's light, chatting in low voices. "Old gun, did you hear what happened yesterday?" one whispered. "That crew of pirates swallowed up by the Thriller bark last night. Could they have been any more unlucky? Seems like not a single one made it out alive." Old gun glanced at his partner Hank, a weary resignation in his eyes. Wiped out after being caught by Moria's lot. What else would you expect? They've gotten so practiced at this over the years, it's no wonder fewer and fewer ever manage to escape. Being wiped out like last night? That's hardly the first time. What are you getting so worked up about? Hank curled his lip, teasing on purpose. I'm not surprised, but what does surprise me is that you actually have the nerve to ask about Laura. Honestly, old gun, your taste is truly unique. Who would have thought you'd fall for a woman like Laura? With the way she looks, how could you even bring yourself to kiss her? At these words, old gun's face changed instantly. He lunged forward, clamping his hand tightly over Hank's mouth, and hissed in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Hank now, muffled, couldn't get a word out, but his eyes sparkled with mischief and triumph. "See? I've exposed your secret, haven't I? Did you really think you could fool the great Hank?" Huh. Seeing Hank so gloating, old gun was so furious he nearly punched him right there. "Bastard, cut it out. I don't have feelings for Laura." Hank seized the moment as old gun flared up, broke free from his grip, and fired back in protest. Old gun looked a bit puzzled at that. "Oh, you don't like Laura? Then why are you always asking about her?" Hank's gaze grew slyer by the second. He fixed his eyes on old gun and said, half jokingly, "Old gun, you're not planning to live off Laura, are you? She's nothing special to look at, but her strength is the real deal. If you're looking for someone to rely on, she's not a bad pick, certainly better than the precarious life we're living now." With each word, old gun's face grew darker, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger plain for all to see. "Hank, you scoundrel swordsman, that's it. I'm done with you." Seeing old gun genuinely angry, Hank quickly backed off. "Hey, don't be mad. I was only joking. But seriously, if you don't like Laura, why do you keep sneaking around for news about her?" Old gun snorted, and after a moment's silence, finally spoke, "You don't understand. The reason I ask about Laura has nothing to do with feelings. There's something I need to confirm." Hank's curiosity only grew. "What is it? What are you investigating?" Old gun shot back with a cold laugh. "Why should I tell you? It's Laura's secret. If you want to know, you'd better dream on." When he saw Hank scratching his head in frustration, old gun's mood suddenly lifted. A moment ago, Hank had him fuming, but now he'd turned the tables, and all that pent-up annoyance was gone. He thought smugly, "Who's laughing now? I'm not giving up my secrets so easily. Come on, old gun, we're brothers, aren't we? Just tell me. Otherwise, I'll be tossing and turning all night, eaten alive by curiosity." Hank pleaded, his voice full of desperation. Old gun knew Hank's temperament all too well. he understood that Hank wasn't just pretending. Once a swordsman's curiosity was piqued, it was almost certain he wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. But Old Gun saw an opportunity to get back at Hank for that little prank with the arrow earlier. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, deciding to keep the secret to himself for now. While the two were still bickering, Moriarty stood silently to the side. He shook his head, paying no mind to the two squabbling guards, and slipped quietly deeper into the heart of the encampment. Just from the chaotic entrance, Moriarty could tell that the people in this settlement were hardly of high caliber. It would be no exaggeration to call them a motley crew. No wonder. The veteran members of the Victim Society preferred to work alone and refused to stay here. In fact, sometimes it was even more dangerous in this place than wandering alone. He pressed onward into the underground passages, finding the place a tangled mess of corridors and rooms. The structure was haphazard, as if dug at random rather than designed with any care. Moriarty suspected this was indeed the case. He stepped into a cramped room, barely 8 square meters in size, yet packed with more than a dozen people. Some slumbered deeply, while others sat in the corners, staring blankly into space. Moriarty took note of a few individuals whose mental states seemed especially dire. Their eyes were vacant and hollow. These people's spirits had been crushed. Some appeared to have lost the will to live altogether. They would make excellent vessels for possession, he thought to himself. Though tempted, Moriarty didn't act immediately. Instead, he decided to methodically inspect each room for a better opportunity. There were about 20 rooms along the passage, varying in size. The larger ones could hold a dozen or even 20 people, while the smaller rooms had space for only 2 or 3. Not everyone inside these rooms was harmless, however. 3 of the rooms housed individuals whose power was unmistakable. Their murderous aura was so intense that even Moriarty's ghostly form felt a burning sting. He dared not venture near them. Although they weren't quite as formidable as the giant scythe-wielding Mykolov he'd met before, they were still not to be underestimated. Sensing the stark difference between these figures and the rest, Moriarty understood that the occupants of those 3 rooms had likely crossed the threshold into the ranks of the extraordinary. Carefully keeping his distance from those rooms, Moriarty made his way to a secluded corner, where he found a relatively isolated small chamber. The conditions inside were surprisingly good, concealed. Among the weeds in the ceiling was a vent, allowing fresh air to circulate and making it noticeably more pleasant than most other rooms. However, whether it was the residents of the room or the other members of the settlement who kept their distance, none of them likely believed this was a good place to be. This room had been set aside specifically for the sick. Regardless of whether someone was injured or ill, the rest would abandon the patient here, leaving their fate to chance. If you managed to pull through, you were considered fortunate. If not, you could only blame your luck. In this place, medicine was exceedingly scarce and certainly wouldn't be allocated to ordinary patients. On this dark and damp island, a wound becoming infected or festering, let alone catching a cold, could prove fatal. The cold, in particular, as a contagious illness, made others avoid this room as though it harbored some dreadful plague. Lying in the room were 3 people, precisely the ones Moriarty had set his sights on this time. Today, Moriarty was determined to test out the new ability he had acquired, possession. This skill had suddenly surfaced in his mind after being transformed by the ship of the other shore. Whether in tales of Western spirits or legends of Eastern ghosts, such powers appeared often, so Moriarty didn't find it strange. Inside the room, each of the 3 hovered on the brink of life and death. One, a young man, was burning with an unbroken fever as a wound in his thigh had become dangerously infected. The other 2, a frail old man and a slender youth, had both been brought in after falling ill from the cold. The old man's fever would not break, and his breathing was already faint. His life clearly hung by a thread, while the youth was gravely ill. As well, his youth and relatively better constitution offered him a sliver of hope. He was the only one among the 3 who might yet survive. After weighing his options swiftly, Moriarty chose to possess the old man without hesitation. As the elder hovered near unconsciousness, Moriarty easily suppressed his remaining awareness and took control of his body. In the dimness of the room, the dying old man suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit upright. Moriarty could feel the frailty of the body and the instinctive resistance of the soul, yet he managed to prop himself up with great effort. He let out a resigned sigh. As expected, it still doesn't work, does it? Originally, Moriarty had high hopes for this ability, but after experiencing it firsthand, all that remained was deep disappointment. Possession felt like being trapped in a heavy suit of flesh and blood, stifling and suffocating. Worse, he was completely cut off from the real sensations of being alive. No taste, no smell, not even pain. Forget it, I never really expected resurrection to be this easy anyway, Moriarty thought, a touch of self-mockery in his mind. After a brief experiment, Moriarty quickly withdrew from the old man's body. In just a few minutes, he could feel his energy drained significantly. With a helpless shake of his head, he muttered to himself, better stick to the original plan and reach the first tier before trying again. After all this turmoil, coupled with the corrosive force of the ghostly power, the old man, whose life was already hanging by a thread, soon drew his final breath and slipped away quietly from the world. Moriarty once again succeeded in collecting a wisp of soul energy. Over the course of the following week, he maintained his usual cautious approach. Rather than stirring up trouble, Moriarty moved carefully between various small settlements, patiently waiting for the souls of those on the brink of death to leave their bodies. Meanwhile, a particularly unlucky band of pirates stumbled into a trap set by the Moria pirates and met an untimely end. Moriarty wasted no time in gathering up their departed souls. From this incident alone, he harvested 5 wisps of soul energy, far exceeding the requirements of his current task. With the help of the ghost ship, Moriarty was able to refine these soul wisps into a purer form of energy. Not only did he push his own power to the very limits that his soul could withstand, but he also managed to store 6 wisps of soul energy within the ghost ship's energy pool. Gazing at the swirling soul energy amassed in the pool, Moriarty could not help but feel a surge of excitement. For anyone who thirsts for power, the extraordinary realm is the ultimate aspiration. Truly stepping into this domain is the most fundamental and most crucial step for any who seek strength. Ghosts, by their nature, belong to the ranks of extraordinary beings, yet their feeble power leaves them largely overlooked. Only when a ghost ascends and transforms into a wraith, undergoing a qualitative leap in strength, can it rightfully be counted among the first tier of extraordinary entities. The path for a ghost to evolve into a wraith is neither overly complex nor remotely easy. Generally, an ordinary ghost need only linger for decades, or even centuries, in a place thick with energy to have a chance at advancement. Lacking such a nurturing environment, a ghost may instead devour the souls of the living to grow stronger, until reaching the threshold for ascension. However, this method often results in a damaged soul core and the loss of sanity from absorbing too many souls. Moriarty's situation was similar, but with the ghost ship at his side, he possessed a distinct advantage. Through the ship's processes of transformation and purification, he faced no risk of fragmented memories or fractured sanity, and the soul energy he absorbed was far purer, granting him a solid foundation. In this regard, he was far luckier than most ghosts. More importantly, when it came time to rise as a wraith, the ghost ship could provide Moriarty with tremendous support. By consuming only 5 wisps of the soul energy stored in the pool, the ghost ship would be able to help him break through the barrier to the next stage. Now, everything was in readiness. Without hesitation, Moriarty drifted above the energy pool and began the process of ascension. The ghost ship swiftly drew upon 5 wisps of soul energy, and beneath his feet, a glowing magic circle flickered to life, shimmering with an eerie light that a mysterious energy surged into Moriarty's ghostly form, and he felt an overwhelming force quickly permeate and explode within him. His soul seemed to burn with searing flames, the agony so intense that he could not help but let out a muffled groan. But he knew this was the only path to greater power. As the pain from the depths of his soul raged on, it felt as if Moriarty's very being was on the verge of being torn apart. The torment threatened to shatter his consciousness, yet he never lost sight of what he was striving for. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of willpower to absorb and fuse with that mysterious force. He understood clearly. If he gave up at this critical moment, or failed to endure, this advancement would end in failure. As for the consequences of failure, Moriarty dared not imagine them, and had no desire to find out. What was pain, after all? He had survived far worse in the past. This suffering was nothing he could not handle. With a flicker of madness and stubborn resolve, he gathered all his strength and focused on assimilating the energy. Time seemed to lose its meaning. He had no idea how long had passed, but at last, the pain deep within his soul gradually began to subside. Meanwhile, streams of mysterious information began to flow from the otherworldly vessel deep within his soul, merging bit by bit into his consciousness. The magic circle that had once surrounded his feet had vanished without a trace, leaving only Moriarty himself. His form now appeared more solid. He was nearly corporeal. Moriarty continued to float silently in midair. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, slow and deliberate. He murmured softly to himself, "Is this the power of a transcendent being?" Descending gently to the ground, he marveled at the dramatic transformation in his abilities. Now an extraordinary entity, elevated from a mere wraith, Moriarty could wield his psychic power to directly influence the material world and even reveal his presence to ordinary people. All his abilities had grown even stronger, and he had awakened several entirely new powers: soul suppression, soul spike, and psychic shock. Soul suppression allowed him to unleash his evolved soul force to directly crush the mental will of ordinary people. If the difference in mental strength was great enough, it would be like harvesting wheat. His foes would have no chance to resist. This was not unlike the aura of dominance possessed by the most formidable figures in this world. Soul Spike, on the other hand, focused his psychic force into a razor-sharp attack, striking directly at an opponent's soul. It was a devastating single-target ability. Should an ordinary soul suffer such a blow, it would likely shatter in an instant, resulting in unconsciousness at best, or instant death or mindless ruin at worst. Of course, those with iron wills and powerful souls would fare somewhat better. As for psychic shock, it was a sweeping mental assault. Though not as lethal as Soul Spike, it could affect multiple targets at once, knocking them back and leaving them vulnerable. A fearsome skill well suited for dealing with groups, although he had successfully ascended to become a wraith. Granting his power a qualitative leap, Moriarty felt little joy. For just as he became a first-tier transcendent, a surge of messages from the other shore vessel, silent in the depths of his soul ever since he crossed into this world, suddenly reached him, sending tremors through his heart and mind. At first, Moriarty had regarded the other shore vessel as his golden finger, his greatest source of strength. Yet, he soon discovered that the vessel had long since been gravely damaged and was now in a state of utter ruin. This realization did not surprise him. After all, if such a mighty artifact had remained whole and unscathed, it would never have been hidden away in the recesses of his soul. In truth, a fully intact other shore vessel should have been roaming freely among the myriad worlds, with no connection to an ordinary person like Moriarty. Therefore, shortly after regaining his senses, Moriarty had already suspected something was amiss with the vessel's condition and had mentally prepared himself for the worst. However, what truly shocked him was the next revelation. The other shore vessel had suffered its catastrophic wounds because, among all the worlds, it had several terrifying enemies. During an unforeseen incident, the vessel was severely damaged, and once these foes learned of its plight, they spared no effort in their hunt, vowing to drag the vessel from every corner of existence and erase it from the river of time itself. With each new pursuit and narrow escape, the other shore vessel grew ever weaker. Now, its strength had fallen beyond measure, unable to retain even a fraction, 1/1000th, of its former glory. In order to conceal itself, it had been forced to split its essence into countless fragments, scattering them across every corner of the worlds. The vessel that now resided in the depths of Moriarty's soul was but the tiniest sliver of its whole. At the same time, those chosen by the vessel, people like Moriarty, could number in the thousands or even tens of thousands across the universes. Realizing this, Moriarty was swept by a wave of emotions too complex to name. He had once believed himself a unique traveler between worlds, only to discover he was merely one among many candidates, a realization that left him shaken and unsettled. It took a long while before he managed to gather his thoughts and focus on the deeper meanings hidden within the vessel's messages. To escape its relentless pursuers, the other shore vessel had gone so far as to shatter its own essence, a testament to the terror its enemies inspired. It was likely that even now, those adversaries continued their hunt, seeking out and destroying every remaining fragment. Should he ever be discovered by such beings, what awaited him would almost certainly be utter annihilation. At this thought, Moriarty couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. This so-called golden finger was not as reliable as he had imagined, but instead concealed dangers of unimaginable scale. From now on, he would have to be exceptionally cautious. Under no circumstances could he allow the enemies of the vessel from the other shore to discover his existence. Still, despite the discouragement of bad news, there was a silver lining to be found. Every piece of the vessel's essence carried with it unique knowledge and legacies, information, spanning the myriad worlds, as well as the cultivation systems of each realm. This wisdom would become a vital resource for any chosen one, granting them the means to grow rapidly. Within Moriarty's mind, the knowledge borne by the vessel from the other shore was divided into two major systems of inheritance. The first was the necromantic path, which Moriarty was currently practicing. This system, widely known across countless worlds, was regarded as the road to becoming the supreme master of death. Those who followed its teachings could wield the power to touch upon the very essence of mortality. The second path was akin to the cultivation methods of the Shrouded Heaven world, ultimately allowing one to reach the realm of the mortal immortal, a state of extraordinary attainment with extremely high potential for advancement. Aside from these two principal systems, the vessel contained many other legacies, but their potential paled in comparison. Given that Moriarty currently existed only in the form of a soul, the necromantic system was the most suitable for him. When he formally stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, the vessel transmitted the methods and knowledge for the second and third tiers of the necromantic path directly into his consciousness. As for the higher tiers, it was not that the vessel was unwilling to provide them, but rather that Moriarty's soul could not yet endure the overwhelming onslaught of such vast and intricate information. He gasped inwardly, feeling as if his very soul was about to be torn apart. After receiving the knowledge of the second and third tiers of the necromantic system, Moriarty experienced excruciating pain, as though his spirit were on the verge of shattering, let alone contemplating the knowledge of the fourth tier and beyond. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his soul, he skimmed over the content of the second and third tiers. The second tier of the necromantic system was known as the malevolent spirit. At this stage, a necromancer could create their own spectral domain, dragging the souls of ordinary people into it and overwhelming them with ease. The most powerful among the malevolent spirits could even pull their enemies' physical bodies into their spectral domain, allowing their spiritual might to directly affect the material world, a terrifying power indeed. The third tier was called the wicked spirit. Spirits at this level became even more mysterious and inscrutable, often existing purely as a force of will. A wicked spirit could traverse freely through the shadowy underside of the world, its movements nearly impossible to track. However, to ascend to the third tier, one typically had to undergo a complex and grand ritual, something far beyond Moriarty's current abilities. For now, he was merely a fledgling evil spirit at the threshold, and there was no need to dwell too much on distant ambitions. At this moment, Moriarty turned his attention back to the ghostly ship beneath his feet, his eyes flickering with a storm of emotions. He muttered to himself, "I had thought you were merely an accessory, never imagining that you would become my true strength." Thanks to the fragments of knowledge inherited through the vessel of the other shore, Moriarty had come to a much deeper understanding of this ghost ship. This ghost ship was no ordinary thing. It was born from a world long since fallen silent, and had been touched by the influence of an outer god, drifting alone upon the Sea of Realms. Because of this, both in essence and in potential, the ghost ship far surpassed anything of the mundane world. Back then, this ghost ship had been only a step away from breaking through the boundaries of its own world. When the vessel of the other shore passed through that world, it casually absorbed and assimilated the ghost ship's source, transforming it into one of its own incarnations, or, one might say, a projection. When the Great War erupted, the ghost ship did not even participate in the battle, yet in the aftermath, its very core was utterly destroyed. Later, the vessel of the other shore managed to gather up the scattered fragments of the ghost ship's essence, condensing them into a single projection seed. In time, this seed gave birth to the ghost ship now beneath Moriarty's feet. This ghost ship possessed a nature of extraordinary nobility, and until it regained its former strength, it would encounter almost no obstacles to its growth. Precisely because of this treasure, endowed with such immense potential, became the most precious gift the vessel of the other shore could offer Moriarty. If one were to cultivate according to the Shrouded Heaven system, this ghost ship could accompany Moriarty on his path, ultimately becoming a crucial artifact in his quest for enlightenment. Moreover, the ghost ship's innate properties of corruption and mystery, once honed to a certain degree, would allow Moriarty to use them to conceal the vessel of the other shore's existence, evading the gaze of those powerful adversaries who coveted it. With semi-ethereal hands, Moriarty gently stroked the ghost ship beneath him, an irrepressible smile curling his lips. He chuckled softly. It seems that the plan to enhance the ghost ship can be set in motion ahead of schedule. There are many ways to help the ghost ship evolve. The souls of the ordinary and the mighty alike, bodies of powerful beings, unique souls, rare treasures of heaven and earth, even the very essence of a world itself. All could serve to further the ship's growth. In an ordinary world, Moriarty might have found upgrading the ghost ship a challenging endeavor. But now he found himself in the world of One Piece. Here, the seas were strewn with fantastical treasures known as devil fruits, each possessing wondrous powers, perfect resources for the evolution of the ghost ship. And then there were singular existences like the treasure tree atom, which could likewise fuel the ship's ascent. Although in the pirate world, a relatively small universe, the odds of being discovered by those formidable enemies from the far-shore vessel were quite low. Moriarty had no intention of staking his safety on such uncertainty. For the sake of his own survival, he resolved to strengthen himself and upgrade his ghost ship as quickly as possible. Moriarty stepped out of the cabin and onto the deck of the ghost ship. Gazing into the endless mist that shrouded the entire sea, a cold, calculating smile curled upon his lips. I had planned to keep a low profile, to grow quietly in the shadows like Voldemort. But now, it seems that's no longer an option. Since that's the case, let the curtain rise here, in this enigmatic devil's triangle. Moriarty cast a glance back at the terrifying three-masted ship behind him, then guided his ghost ship slowly away. At present, the strength of the Moria pirates was still far beyond his reach, so he wisely decided to set aside that ambition for now and seek out more suitable prey. Within the fog-bound devil's triangle, every pirate ship passing through was a potential source of nourishment for him and his ghost ship's growth. After the ghost ship departed, Perono was left directing the negative ghosts as they patrolled around the three-masted ship. Curiosity tugged at her. She glanced in the direction where the ghost ship had vanished, murmuring softly to herself, "That strange vessel has already gone?" The Devil's Triangle was one of the most perilous stretches of sea. Statistics showed that more than 100 ships mysteriously disappeared here every year. Some of these fell into Moria's hands, while others were lost to shipwrecks or collisions. In truth, this expanse was vast, and it lay across many important routes along the Grand Line. Though most sailors knew of its dangers, countless ships still had no choice but to cross its haunted waters each year. More daring still, some criminals even used the fringes of the Devil's Triangle to conduct their illicit dealings in secret. Since the start of the Great Pirate Era, outlaws had grown ever bolder, and not even such treacherous waters could slow their advance. Yet the thick fog here rendered visibility almost non-existent. From the moment a ship entered until the moment it left, it could pass through the entire Devil's Triangle without ever catching sight of another vessel. Coupled with all the chilling rumors swirling through these seas, the Devil's Triangle seemed all the more desolate and mysterious. Ships were always passing through, but unless one possessed a special method of tracking like the Moria pirates, seeking out another ship in these waters was no easy feat. Moriarty had been away from the Moria pirates for a full day, relying on the ghost's extraordinary sensitivity to living beings. He had searched through the mist for hours, yet still hadn't encountered a single target vessel. Should he change direction and continue searching elsewhere? Moriarty hesitated. After all, he'd already spent an entire day, but come up empty-handed. However, he soon dismissed the thought. Rather than constantly changing course, it was better to press forward along his chosen route with unwavering determination. After a while, a sudden commotion erupted from deep within the fog, a cacophony of shouts and a clash of battle. "Charge! Hurry, charge! Run! You wretched pirates! Are you demons? All of you?" The air was thick with chaos. Moriarty was roaming aimlessly aboard the ghost ship when these voices reached his ears, instantly heightening his alertness. He had made a significant discovery. Without a moment's hesitation, Moriarty steered the ghost ship toward the source of the noise. Since his vessel was still in its early stages and had been cobbled together from a ramshackle old ship, it could only maintain a speed of 5 knots per hour without tapping into the energy reservoir. Using fuel, a wisp of soul energy would boost its speed to around 10 knots, but that power would last just an hour. For Moriarty, such extravagance was out of the question at this point, so he could only let the ghost ship advance at a slower pace. At the same time, Moriarty concealed himself within the swirling mist, drifting ahead of the ship toward the sounds. Ever since he had become a wraith, his speed in flight had increased dramatically. In just a few minutes, he reached the scene of the incident. What's going on here? Moriarty wondered to himself. He had expected to stumble upon a pirate raid on a merchant ship, or perhaps a brawl between two rival pirate crews. But the scene before him was nothing like he had imagined. Indeed, there was a band of pirates, and there was a merchant ship. At first glance, it seemed the pirates had set their sights on the merchant vessel, boarding it in a sudden assault. The hull was festooned with grappling hooks and ropes tossed by the pirates, a silent testament to their intentions. Ordinarily, this would mean disaster for the merchant ship. Its crew's chances of survival would be slim. Yet the events that followed took both Moriarty and the pirates completely by surprise. The pirates who had stormed the merchant ship barely had time to show their ferocity before they were swiftly cut down by the ship's guards. The deck was soon strewn with pirate corpses, and the few remaining pirates, panic-stricken, fled back to their own ship, desperately trying to sever the ropes and make their escape. But before they could retreat, the merchant ship's guards instead launched a counterattack, boarding the pirate ship and engaging the survivors in fierce combat. This was the reason Moriarty had earlier heard the chaotic shouts and sounds of fighting. By the time he arrived, fewer than 10 pirates on the pirate ship were still standing. The rest had all fallen at the hands of the merchant ship's guards. Damn it! Who on earth are you people? The pirate captain, now surrounded by the merchant ship's guards, let out a desperate roar. Who are we? Are you fools really so blind that you don't recognize the flag of the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce? One of the merchant ship's guards replied coolly. A burst of laughter rang out. What a joke. No wonder I kept thinking these guys were unusually weak. Turns out they're just a bunch of idiots. A Bauhinia guard jeered loudly. Exactly. Got us all worked up over nothing. Another guard cut in, his tone light and relaxed. I thought we'd been targeted by some infamous pirate crew, only to find it's just this ragtag bunch. Honestly, I'd already braced myself for the worst, and all for nothing. The pirate captain's face was etched with despair. He wanted to retort, but no words would come. The guard's mocking voices echoed in his ears, and as the words Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce finally sank in, his knees went weak and nearly gave out beneath him. How could I be so unlucky? He groaned inwardly. Of all people, I had to cross paths with the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce, and was foolish enough to try and rob them. If I'd known who they were, not even 10 lives would have been enough to make me dare attack. The Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce was a prestigious guild on the Sabati archipelago, rumored to have the backing of powerful figures in the world government. A background as deep as the ocean itself. Even more terrifying was the swordmaster said to protect the guild, a man rumored to have personally slain pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. With these changes, the story's plot, character dynamics, and emotional undertones become clearer, and the language flows more naturally for English readers. The Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce, backed by immense financial resources, had recruited numerous powerful individuals as guards to expand its business. Many large pirate crews had set their sights on the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce, only to end up in failure. These defeats established the Chamber's formidable reputation, so much so that ordinary pirate crews didn't even dare to attack their ships. The pirate captain whose ship was now surrounded had heard tales of the Chamber's reputation before. At the time, he hadn't taken those rumors too seriously, but he never had the foolish idea of robbing such a powerful trading company. After all, that was a bone far too tough to chew. But fate is fickle. Who could have guessed that he'd run into an armed merchant vessel from the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce right here in the Devil's Triangle? It wasn't as though he didn't recognize their flag, but with the fog so thick, no one could make out the banner flying atop the armed ship. At that moment, another guard leaped out from the merchant vessel, waving a wanted poster and shouting with excitement. Boss, I figured out who these people are. They're the Heart-Eater Pirates. That tall one is their captain, the Heart Devourer Hope, with a bounty of 32 million berries. Hearing his subordinate's revelation, the captain of the merchant ship's guard, Checkley, sneered dismissively. I want a man with a bounty of 32 million berries? No wonder they're so weak. In that case, let's finish this quickly. We can't afford to waste any more time. Once it was confirmed that there were no hidden powerhouses aboard the pirate ship, and that their weakness was genuine, not feigned, Checkley gave a sharp downward wave with his hand. Form ranks, fire. At his command, the pirates trapped within the encirclement turned pale. Some raised their swords, others leveled their muskets, all ready to fight. Desperately, determined to take a chunk out of their enemies no matter what. In this instant, the true nature of outlaws was on full display. Click, click, click. One by one, the triggers were pulled, and a volley of gunfire erupted from the flintlocks, spitting bright flashes. In a heartbeat, the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder. The pirates, swords in hand, hadn't managed to take more than a few steps before being cut down by the hail of bullets. Only Heart Devourer Hope, the pirate captain, remained standing on the deck, blood streaming down his body, his will unbroken. Yet, in the pirates' final, desperate charge, 2 unlucky guards also fell in the carnage. One's head shattered by a bullet, the other struck in the chest by a hurled cutlass. It was clear neither would survive. Checkley, the guard captain, barely spared a glance at the deaths of his men. His expression darkened just a shade, but he showed little concern. Coughing up blood, Heart Devourer Hope cursed bitterly. Damn it, is ganging up on the weak all your Bauhinia chamber knows how to do? If you're a real man, fight me one-on-one. A duel, is it? All right then. Checkley responded with a cold, chilling laugh, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. A wet, Dull thud echoed as he reappeared. His hand had already pierced straight through the chest of Heart-Eater Hope. Hope stared in disbelief at the massive forearm jutting out from his own chest. As his consciousness began to rapidly fade, he tried to speak. Devil fruit. Abalai. But before he could finish, Checkley yanked his right hand free, flinging Hope's lifeless body aside. With practiced ease, he pulled a silk handkerchief from his coat and began to wipe the blood from his arm. So much for Heart-Eater Hope. Huh. One of Checkley's guards chimed in, eager to please. Hope might be strong, but it all depends on who he's up against. In front of you, boss, he's nothing but a fish on the chopping block. Checkley let out a hearty laugh. Ah, well said. All right, it's getting late. You know the drill. Strip this pirate ship clean. Half the loot goes to the guild, 30% stays with me, 10% for Steward Sam, and the last 10% consider it your reward. Long live the boss. Long live the chief. Checkley waved his hand, signaling for his men to quiet down. He then leisurely found a place to sit, appearing relaxed as he cast a casual gaze around. Though in truth, he was keeping a watchful eye on his crew. After all, greed can corrupt even the most loyal men, and he had no intention of letting anyone skim off his cut of the spoils. Fortunately, there were no fools blinded by greed on this ship today, which put his mind at ease. Half an hour later, the entire pirate ship had been thoroughly combed from bow to stern. They had stripped it of everything of value. Yet, as Checkley looked at the small pile of loot on the deck, barely worth 10 million berries by his estimate, he let out a disappointed sigh. What a bunch of paupers. He ordered his men to haul both the treasure and Heart-Eater Hope's corpse back to the merchant vessel. At least the body would fetch a bounty from the world government. Otherwise, this venture would hardly have been worth the effort. A short while later, the merchant ship belonging to the Bauhinia Guild faded into the mist. And just then, Moriarty's ghost ship, silent as a shadow, glided out of the fog and drew up alongside the now-abandoned pirate vessel, its deck aglow with eerie blue flames. Since its first appearance, the ghost ship had absorbed part of the souls from the dead, and with Moriarty's ascension to a wraith, the ship itself seemed to grow stronger, its aura just a touch more fearsome. With the arrival of the ghost ship, Moriarty was poised for a grand harvest. The souls of those who died in the battle between the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce and the Heart-Eater pirate crew, all without exception, were gathered and claimed by Moriarty. 67 ordinary wisps of soul power, along with one far more robust and potent strand that belonged to Heart-Eater Hope, once his soul had been broken down. For now, Moriarty did not act upon these soul fragments. Instead, his attention shifted to the clusters of dim, glimmering memory orbs. As a wraith, Moriarty could swiftly sift through these memories, as easily as leafing through a book or watching a film, without any burden to himself. With this new ability, Moriarty quickly began to peruse the mountain of memory orbs before him. He discarded heaps of useless recollections, keeping only those fragments, containing training insights, swordsmanship skills, martial arts experience, navigation knowledge, and combat techniques. Anything he deemed of value, he broke down and absorbed. Though these skills seemed to offer little practical use to Moriarty in his current ghostly form, he had always believed there was no harm in knowing more, in mastering a wealth of knowledge. Who could say that a wraith would never find use for such things? The future, after all, was full of possibilities. An hour later, the final memory orbs before Moriarty faded to nothing, and he opened his eyes once more. I didn't expect this. What an unexpected haul, he murmured. Among all these memories, aside from the various techniques, the most helpful to Moriarty was the nautical chart from the navigator of the Heart-Eater pirate crew. The chart marked out the general layout of the nearby seas and detailed the islands they had visited. For Moriarty, who was still unfamiliar with this world, this map was especially valuable. At the very least, once he left the Devil's Triangle, he wouldn't be completely lost, would he? After absorbing the memory orbs, Moriarty casually drew in the wisp of soul power that belonged to Heart-Eater Hope. Exhilarating, he exclaimed. As the strand of soul power was drawn into him, Moriarty felt a shudder of pleasure course through his very being, leaving him almost unable to stop. The sensation of his soul growing stronger, his power increasing, was so addictive that he found himself hooked on it. He had to keep reminding himself that the remaining ordinary soul fragments were meant for repairing the ghost ship. Only then could he resist the urge to absorb them all at once. The ancient ship, used as the original material, had been too damaged, and so the ghost ship was still incomplete. A fully restored ghost ship would be a top-tier artifact, among first-rank treasures, but in its current state, even though its essence remained extraordinary, its functionality had been significantly diminished. Hold it in. I must hold it in. 68 threads of soul power won't be enough to give me much of a boost, but 100 threads, that would be enough to restore part of the ghost ship's functions. The allure of the soul power within the energy pool was no small temptation for Moriarty, who had just stepped into the extraordinary and was experiencing a rapid surge in strength. So, he simply left the lower deck and drifted into the swirling mists outside the ghost ship, searching for traces of other vessels. For reasons unknown, Moriarty's luck today seemed unusually good. Having just reaped a bountiful harvest, he unexpectedly found another ship soon after. A pitch-black skull flag fluttered in the wind atop the mast. Another pirate ship? Moriarty's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he gazed at the medium-sized, twin-masted ship before him. Perfect. I'll use you to test my current strength. From his observations, there weren't many people aboard this medium-sized pirate ship, perhaps 30 or 40 in total. Among them, only 2 exuded a potent life force that made Moriarty vaguely uncomfortable, likely the captain and another key figure aboard. Still, Moriarty didn't let his guard down. Who could say if there wasn't a devil fruit user hidden among the crew? Some devil fruit users might not possess great physical strength, but their abilities could be bizarrely powerful, like Sugar of the Don Quixote family. With a mere touch, her hobby fruit could transform a person into a toy and erase all memory of their existence. A terrifyingly overpowered gift. Yet Sugar herself was physically weak, her vitality barely notable. That made it easy for someone like Moriarty, who could only sense the strength of a creature's life force, to make a fatal misjudgment. To be safe, Moriarty cloaked himself in mist, floated up to the lookout's little cabin at the top of the mainmast, and forcibly possessed the half-asleep lookout, sifting through the shallow layers of his memory. So this is the Ratman pirates, their captains, the Ratman brothers, each with a bounty of 30 million berries. Not devil fruit users, but they bear certain rodent features, perhaps a bloodline born of a union between the beastkin and humans. Aside from the Ratman brothers, only the first mate, a swordsman, poses any real threat. The rest are of little consequence. Now that's good news. Having extracted all the intelligence he needed, Moriarty sent a focused blast of psychic energy, shattering the lookout's soul and ending his life. At that very moment, as Moriarty unleashed his psychic attack, the Ratman brothers, who were drinking and chatting in the captain's cabin, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Something's wrong. They exchanged a glance, then dashed out of the cabin in a flash. The Ratman brothers' innate, animal-like intuition had saved them countless times, and now, without hesitation, they bellowed at the top of their lungs. Enemy attack! All of you get up now! Are you all dead or what? Assemble! Their thunderous shouts shattered the silence that hung over the gray mist. Almost instantly, the ship erupted into a flurry of activity as pirates grabbed their weapons and rushed up to the deck. Meanwhile, up in the crow's nest, Moriarty frowned as he heard the commotion. They're still inexperienced. Did they sense the aftershock of my psychic assault? If that's the case, I'll just have to force my way through. As the pirates burst from their cabins and gathered on deck, a wave of soul-crushing pressure suddenly descended from above. It was Moriarty's spiritual pressure, bearing down on them with overwhelming force. A few of the more timid pirates buckled at the knees and collapsed helplessly to the planks. Even the formidable Ratman brothers felt their hearts seize with fear. Having never encountered another world's power, they didn't realize this was one of Moriarty's psychic abilities. They simply thought they had met a terrifyingly powerful foe, an enemy whose mere presence could make them tremble to their core. Damn it, we can't just sit and wait for death. A desperate, cornered look flashed through the elder Ratman's eyes as he roared. The enemy's in the crow's nest. If you want to live, attack now. With that, the Ratman brothers and the swordsman first mate leapt into the air, launching themselves toward the crow's nest. Though most of the pirates were paralyzed by the crushing pressure, a handful of elites and a few reckless souls followed the Ratman brothers' lead, storming the crow's nest where Moriarty waited. Ot fist! Ot fist! Iato slash! Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, joined by a handful of powerful special attacks, turning the fragile crow's nest into a shower of splinters. At the same moment, a spray of crimson blood arced through the firelit air. Seeing that vivid red illuminated by the flames, the Ratman brothers' eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by wild delight. Their attack had struck true. The enemy was wounded. But in the very next moment, the joy froze on their faces. Soul Spike. A concentrated burst of soul energy stabbed straight into the swordsman's first mate's mind. A blood-curdling scream tore from his lips as he plummeted from 7 or 8 meters up, landing with a sickening thud on the deck below. Fate dealt him a cruel hand. His head struck a wooden post first, splitting open in a grisly spray of blood and brain matter. With that single soul strike from Moriarty, his life ended instantly. Moriarty felt a surge of satisfaction at the effectiveness of his soul spike, but immediately afterward, he shifted his attention to the Ratman brothers, who had tumbled back onto the deck. Now that the swordsman was dead, these two were the only ones left on the ship capable of harming him. At this moment, the Ratman brothers also realized that the blood that had just splattered belonged to the corpse of one of their subordinates, not to that mysterious enemy. Their faces darkened as they glared at a spot above their heads, the very place where Moriarty was hiding. Up until now, Moriarty had not revealed himself, so naturally the Ratman brothers had no idea who had attacked them. Yet, it seemed they had managed to pinpoint Moriarty's location through some special ability or perhaps sheer intuition. Seeing their most formidable swordsman so easily dispatched, the brothers looked even more grim. Fixing their gaze on the ominous void where danger lurked, they shouted in harsh voices, "Who's there? Stop playing tricks. Show yourself." Playing tricks? Surely that doesn't describe me. After all, I'm a ghost by nature, Moriarty replied, his words echoing just as the brothers' voices faded. Deliberately, Moriarty materialized from the void, his half-transparent form drifting in midair, shimmering and uncertain. His ghostly silhouette flickered in and out of the mist, and as he spoke, the chilling rumors of the Devil's Triangle seemed to come alive. Among the Ratman pirates, someone was so terrified they lost control of themselves. "A G-ghost," someone stammered. Gulping loudly, a pirate stumbled backward a few steps, terror etched across his face. A singing skeleton, and now a ghost. Could it be that all the stories about the Devil's Triangle are true? His words set off a wave of panic. Already half-crushed by the oppressive spiritual force, the pirates' resolve instantly crumbled. Some of them, in a frantic scramble, squeezed into corners, shivering in fear. "Damn it, I don't believe you're a ghost. Enough of these tricks, come down here and fight," shouted one of the Ratman brothers, trying to rally the crew and stem the rising tide of fear. Bracing themselves, the brothers lunged at Moriarty, striking out with their fists from two sides, hoping to catch him in a pincer attack. "It's useless. I told you. I'm a ghost," Moriarty said, feigning casual indifference as he endured the burning sensation of his surging blood. He watched as their fists passed straight through his body, the brothers' punches colliding with each other before both were sent flying backward. How is this possible? Why aren't our attacks working? Is this some kind of illusion? Or is he really a ghost? One of the brothers cried, unwilling to accept the truth. He lashed out again, his foot slicing through the air toward Moriarty. "I don't believe it. Damn you, just die already." "I've already died once," Moriarty replied with a wry smile. "How could I die again?" As Moriarty muttered to himself, he waited for the younger rat brother to draw near. At the very last moment, he drove the already formed soul spike straight into his adversary's mind. The younger rat, completely defenseless against attacks on the spirit and soul, was forced to withstand the brunt of Moriarty's soul spike. Just like the swordsman before him, he let out a heart-rending wail, then was sent flying backwards. "Brother!" cried the elder rat, leaping up the instant he saw his beloved sibling hurled through the air, desperate to catch him. "Stay away!" Moriarty bellowed at the elder rat who had jumped up, then instantly unleashed a blast of psychic force, sending him crashing away before he could attempt a rescue. The younger rat's mental resilience seemed even stronger than that of the swordsman. Though the soul spike left him dazed and confused, he didn't lose consciousness. However, the next wave of psychic force struck him so hard that he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Overwhelmed by the psychic assault, the younger rat, powerless to resist, was blasted straight into the sea. The elder rat, also struck by the blast, twisted midair with astonishing agility and managed to hook onto a rope dangling from a sail. "Brother!" he shouted again, seeing his sibling plunge into the ocean. He immediately commanded his underlings, "Some of you go. Get my brother out of the water." At his order, several crew members leaped into the sea as if they'd been granted a pardon, eager to rescue their captain. To them, diving into the ocean to save someone was far safer than facing the ghostly enemy above deck. Those who hesitated for even a moment watched with envy as their comrades disappeared beneath the waves, then eyed Moriarty warily as he hovered in the air. They had all seen with their own eyes how the two captains' attacks had been utterly ineffective against Moriarty. This only confirmed what they already suspected. Moriarty was no longer human. In moments of crisis, some people collapse, while others are struck by inspiration. Suddenly, one of the pirates seemed to remember something. He pulled a silver dagger from his coat and tossed it to the elder rat. "Captain Catch, I heard that silver can ward off these foul things." Hearing this, a spark flashed in the elder rat's beady eyes. He'd heard the same rumor himself. Excited, he reached out to catch the dagger as it spun through the air, but just as his hand was about to close around the silver blade, it suddenly changed course, accelerating, swerving away from his grasp, and darting straight for his chest. The sudden turn of events left the elder rat startled. He barely managed to dodge a fatal blow, but the silver dagger still left a long, thin gash between his chest and abdomen. Fortunately, the silver dagger was not particularly sharp, so the wound was shallow, barely more than a scratch on the skin. Even so, this scene left Brother Rat and his underlings staring wide-eyed in shock. Weren't silver weapons supposed to restrain unclean things? It was as if Moriarty could read their minds. He scoffed and said, "Idiots. Silver works against vampires, not ghosts." Oh, Brother Rat and his crew suddenly understood, their faces lighting up as the realization dawned. Seizing the moment, Moriarty unleashed another charged, enhanced soul spike. With the force of the soul spike, Brother Rat finally experienced the agony that the swordsman and his own brother had suffered moments before. The pain that tore through his soul was 10 times sharper than any physical wound, so intense that it nearly made him let go of the rope he was clinging to. Yet, his will to survive was strong. Even as darkness crept in at the edges of his vision, he held on for dear life. But in the next instant, a stabbing pain erupted in his chest. His strength left him all at once, and, powerless to hold on, Brother Rat fell stiffly from the rope. As it turned out, Moriarty's true killing blow was not the soul spike, but the silver dagger, which he had regained control over, turning it back for a sudden, fatal strike. The soul spike had merely served as a diversion, covering the dagger's deadly return. Caught off guard, Brother Rat fell to Moriarty's decisive attack. Brother Rat's death sent shockwaves through the Ratman pirate crew, shock that words could barely describe. From the moment Moriarty appeared, to the death of the swordsman, first mate, too. The captain's brothers, one lost overboard, the other killed. Only a few short minutes had passed. Yet in those few minutes, Moriarty had crushed every main fighter of the Ratman pirates. The sea captain. The captain was killed by a ghost. The bloody truth was now laid bare before the crew, and terror nearly drove them mad. Some fell to their knees, weeping and begging Moriarty for mercy, pleading for their lives. Others, desperate and reckless, launched themselves in a last-ditch attack. Against him, there were even a few who, in a final fit of wild hope, leapt overboard to escape, never mind whether they could evade Moriarty's pursuit. Even if they succeeded, how long could an ordinary man survive, alone and boatless, in a sea shrouded in mist? Hours? A day or two? For these pirates, Moriarty showed no mercy. He guided the silver dagger as it flashed through their ranks, and whenever he encountered a particularly troublesome opponent, he didn't hesitate. One blast of psychic force, and they met their end. With his current power, facing these ordinary, non-supernatural foes was no harder for Moriarty than slicing through vegetables with a sharp knife. This is precisely why the Wraith is not known for its sheer destructive power. If it had been a first-tier swordsman, instead, just a couple of swift slashes would have been enough to cut everyone here in half. It didn't take long before the pirates aboard this ship had all been slaughtered by Moriarty. Only a handful managed to flee in panic into the Sea of Mists, and even the Rat Brother who had fallen overboard, and those who had tried to save him had already put some distance between themselves and the ship, lost in the fog. But how could swimmers in the sea possibly outrun someone flying through the air? In no time at all, Moriarty caught up with each of them, ending their lives one by one. He claimed their souls as well. After harvesting their souls, Moriarty returned once more to the ship of the Ratman pirates, gliding silently into the cabin. Inside a cramped little room, Moriarty found 3 or 4 women huddled together, ragged and trembling, and a pale, sickly-looking boy sitting alone in the corner. Even at the start of the battle, Moriarty had sensed something different about this room. While the rest of the pirates had answered their captain's call and rushed out to fight, not a single person from here had moved, and the life force within this room was the faintest on the whole ship. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, everything made sense. Prisoners, are they? As Moriarty's translucent form appeared in the room, both the women clinging together and the youth in the corner began to tremble uncontrollably. One of the women was so frightened she burst into tears. Moriarty had no interest in learning about these women's misfortunes, nor would he stoop so low as to kill innocents just to absorb a few meager shreds of soul energy. After all, he did have his own boundaries. But he had no intention of staying to play caretaker, either. So, without another word, he simply turned around and left. Once Moriarty was gone, the women and the pale youth in the room were finally able to let out a small sigh of relief, though none dared make a sound, afraid that any noise might draw Moriarty back to them. They had heard the shouts and roars from the Ratman pirates up on deck, and now the ship was eerily silent, with only Moriarty appearing before them, unscathed. The truth of what had happened was all too clear, though they dared not dwell on it. It was only after Moriarty's presence faded and the strange thuds and crashes from the deck above had long since ceased that the starving captives finally found the courage to test the door. To their amazement, the door that was usually locked fast swung open at the slightest push. Driven by hunger, it was only when they stepped out of their room that the women realized there was not a single living soul left on the entire ship, aside from themselves. Bodies lay scattered haphazardly across the deck, and cabins resembled a battlefield that had been thoroughly looted. Every coin and treasure had been stripped away, yet the most precious resources at sea, fresh water and food, remained completely untouched. Provisions enough to sustain dozens of people for half a month were still piled up in the ship's kitchen and storerooms. The starving women, along with the pale-faced youth, rushed into the kitchen overjoyed, stuffing mouthful after mouthful of food into themselves, so ravenous that they nearly choked right there. After combing through the memories of most people aboard, Moriarty had swept up all the valuable treasures and cash from the Ratman pirates' ship, dumping the entire haul into the ghost ship's hold. Even the corpses of the Ratman brothers were tossed into the decomposition pool by Moriarty, offered up as a sacrifice to the ghost ship. Once it had absorbed the flesh and blood of two first-tier powerhouses, the ship itself seemed to draw nourishment, and the tattered, gray-brown sails, little more than scraps clinging to the mast, began to regenerate, multiplying and spreading as if they were some living organism. In just a few minutes, new canvas, identical in texture to the original ragged patches, had begun to cover part of the old sails framework. A message from the ghost ship echoed in his mind. First tier, flesh sails, integrity, 11%. Seeing that the new canvas now covered nearly a tenth of the sail, Moriarty fell into thought. Flesh sails, is it? At this rate, it would take the flesh and blood of about 21st tier supernaturals just to complete a single sail. The cost is astronomical. All this just for a sail. The Ratman brothers' flesh became nourishment for the growing sails, and even their bones were put to use. Two skeletons neatly patched a gaping hole in the deck. Bones become the boat, flesh becomes the sail, and souls fuel the power. This ghost ship is becoming ever more uncanny. I wonder if I spend too long in such a place, will I eventually lose my mind? Moriarty couldn't help but sigh at the strangeness of it all. He finally understood why he'd encountered the ghost ship's predecessor in a world shrouded in death. It was a thing born precisely from such lifelessness and despair. But soon, Moriarty set aside these thoughts, for he now had a new headache, gathering resources to upgrade the ghost ship. No matter how bizarre it became, the ship was his foothold in this world, his greatest asset, and there was no way he'd let such an advantage slip by unused. Fortunately, there seemed to be plenty of powerful pirates in this world. Otherwise, I might never live to see this ghost ship rise to the second tier. Thinking back, when the ghost ship had shown utter disdain even for the corpse of a swordsman on the verge of transcending the mortal realm, refusing to devour it in the slightest, Moriarty couldn't help but feel a twinge in his teeth. For a mere ramshackle vessel, why were you so picky? Would it really kill you to make do with something less than a first-rank corpse? It seems the plan to collect rare treasures and precious materials must be put on the agenda. Hopefully, extraordinary materials like the legendary treasure tree atom will satisfy the ghost ship's needs for repair. The thought of the exorbitant price and rarity of treasure tree atom made Moriarty's steps unconsciously lead him toward the captain's cabin, where he had just stashed his freshly acquired loot. Once empty, the captain's cabin now shone with a golden radiance under the glow of coins and jewels, casting a gilded light that lifted Moriarty's spirits. Whether in his previous life or now, Moriarty had always harbored an unusual obsession and zeal for wealth. All the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. All the comings and goings are for gain. This saying had always been one of Moriarty's guiding philosophies. Money might not be all-powerful, but sometimes it truly is the key to everything. If only he possessed enough riches, Moriarty could have simply bought a devil fruit, the treasure tree atom, and other marvels to upgrade the ghost ship in one stroke. But as he gazed at the millions of berries and cash before him, not to mention the gold and jewels worth tens of millions more, Moriarty couldn't help but let out a sigh. With the fortune he currently held, it was still a long way off from what was needed to upgrade the ghost ship. He plucked a single gold coin from a small pile, letting it hover above his palm as he toyed with it, while his mind began to review the day's battle. Since he'd been discovered at the very beginning, the fight had turned into a head-on clash. Yet, despite both sides having first-rank transcendence, Moriarty had annihilated the entire Ratman pirate crew, including 2 first-rank transcendents, without so much as a scratch, aside from the heavy toll on his spirit. Such a result was already terrifying, bordering on a one-sided massacre. This was the true advantage of the ghostly path. As long as my opponents can't harm spirits, I could take on 10 more Ratman brothers like that. Any more, however, and it would be another story. After all, Moriarty was just a first-rank wraith himself, with limited spiritual power. 10 transcendents would be more than enough to exhaust him completely. From this real-life battle, Moriarty had come to understand his own limits. Take his strongest single-target move, Soul Spike, which consumed the most energy for now. At his peak, he could unleash around 15 ordinary Soul Spikes in succession. If he charged up for a more powerful version, the cost would be even greater. Of course, all of this is based on the assumption that the power systems are in opposition, and that the opponents have no means to directly harm Moriarty's spiritual form. Even so, for the first time, Moriarty truly experienced the formidable strength of the ghostly path. Before this, influenced by movies, TV dramas, and novels from his previous life, Moriarty had always believed that the path of ghosts and vengeful spirits was a weak one in terms of combat power. After all, if even those second-rate ghost hunters and exorcists could handle century-old vengeful spirits and evil entities, then the ghostly path seemed to have lost much of its value. However, after this battle, Moriarty's perspective changed. In battles of a lower tier, being a ghost, an entity immune to physical attacks, offered a tremendous advantage, especially in the world of One Piece, where no profession truly counters the ghostly path. I wonder if armament hockey could hurt me. If even armament hockey is useless against me, that would be fantastic. Though he couldn't help but indulge in this fantasy, Moriarty understood it was unlikely. After all, armament hockey could strike even the elemental bodies of Logia users, so it would probably affect his ghostly form as well. After all, the 3 types of hockey are unique high-level power systems in this world. With his understanding of the abilities at the evil spirit stage now deeper than before, Moriarty once again returned to the ghost ship's cabin, where he promptly absorbed the soul power of the Ratman brothers and that swordsman. After taking in these 3 streams of soul energy, Moriarty felt his own spiritual strength surge, and he could faintly sense the minor bottleneck at the early phase of the evil spirit stage. Within the evil spirit stage, there remains a significant gap between various levels of power. Normally, after becoming an evil spirit, without decades or even centuries of accumulation, it would be impossible to achieve any major breakthroughs in strength. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Moriarty, who possesses a ghost ship that can refine and extract high-purity soul energy. Feeling the further enhancement of his soul power, Moriarty turned his gaze to the energy pool, which had now stored up 112 strands of soul force. Ghost ship, sacrifice 100 strands of soul power and repair the ship. Almost instantly, an exceptionally intricate magical array appeared at the bottom of the energy pool, swallowing up 100 strands of soul energy. After absorbing the energy, the array rapidly expanded to dozens of times its original size, then transformed into a ghostly green light that seeped into every nook and cranny of the ghost ship. Immediately afterward, the entire ghost ship began to tremble. This trembling lasted for a full minute before it gradually subsided. When all movement had finally ceased, Moriarty once again received a message from the ghost ship. First tier soul pool. Energy stored 12/10,000. Special ability, exploration, actively detect all living beings within a 100-meter radius. Special ability, harvest, automatically collect aimless wandering souls within a 100-meter radius. As he read about these abilities, a spark lit up in Moriarty's eyes. I like this effect. With this ability, I no longer need to personally send those fading spirits into the decomposition pool. Not only does it save me a lot of trouble, but over time, it might even help me gather more soul energy. After all, some souls dissipate into the world before I even notice them. With this power, it seems I could make a fortune at the terrifying 3-masted ship. Moriarty had originally thought that after leaving the terrifying 3-masted ship, it would be a long time before he returned. Yet only a few days had passed, and already he found himself tempted to go back for another exploration. The urge came on so suddenly, it even caught Moriarty by surprise. But after careful consideration, Moriarty decided to give up on this enticing idea. The terrifying 3-masted ship, under the control of Gecko Moria, was still far too dangerous for him at this stage. Although Gecko Moria ranked lowest among the 7 warlords of the sea, he was still far beyond what Moriarty could handle right now. To go looking for trouble on the terrifying three-masted ship at this moment would simply be courting disaster. Forget it. I'd better lay low and continue building up my strength for a while longer. With such a promising future ahead, Moriarty had no desire to risk everything for a fleeting gain by challenging Moria head-on. If possible, he would rather bide his time, staying hidden until he reached a level where nothing in the world could threaten him. Over the next 3 months, Moriarty, commanding his ghost ship, began to hunt pirate ships venturing into the Devil's Triangle without restraint or mercy. In just 3 months, the number of pirate ships leaving the Devil's Triangle dropped by a third, and more than half of those lost were felled by Moriarty's own hand. Of course, not every raid ended in victory. In those 3 months, there were 3 pirate crews that forced Moriarty to retreat empty-handed. The worst of these encounters nearly cost him his life. Had he not escaped in time, he would likely have been sliced into 100 pieces. That time, Moriarty ran into Cavendish, the dashing captain of the beautiful pirates, and by sheer misfortune, was confronted by Cavendish's other personality, the infamous Rommel's Kamaitashi, startled awake from his slumber. That terrifying figure moved with impossible speed. Even when Moriarty pushed himself to the limit, he could barely track his motions. And the razor-sharp sword, aura, he unleashed could even cut through Moriarty's ghostly form, leaving invisible wounds behind. And if Cavendish had already entered the New World at this time and mastered the armament hockey, Moriarty might have been torn to pieces. In their very first clash, relying on a relentless 360-degree mental assault that left no blind spots, Moriarty managed to temporarily drive back the Rommel scythe. Without hesitation, he soared high into the sky. Although the Rommel scythe could sense Moriarty's location, he was ultimately earthbound, unable to pursue Moriarty into the heavens, and thus found himself helpless. After a relentless night of pursuit led by the beautiful pirates below, it wasn't until Cavendish's primary personality awakened that the pirate ship finally gave up the chase. This allowed Moriarty to narrowly escape disaster. Even so, Moriarty's spirit suffered considerable damage. It took the absorption of 30 strands of soul energy and 3 days of recuperation before his unsettled spirit finally regained its stability. Once healed, Moriarty fixed his gaze in the direction where the beautiful pirates had vanished. Deep in his heart, he swore a bitter oath. Beautiful pirates, Cavendish, Rommel's scythe, just you wait. I'll remember this grudge. Although Moriarty had been thoroughly suppressed by Rommel's scythe, the encounter made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and these pirates whose bounties exceeded 100 million. Aside from Cavendish, there were 2 other pirate crews that forced Moriarty to retreat empty-handed. The captain of one was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user with the powers of the light bulb fruit. When the fight began, the light bulb user's head erupted with a blinding flash, tens of thousands of watts of dazzling light that nearly blinded Moriarty's ghostly eyes. Worse still, the searing brilliance inflicted real harm. The radiant energy singed Moriarty's very spirit, causing wisps of smoke to rise from his spectral form. Seeing how utterly the enemy's devil fruit power countered his own abilities, Moriarty gave up on attacking that crew and withdrew to a safe distance. Thanks to his timely retreat, his injuries were not severe, but he made sure to add this person to his mental blacklist. From information pried from defeated pirates, Moriarty learned that this Paramecia light bulb fruit user was named Gelrose Valley, with a bounty of 98 million berries, just a step away from becoming one of the pirate supernovas. Many pirates had fallen to the might of his powers, but his most famous feat was turning the tables and slaying a Marine rear admiral who had been hunting him, a deed that earned him widespread notoriety. As for the third opponent, it was a swordsman from a small pirate crew. Unlike the previous adversaries who forced Moriarty to retreat, this nameless swordsman was actually no match for him. However, by the time Moriarty discovered his presence, the swordsman had already sailed to the very edge of the Devil's Triangle. After clashing with Moriarty, the opponent immediately accelerated, bursting out of the Devil's Triangle and into ordinary seas bathed in sunlight. Thanks to the desperate defense of that nameless swordsman, Moriarty failed to reap any significant victory, gaining only a few wisps of soul power. As for chasing them out of the Devil's Triangle, through the mist and into the sunlight, such a thought had never crossed Moriarty's mind. Though Moriarty had already ascended to become a supernatural entity, an evil spirit, the sunlight was still a formidable restraint. Unless he advanced further, stepping into the ranks of a second-tier malevolent spirit and conjured a haunted domain of his own, he truly couldn't stride openly beneath the sun. Those second-tier spirits, shielded by their ghostly realms, were no longer so easily harmed by sunlight. So, thwarted by the sun's glare, Moriarty had no choice but to abandon the pirate crew to which the swordsman belonged. It was precisely the existence of these survivors that, in recent months, rumors of a terrifying phantom had grown ever more rampant throughout the Devil's Triangle. As a result, the number of passing ships daring to enter had dwindled to a mere trickle. In the past, Moriarty might have glimpsed a ship every day or two. Soon, it was every 3 or 4 days. Now, an entire week had gone by without a single pirate ship crossing his path. This had seriously hindered his hunting progress. Even so, over the past 3 months, Moriarty had made substantial gains. You could see it in the ghost ship itself. Compared to its former state, the ship had undergone a complete transformation. The gaping holes in the hull and on the deck were now mostly mended by Moriarty's hand. At the very least, it no longer looked like a vessel on the verge of sinking at any moment. The sails of flesh and blood, once tattered, now billowed whole and strong, a vast expanse of tough, grayish-brown canvas looming and fading amid the mist. Yet, perhaps because of the ship's very nature, even after all these repairs, its first impression remained one of chilling dread. Every inch of the vessel exuded the heavy scent of passing ages, marking it at a glance as an ancient ship steeped in history. For most who glimpsed it, the very first word that leapt to mind was ghost ship. This unique character was something Moriarty understood well and had no wish to change. The atmosphere suited him perfectly. Humming a little tune, he strolled into the captain's quarters. The dazzling gleam of gold caught his eye and made him squint, but it only put him in an even better mood. Compared to 3 months ago, the captain's quarters now held a hoard of gold and jewels that had multiplied more than tenfold. Piled together, the treasure had already taken on a truly impressive scale. By Moriarty's rough estimate, the value of these golden gems was around 100 million berries. Beside this glittering mound, there was also a neat stack of paper berries. Each note clearly bore its denomination, making the total easy to calculate. Out of sheer boredom, Moriarty had taken the time to count them. The sum amounted to 57,654,550 berries. Combined, the value of the cash and the gold was staggering, a fortune that perhaps 80 or 90% of people on these seas would never witness in a lifetime. Yet beyond these obvious spoils, Moriarty's hidden gains were even more impressive. First and foremost was his own strength. Over the past 3 months, through ceaseless battles day and night, he had reached a new pinnacle, standing at the very peak of the malevolent spirit stage. Now, he was only a single step away from advancing to the second tier, the Dread Wraith. However, even for Moriarty, that final step was far from easy to take. The most crucial requirement for a malevolent spirit to ascend to a Dread Wraith was to forge a ghostly domain of their own, a haunted realm unique to them. Typically, such realms were born from a wraith's deepest obsessions or shaped by a particular environment. Within this domain, a Dread Wraith's power would be amplified to an extraordinary degree. The prerequisite for creating such a domain was to carve out a territory on the reverse side of reality, what some called the Otherworld, and establish it as their stronghold. There were many methods for creating a haunted domain. Some malevolent spirits could utilize special vessels tied to their deaths, objects like doors, mirrors, or houses, to open a passageway to the Otherworld. Using these items as a conduit, they could travel back and forth between worlds, gradually transforming a section of the Otherworld into their own sanctuary. This approach offered many advantages. For instance, if the domain was still incomplete or too weak, they could escape danger by fleeing through their vessel, or, after exhausting their strength within the Otherworld, return to the real world to rest and recover. However, the flaws of this method were just as apparent. If the vessel was ever destroyed, the Dread Wraith's domain would suffer a crippling blow, sometimes so severe that the spirit could become lost in the Otherworld, never to return to the world of the living. Indeed, there were exorcists who specialized in banishing Dread Wraiths this way. In their words, "I may not be able to kill you, but I can drive you out, banish you to hell itself." Aside from creating haunted domains through vessels of attachment, there exist some exceptionally powerful malevolent spirits who can, by sheer force of overwhelming resentment, directly manifest vast haunted realms in the inner world, realms so potent that their influence seeps into the material world itself. Such spirits are rare and gifted by fate, having suffered immense injustice and unspeakable tragedies in their previous lives. As for this method, all Moriarty could feel was envy. He had no desire to become such a being. He didn't believe himself worthy of such a fate, nor did he wish to experience what that existence might entail. There is yet another method. A malevolent spirit can use its own body as the core, gradually expanding its influence outward and transforming its surroundings into a forsaken haunted domain that no living being dares enter. This approach demands tremendous power and deep reserves of strength and patience, as the process is long and arduous. Spirits that succeed in forging such domains are almost always fearsome and formidable beyond measure. Aside from these two methods, there's a third way. One can rely on a rare, shadowy spatial treasure imbued with energy and carve a haunted domain directly within the artifact itself. This method is considerably safer, sparing the spirit from the unpredictable and perilous dangers of the inner world. It also places far less extreme demands on one's innate talent. Furthermore, if the treasure is of high enough quality, it can greatly amplify the power of the haunted domain. However, these type spatial treasures are extraordinarily rare and difficult to come by, and so spirits who achieve power through this method are few and far between. For most, such an opportunity is a distant dream, but for Moriarty, it lies ready at hand. His life-bound spiritual vessel, the ghost ship, is precisely such a treasure, perfectly suited for the path of the ghost and capable of immense growth. With the ghost ship in his possession, and coupled with the inheritance and secret techniques of the spectral arts from the boat of the other shore, Moriarty was confident that, with a bit more accumulation, he would soon break through to the second tier and become a truly terrifying wraith. And yet, for reasons he couldn't quite name, this realization left Moriarty with a distinct sense that his path had been planned out for him. The ghost ship, the spectral inheritance, the fact that he had arrived in this world in ghostly form. It all seemed too neatly arranged. Before long, however, Moriarty pushed aside such fruitless musings. In his current state, resistance was pointless, and overthinking would only sap his resolve. Letting go of his worries, Moriarty picked up a piece of charcoal and began jotting notes on the little blackboard in the captain's quarters. Name, Moriarty. World, One Piece. Core objective, grow stronger. Priority task, advance to Wraith. Side quest, vengeance. List of enemies, Cavendish, the wielder of the bulb fruit, and others. Side quest, strengthen and upgrade the ghost ship. Final quest, return to the original world. Warning, beware the ghost ship's enemies. Current strength, first tier malevolent spirit. Peak, essentially a fledgling who's just stepped onto the path of the extraordinary. Abilities, phasing between reality and illusion, casting illusions, possession, soul spike, psychic shock, spiritual pressure, telekinesis. Possessed artifact, ghost ship. After writing the words, ghost ship, Moriarty paused for a moment, then added several lines of additional information beneath it. First tier flesh and blood sales integrity, 100%. First tier soul pool energy, 625 out of 10,000. First tier hull integrity, 92%. Cruising speed, 8 knots. 1 knot equals 1.852 kilometers per hour. When he finished, Moriarty casually tossed the charcoal pencil into the nearby holder, clapped his hands to shake off imaginary dust, and smiled. All done. Gazing at the summary report he had just written, Moriarty's mood noticeably lifted. Compared to the very first report he'd ever made, his current self had grown countless times stronger, and even the ghost ship had been significantly enhanced. All of these achievements were the result of Moriarty's own hard work. Just as he was humming a cheerful little tune, feeling pleased with himself, a beautiful melody and a clear, melodious singing voice suddenly drifted into his ears. Let's sing a song, the song of setting sail. Golden waves and silver tides burst into spray. We depart, drawn by the call of the sea, to bring Binks sake safely to your side. We pirates carve a path through the waves. With the ocean as our pillow, our home is the ship. Skull sails, skull flags fluttering in the wind. Beneath boundless skies, the wild winds howl. Waves dance, drums thunder. Lose your nerve and you're done for. Tomorrow's sunrise is sure to come. Ypsilonohoho, Ypsilonohoho. Ypsilonohoho, Ypsilonohoho. Ypsilonohoho, Ypsilonohoho. Ypsilonohoho, Ypsilonohoho. We'll bring Binks sake to your side. Night after night, at dusk in our dreams. After listening carefully, Moriarty raised an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. Binks sake, a song drifting through the mist. Could it be that person? The familiar yet somehow distant tune conjured up a certain figure in Moriarty's mind. Still, he couldn't say for sure. After all, Binks sake was a well-known song in this world. Many of the old pirates, especially the seasoned ones, could hum at least a verse or two that, after leaving the captain's quarters, Moriarty spotted a large, battered sailing ship slowly emerging from the mist. Judging by sheer size, This pirate ship was considerably bigger than Moriarty's own ghost ship. Yet, it looked even more dilapidated than the ghost ship did now. If it weren't for the oppressive aura of the ghost ship, one might have mistaken this vessel for the true phantom ship. What's more, atop this battered vessel was a singing skeleton, lending the ship an eerie and mysterious air. As Moriarty observed, the song drifting from the slowly drifting pirate ship did not cease. On the contrary, it swelled and soared towards its climax. Judging by this, it must be the right ship, Moriarty muttered to himself. Now almost certain that this was the pirate ship where Brooke resided, he flew straight toward the source of the singing. Once aboard the pirate ship, Moriarty immediately caught sight of Brooke, who was lost in the music, twirling and dancing across the deck as he played. Spinning endlessly, Brooke began to sense that something was amiss. Near the ship's mast, at first, he thought it was merely a trick of the eye from all his spinning and paid it no mind. But when he saw the same thing several more times as he turned, Brooke realized something was wrong. With one abrupt halt, Brooke stopped dancing and glanced once more at the spot that had unsettled him. This time, he clearly saw Moriarty floating beside the mast. "Ghost!" Brooke cried out in alarm. Seeing that Brooke had finally noticed him, Moriarty offered a polite, courteous smile. He was genuinely curious about these iconic characters. Animation was one thing, but Moriarty was not so naive as to believe that their real-life counterparts would be exactly the same as in the anime. Now, with Brooke standing before him, he had the perfect chance to observe the differences for himself. "Hello, Brooke." Moriarty began to greet him, but before he could finish, Brooke, who had been singing with abandon just a moment ago, suddenly set down his violin, grabbed his cane, and lunged forward with a swift thrust. In an instant, Brooke's explosive speed made Moriarty's heart skip a beat. Brooke closed the distance in a flash, his sword cane slashing toward Moriarty's neck. Soul strike. But just as Brooke's blade was about to reach him, Moriarty, honed by over 3 months of constant combat, reacted instantly, unleashing a soul strike of his own. Almost at the same moment as the sword cane grazed his neck, Moriarty's attack struck deep into Brooke's mind. There was a muffled thud. The moment the soul spike pierced his own spirit, Brooke was struck by an agony so intense it felt as if his very soul were being torn apart. His body instantly lost all balance, tumbling across the deck several times before crashing through the planks and landing in the ship's cabin below. Moriarty, who had just taken a slash from Brooke's sword, was faring no better compared to the wounds he'd received earlier from Cavendish, whose blade carried the power of a second-tier swordmaster. The injury inflicted by Brooke seemed every bit as severe, if not worse. For Brooke's sword carried a chilling force that could wound the soul itself. Although Brooke's strike wasn't as powerful as Cavendish's, the harm it dealt to Moriarty was nearly the same. The icy power imbued in the blade crept along the wound, spreading through Moriarty's spirit and slowing his movements even further. Damn it! Mental shock disperse. Realizing the danger, Moriarty quickly unleashed a weakened wave of psychic energy at the foreign chill coiling around his neck. The surge managed to scatter the icy force. Only after all this did Moriarty turn, his gaze cold as frost, staring down at Brooke, who was gritting his teeth and climbing out of the hole in the cabin. "Why did you attack me?" Suppressing the splitting pain in his head, Brooke let out a derisive snort at Moriarty's question. "Lackey of Moria, since you found me, what's the point in talking? Yusti." With that, Brooke raised the sword once more and charged. Faced with Brooke's relentless assault, Moriarty had no choice but to dodge. At the same time, he realized why Brooke had attacked him on sight. Avoiding another fierce slash, Moriarty shouted in frustration, "Idiot! Look closely. I'm not one of Moria's pirates. You got the wrong guy." But Brooke paid his words no mind, mocking him instead. If you're not Moria's lackey, how do you know my name? How do you know so many secrets? Don't forget, I'm an old relic from decades ago." At Brooke's sarcasm, Moriarty found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain that he knew everything because he'd watched an anime? Brooke was far more likely to take him for a lunatic than to believe the truth. When Brooke's blade once again carved a wound into his spirit, Moriarty's patience finally snapped. His curiosity about encountering a living character from the story was one thing, but that didn't mean he would tolerate being attacked. Moriarty had never been one to offer warmth to those who met him with nothing but coldness, that he much preferred the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Even a clay figurine can lose its temper. How could Moriarty possibly stay calm after taking so many unprovoked sword strikes? A nameless fury welled up inside him. "What? Do you think I have no temper? Psychic blast, get out of my sight." A surge of psychic energy, fierce and unyielding as a barrier, swept Brooke and the wooden plank beside him clean off their feet, hurling them with a thunderous force toward the open sea. Stunned for a second or two by the psychic assault, Brooks' indomitable will quickly helped him shake off the dizziness. He regained his senses just as he was about to fall into the ocean. Water sprint. In that instant, Brooks' legs spun like a pair of turbocharged fans, whirring at high speed. Water sprayed in all directions as the devil fruit user miraculously dashed across the surface of the sea. Within seconds, Brooks leapt back up, aiming for the battered railing of his own tattered pirate ship. Soul Spike. Just as Brooks was about to land on the ship, Moriarty unleashed a soul spike he'd been preparing all along, sending it crashing into Brooks' mind once more. Brooks' soul, battered by these relentless attacks, felt like a shattered doll, torn into countless pieces, his head splitting with pain. Now that Moriarty was truly determined to act, there was no way he would simply stop here. The moment Brooks' mind faltered, Moriarty seized a rotting plank with a surge of psychic force and smashed it violently into Brooks, sending him flying again before he could even land. Crack! The plank exploded into splinters against Brooks' body, spilling debris everywhere, but the impact jolted Brooks into brief clarity. He was about to plunge into the sea again, but his throbbing head left him unable to command his body to react in time. Despair welled up as he screamed. Ingwerthy, no, I haven't reclaimed my shadow yet. I haven't fulfilled my promise to my friends, or to Laboon. I can't fall here, move, body move. Cornered with nowhere to turn, Brooks' spirit sharply focused. A mysterious energy began to swirl around his soul, as if he were on the verge of transcending his limits, breaking through from a first-rank swordsman to a second-rank swordmaster. In the original story, Brooks was just reaching the level of swordmaster when he met the Straw Hat Pirates. Here, faced with mortal peril, he was breaking through a little earlier, which made sense. But Moriarty was no storybook villain who would stand by and watch his enemy level up. How could he not sense the change in Brooks' soul? After all, evil spirits were born to toy with souls. You want to go all out in front of me? Did you even ask for my permission? Upon witnessing this scene, Moriarty gritted his teeth, ignoring the backlash to his own soul, and unleashed 2 consecutive waves of mental shock in rapid succession. Right before Brooks' despairing gaze, he blasted him straight into the sea, watching Brooks flail desperately in the water, only to be dragged down powerless into the depths. Moriarty let out a cold snort. Break through your limits all you want. As a devil fruit user, once you fall into the sea, it's a dead end either way. Fight back. Keep dreaming. Although Moriarty's tone was icy and arrogant when he said this, as soon as Brooks sank beneath the waves, Moriarty didn't hesitate to dive in after him, plunging straight for the seabed. At the same time, a soul spike in his hand crackled with energy, gathering power for a devastating blow. TSK, saying the most ruthless words, yet acting with such calculating caution. When the soul spike was charged to its peak, Moriarty drove it mercilessly into Brooks' soul. What followed was a relentless, repetitive process. To prevent Brooks from making any more desperate comebacks, Moriarty unleashed 7 or 8 soul spikes in a row, shattering Brooks' spirit into fragments drifting from his corpse before finally stopping. Brooks' soul was no weak force. It would be a waste to let it slip away, especially since he had just undergone a transformation, ascending to the rank of 2nd tier Swordmaster. But because Moriarty had shattered his soul so thoroughly, Brooks' spirit couldn't stir up any trouble, though it did start to dissipate rather quickly. Fortunately, Moriarty's ghost ship hovered not far above on the surface. As soon as Brooks' soul drifted within 100 meters of the ship, it was instantly harvested. After a moment's thought, Moriarty dove back down to fish up Brooks' bones as well. What Moriarty didn't know was that with Brooks' death, the zombie created from the swordsman Ryuma's corpse aboard the Thriller bark collapsed on the spot, throwing the ship into chaos. When both Brooks' soul and remains were cast into the decomposition vortex, the slow-spinning whirlpool suddenly sped up, as if it had encountered an especially tough bone to gnaw. For a full minute or two, bolts of electricity flickered from the center, and the vortex showed no sign of stopping. This sight left Moriarty utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Is it really this hard to break down a 2nd-tier fighter? Or do plot-relevant characters get special treatment? Or maybe the 1st-tier ghost ship just isn't strong enough to handle 2nd-tier corpses. Under the eerie blue flashes of lightning from the heart of the vortex, Moriarty's face shifted between hope and doubt. If it's the first situation, that's easy enough to handle. But if it's the latter, things could get a little tricky. Imagine if, in the future, I stumbled upon a powerful corpse or some rare celestial treasure, and the ghost ship couldn't break it down. Now that would be a real headache. After another minute or two, the swirling vortex of decomposition finally began to slow down. At the same time, a white and a blue orb of light drifted out from the vortex. Meanwhile, on a level beyond Moriarty's perception, as Brooks' body was broken down, a strange and unfathomable higher power was stripped from his soul. In the end, this arcane force was devoured in one gulp by the fairy of the other shore, lurking within Moriarty's mind. Ding! Absorbed a large amount of fate energy. Converted 0.2 units of world origin. Everything happening inside his mind was completely unknown to Moriarty. He would never realize that after killing Brooke, most of the benefits he should receive had already been quietly claimed by the fairy of the other shore. He had no idea, either, that after Brooke's death, the skies above the Devil's Triangle suddenly turned ominous, clouds churning, lightning flashing, thunder roaring, and a torrential storm pouring down. If not for the fairy of the other shore, anchoring the depths of his soul and shielding him from the world's scrutiny, Moriarty might have already been struck by lightning and condemned by the heavens. At this moment, Moriarty was staring with excitement at the two orbs of light extracted from Brooks' remains. Usually, the decomposition vortex only produced a single white memory orb, but this time, a blue memory orb had appeared as well. And since it had come from a key story character, Moriarty immediately guessed that this had to be something special. After calming himself a little, Moriarty reached out and plunged his hand into the extraordinary blue orb. The moment his spectral hand touched it, a surge of information poured into his soul. Law Fragment, Rebirth from the Underworld. Ability. By harnessing the power of the Law of Rebirth, you can live once more in your own dead body. Wait, Law Fragment, Rebirth from the Underworld? Isn't that exactly the power of the Devil Fruit Brooke ate? Thinking about it carefully, aren't Devil Fruit abilities just manifestations of certain universal laws? To think the ghost ship could extract even a consumed Devil Fruit's power. This decomposition vortex is truly incredible. This is a law-level ability. Seeing this law fragment, Moriarty almost wanted to bow down in awe to the vortex's overwhelming capabilities. As for why it took so long to break down earlier, he now had his answer. Decomposing a law-level ability should naturally take a bit more time. My apologies. I almost misunderstood you. Looking at the vortex he'd managed to break apart with great effort, Moriarty, for once, offered a rare apology. After apologizing, he turned his gaze once again to the blue orb of light in his hand. According to the information received from the ghost ship, this rule fragment could be used either by Moriarty himself or given to the ghost ship. If he acquired similar rule fragments in the future, the situation would be much the same. Moreover, after being broken down by the ghost ship, the rule fragment called Rebirth from the Underworld no longer shared the Devil Fruit's weakness to seawater and sea prism stone. However, its power had also been greatly diminished compared to the original. But to Moriarty, this was actually a good thing. As for this rule fragment, after considering it for a long while, Moriarty ultimately decided to use it himself. The reasoning was simple. This particular ability would be of no use to the ghost ship. After all, could you imagine a ship coming back to life? Since he had made up his mind, Moriarty didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately began refining the rule fragment in his hand. Under the dual suppression of the ghost ship and the boat of the other shore deep within Moriarty's mind, the process went smoothly and he absorbed the fragment without a hitch. Yet whether it was because he was a ghost or due to the intervention of the boat of the other shore, something unexpected happened. After Moriarty refined the rule fragment, it fused directly with his possession ability and evolved into a new power, or perhaps more aptly, a new talent, called possession. The requirements for possession were rather strict. He could only take over a body whose soul was highly compatible with his own, and he could only do so once in each world. Moreover, it required a type of primordial energy that Moriarty had yet to encounter. Despite these harsh limitations, the talent's advantages were formidable. The higher the compatibility of the body he possessed, the lower the soul's rejection, and the less likely he'd be detected by the world's consciousness. Upon discovering this talent, Moriarty's eyes gleamed red with excitement, and he could hardly contain himself. Although being a ghost brought many conveniences, given the choice, who wouldn't wish to be human? After more than 20 years of living as a person, it wasn't so easy to change his habits. The simple fact that ghosts couldn't enjoy food was already torment enough for Moriarty. After all, the pleasure of eating had always been one of his favorite indulgences. He had already been forced to fast for several months now, and the prospect of savoring food again was a temptation he simply couldn't resist. Although Moriarty longed to find a suitable body to possess right away, finding one with a soul so closely matched to his own was far from easy. One might not encounter that person even once in a lifetime, and combined with the rule that one can only possess another body once in this world, Moriarty would never make such a decision lightly. After setting this matter aside for the time being, Moriarty casually absorbed Brooks' orb of memories. If Moriarty truly had a personal stats panel, it would now surely be flashing like mad with notifications. Swordsmanship experience +1, swordsmanship experience +1, swordsmanship experience +1. The realm of cutting iron where nothing stand in the way, huh? Feeling the vivid memory of Brooks' breakthrough, etched deep into the soul, Moriarty exhaled slowly, then chuckled. After absorbing Brooks' memories, I could almost pass for a master swordsman myself. If Moriarty still had a physical body, though he couldn't become a sword master instantly, the gap to that goal would be far, far smaller for him than for ordinary people. Shaking his head with an amused smile, Moriarty used his mental power to manipulate Brooks' cane sword, spinning it through a few elegant flourishes in midair before smoothly sheathing it again. The art of the swift blade. Without Brooks' incredible speed, this style's power is really a shadow of its former self. Watching the swordplay, which, under his psychic control, looked rather dashing on the surface, like a sword immortal commanding the winds, yet was vastly diminished in might, Moriarty didn't let it bother him. Instead, he strode straight out of the cabin and onto the deck of the ghost ship, gazing out over the sea, lost in thought. If this ghost ship can extract fragments of law from the corpses of devil fruit users, then I'll need to pay more attention to those with devil fruit powers roaming the seas. After all, compared to the fruits themselves, it's much easier to find the people who've eaten them. From today onward, hunting devil fruit users will be officially on my agenda. Many of the most notorious pirates on these seas are devil fruit users, and Moriarty had no qualms whatsoever about hunting them down. In a way, he was almost doing the world a favor. Having settled on his next plan, Moriarty set a course with the ghost ship, heading once more for that terrifying three-masted vessel at the heart of the Devil's Triangle. Over 3 months have passed. It's time to visit that giant ship again. From the moment he first arrived in this world, the ominous three-masted ship had lingered in Moriarty's mind. At first, it was the sole power generated by the Moria pirates hunting other crews that had drawn Moriarty's attention. Now, what really intrigued him were the abilities of those few devil fruit users aboard the terrifying ship. Perona's Ghost Fruit, Absalom's Clear Fruit, and Gecko Moria's Shadow Fruit. These devil fruit's abilities, whether for Moriarty himself or for the ghost ship, seemed to be an unusually perfect match. Just thinking about these powers filled Moriarty's heart with renewed drive. Propelled by this surge of motivation, a day later, the ghost ship slowly parted the mist and once again appeared at the edge of the massive wall outside the terrifying three-masted ship. Whether by coincidence or fate, as the ghost ship drew near, the colossal three-masted terror was slowly moving forward. Its enormous mechanical maw was gaping wide, as if it intended to swallow a medium-sized, twin-masted ship right in front of it whole. Is the three-masted terror in the middle of hunting passing pirate ships? Moriarty mused as he watched the twin-masted ship desperately try to flee, only to be drawn ever closer to the monstrous vessel. With a glint in his eye, Moriarty immediately infused the ghost ship with a trace of soul energy, urging it forward at full speed. Just in the nick of time, before the giant jaws of the three-masted ship slammed shut, the ghost ship surged ahead, slipping into the beast's maw alongside the twin-masted vessel. A deafening crash echoed through the air as the mechanical jaws snapped shut. At that very moment, 2 zombie soldiers operating the mechanism stood dumbfounded, staring at the peculiar single-masted ship that had suddenly barged into their trap, nearly knocking over their intended prey. What's up with this ship? It just sailed right into our trap. Have they got a death wish? Are you blind? There's not a single living soul on that single-masted ship. It's obviously just a ghost ship drifting in with the current, a shabby little boat like that. What's there to be scared of? Well, you got a sharp eye as always, Fat Melon. No wonder you used to work as a detective. While the 2 zombie soldiers chatted idly, Moriarty slipped unnoticed into the depths of the three-masted terror. As for the ghost ship, he let it drift like any ordinary phantom vessel, soon to be ensnared by the massive spiderwebs within the terror ship's hold. Before leaving the ghost ship, Moriarty cast a simple illusion over it, concealing the gold and jewels in the captain's cabin, as well as a few other oddities. Although it was a basic spell, with the ghost ship's power amplifying it, deceiving these not-quite-bright zombie soldiers should pose little difficulty. Having departed from the ghost ship, Moriarty retraced his old path, returning once more to the shadowy forest where the association of victims made their home, because the terrifying three-masted ship had once again captured a pirate vessel. Nearly everyone in the shadowed forest had retreated into hiding. They knew that once fresh prey arrived, the night raid would soon begin again. This was how they survived. With his current strength at the peak of spectral power, coupled with illusionary tricks, Moriarty walked openly into a camp run by the Victims Association, and the two guards at the entrance didn't even notice him. Yet from the way those two kept their eyes glued to the disguised cave entrance, it was clear they were far more diligent than their predecessors. After circling the camp, Moriarty discovered that most of the people here were not asleep. Instead, they gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves. "Hey, have you heard? Lord Norbert killed that group who came to camp last week." "I heard too. Supposedly, Norbert took a fancy to one of the women in that group. Not only did they refuse him, they even tried to fight back. In a fit of rage, Lord Norbert slaughtered them all. That poor woman, she was dragged into Norbert's quarters, and after a whole day and night, she finally succumbed. Ah, the times we live in." Before the speaker could finish his thought, his companion clamped a hand over his mouth. "Hush. Norbert used to have a 50 million belly bounty on his head. Now he's the camp's ruler. Talking about him behind his back at this volume. Do you have a death wish?" Jolted by the warning, the man who had been speaking froze, his face draining of color. He dared not utter another word. But even as he fell silent, others picked up the conversation. "What a waste. When that woman first arrived, I saw her too. They say she was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, beautiful as a spring blossom. For her to escape from that lecher Absalom after losing her shadow, and make it here alive, was nothing short of a miracle. Who'd have thought she'd end up wasted like that?" As he finished, the man smacked his lips, a lascivious grin flickering in his eyes. It was obvious what he was thinking. His words drew a chorus of agreement, and the conversation quickly devolved into a slew of filthy jokes. The fate of the woman who'd been defiled and tortured to death, and those who dared to resist Norbert, seemed to stir not a shred of sympathy among them. A cold glint flashed in Moriarty's eyes as he listened to their chatter, but he said nothing. This was a band of pirates who'd escaped his wrath once, forced to spend their days lurking in the shadows, forever hiding. That they weren't already driven mad was a rare thing. How could anyone expect more from such human scum? A pirate will always be a pirate. Destruction, slaughter, and plunder are woven into their very nature. Freedom and adventure are nothing more than masks they wear to dress up their true selves. As for this Norbert they kept mentioning, Moriarty found the name rang a faint bell. He remembered a squat, burly man with a face full of scars, a wild tangled beard, filthy hair, and a mouthful of rotten teeth. Yet for all his roughness, Norbert was no weakling. Among the members of the Victims Association, he ranked among the top 3 in strength, and was undoubtedly the strongest in this camp. Little wonder he carried himself with such brazen arrogance. As Moriarty ventured deeper into the camp, he soon laid eyes on the very protagonist from the earlier tale, Norbert himself. Beside him stood 2 others, the Infiltrator Shadow and Wandering Swordsman Koichiro Mimura. These 2 were the other administrators of the camp, and together with Norbert, made up the trio of extraordinary individuals who ruled this place. At that moment, the 3 were huddled together, deep in conversation, though what they discussed was anyone's guess. Norbert, chewing noisily on a piece of salted fish, mumbled through his mouthful, "Tell me, what were Old Gun and Hank thinking? Sneaking off to steal from that woman Lola. They must have a death wish." He shook his head and went on. "And now look, Lola caught them red-handed, and in their panic they ran straight into Hilton, that damn bat. Thanks to them, those blasted zombies found several of our hideouts in the shadowed forest and wiped them out." He clicked his tongue in exasperation. "Just like that, we've lost over 100 people. Those 2 fools have really caused the Victims Association a grievous blow this time." Wandering Swordsman Koichiro Mimura scoffed, not bothering to hide his disdain. "What does it matter if they die? With 100 fewer mouths to feed, we'll be using far less of our dwindling resources. If anything, our own chances of survival just went up." Hidden beneath his hood, the Infiltrator Shadow spoke up, his tone serious. "You can't see it that way. With so many of us exposed, there's a real chance the Moria pirates will launch another purge on Ghost Island. And if those undead zombie generals get wind of us, well, even the 3 of us might not make it out alive." Shadow's words brought a heavy silence over Koichiro and Norbert. Just the thought of those thick-skinned, fearless zombie generals made all 3 of them shudder. After all, each of them had once fallen at the hands of those monsters. Unlike the ordinary zombie soldiers, every zombie general possessed powers on par with extraordinary fighters. The strongest among them could even rivales Bordmasters combine their brute strength with their impervious flesh and utter disregard for death, and it was clear why facing them in battle was a nightmare. That moment, Shadow spoke again. "Tell me, should we deliberately expose this camp to those spider rats? If we could, wipe out such a large camp, With Absalom's craving for glory, he would surely believe he'd found our main hideout and call an end to this purge. Shadow's words sent a chill through the hearts of Yukichiro Mimura and Norbert. What a venomous scheme, and how ruthless a heart. Although both Norbert and Yukichiro Mimura were notoriously cruel, treating human life as inconsequential, it had never occurred to either of them to betray this camp deliberately. After all, in a way, everyone here could be considered their subordinates. Shadow's suggestion made them see him in a new and unsettling light. Yet after the initial shock, a spark of excitement lit up inside them. Given what they knew of Absalom, one of the infamous three freaks, Shadow's plan had a high chance of success. As long as they moved their trusted men and key supplies before betraying the camp, they wouldn't suffer any real loss. In fact, if the Great Purge ended early, their chances of survival would only increase. A purge by the Moria pirates was no joke. Every year or two, such purges brought heavy casualties to the Shadow dwellers hiding on Ghost Island. Having survived one themselves, the memory still haunted them. If they could bring it to an early close, nothing could be better. At last, a glint of icy resolve flickered in Norbert's eyes. Let's do it! Under the intense gazes of Norbert and Shadow, Yukichiro Mimura didn't hesitate long. He finally gave a reluctant nod. Fine, I'm in. Though Yukichiro Mimura tried to seem unwilling, he couldn't hide the excitement and cruelty smoldering in his eyes. Huh, hypocrite! Norbert and Shadow, whose face was hidden deep in his hood, exchanged glances and both read the same disdain in each other's eyes. Just then, as their decision was made, the candlelight in the small room where they met flickered unexpectedly. Shadow instinctively looked up, scanning the dim corners. He swept his gaze over every nook of this scavenged little room, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Was it just my imagination? Shadow frowned, finding nothing, and let his gaze drop. Seeing that the other two remained oblivious, he finally shook his head and sighed, dismissing his suspicions. Outside the camp, Moriarty walked away, recalling how that infiltrator, Shadow, had almost sensed his presence. A curious smile curled on his lips. How interesting. Who would have thought that such an amusing fellow was hiding in a place as small as this? Moriarty, whose power had now reached the peak of the evil spirit realm, was no longer the insignificant wraith he had been when he first arrived in this world. Precisely because of this, he was able to discern the deeply hidden strength within Shadow, the surging vitality tightly sealed within his body, and that faint, almost imperceptible aura of danger. All of this had already revealed Shadow's true capabilities to Moriarty. By Moriarty's estimation, this fellow's strength was likely not much inferior to Brooks, possessing such formidable power, yet taking the lowest place in the camp and remaining exceedingly low-key, coupled with his utter disregard for human life. All these signs pointed to Shadow's extraordinary nature. I just hope you don't become an obstacle in my path, Moriarty thought to himself. He had no intention of digging into Shadow's background. Whatever secrets Shadow might be hiding, they had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Shadow's proposed scheme had piqued Moriarty's interest. After all, one of the reasons Moriarty had come here was to sow chaos, and since someone was so eager to help, he had no reason to refuse. Wouldn't it be even better to sit back and reap the benefits when the time came? Though Shadow's plot was simple, putting it into action would not be so swift. In the meantime, Moriarty felt inclined to pay a visit to another individual aboard the ship who had caught his attention. While Moriarty moved through the shadowy forest, a dozen or so spider mice scurried onto his ghost ship. Once they slipped into the hold, these spider mice paid no heed to the captain's cabin overflowing with gold and jewels, nor to the oddities scattered throughout the ship. In their eyes, the ghost ship was nothing more than an old, battered, single-masted vessel. To them, the treasure-laden captain's quarters looked like nothing but a cramped, dust-choked room festooned with cobwebs, bare walls, with not even a mouse willing to visit. In the Devil's Triangle, such ghost ships were not common, but they weren't a rarity either. Had the ship not crashed right into the terrifying three-masted vessel, the spider mice wouldn't have bothered checking at all. Seeing there was no profit to be made, the dozen spider mice gave the ship a cursory inspection before leaping off one after another. Compared to this ghost ship, which was bone dry and offered nothing of value, it was the pirate ship recently caught in their net that truly caught their fancy. Inside the haunted castle, the ghost Princess Perona cast a curious glance at the single-masted vessel glimpsed through her negative ghost's eyes. There was something oddly familiar about that ship, yet she didn't connect it to the ghost ship she had seen 3 months prior. After all, thanks to Moriarty's tireless efforts over the past few months, the outward appearance of the ghost ship had changed considerably, while keeping a close eye on the sullen ghosts. Perona rifled through the stack of wanted posters in her hands. After a long moment, she finally found the bounty notice for this particular pirate crew. What is this? The total bounty for the whole crew doesn't even reach 50 million berries. What a bunch of losers. How boring. Kamashi, take this wanted poster and give it to Absalom. Let him deal with these nobodies. I can't muster any interest at all. I'm going to bed. With that, Perona tossed a handful of wanted posters she'd pulled out onto Kamashi, the oversized toy bear patched all over, then turned on her heel and headed straight for her princess bedroom, intent on her beauty sleep. Kamashi watched helplessly as Perona, capricious as ever, retreated to her room. He broke out in a cold sweat, but didn't dare utter a single sound. In the end, with the air of someone resigned to fate, Kamashi drooped his head and trudged off to find Absalom, wanted poster in hand. Thankfully, the bounty for this pirate crew was low. Surely Lord Absalom could handle them on his own. A few minutes later, Absalom stared at the wanted poster Kamashi handed him, looking thoroughly disappointed. Seriously? Just a bunch of small fry. I got all excited for nothing. How annoying. Kamashi hesitated. Lord Absalom, about Lady Perona. Absalom waved him off before he could finish. It's nothing important. If Perona wants to sleep, let her sleep. She's just a kid. Don't worry. I can take care of a little pirate crew like this all by myself. Hearing Absalom's casual response, Kamashi finally relaxed. By now, Absalom was already preparing to rouse the slumbering zombie generals. Since this batch of prey turned out to be such weaklings, it was best to finish this night raid quickly. But unlike usual, the prey chosen by the thriller bark this time proved unexpectedly cautious, or perhaps just timid. As soon as they were captured by the thriller bark, the pirate captain realized that he and his crew were in deep trouble. For months, rumors of terror had swept through the Devil's Triangle, and they'd already heard plenty of such tales. Yet, clinging to a shred of hope, they'd entered the area anyway. After all, buying a permanent log pose to change their course was no small expense, and for a crew strapped for cash, it was just too costly. So, with a gambler's optimism, the captain and his navigator decided to stick to their original route. The result? They'd blundered straight into Moria's trap, and ended up in this sorry state. Now, the captain could only gnash his teeth in regret, wishing he could turn back time. But now, no amount of regret could change anything. Faced with Absalom and several zombie generals charging at them, they managed to hold out for only a few minutes before being wiped out completely. Aside from a handful who were knocked out and dragged into the castle, the rest were cut down on the spot. And when their souls emerged after death, they were immediately captured by Moriarty's ghost ship. In no time at all, this hunt between hunter and prey had come to an end. Having taken care of this pirate crew, Absalom returned to his quarters with a trace of disappointment. There hadn't been a single woman among them, which left the lecherous Absalom utterly disinterested. Meanwhile, the battle raging in the inner sea of the thriller bark was something Moriarty knew nothing about. At this very moment, Moriarty was watching. From afar, his gaze fixed on the captain of the Lola pirates, Lola herself, or rather, Charlotte Lola, daughter of Big, one of the four emperors. Moriarty didn't know much about this daughter who had left the Big MOM pirates to carve out her own path. Still, the fact that Old Gun, who seemed to know a thing or two about her, was willing to risk his life just to steal something from her, suggested that Lola might be carrying something truly precious. After all, she was the daughter of a Yonko. Who could say what treasure she might have on her? But compared to any unknown treasures, what really caught Moriarty's attention was the piece of life paper Lola carried, imbued with a fragment of Big Mom's terrifying soul. Yet, as soon as Moriarty laid eyes on Lola, he realized getting that life paper from her wouldn't be easy at all. Perhaps still on edge after Old Gun and his crew's attempted theft, Lola's gaze was now sharp and wary. She saw a potential thief in everyone, even her own pirate subordinates, who were left jittery by her vigilance. What's more, Lola herself was no pushover. She was a seasoned, extraordinary being at the peak of the first tier. The sole power contained in Big Mom's life paper exuded a subtle, oppressive force that Moriarty could feel weighing on him. There was no way he could get close to Lola without being noticed. This is going to be tricky. Should I just take it by force? Moriarty mused to himself. Whether it was the intoxicating rush of newfound power or some other reason, ever since he had fused the might of the extraordinary into himself, he found himself less and less interested in using cunning and more inclined to solve problems with brute strength. It was almost funny. Once upon a time, Moriarty had relied on his wits for survival. Still, there was something to be said for the straightforwardness of this new approach. It wasn't so bad after all. After thinking it over, Moriarty decided to play it by ear and see how things unfolded. Although Moriarty was confident he could defeat Lola, his desire to actually make a move against her was not strong. After all, even if he killed Lola, he had no interest in bringing her soul or body back to the ghost ship, let alone absorbing her. There was simply no helping it. Lola was surrounded by an aura of singleness that was almost overwhelming. A woman who had been rejected 4,000 or 5,000 times after confessing her love. Such a thing could not be explained by mere words. If this world had anything like a cursed fruit, Moriarty had no doubt that Lola must have been cursed to remain single for life. For things tinged with superstition, Moriarty had always kept a respectful distance. He certainly didn't want to become a lonely bachelor, even if, at the moment, he was nothing but a ghost. Right, single proposal. As these words mingled in his mind, a sudden spark flashed through Moriarty's thoughts, and he seemed to have an idea. In that case, maybe there's a way to, well, not trick, but negotiate with her. Several more hours passed, and when the ghostly island atop the ominous thriller bark finally quieted down, Moriarty at last found a perfect opportunity. He appeared before the solitary Lola, making himself known. "Who's there?" Lola instinctively drew her twin blades from her back, eyes wary and alert, as she spotted Moriarty, whose half-transparent body and floating form clearly marked him as something not quite human. Seeing Lola's heightened vigilance, Moriarty took it in stride, responding instead with a friendly smile and a self-introduction. "Greetings, Charlotte Lola, daughter of Big Mom. I am Moriarty, an information broker. I have a deal that I think will interest you. Would you care to hear me out?" At first, Moriarty's ghostly appearance nearly convinced Lola that he was part of Gecko Moria's pirate crew. But the moment Moriarty revealed his true identity, Lola was forced to reconsider. Ever since she'd left the Big Mom Pirates, Lola had never once revealed her true background. Not even her own crew knew who she really was, let alone outsiders. If Gecko Moria had ever known the truth, he would never have let her go so easily. Whether he handed her back to the Big Mom Pirates to win favor, or sold her out to the world government or another power, the benefits to Gecko Moria would have far outweighed simply keeping her shadow. So, after Moriarty finished speaking, Lola gazed at him, her expression grave, and demanded in a steely voice, "Who are you, really?" "Me?" Moriarty pointed to himself with a smile. "Didn't I just say it? I'm nothing more than an insignificant information broker." Seeing Lola's grave expression, Moriarty continued, "No need to be so tense. I'm not your enemy. Well, at least, not at the moment." Lola asked, "An information broker? Why have you come to see me? I don't think I have any information you'd be interested in." With a snap of his fingers, Moriarty admitted generously, "You're right, there's no information on you that I want. But you do have something I desire." The moment Moriarty finished speaking, Lola's instincts screamed danger. She drew her blade and held it defensively before her. "You have something I want." That was never a good omen, especially for a pirate. Such words usually heralded the start of conflict. "Relax," Moriarty reassured her. "All I want is a pass, something that allows free passage through Tato Land. For someone like you, who has already defected from Tato Land, I imagine the piece of Big M.O.M. Charlotte Lean's Vivre card you carry isn't all that important anymore, is it?" "Vivre card? Your target is Mama's Vivre card." Lola looked at Moriarty in surprise, clearly not expecting that this was what he was after. The piece of Vivre card belonging to Big M.O.M. Charlotte Linlin had been given to Lola by her mother at one of her birthday celebrations. To Lola, as a child, its only real use was to help her locate her mother's whereabouts, to find Big M.O.M. if the need ever arose. As the 23rd daughter of Big M.O.M., Lola had always been well known in Tato Land. She never needed the Vivre card to prove anything. And after fleeing Tato Land, the Vivre card became even less meaningful. Its only remaining value, perhaps, was as a memento, something that reminded Lola of her powerful and domineering mother. Lola had never paid much attention to that piece of Vivre card. She truly hadn't expected that the enigmatic Moriarty before her would seek her out for that very reason. "What's the matter?" Surprised, Moriarty smiled. "Perhaps to you children of Big M.O.M., that Vivre card means little. But for most people, Big M.O.M. Charlotte Lean's Vivre card is something money just can't buy. With it, it's as if you hold a pass to all of Tato Land. For an information broker like myself, its value is extraordinary." After hearing Moriarty's explanation, Lola nodded. She might have been innocent, but she wasn't foolish. Thanks to Moriarty's words, she was quick to realize the true value of that Vivre card. Although this priceless piece of life paper is of little use to Lola, she has no intention of selling it. After all, it was a birthday gift from Big Mom, carrying the fond memories of her childhood. Most importantly, Lola does not want to get too involved with this mysterious person before her. She simply doesn't like him. So Lola spoke up directly, "Sorry, I don't plan on selling this piece of life paper." With that, Lola began to slowly back away, cautiously trying to put some distance between herself and this man. Why refuse so quickly? I might have information you want, the man called out. For instance, do you want to know where Moria took your shadow? Or perhaps you'd like to know how to reclaim it? I even have news that could help you become beautiful. As far as I know, you've been turned down countless times after proposing to others, haven't you? Don't you want to become stunning, admired by everyone around you? Lola had already made up her mind not to get further involved with Moriarty, but upon hearing those words, she found herself unconsciously pausing, her retreat coming to a halt. Moriarty's brief sentences seemed to slip into Lola's ears like the devil's whisper, irresistible and alluring. Every bit of intelligence he offered was something Lola couldn't easily dismiss. The last piece of news, in particular, tugged at her heart. Why had she been rejected so many times? Wasn't it because her appearance failed to impress? If only she could possess breathtaking beauty, would anyone still turn her away? Impossible. In this world, looks are everything. Haven't you noticed that pirates always go after the most beautiful women? Ordinary-looking or unattractive women are left to become mere tools for pirates' pleasure, or worse, ruthlessly discarded. Now, with the chance to become beautiful placed right before her, could Lola possibly refuse? Of course not, even if this man didn't seem entirely trustworthy and his methods sounded dubious. Anyone who could so easily see through her hidden identity surely knew more than most. Taking a deep breath, Lola finally stopped backing away. With hope in her eyes, she asked, "Do you really have a way to make me beautiful?" Moriarty smiled at her question. "Of course I do. In fact, I know more than one way. But I'm an information broker. I only provide accurate intelligence. Whether or not you can make it happen is up to you." I knew it wouldn't be that simple," Lola replied. Yet, Moriarty's answer actually eased some of her doubts. If he had been too certain, she would have trusted him less. "Well then, if you tell me the method, or rather, the information, that could make me beautiful, I wouldn't mind giving you this in exchange." As she spoke, Lola reached into one of her coat pockets and pulled out a small folded slip of paper, giving it a deliberate shake in Moriarty's direction. Compared to the birthday gift Big Mom had given her, becoming beautiful was, of course, much more important. "Well then, if that's the case, let's call this deal done." Once he'd struck a verbal agreement with Lola, Moriarty didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to sharing what he knew. There aren't many ways to make yourself beautiful, but there are a few. The most effective one is probably the smooth fruit among the devil fruits. Eating it not only gives you its powers, but also makes your skin incredibly smooth and radiant, with an added beautifying effect. Even the most unattractive person could become a stunning beauty. From reliable sources, it seems this devil fruit was recently spotted in the East Blue. The second method is to find King of the Okama, Ivankov. His horm fruit ability can alter the body's hormone secretion to the point where he can transform a burly man into a delicate beauty. Making you beautiful wouldn't be too difficult for him, but first, you'd have to find him. As far as I know, a few years ago, King of the Okama Ivankov was imprisoned by the world government and impelled down. Meeting him won't be so easy. After hearing Moriarty's suggestions, Lola's eyes grew wide, sparkling with excitement. Compared to the unreliable methods she'd previously heard about, Moriarty's advice was far more trustworthy. Although these methods would be challenging, at least she now had a clear path forward, didn't she? At that moment, Lola even began to imagine herself meeting her Prince Charming and living happily ever after. Watching Lola lost in her daydream, Moriarty had to interrupt, clearing his throat. "Ahem, Miss Lola, I've already told you everything you wanted to know, so..." But before Moriarty could finish, Lola tossed him the slip of Big Mom's Vivre card she'd been holding. As he felt the Vivre card drift into his hand, Moriarty was struck by how unexpectedly smooth this information exchange had been. In high spirits, Moriarty decided to throw in a little bonus. "Since our trade went so well, here's some free information for you. Your shadow is currently inhabiting a zombie boar, also called Lola. She's a zombie general under Absalom's command. I think you'll like this extra tip." With those words, Moriarty melted into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing the news, only Lola was left in a state of irrepressible excitement, her joy bubbling over in solitude. Back aboard the ghost ship, Moriarty gazed at the piece of Big Mom's life paper in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He carefully placed the life paper into a small golden box, securing it for safekeeping. The risk of venturing into Tato land was simply too high, so Moriarty never intended to go there right away. This pass he had obtained was merely a preparatory measure for any future plans he might undertake. Having finished these arrangements, Moriarty sat cross-legged on the edge of the captain's bed and began to meditate, closing his eyes in concentration. The meditation technique he practiced was the supreme crystal meditation method, which he had specifically chosen from the Legacy of the Ship of the Other Shore. Beyond the usual benefit of strengthening one's mind through meditation, the most important effect of this method was its ability to purify mental energy, removing impurities and leaving mind and spirit as clear and flawless as crystal. It was this purifying quality that Moriarty valued above all, and it was the main reason he had chosen this meditation technique. Having advanced to the peak of the Wraith tier by devouring soul energy purified and refined by the ghost ship, Moriarty could now sense a faint hollowness within his spirit, even within his very soul. This was precisely why he had restrained his own progress and sought out the crystal meditation method to hone and sharpen his mental power. After more than 2 weeks of diligent meditation using this technique, Moriarty found the results quite promising. Vast amounts of dark, intangible impurities were expelled from his mind with the help of the meditation. Where his spirit had once felt hollow and unstable, and now became more solid and vibrant. Moriarty found that he could command his mental power with newfound ease, and even the force of some of his abilities had grown noticeably stronger. Moreover, he had a subtle sense that his chances of breaking through to the second tier had increased. So now, whenever he had a spare moment, Moriarty would slip into meditation, continually refining his mental energy. Time slipped by unnoticed. After 4 hours, Moriarty emerged from his meditative state right on schedule. Although his mind was brimming with vitality, he could feel a certain weariness deep within his soul. 4 hours of meditation was about the limit for him now. Any more would do more harm than good. With his practice for the day complete, Moriarty drifted out of the cabin. Why now? The pirate ship across the way, captured by that terrifying 3-masted vessel, had been almost completely stripped bare. Even the food supplies on board had been hauled away by those zombie soldiers, leaving not a scrap behind. Just then, Moriarty faintly caught the sounds of fighting coming from the direction of a shadow forest. Oh, what's happening over there? Has that bunch of scoundrels already set their plan in motion? Are they really that quick? Driven by curiosity, Moriarty melted into the shadows and glided silently toward the source of the commotion. A dozen minutes later, Moriarty concealed himself in the darkness, watching in silence as the camp belonging to the Victims Association was besieged by a horde of zombies. In a single night, Norbert and his companions had betrayed the location of the camp to the Moria pirates, bringing down the fury of the zombie army. Their ruthless efficiency actually made Moriarty look at the 3 of them in a new light. So this is what pirates in this world are like. Once they make a decision, they don't hesitate to be utterly ruthless. Yet now, it seemed as though something had gone awry with their plan. When Moriarty spotted the man under siege in the distance, a hint of mockery curled at his lips. With an earth-shaking crash, Norbert, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sent a zombie general clad in armor hurtling through the air. The undead officer smashed through several sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt. A deep imprint of a fist was left on the breastplate of his armor. Yet, from the look of things, Norbert himself hadn't escaped unscathed. A gaping, X-shaped wound was slashed across his back, soaking his shirt in blood. Surrounding him, apart from the one he'd just sent flying, were 4 more zombie generals, hemming him in with no way out. Give it up. Alone, there's no way you can withstand all our attacks. Still, you've got some strength, so I'll grant you an honorable death, rasped Captain John, a zombie general who looked as shriveled as a dried-up corpse, after taking a swig from his bottle. Norbert caught his breath and shouted defiantly, "Don't be ridiculous. How could I, Captain Norbert, die here, falling to a bunch of corpses who've already died once? Damn you." In a fit of rage, Norbert struck out again, sending another zombie general flying. But powerful as his blows were, they did little against these undead creatures, who felt no pain. Not far off, the zombie general he just knocked down was already rising to his feet, sword in hand, charging back into the fray. Well, you really don't know when to quit. Fine then, if that's your choice, you could die now. With Norbert refusing to back down, Captain John lost all interest in further conversation. Together with several other zombie generals, they launched a direct assault on Norbert. Faced with the onslaught from these extraordinarily powerful zombie generals, the wounded Norbert was utterly unable to defend himself, let alone with Captain John, whose strength faintly surpassed even his own, joining the fray. After a series of deafening explosions, Captain John thrust his blade straight through Norbert's heart. With the fatal blow delivered, Captain John took another swig of his drink, entirely unconcerned, and turned to the zombie soldiers nearby. "Hey, you lot, take this fellow's corpse to Dr. Hogback. See if the good doctor has any use for these bodies as experimental material. Thanks to these guys' deaths, we'll have a whole section of zombies on strike again. These corpses might be the only way to make up for the losses." In truth, if not for the fear that too many mice scurrying about the ship might cause trouble, Gecko Mariah wouldn't have bothered cleaning up these pests at all. After all, every time one of those whose shadow had been stolen died, it meant he'd need to find a new shadow to fill the empty shell. Did you really think Gecko Mariah was oblivious to the hundreds of extra bodies aboard his own ship? Thankfully, what Mariah truly valued were the corpses and shadows of the strong. The loss of most zombie soldiers was hardly worth his attention. Behind Captain John, Norbert's life force was rapidly fading. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from the gaping hole in his chest. Staring at the void in his chest, he uttered a venomous curse. To fall here like this, I can't accept it. If it weren't for Koichiro Mitsumura and Kage betraying me, how could I have ended up like this? I hate them. With that bitter cry, Norbert finally fell still. Yet before him, Captain John and the other zombie generals remained utterly indifferent. Who would spare a thought for the wails of a beaten dog? However, the two names Norbert cursed in his dying breath caught the attention of Absalom, who had been watching the battle from the shadows. Stroking his beast-like jaw, a product of his own transformation, Absalom chuckled. Interesting. So there are more accomplices? Still, I suppose they're lucky. Now that this batch of little rats has been cleared out, the ship should be quiet for a few years. Casting a meaningful glance toward the depths of the shadow forest, Absalom turned and left. Only after he had departed did Moriarty, concealed in the shadows, catch the faint echo of Absalom's final words. As for the rest of those little rats, let them live a few more years. Victims Association? What a pointless name. After confirming that Absalom had truly left, Moriarty's eyes grew serious as he took in the scene before him. So these people have known about the Victims Association all along? Judging by the situation, it looks like the Thriller bark pirates have been keeping the association around like a school of fish, just waiting to be harvested. Realizing this, Moriarty no longer dared to underestimate those supposedly foolish characters he had seen on the screen. After all, this world was now a real one. Every person was not to be taken lightly. Anything was possible. With his guard raised toward these storybook characters, Moriarty quietly gathered his spiritual power, collecting the souls of all those who had died at the scene. The souls coalesced in his palm, slowly forming a cluster, a soul orb. Once the sounds of battle across the field had faded into silence, Moriarty found himself holding more than 100 souls in his hand. This was far simpler and more convenient than killing them all himself. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Despite the zombie soldiers of the Thriller bark pirates wiping out the camp, not a single commotion had been raised. He had hoped to take advantage of chaotic confusion, but the fight had ended almost as soon as it began. Still, he hadn't come away empty-handed. Tossing the gathered souls into a swirling vortex for decomposition, he watched as it broke them down, transforming them into over 100 streams of soul energy. With that, a faint smile once again played on Moriarty's lips. For the next stretch of time, Moriarty did not leave the terrifying three-masted ship. Instead, he lay low, hiding aboard. Early the next morning, the captain and first mate from the ship moored beside the ghost ship were tossed back onto their own vessel by a few spider mice. As the only two wanted criminals aboard, Moria, who had stolen their shadows, had no intention of killing them outright. Instead, he expelled them, ship and all, from the Thriller bark. The unmanned ghost ship, which had accidentally gotten caught up in the events on Thriller bark, was expelled along with them. Moriarty did not interfere with this outcome. Once the ghost ship was out, Moriarty, now in control, made sure it didn't simply drift away with the currents. He quickly claimed the miserable souls of the captain and first mate from a neighboring vessel, then guided the ghost ship to hide amid the thick mists clinging to the side of Thriller bark, before returning to the ship once more, alone. Meanwhile, in the castle of Thriller bark, Absalom looked on with an exasperated headache as a newly appointed zombie general, one who hadn't even been in service long, suddenly keeled over, collapsing to the ground where he lay motionless. Ugh, useless creature. You're down after just one day? Has your shadow's original owner died already? If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my time on him. It would have been better to let Hogback modify their corpses instead. Having another zombie as raw material is still more worthwhile than a minion who lasted just a single day. Absalom had nothing more to say about this third-rate pirate who'd been driven off the Thriller bark, probably killed before he'd even regained consciousness. With a wordless sigh, he hoisted the corpse of the zombie general onto his shoulder, carried it back to the cold storage, and put it away. After that, Absalom returned to his daily routine. Beyond commanding the zombie soldiers and generals and launching attacks on pirates who set foot on Thriller bark, there were still plenty of other matters that demanded his attention. He had to deploy the drifting barrels used as markers, maintain various other traps, keep the massive ship in working order, and see to repairs around the castle. large and small. All these details fell under Absalom's management. There was no helping it. As captain, Gecko Moria couldn't be bothered with trivial affairs aboard the ship. Of the three monsters, Hogback was tasked with the crucial job of zombie modification, and the other oddball, Perona, had no interest in these chores at all. In the end, all these tedious daily tasks landed squarely on Absalom's shoulders. Seeing that Absalom was willing to take them on, Gecko Moria simply left everything to him, which was why, among the three monsters, Absalom always had the most on his plate. For the next 3 days, Moriarty wandered around Thriller Bark but couldn't find a single chance to make a move against any of the ship's 3 Devil Fruit users. As for Gecko Moria, Moriarty frankly admitted he wasn't a match and had no plans to go looking for trouble. When it came to Ghost Princess Perona, while wary of her negative hollows, he was also concerned that her sharp intuition might pick up on his presence, so he never ventured too close, missing every opportunity. On Absalom's end, he'd been busy nonstop for 3 days, always surrounded by a swarm of zombie underlings. And whenever Absalom happened to be alone, Gecko Moria would conveniently show up for one reason or another, causing Moriarty to lose his best chance to strike. As a result, after 3 full days, Moriarty still had nothing to show for his efforts. But he remained confident that an opportunity would present itself soon. Because, after 5 days, Lola had finally found the zombie hosting her stolen shadow, and determined to take it back, she was ready to fight. To improve the odds of success, Lola persuaded a few strong members of the Victims Association to cause chaos in different corners of the ship, scattering the attention of the Moria pirates and splitting up their powerful fighters. According to Lola's plan, the day of action was today. This would also become the opportunity Moriarty had been waiting for so desperately. As night fell, the defenses aboard this terrifying 3-masted ship were at their weakest. Now was the time when the zombie soldiers and zombie generals, exhausted from their daytime patrols, were at their least vigilant, just moments before their shifts would change. Suddenly, as the clock struck 9, a series of explosions erupted all across Ghost Island. In some places, roaring flames began to consume everything in their path. The chaos and noise that followed plunged the entire island into pandemonium. At the very top of the castle, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, was roused by the tumult echoing through the island. He opened his enormous eyes wide. "What a racket!" he bellowed. Climbing out of bed, Moria yanked open the curtains by his window. Gazing down at the pandemonium among the zombies below, he let out a furious roar. "It's absolutely unbearable. Absalom, Perona, take your men and kill every last one of those troublemakers for me." Looking out from his lofty window, Gecko Moria quickly pieced together what was happening. And the more he understood, the angrier he became. He wasn't ignorant of those lurking in the island's forests. On the contrary, he was well aware of their existence. That was precisely why he routinely ordered Absalom to hunt down and eliminate a batch of them at regular intervals. By rooting out these hidden threats, he also intended to make an example of them, ensuring the rest would understand just who ruled this vessel, and that they'd best behave. But how long had it been since the last purge? And yet, these rats from the shadows dared to crawl out into the open and stir up trouble for him again, right under his nose. Was this a challenge to his authority? Blinded by rage, Moria immediately issued a kill order. No mercy. Hearing Gecko Moria's command, Absalom and Perona responded with a crisp, "Yes, my lord." Then, with a murderous gleam in their eyes, they turned to carry out his orders. Although the actions of the so-called Victims Association had triggered Gecko Moria's fury and set a grim countdown on their remaining lives, their disruption also managed to temporarily scatter the fighting strength aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship. Moria, unshakable as a mountain, stayed behind in the castle, out of sight, out of mind, content to let his lieutenants handle the chaos. Perona led her zombie followers to quell the unrest on the southeastern fronts, while Absalom took his zombie generals to tackle the turmoil in the northwest. That left Hogback, the weakest of the lot, to guard the home front and deal with any fools who dared to cause trouble at the castle itself, because there were simply too many troublemakers, and they were scattered all over. Absalom decided to split up his subordinates, sending them off separately to deal with the rabble as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, far from the castle and deep within the shadowy forest, only 2 zombie generals and a handful of zombie soldiers remained at Absalom's side. "This is my chance." Seeing that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived, Moriarty didn't hesitate any longer and made his move. Guided by his psychic power, a large amount of sea salt was deftly thrown right into the mouths of the 2 zombie generals and most of the zombie soldiers. Except for a few who managed to keep their mouths clamped shut, the vast majority of zombies were dispatched by Moriarty in a single stroke. Who's there? Sensing danger, Absalom instinctively activated his invisibility, vanishing from Moriarty's line of sight. With one psychic strike, Moriarty forced open the mouths of the remaining zombie soldiers, stuffing their mouths with another pouch of salt. Concealed in the shadows, he swiftly drifted toward Absalom's position. Although Absalom was invisible before Moriarty, the evil spirit who could sense the power of blood and life, Absalom's trick was all but useless. His vibrant life force shone like a torch in the darkness as far as Moriarty was concerned. Seems like you haven't quite mastered that clear fruit of yours, Absalom. Moriarty taunted, his tone laced with mockery. Then, aiming directly at Absalom's soul, he unleashed a devastating soul spike. The soul spike jolted Absalom out of his invisibility. Seizing the moment, Moriarty picked up 4 flintlock pistols from one of the fallen zombie generals and, with precise control, aimed and fired at the now visible Absalom. Bang! 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 For gunshots rang out, and 3 bursts of blood erupted from Absalom's body. Arg! That hurts, you bastard! Go to hell! Roaring in pain, Absalom, now pierced by a soul spike and 3 bullets, fired the rocket launcher he'd been hiding straight toward the source of Moriarty's voice. With a thunderous blast, the small-caliber rocket launcher snapped several thick trees, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. In his panic, Absalom missed Moriarty entirely. Instead, the swirling dust gave Moriarty cover to melt back into the shadows, vanishing from sight once more. Glancing at the empty flintlock in his hand, Moriarty shook his head. Clearly, he still needed more practice controlling the trigger with his psychic powers. It was almost unbelievable to miss a target less than 3 meters away. I'd better wrap this up quickly, Moriarty thought to himself. If Perona and Gecko Moria arrive, things will get a lot more complicated. After another blast of soul spike sent Absalom's mind spiraling into chaos, Moriarty wasted no time. He swept up over a dozen knives and swords with his psychic power and drove them deep into Absalom's body. Under the merciless storm of blades, Absalom collapsed right at Moriarty's feet. Seizing Absalom's still struggling soul with one hand, Moriarty strained to lift his corpse with psychic force and darted away, fleeing the terrifying 3-masted ship at full speed. There was no way to conceal Absalom's death. It wouldn't be long before Gecko Moria realized that one of his 3 monstrous lieutenants had fallen. And to make matters worse, Moriarty was now carrying Absalom's corpse as he made his escape. Less than a kilometer away, deep in the forest, Lola was locked in her own desperate struggle. With the help of her companions and some well-placed traps, she finally managed to defeat the zombified wild boar Lola and reclaim her stolen shadow. She even managed to retrieve the shadows of her 2 subordinates, the Squirrel brothers, who had been inhabiting a pair of squirrels. Though victory came at great cost, Lola and the Squirrel brothers were bursting with excitement. Only after losing their shadows did they realize how precious they truly were. Now that they'd gotten them back, they were so overwhelmed with emotion that they were nearly moved to tears. Just then, Lola glanced up and caught sight of a scene in the sky not far away. Moriarty, hoisting Absalom's lifeless body and carrying it off. Is that Absalom? She gasped, her face going pale as she spotted Absalom's corpse and glimpsed the vague outline of Moriarty beside him. Damn it, I knew that guy wasn't just an ordinary intelligence broker. Now that Absalom's dead, we're in real trouble. Gecko Moria is going to go berserk. Hurry, Squirrel brothers. We have to get out of here right now. If we don't take this chance to escape the terrifying 3-masted ship, we might never get out. The 2 Squirrel brothers exchanged a glance, then let out a startled cry and dashed after Lola in a panic. Meanwhile, Moriarty happened to catch a glimpse of Lola's group on his way out. But he paid them no mind. To him, Lola was merely a client, and now that their transaction was complete, she held no further interest for him. What mattered most was escaping this 3-masted nightmare before it erupted into chaos. But trouble was closing in sooner than Moriarty had anticipated. Just as he neared the edge of the shadow forest, a group of despondent ghosts blocked his way. Absalom, you bastard. What have you done to Absalom? Put him down now. When he saw Absalom lying there, covered in blood and completely lifeless, one of the negative ghosts let out a loud wail. Let go. Impossible. But since you're up against negative ghosts, it looks like we can't let you get away. Moriarty was far from ignorant about the powers of negative ghosts. Faced with these almost bug-like abilities, he couldn't be sure what would happen to his own ghostly form if he were touched by one. After a moment's observation, the negative ghosts across from him seemed to realize that Absalom was already dead. Enraged, they launched a direct assault on Moriarty. At the same time, on another part of the thriller bark, Perona, seeing through the eyes of a negative ghost, was horrified to discover that Absalom had been killed. Although she usually seemed on less than friendly terms with Absalom, that was just the way they interacted. After so many years together, their bond ran deep. To Perona, Absalom had always been like an older brother, someone who had cared for her through thick and thin. But now, Absalom had died right before her eyes. No, damn you. I'll make you pay with your life. Her hatred for Absalom's killer burned fiercely. Without hesitation, Perona ordered the negative ghost to destroy the enemy. And at the same time, she herself rushed toward the direction where Moriarty was. Of course, she didn't forget to send another negative ghost to inform the master of Thriller Bark, Gecko Moria, about Absalom's murder aboard the ship. However, Perona had barely started running when she was shocked to discover that the negative ghost she dispatched to stop and destroy Moriarty had already been defeated. How can that be? Combining Psychic Shock with Soul Spike, Moriarty had dispersed the negative ghosts. Realizing he'd been discovered, he quickened his pace to flee. As he ran, Moriarty thought to himself, I didn't expect these negative ghosts to have such weak mental defenses. Their resistance can't be much stronger than ordinary ghosts. But soon, Moriarty understood why. In this world, very few could launch psychic attacks, and besides Conqueror's Haki, only a handful of devil fruits like the Soul Fruit could do such things. Given that, the negative ghosts, completely immune to physical attacks, had little need to bolster their own defenses. That bug-like negative ability alone gave them all the power they needed, just as Moriarty was about. To scale the towering, circular wall of the ominous Thriller Bark, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the castle at the heart of Ghost Island. The wrathful bellow of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Damn you, outsider! How dare you kill my beloved subordinate? I'll tear you limb from limb. The earth-shaking roar echoed through the heavens, so powerful that even the thick mist swirling in the sky seemed to scatter in its wake. In the next instant, Gecko Moria's colossal form soared into the air, launching himself toward Moriarty at a speed so blindingly fast that even Moriarty struggled to follow. Holy hell! How can someone that big move so fast? Skimming across the ground, Moria surged forward like a tidal wave of shadows, his speed nearly unimaginable, rivaling the supercars of Moriarty's previous life. If things continued like this, even if Moriarty managed to escape from Thriller Bark, there was a real possibility Moria would catch him. Realizing the danger, Moriarty quickly sent a silent command to the ghost ship, urging it to burn soul power and speed toward him in support. At the same time, gritting his teeth and risking grievous harm, he ignited his own soul force. As the surge of spiritual power flooded through him, Moriarty, carrying Absalom's corpse, dashed out of Thriller Bark and plunged into the swirling fog. You think you can just make off with the body of my cherished subordinate? Damn you, outsider. Stay right where you are. Shadow Lance. Just as Moriarty was about to escape Thriller Bark, the shadow beneath Moria, which had been propelling him forward, suddenly twisted and transformed under his command, morphing into a massive lance of darkness that shot toward Moriarty with explosive force. The shadow lance tore through the air, shattering the silence as it crossed hundreds of meters in a supersonic flash, piercing straight for Moriarty's back. Feeling a chill of mortal danger behind him, Moriarty caught a glimpse of the lance's trajectory out of the corner of his eye. In a split second, barely a thousandth of a heartbeat, he managed to shift the core of his soul. With a sickening sound, the shadow lance punched through Moriarty's chest, delivering a grievous blow to his soul. Fortunately, having long since become a spirit, Moriarty no longer had the vital points of a human body. As long as his soul core remained intact, he could not be truly slain. Otherwise, Moria's devastating attack might well have finished him. Even so, the massive shadow lance obliterated half of Moriarty's chest, leaving his spirit form in tatters. Damn, I miscalculated. As soul essence trickled from the corner of his mouth, regret flickered across Moriarty's face. It wasn't regret for striking down Absalom that weighed on him, but remorse that, after killing Absalom, he hadn't immediately burned his soul power to speed up his escape. It was exactly that moment of wishful thinking that had led to his current grievous wounds. Yet, riding the tremendous force of the Shadow Horn Spear, Moriarty finally burst free from the terrifying three-masted ghost ship and plunged into the swirling mists. With fierce resolve, Moriarty abandoned a small portion of his spiritual body still lodged in his chest and wrenched himself off the Shadow Horn Spear. Then, mustering his faltering mental strength, he wrapped Absalom's corpse in his remaining power and tumbled together into the fog. Absalom, from afar, Moonlight Moria, having reached the edge of Thriller Bark, saw the body of his cherished subordinate fall into the mist. Unable to hold back, he let out a roar of anguish. stomping the ground hard enough to shatter a wide patch of earth. Moonlight Moria leapt atop the immense outer wall encircling the ghost ship. But when he landed on the wall, all he saw was Absalom's body hitting the sea with a heavy splash. The sound echoed across the water. Witnessing this, Moonlight Moria instinctively took a step forward, as if to dive in and recover his subordinate's body. But before he could follow through, he forced himself to stop. The truth hit him. He was a devil fruit user. Even if he jumped in, he'd never retrieve Absalom. He'd only be sending another corpse to the sea. Yet Moriarty was not entirely without recourse. In an instant, Moria spun around and barked an order to Perona, who had just arrived behind him. Perona, drop anchor and secure the ship. Pause the hunt for any stragglers on the island. Round them up and send them all into the sea to retrieve Absalom's body. And find out who the killer is for me. I'll tear him apart with my own hands. Seeing the blood-red fury burning in Moria's eyes, Perona offered no protest and hurried off to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, Hogback, who had remained in the castle, was drawn by the commotion and rushed over as fast as he could. By the time he reached Moria, several minutes had passed. When Perona spotted Hogback arriving, just as she was herding a group of survivors onto a strip of open land, her eyes lit up. Hogback, you're just in time. Since you're not a devil fruit user, you can go into the sea yourself. Supervise these people and make sure they bring up Absalom's body. Upon hearing Perona's words, Hogback let out a shrill cry. Impossible. There's no way that lecherous fool is really dead. Perona, could you have made a mistake? Maybe it was someone else who died. Perona replied, I wish I had made a mistake too, but that's enough, Hogback. There's nothing more to say. It was indeed Absalom who died. I saw it with my own eyes. His body fell into the sea. At that moment, Moria, his eyes bloodshot, turned around once again, cutting Perona off. But Hogback hesitated. But if someone risked being discovered by us just to take Absalom's body away, why would they simply toss it into the sea so easily? That's because my Shadow Lancer gravely wounded him. He had no choice but to abandon Absalom's body and run for his life. Moria stopped, mid-sentence, suddenly struck by a realization. Wait, after going through all that trouble, why would he give up Absalom's body so easily? Just then, Moria suddenly sensed the shadow energy lingering on his Shadow Lancer, being repelled by an unknown force somewhere a kilometer away. In a flash of inspiration, Moria transformed what little remained of that shadow power into a shadow bat, allowing it to transmit its last sight back to him. Through the final vision relayed by the shadow bat, Moria's anger erupted beyond control, and he let out a thunderous roar that shook the very air. That damn scoundrel! I swear, Moria will kill you. AR. What had driven Moria to such fury was the shocking scene revealed through the shadow bat's eyes, something he would never forget for the rest of his life. On the deck of a weathered, single-masted schooner, Absalom's drenched corpse was suddenly tossed onto the boards, enveloped by some mysterious force. Standing there, the semi-transparent figure who had been wounded by Moria's Shadow Lancer casually swatted the last shadow bat out of existence with a single slap. Although the bat's vision lasted only a few seconds, it was enough for Moria to realize he had been duped. Absalom's body was never at the bottom of the sea. It had been taken away by his killer using some unknown method. The truth nearly sent Moria into another uncontrollable rage. Far away, shrouded in mist, Moriarty, who had just swatted away the shadow bat, was urging the ghost ship, now burning with soul power, to accelerate, putting greater and greater distance between himself and the terrifying three-masted vessel. Floating to the stern, Moriarty lifted his gaze, peering into the thick fog where the terrifying three-masted ship had long since vanished. His brows furrowed deeply. I was still too careless. Now, that fool Moria has probably realized I escaped with Absalom's corpse in tow. That means my plan to slip away underwater after falling overboard has all but gone up in smoke. Who would have thought that even the weakest among the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, would be so troublesome? It's hard to even imagine now what kind of heights the Navy admirals and the 4 emperors of the sea have reached. He broke off, coughing harshly. With each jagged breath, a wisp of his soul slipped away from his already fractured spiritual form. Seeing this, Moriarty had no choice but to set aside thoughts of Gecko Moria for now. Carrying Absalom's corpse, he headed straight for the ship's interior. He tossed both the corpse and soul into the decomposition pool, then descended to the very bottom of the ship, entering the deepest chamber, the soul pool. Once his ethereal form was fully submerged within, Moriarty surrendered himself to a profound slumber, seeking to mend the damage his spirit had sustained. Meanwhile, the ghost ship pressed forward, unwavering, following the course Moriarty had set before succumbing to sleep. As time flowed by, the unmanned ghost ship sailed out from under the shadow of the terrifying three-masted vessel, leaving behind the fog-shrouded Devil's Triangle. While Moriarty lay in his deep sleep, the world outside was shaken by an event that set many hearts on edge. Gecko Moria, the Seven Warlords' moonlit terror who had long haunted the Devil's Triangle, was suddenly provoked by some unknown force. Commanding his massive three-masted ship, he burst out from the domain of mist and dread. He hunted every single-masted ship he came across, showing no mercy, especially to those vessels seasoned by years upon the sea. Not one survived his onslaught. All were smashed to pieces without exception. This time, Moria made no distinction between pirate ships and ordinary sailing vessels. Any single-masted ship that crossed his path was doomed, its crew left with nothing but disaster and ruin. Even a notorious pirate, whose bounty exceeded 200 million berries, was torn to shreds after a fateful encounter with Gecko Moria while sailing alone. Moria's rampage soon became the stuff of nightmares, his name whispered in terror across the seas. The Navy headquarters in Marineford itself heard tales of Moria's reign of destruction. Atop the highest floor of Navy headquarters, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he casually set aside a document in his hand, then turned to Garp, who was sprawled on the sofa nearby, snoring loudly. This is already the 13th incident. Merchant ships destroyed by the terrifying triple-masted ghost ship. Garp, go warn Gecko Moria. We can't let him keep going on like this. Bang! As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, the enormous bubble on Garp's nose burst with a pop. The man who'd just been deep in sleep now looked wide awake, as if he hadn't dozed off at all. All right, got it. Do you need me to take Moria out for good? Sengoku shook his head. That's not necessary yet. According to the intelligence from CP, the reason Gecko Moria has been rampaging this time is because one of his three main henchmen was killed by an unknown devil fruit user. Just make sure he calms down. Is that so? Garp absent-mindedly scratched his nose, suddenly losing his enthusiasm. But to kill one of Moria's crew, right on his own ship, that takes some nerve. Sengoku, do you know who did it? No idea. All we know is that the perpetrator was sailing an old single-masted ship, and that they're a devil fruit user. As for what kind of power, we're not sure yet. Could be a paramecia, maybe a logia. Sengoku's answer took Garp by surprise. Even you don't know who it is? There are plenty of mysterious folks out on the sea. Who knows who he really is? Or how long he'll even survive out there? Sengoku said offhandedly, then turned his attention away from the whole matter of Gecko Moria. For Sengoku, an endless stream of problems awaited him every day. This rampage by Moria's crew was just one among many. Though he showed little interest in mysterious personhood, killed Moria's subordinate, the reckless boldness of this criminal piqued a faint curiosity in Garp. After all, this kind of nerve reminded him a little of his own youthful days. Of course, it was just a fleeting interest. Garp's curiosity always came and went in a flash. Soon after, he took his leave from Sengoku's office, boarded his dog-headed ship, and set sail for Marine headquarters, Marineford. Meanwhile, far away, the ghost ship sailed out of the Devil's Triangle, drifting alone upon the vast sea. Day and night, through wind and rain, the ghost ship pressed on, braving the waves and solitude, waiting for its true master to awaken. Thus, the solitary voyage continued, undaunted by storm or squall. The ghost ship had once encountered passing vessels and swam alongside massive sea beasts. Some people, upon discovering the ghost ship, had set their sights on it, attempting to capture this drifting relic. After all, no matter how old it was still a whole, single-masted sailboat. But without exception, all who tried met with failure. Some even plunged into the sea, swept away by unknown currents. Even if no one is at the helm, the ghost ship is not something ordinary people can lay claim to. A month later, at the stroke of midnight, deep within the nearly dried-up Soul Pool, Moriarty finally opened his eyes once more. In his gaze burned an endless, lingering scarlet. The crimson ghost eyes, the very sign of a malevolent spirit on the verge of ascending to a fiendish wraith. Struck down by Moonlight Maria, Moriarty's spiritual form had nearly been shattered completely. Yet after a month of relentless absorption and recomposition, drawing power from the Soul Pool, breaking and rebuilding his spirit time and again, his spectral form had grown twice as strong. As it was a month before, he had reached the very limits of a malevolent spirit. Both his spiritual strength and soul power already met the standard for ascension. All that remained was to forge a haunted domain of his own, and Moriarty would truly become a second-tier fiendish wraith. And now, Moriarty felt confident that he could do just that. There's no time like the present. Since the time is ripe, I'll break through tonight. Haunted Domain, unleash. With a single surge of will, Moriarty drew on the power of the ghost ship, shattering the final barrier. At the heart of the ghost ship, he forged a haunted domain uniquely his own, empowered by this supreme artifact of the ghostly path. Moriarty's domain immediately enveloped a 10-meter radius in a shroud of impenetrable mist, rendering the entire space unknowable. At the very center of this haunted domain, hidden within the mists, lay the ghost ship itself. The haunted domain is complete. At the very instant the domain was forged, a surge of mysterious, baleful power extended from the endless void, instantly saturating the haunted space Moriarty had created. The torrent of fierce, ominous energy not only made the domain more substantial, but also stained Moriarty's spiritual form a vivid, blood-red hue, as if he wore a cloak woven from fresh blood. The red garment, vengeful ghost, fiendish wraith. So that's how it is. Feeling the transformation within himself, a rush of realizations swept through Moriarty's mind. At the same time, his power was undergoing an earth-shattering change, if it were an ordinary, evil spirit. After reaching this stage, it would slowly consolidate its ghostly domain, firmly anchoring itself at the level of a malevolent spirit. However, Moriarty's ambitions clearly went far beyond that. "Open the gate to the netherworld for me," he commanded. Now ascended to the rank of malevolent spirit, Moriarty's hands, now fully tangible, moved swiftly, weaving a series of mysterious seals. One after another, these cryptic symbols hung suspended in the void, solidified by his power. Finally, drawing upon the triad connection between his true form, the ghost ship, and the phantom territory, something extraordinary began to unfold. The air itself twisted. A mysterious portal slowly emerged from the void. This was the gate of the netherworld, the very passage to the underworld within the world of One Piece. The instant the gate swung open, Moriarty, without a moment's hesitation, steered the ghost ship straight into the gaping maw of the netherworld. Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Under the starlight, the patch of sea that had moments ago been shrouded in sudden mist now returned, once more embraced by the gentle glow above. Where an ancient, single-masted vessel had stood, it vanished without a trace, leaving the sea silently undisturbed. Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. In a cold, silent, and sunless corner of the netherworld, a pitch-black vortex suddenly materialized. The next instant, the ghost ship, along with Moriarty himself, plunged into the realm of the dead. "So, this is the netherworld of this world?" he murmured. The underworld of One Piece seemed incomplete. There was no cycle of reincarnation, no celestial magistrates or deities overseeing the dead. Instead, a single river of souls, or perhaps more fittingly, a sea of souls, flowed through the entire realm. Countless spirits drifted up and down its dark currents, eventually dissolving, each becoming a single drop of water, merging into the river itself. These souls appeared to have formed some pact with the river. The ghost ship's ability to harvest wandering spirits was utterly useless against them. At that moment, a powerful sense of dread swept over Moriarty. Having just ascended to malevolent spirit, he felt the very core of his soul tremble. A vast and overwhelming danger rolled toward him like an all-encompassing shadow, the malice of the entire netherworld bearing down upon him. "This is bad. The whole netherworld is rejecting me." As a stowaway from the world of the living, Moriarty had been discovered almost immediately, and the netherworld itself was already closing in on him. There was a simple solution: to fully merge himself into the netherworld. But once he did, leaving again would no longer be so easy. "Time is running out. I have to act quickly." Sensing the mounting hostility from the underworld, Moriarty wasted no time searching the netherworld. Soon enough, he found exactly what he was looking for. There it is, go. He burned a wisp of his soul power directly, and under this violent acceleration, the ghost ship quickly sailed up to a massive reef looming ahead. This jet-black reef, hundreds of meters across, had stood in this stretch of the Nether River for countless millennia, its ancient form unmoved despite the relentless scouring of the underworld's waters. This very stone, black as midnight, was Moriarty's destination, the precise coordinate he had chosen in the realm of the dead. As the ghost ship drew near, Moriarty clambered onto the reef, using both hands and feet. There was no other way, for some mysterious restriction in the underworld made flight impossible above the Nether River. Even just scrambling atop the gigantic rock had taken nearly all of Moriarty's strength. No sooner had he reached the top of the vast reef than Moriarty, not daring to rest, forced out his remaining soul power, letting it seep slowly into the stone's ancient surface. Having endured the Nether River's assault for untold eons, the rock's substance was now extraordinary, Moriarty's formidable spirit could only penetrate a thin outer layer. But for now, that would suffice. Using his soul power as a guide, Moriarty traced onto the reef a gigantic arcane array, its markings as wild and twisted as ghostly scribbles. The moment he finished the formation, he intended to test its effects, but before he could, a colossal wave surged across the Nether River, rolling straight toward his position. Damn it, there's no time, he thought, heart-pounding as the massive wave bore down. Moriarty abandoned any thought of testing the array, and instead opened a passage between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Just before the wave crashed into the ghost ship, he steered it through the rift, narrowly escaping back to the world of the living. With Moriarty and the ghost ship vanished, the monstrous wave smashed relentlessly against the jet-black reef. Yet to the ancient stone, the impact was little more than a tickle, utterly unable to shake its immovable strength. However, the arcane array Moriarty had just inscribed was not so fortunate. Most of its runes were washed away and corroded by the river's waters, leaving only the array's core, which still flickered with an eerie glow, its mysterious energies circulating along unknown paths. In a world of the living, somewhere on the open sea, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared on the water's surface. From its swirling depths, a battered, single-masted ghost ship was spat out with a shudder. Compared to its condition before entering the underworld, the ghost ship was now even more dilapidated. After only a few minutes in the Nether River, its hull had been savagely corroded. In some places, the rot had eaten all the way through, leaving gaping holes clear to the ship's hold. Gazing at the once again ruined ghost ship, Moriarty could only shake his head and let out a bitter laugh. 30 years of hard work, and in a single night, I'm back to square one. However, compared to the rewards of this journey, those things seemed insignificant. Sensing the endless flow of nether energy streaming from the underworld through the array he had carved, pouring into his own ghost domain, Moriarty couldn't help but break into a smile. The array he had inscribed on the reef was not particularly complex. Its function was, in fact, rather single-minded. All it did was harvest the nearby nether energy and channel it directly into Moriarty's ghost domain. With this steady influx of nether energy, the ghost domain he had just established could now absorb these energies as nourishment, growing ever stronger and expanding on its own, self-sufficient and ever-evolving. This would greatly accelerate the growth of Moriarty's ghost domain. Although it seemed that much of his array had been destroyed, Moriarty was still more than satisfied. The nether energy funneled through the formation was already more than enough for his current needs, far more than sufficient for him at this stage. His objective for this journey to the underworld had been completely fulfilled. Not only had he carved out a ghost domain of his own, but he had also seized upon that mysterious power that surged forth in the moment of its creation, allowing him to break through to the fierce spirit rank, a transformation in strength and essence. But, that aside, where exactly am I now after returning from the underworld? Moriarty murmured, gazing out at the unfamiliar stretch of sea before him. He could swear, with absolute certainty, that this was not the same ocean he had set sail on before entering the underworld. Not to mention, the blazing midday sun shining outside the ghost ship was a world apart from the pitch-black night he had left behind. In the underworld, I only traveled a mere 100 meters or so. How is it that, upon returning to the world of the living, I've ended up so far from where I started? Is it the influence of the inner world? Or is there some other reason at play? The living world, the inner world, and the underworld, they were layered like the tiers of a pyramid. The living world sat at the apex, representing the light and order of existence. The underworld lay at the base, embodying darkness and the shadowy side of the world. The inner world existed at the border between the two, influenced by both realms, its rules tangled and chaotic. Perhaps it was precisely this confusing nature that caused Moriarty, shuttling between the underworld and the world of the living, to return to a place so distant from where he had first departed. Then again, maybe it was due to the incomplete laws of this pirate king world. After all, both the underworld and the inner world here felt, well, fractured somehow. That was more or less the impression he got. Otherwise, it would never have been so easy for Moriarty to siphon power from the underworld without consequence. Ordinarily, a ghost domain would be established within the inner world and nurtured by the fierce spirit's own strength. None but Moriarty would so blatantly steal the power of the underworld to fuel his own growth. But Moriarty was not the only one who had ever done such a thing. The reason he dared to act this way was because he had been inspired by the legacy of the vessel from the other shore. There are plenty of bold and reckless souls across the myriad worlds. Some have even gone so far as to transform an entire world into a haunted domain, soaring to unimaginable heights in a single leap. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore, Moriarty muttered. The topics of the inner world and the netherworld were simply too profound for now. He felt it best to set them aside for the time being. What mattered most at the moment was to get used to the changes brought on by his recent advancement, and, perhaps more importantly, to figure out exactly where he was now. A long time passed. Moriarty gradually got a grasp on the changes in his abilities following his rise to the level of a vicious spirit. His three primary attacks, spiritual, pressure, soul spike, and psychic shock, had all been significantly strengthened. On top of that, he had gained a powerful new survival skill, Ghost Domain. The Ghost Domain Moriarty constructed was simple enough, a spectral ship adrift on a boundless sea. In essence, he had transplanted his ghost ship right into his own haunted realm. Within the Ghost Domain, Moriarty's abilities were dramatically enhanced. While it wasn't quite enough to let him break through the limits of his current rank, it did push his strength up by more than a sub-rank, allowing him to reach the very peak of the mid-tier vicious spirits while inside his domain. After reaching the second tier, the disparity in strength among those at the same rank became increasingly pronounced. Sometimes, it was nothing short of chasm. In fact, a peak second-tier being could, under the right circumstances, obliterate a newly advanced peer in an instant. The further one progressed, the wider these gaps became, unless some extraordinary exception intervened. Thus, the boost from the Ghost Domain was already quite impressive, more than doubling Moriarty's power within its bounds. Beyond the Ghost Domain, which had the greatest impact on him, his new status as a vicious spirit granted him several auxiliary abilities as well. For instance, the ability to enter the dreams of others, among various subtle tricks. Of course, there were still more powers waiting to be discovered and developed as he continued to explore his new form. Absent-mindedly, Moriarty raised his arm in a habitual gesture, intending to stroke his chin, but his attention was suddenly drawn to his striking crimson coat. Then, with a smack to his forehead, he exclaimed, "I almost forgot about you." Since his ascension, Moriarty's spirit form had been tainted by a baleful, blood-red aura, and he had yet to revert to his original appearance. This, too, was a sign that a ghost or spirit had reached a certain level. Fortunately, it could all be controlled and concealed. Focusing his mind on the crystal meditation technique, Moriarty gradually drew the crimson hue deep into his core. At the same time, he reshaped his spectral attire, exchanging the vivid red for a sleek black coat. With the now fully solidified spirit form, Moriarty, aside from his somewhat pale complexion, looked almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. "This will do nicely," he exclaimed, clapping his hands together, feeling the resistance as his palms met. The sensation pleased him even more. At this rate, if a third-tier evil spirit needed to, it could live nearly the same as any ordinary person, he mused, delighting in the changes within his body. He reached out with his hand to open the door and walked out of the cabin. Of course, he could have simply floated through the wall, but after all, life needs a little ceremony, doesn't it? Stepping out of the cabin, Moriarty walked right into the sunlight. Sunshine? It's been so long, he sighed with a touch of nostalgia. Evil spirits certainly can't ignore the harm sunlight brings to their spectral forms. For most of them, while ordinary sunlight may no longer be instantly fatal, it's still deeply damaging, causing most to instinctively avoid its touch. Although Moriarty appeared to be standing right in the sunlight, his body was in fact concealed within his ghostly domain. With this eerie shroud enveloping him, the sunlight couldn't harm him. However, keeping this ghostly domain active and surrounding himself with it was draining, even for Moriarty. For short periods it was manageable, but if it went on too long, even he would find it hard to endure, though the netherworld energy within his domain did help offset some of the cost. Still feels like something's missing. Feigning an embrace of the sunlight, Moriarty glanced down at his feet, and suddenly inspiration struck. "So that's what it is. I was missing you." With a casual sweep of his hand over the ground, a shadow appeared beneath his feet. Looking at the shadow, Moriarty was thoroughly satisfied. Ghosts have no shadow, after all. Now that he had one, didn't that make him a person? Even though Moriarty knew this shadow was nothing more than a play of his own spectral abilities, as he always said, life needs a little ritual, doesn't it? After this bit of aimless tinkering, Moriarty chose a random direction and set the somewhat battered ghost ship sailing that way. He had no idea where he was anyway, so why not simply pick a path and go? Whether it was luck or misfortune, after traveling only a few dozen nautical miles, the ghost ship attracted a big problem. The area where the ghost ship now drifted had always been the territory of a sea king beast. Because of the traces left by this creature's activities, the fishermen and merchant convoys on the nearby islands had all marked this region as forbidden waters. Usually, no one with the slightest bit of sense would ever steer their ship into this stretch of sea. But today, the sudden intrusion of the ghost ship deeply offended the master of these seas, that massive Sea King. Now, the Sea King had set its sights on the ghost ship. Beneath the waves, a huge shadow flashed past under the hull of the ghost ship. At the very moment the shadow swept beneath the ship, Moriarty, who had been leisurely sunbathing, instantly turned pale. In the next second, he vanished from his spot and reappeared at the edge of the deck, peering down anxiously. That fleeting shadow caught Moriarty's eye just in time. What was that? Was it a whale or a Sea King? Judging by the immense size of the shadow, Moriarty quickly locked onto his target, a Sea King. After all, an ordinary whale could never move with such lightning speed. How unlucky! Am I being hunted? A few seconds later, when Moriarty saw the enormous shadow circling back toward the ghost ship, he realized the Sea King hadn't just been passing by. A Sea King, is it? I've never killed one before. Who would have thought my first battle after becoming a vengeful spirit would be against a Sea King? Rather than feeling afraid after being targeted, Moriarty actually felt a thrill of excitement. Having just ascended to the rank of a vengeful spirit, he had been itching for a fight to test his newfound powers. And now, a worthy opponent had come knocking at his door. The next instant, the shadow drew close to the ghost ship again, then vanished. Gone. With the disappearance of the enormous shadow, even the surface of the sea seemed to settle into an eerie calm. Umph! What a show-off, Moriarty snorted. Without hesitation, he plunged beneath the waves. He had no patience for passive defense. Instead of waiting aboard the ship for the Sea King's attack, he much preferred to strike first. Besides, Moriarty was neither a devil fruit user nor a human. Underwater combat posed little restriction to him. Once submerged, his vision was somewhat hindered, but it wasn't a major issue. Meanwhile, Moriarty unleashed the full power of his ghostly domain, expanding it outward to grant himself enhanced perception and strength. The rush of water echoed all around, currents surging rapidly below the surface. Swirling eddies rippled across the sea, sending waves rolling outward. This Sea King, with its flair for dramatic maneuvers, was starting to give Moriarty a headache. Its speed was simply astonishing, darting through the depths like a bolt of lightning. Several times, Moriarty tried to strike, only for his target to slip out of range in a sudden burst of speed, leaving him momentarily helpless. Yet through these close encounters, Moriarty finally got a clear look at the creature that had come looking for trouble. A Sea King, now fully revealed, its true nature laid bare before him. This was a Sea King creature bearing a striking resemblance to a swordfish, yet unlike an ordinary swordfish, it possessed two deadly claws and a gaping, blood-red maw. Although its appearance was somewhat bizarre and mismatched, the cold gleam of its razor-sharp claws and its sword-like elongated jaw made it fearsome at a glance. Just as Moriarty was trying to predict the path this Sea King would take, the creature finally launched its attack. After patrolling back and forth several times, the Sea King finally confirmed that there were no other ships of the same kind lurking nearby. Satisfied that there were no ambushes, it decided it was time to teach this tiny intruder a lesson for trespassing in its domain. Compared to this Sea King, which measured 30 or 40 meters in length, the ghost ship, less than 10 meters long, was indeed a mere speck in its eyes. Ignoring Moriarty, who had already slipped beneath the waves, the Sea King turned its sights directly on the ghost ship and charged. As it closed to within 100 meters, its powerful tail began to thrash with wild intensity, driving it forward like a massive, high-powered propeller. In the blink of an eye, the Sea King surged across the remaining distance, its 10-meter-long jaw thrusting straight into the side of the ghost ship. The salted fish thrust. This devastating move, the salted fish thrust, was the Sea King's signature technique, honed through countless battles. At its peak, it had used this very attack to smash clean through a 50 or 60-meter naval cruiser, sending the sailors fleeing in terror. Since then, none had dared to challenge it again. Today, it intended to shatter this little ghost ship with the same move, reminding all who sailed these waters of the terror it commanded. And it succeeded. The creature's iron-piercing jaw, though meeting resistance like never before, finally pierced through the last thin barrier and drove straight through the ghost ship's hull. But it also failed. The colossal impact and momentum carried both the Sea King and the ghost ship upward, bursting out from beneath the waves. Yet instead of smashing the vessel to pieces as it had imagined, the Sea King found its jaw utterly wedged within the ship's body, stuck fast and unable to advance even an inch further. At that moment, the battered wooden hull of the ancient ghost ship displayed a hardness rivaling that of steel. Not only did the Sea King fail to unleash its full strength, but it even found its own nose, its long jaw, firmly trapped inside the ghost ship. Sea King, why is this nothing like what I imagined? Watching the Sea King trapped by the ghost ship, its massive claws thrashing wildly as it struggled in vain, Moriarty slowly drew a question mark in the air with his finger. Was it really stuck? Seeing the Sea King's attempt at bravado backfire so spectacularly, Moriarty decided to add insult to injury. Harnessing the power of the netherworld, he dragged the Sea King's soul directly into the spectral realm, where he proceeded to torment it mercilessly. To be honest, the Sea King's physical body and strength were nearly on par with a third-tier existence. Yet its soul was shockingly feeble, enormous in size, yes, but in terms of quality, it barely measured up to the upper half of the first tier. This, of course, was why Moriarty could so easily torment and destroy it within the ghostly domain. However, after slaying the Sea King, Moriarty found himself facing a new dilemma. He stared at the beast, its snout wedged tightly into the ghost ship. The two now almost fused together. Moriarty nursed a growing headache and muttered to himself, "Great. Now how am I supposed to separate them?" The force with which the Sea King had crashed into the ghost ship must have been hundreds, even thousands of tons. It was no wonder the two were so tightly locked together. Even the Sea King, with its immense strength, hadn't been able to free itself. How could Moriarty possibly hope to do it? His psychic power could certainly influence physical objects, but to pry apart a creature weighing over 100 tons from a ship of indeterminate mass, that was far beyond reasonable. Clearly, this was out of his league. Am I really going to have to carve up the Sea King first, then slowly cut it away piece by piece? The sheer scale of the task flashed before his eyes, and Moriarty felt a wave of panic. Surely not. This can't be happening. Several minutes later, as Moriarty hesitantly lifted a finely crafted katana with his psychic power, debating whether to begin, the ghost ship, his signature artifact, suddenly sent a ripple of longing through their mental connection. It yearned to devour the Sea King's flesh and blood. Oh, devour it? But how? Moriarty was curious. How exactly did the ghost ship intend to consume a creature so much larger than itself? Still, he decided to permit it. With its master's consent, the capsized ghost ship began to exude a thick, swirling mist, enveloping itself and the Sea King. Soon, the fog echoed with disturbing, slurping sounds and the sharp snap of bones shattering. For a full 3 minutes, the dense mist shrouded the scene until, at last, it dissipated completely, after devouring the flesh and bones of an entire Sea King. The ghost ship reappeared before Moriarty, but it looked completely different. The hull, once less than 10 meters long, had now more than doubled in size, not just in length, but in width as well. A new, slightly smaller mast and an additional sail had joined the original structure. What used to be a single-masted sloop, about 8 or 9 meters long, had transformed into a two-masted vessel, now stretching 19 meters in length and spanning 5.5 meters across. At the bow, which had previously seemed unremarkable, there now jutted a long, spear-like ram. If one looked closely, the faint outline of the Sea King's elongated jaw could still be seen embedded in its form. Not only had the corrosion from the waters of the underworld vanished, erasing the tattered holes left on the ghost ship's hull, but the blood-stained sails, once shredded by spatial storms, had been completely restored. From the outside, the ghost ship now resembled a two-masted vessel that had weathered its share of storms, yet was exceptionally well-maintained and utterly dependable. Compared to its previous incarnation, the transformation was as dramatic as exchanging an old musket for a cannon. Has the ghost ship just leveled up? Moriarty gazed at the much larger vessel, a look of disbelief flickering across his face. He had toiled for months, striving in vain to advance the ghost ship, yet a single feast on a Sea King had propelled it forward. It was simply unbelievable. But as Moriarty received the information transmitted from a ghost ship, his expression softened somewhat. There was relief in his eyes, tinged with a hint of regret. The ghost ship's upgrade from a single-masted to a double-masted ship was merely an increase in size and function. It remained, at its core, a first-tier artifact. In other words, it had simply grown from a small to a medium-sized first-tier artifact. Its powers and abilities had increased, but its fundamental nature had not changed. It had merely become more formidable. If he could provide it with more flesh and blood, say, by slaying a few more large Sea Kings and feeding them to the ship, it was likely that the ghost ship could evolve into a large, three-masted vessel. Such a transformation would make it even more powerful, But when the time came to truly advance its rank and elevate it to a second-tier lifebound artifact, the resources required would increase dramatically as well. It was much like the difference between renovating a 30-square-meter apartment and refurbishing a 300-square-meter villa. The resources needed were worlds apart. This was a double-edged sword, with both advantages and drawbacks. In the end, it all depended on one's perspective. At any rate, Moriarty was clearly in high spirits now, although the ghost ship hadn't advanced to the second tier as he had hoped, leaving him a bit disappointed. The newly upgraded two-masted ghost ship, with its significantly enhanced capabilities, still filled Moriarty with delight and surprise. I suppose this counts as an unexpected blessing, he mused. Just a moment ago, he'd been troubled by the problem of disposing of the Sea King's corpse, and in the blink of an eye, it had become the very fuel for his ghost ship's upgrade. This stroke of luck had caught Moriarty completely off guard. Well, perhaps this isn't so bad after all, he thought. The transformation of the ghost ship into a two-masted vessel brought far more changes than just its appearance. Moriarty's spectral domain had always been anchored around the ghost ship, and as the ship itself grew larger, so too did the domain. Now, Moriarty's haunted realm stretched a full 20 meters in every direction, a range several times greater than when he'd first carved it out. Even the boost in power that the domain provided him had grown, if only by a little. It might not be a dramatic breakthrough, but Moriarty could sense the increase quite clearly. It was, in every sense, a blessing in disguise. Gazing at the newly transformed two-masted ship, Moriarty felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After savoring his joy for a while, the ghost ship resumed its journey. It was worth noting that with the ship's upgrade and the addition of a second sail, its speed had increased by several knots, now cruising at around 12 knots. For a sailing ship, that was impressively fast. Even in the world of One Piece, where ships often defy the laws of physics, Moriarty's ghost ship could outpace most vessels, rivaling even some three-masted ships. And that's not to mention its trump card, the ability to burn soul energy for a burst of speed. In such a good mood, Moriarty hummed a little tune as he made his way to the swirling decomposition vortex below decks. Just as he tossed the Sea King's soul into the decomposition pool, he caught sight, out of the corner of his eye, of a glowing blue orb in the corner of the room. A blue orb? Could this be a fragment of law, extracted from Absalom's corpse? When Moriarty reached out and touched the blue orb, his suspicions were confirmed. The orb conveyed its message to him. Law fragment, invisibility, ability. When activated, you can freely adjust the transparency of your own body or any object you touch. This renders you completely undetectable to all living beings, as neither light is reflected nor absorbed, a supreme form of camouflage in the natural world. Note, remember, it's only the color that turns transparent, not that it disappears. Damn, he really managed to break down the devil fruit power of Absalom, the Invisible Man. If the power of the clear fruit fell into the hands of special agents, assassins, or spies, it would undoubtedly be a divine gift. Whether for assassination or intelligence gathering, its potential is unmatched. Unfortunately, such a legendary fruit was completely wasted by Absalom, who used its power for nothing more than voyeurism. That's just, well, actually, when you think about it, it's not entirely useless. No, wait, that's not what I meant. What a waste of such potential. Just look at what happened when this fruit later ended up in the hands of Shiryu of the Rain. The destructive force it unleashed speaks for itself. How could I have forgotten about this? Moriarty muttered to himself, fingering the law fragment of transparency in his hand, a vague sense of guilt rising within him. Back then, after being severely wounded by Moriarty, he had hurriedly tossed Absalom's corpse and soul into the vortex of decomposition before rushing off to the soul pool to absorb soul energy and heal his spirit. During that period of recuperation, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. By the time Moriarty came to his senses, he was already brimming with power and couldn't wait to break through to the realm of malevolent spirits. Afterward, there was opening the ghost domain, traversing the underworld, annihilating Sea Kings, upgrading the ghost ship, and so on. A whirlwind of events left Moriarty genuinely forgetting about the fruit he had fought so hard for. Fortunately, the law fragment was of such high quality that, unlike Absalom's white orb of memories, it did not fade away with the passage of time. Otherwise, Moriarty would truly have been racked with regret. Much like the previous law fragment, this one too could be absorbed by either Moriarty himself or the ghost ship. After some thought, Moriarty decided to let the ghost ship absorb the fragment. First, as a malevolent spirit, Moriarty could already use his powers to slip out of ordinary sight, even shifting into another realm altogether, so the transparency power was of little use to him personally. Second, he knew from experience that absorbing too many law fragments placed a growing burden on the soul, which would do him no good in the long run. Third, the ability to turn invisible would give the ghost ship huge advantages, not only greatly improving its stealth, but also lending it an air of mystery. All things considered, Moriarty fused the law fragment into the ghost ship, and after absorbing it, the ghost ship lived up to all his expectations that he gained the power brought by this law fragment. By consuming a certain amount of soul force, or by drawing enough energy from the ghost realm, the ghost ship could enter a state of invisibility. As for the cost, it was roughly the same as burning soul force for sailing. One wisp of soul force would keep the ghost ship invisible for about an hour. However, drawing power from the ghost realm was too taxing for Moriarty, so for now, he set that option aside. With the ghost ship now capable of turning invisible, Moriarty tirelessly tested this new ability out on the open sea. The power of the transparency law fragment was truly extraordinary. Once the ghost ship became transparent, not only did it vanish from sight upon the waves, but even the water displaced by its hull was cleverly concealed, as the angle of light was altered. To any onlooker, it would seem as if such a sizable sailing vessel didn't exist at all on the sea surface. And so, as Moriarty experimented with the ship's transparency, the twin-masted vessel flickered in and out of existence upon the waves, even in broad daylight. Anyone unaware of the truth who saw this would surely be frightened out of their wits. Only when an hour had passed and the wisp of soul force was finally spent did Moriarty's excitement gradually settle. Steering the now much faster ghost ship, Moriarty slowly sailed out of the Sea King's former territory and entered a brand new stretch of ocean. Yet, to his surprise, after half a day had passed, an unexpected visitor appeared aboard his newly upgraded ghost ship. Half a day later, dusk began to settle in. The orange glow of sunset was already half submerged below the horizon, casting a breathtaking beauty across the undulating sea. By now, Moriarty had long since left the Sea King's waters behind and arrived in a region that no longer felt so desolate. At the very least, at the edge of his vision, a small island appeared, a mere dark speck for now, but unmistakably there. As Moriarty piloted the ghost ship closer to this new area, about a mile and a half away from the pirate ship, floated an unremarkable single-person rowboat. It drifted alone on the waves, carried by the current toward that distant island at the edge of sight. After some time, as the last rays of sunlight faded, a head poked up from the little boat, seemingly having noticed Moriarty's ghost ship. Out on the sea, clutching a small bundle of loot and ready to head back to Kokoyashi village, Nami stood up, just in time to spot the ghost ship Moriarty was sailing. That ship, for some reason, the moment she set eyes on it, Nami felt a strange sense of unease. I can't shake the feeling that this ship wasn't meant for the living. But when Nami snuck a peek through her telescope and saw the sails billowing at full strength, and that fleeting figure at the bow, she quickly dismissed her uneasy thoughts. Someone's clearly on board, after all. Hey, this ship doesn't look like a pirate ship at all, she exclaimed. Moriarty's ghost ship truly wasn't a pirate vessel. Even in its previous life, it hadn't belonged to pirates, just a single-masted sloop that had been plundered. So whether before or after Moriarty's transformation, there had never been a pirate flag flying from its mast. In this world, the pirate flag is the heart and pride of every pirate crew. Under normal circumstances, pirates would never lower their own banner. Given how chaotic these seas are, they have no reason to hide who they are. That's precisely why Nami immediately recognized this oddly styled two-masted ship for what it was, not a pirate ship. Are the people on this ship completely clueless? Just a little further ahead, and they'll be in the territory ruled by the Arlong pirates. Are they in a hurry to die? Or do they simply have too much money to burn, sailing straight into danger like this? Whether it was a sudden surge of kindness, or simply a wish to avoid yet another bout of misfortune in her own life, Nami found herself paddling her little boat toward Moriarty's position. The current was against her, so even though the distance was only a mile and a half, it took Nami a full half-hour to make her way over. That was with Moriarty's ghost ship steadily approaching her at an angle, closing the gap. Otherwise, it would have taken her even longer. By the time Nami drew near the ghost ship, the last rays of the setting sun had vanished, and darkness had swallowed the sea in an instant. Perhaps it was the sudden fall of night, but as Nami reached the side of the ghost ship, she felt a chilling aura emanating from its decks, a presence that warned the living to keep away. Unbidden, unsettling images crept into her mind, sending a shiver up her spine. Night had fallen fully, and not a single lantern flickered aboard the ghost ship. The silence was eerie, absolute, as if the vessel itself held its breath. Could this really be a ghost ship? The thought made Nami tremble, but she quickly shook it off. She'd seen someone on board not long ago, while the sun was still up. She'd witnessed sunlight illuminating the figure with her own eyes. How could that be a ghost? Muttering encouragement to herself, Nami gripped her waterproof flashlight and climbed aboard the ghost ship. Climbing aboard a ship was second nature to Nami by now. In just a minute or two, she had scaled the side of the sizable twin-masted vessel. No one's here. Once on deck, Nami glanced around, but not a single soul was in sight. Does everyone on the ship go to bed this early? Not even night watch? What's going on with this ship? Anyway, she muttered to herself. Without hesitation, Nami flicked on her flashlight and strode straight toward the cabin. At this point, her curiosity about the ship only grew stronger. To her surprise, the cabin door opened easily. She slipped inside and ascended the stairs, making her way toward the captain's quarters. In Nami's mind, no matter how few people there were on board, the captain's room should at least be occupied. After all, what ship sails without a captain? As was typical for most ships, the captain's quarters were at the top of the cabin, where the air was freshest and the light best. Moriarty's ghost ship was no exception. When Nami opened the door to the captain's quarters and swept her flashlight inside, her eyes were instantly transfixed. The beam fell upon a mountain of gold and jewels, and the dazzling glint of the treasure nearly blinded her. And next to the pile of riches, stacks of meticulously arranged banknotes, berries, stood in neat columns. Am I dreaming? The sight of so much gold, jewels, and cold hard cash made Nami feel as though she'd stumbled into a dream. She had never seen so much money in her entire life. With a professional eye sharpened by years of money-loving experience, Nami quickly estimated that the cash and treasure before her must be worth close to 200 million. With all this money, could I just buy back Kokoyasi village from Arlong right now? Even though the treasure wasn't technically hers, for the sake of her village, Nami had already started to think of it as her own. After all, besides stealing from pirate crews, she'd taken money from others before, always for Kokoyasi's people, and for herself. Somehow, she produced a huge burlap sack, and without further hesitation, began stuffing treasure into it. Her first targets were the largest, denominations of berries, and small, valuable, easy-to-carry items. These were light and would be easy to grab if she needed to make a quick escape. After collecting about 60 million worth of loot, Nami decided to stop. She left the rest untouched between this haul and the 45,230,000 berries she'd already saved. She finally had enough to meet Arlong's demand of 100 million. With her sack of riches packed and ready, Nami tiptoed toward the door, preparing to slip away as quietly as she had arrived before. She left, however. Nami still couldn't resist secretly slipping out a small denomination belly note. She took a pen from the front of her blouse and scribbled a warning on it, along with a rough map of the Arlong pirates' territory. Then she placed the note in the most conspicuous spot in the captain's quarters. Anyone who entered that room would immediately notice the belly covered in warnings. After finishing all this, Nami patted her now shapely chest with a sigh of relief. Phew, let's just call these belly my intelligence gathering. Fee. It's far better for them to end up in my hands than the Arlong pirates. If they got their hands on it, you wouldn't see a single coin left. And who knows, your life might not be spared either. As if comforting herself, Nami suddenly found her guilt inexplicably eased. Hugging her loot with a spring in her step, she left the cabin and headed up to the deck, feeling unusually cheerful. It was at that moment that the lamp on the deck flickered on, casting a sudden glow. At the same time, a cool, haunting voice drifted to Nami's ear. Oh. And where might you be taking my treasure? When Nami boarded the ship, Moriarty had only just begun his meditation and thus failed to notice her approach. But once Nami entered the captain's quarters, the ghost ship promptly alerted Moriarty, who was training within the soul pool. He snapped back to awareness at once. As he drew near the captain's quarters, he caught sight of Nami quietly tiptoeing out. That's Nami. The sight of her delicate features gave Moriarty pause. He hadn't expected to encounter Nami under such circumstances. And since she was here alone, it confirmed another suspicion. After returning from the underworld, he must have been transported thousands of miles away, all the way to the East Blue. That moment of surprise was enough for Nami to slip out of the cabin. Only then did Moriarty speak up. When did he get behind me? As Nami turned around, she saw, just as she feared, a handsome figure with tousled short hair and casual clothes standing directly behind her. I was just being kind enough to warn you there's danger up ahead, she stammered. Is that so? Moriarty raised an eyebrow, eyeing the sack behind Nami with clear skepticism. With a flick of his wrist, the belly note, now marked with Nami's warnings, floated out from the captain's quarters and landed neatly in his hand. The display left Nami utterly dumbfounded. Is this magic, or some kind of ghostly power? Instinctively linking this uncanny scene to the realm of the occult, Nami felt her knees turning weak. It was hard to blame her imagination. After all, there were far too many strange things about this ship. Fortunately, under the flickering light that Moriarty had just lit, the wavering shadows brought Nami a small sense of security. After reading what was written on the belly, Moriarty smiled and said, "A warning is it. I'll let you off for now. But can you explain what you plan to do with all these belly and gold you took from my room? Are you a thief?" The moment Nami realized Moriarty might be trying to take the money back from her, her entire demeanor changed. She glared at him fiercely. "Haven't you ever heard of a ransom? I just saved your life. It's only fair I get some compensation, isn't it?" This money was what Nami intended to use to buy back Kokoyashi Village from Arlong. No matter how dangerous things got, she had no intention of letting it go. Moriarty chuckled. "A ransom, you say? The Arlong pirates? Those lowlifes are nothing but bottom feeders. How could they possibly threaten me? Miss Nami, stealing from me means you'll have to pay back double, you know?" Moriarty truly paid no mind to the danger Nami spoke of. With his current strength in the East Blue, the weakest of all the seas, he could act without fear. The Arlong pirates didn't even register as a threat to him. In fact, it was Nami herself, with her striking beauty, that captured his interest. On such a long journey, a bit of amusement would do just fine to pass the time. The utter contempt in Moriarty's tone as he compared the Arlong pirates to worthless fish sent Nami into a rage. She didn't even care that he called her by name. If the Arlong pirates were really so easy to deal with, Kokoyashi Village wouldn't have suffered so much. After all, even the Navy was helpless against them. They were the most notorious pirates in all of East Blue. "You bastard. Do you have any idea how terrifying the Arlong pirates are? Arlong himself has a bounty of 20 million belly, the highest in all of East Blue, and he's a fearsome fishman. Idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed?" While Nami was shouting and wildly waving her arms, Moriarty just watched the scene unfold with an amused glint in his eyes. At the same time, he effortlessly took the large sack from Nami's hands and reclaimed his wealth. "This is mine, isn't it?" he said coolly. "Yours," Nami shot back. Moriarty laughed. "Sorry, but this is my treasure. And don't forget, stealing from me means paying back double. The contents here are worth about 60 million belly. So, from this moment on, you owe me 120 million belly." "What? I owe you 120 million belly? You're dreaming. Drop dead." Hearing this infuriating man demand such an outrageous sum for compensation, Nami completely lost her temper. Not to mention 1,200 million berries. Even a single coin, Nami had no intention of giving up. As if he could read Nami's mind, Moriarty smiled, then strolled over to one side of the two-masted ship and reached out with his hand. All the spoils of war that Nami had painstakingly gathered over the past half-month were effortlessly lifted from her little boat by Moriarty's psychic power. He weighed the bundle in his hand with a light chuckle. "Let's call this the interest," he said. "Give it back to me." Nami cried out. "That's my money. Give it back," she insisted, her voice sharp with anger. Seeing her precious belongings taken away, Nami's face truly changed color. But no matter how angry she became, it was useless. With Moriarty's strength, there was no way Nami could snatch the money back from him. Time passed. After a long struggle, Nami collapsed onto the ground, disheveled and out of breath. Moriarty, on the other hand, remained as composed and unflappable as ever. Having been toyed with for so long, Nami came to realize that she would probably never get that money back. With a resigned sigh, she tried to console herself. Let this be the price for letting greed cloud her judgment. "That damned stingy man," she muttered under her breath. Though she'd more or less accepted her fate, Nami couldn't help but curse him silently once more. But as soon as the words left her mind, Nami suddenly realized that, at some point, their ghost ship had drifted alarmingly close to the island where Kokoyashi Village lay. Standing on the deck, they could already see the familiar outline of the village in the distance. Snapping back to her senses, Nami no longer cared how infuriating this man beside her was. She turned to Moriarty in a hurry and urged, "Quick, have your crew turn the ship around. If the Arlong pirates spot you, it'll be too late." Moriarty was taken aback by the earnestness in Nami's face. Just a moment ago, she'd been glaring at him with gritted teeth, and now she was actually urging him to turn away. Sensing her emotions, Moriarty realized with some surprise that Nami was genuinely concerned. She truly didn't want him to run into the Arlong pirates and suffer a disaster beyond repair. Looking at Nami's worried and anxious expression, Moriarty thought to himself, who would have thought? This girl is unexpectedly kind-hearted. With a soft laugh, he decided not to tease her anymore. There's only me on this ship. Turning it around would be quite a hassle. Besides, why should I? If you're worried about being discovered, well, it appears we're already too late. As he finished speaking, Moriarty walked to the railing and pointed towards several figures swiftly swimming in their direction not far away. What? You're the only one on this ship? Nami exclaimed in disbelief. She simply couldn't imagine that such a massive vessel would be crewed by Moriarty alone. However, from the time she started arguing with Moriarty until now, no one else had come out to investigate, so it seemed Moriarty was telling the truth. Right after, she walked to the side of the ship and looked in the direction Moriarty had pointed. Instantly, her expression darkened. Damn it, it's Chu. This is going to be troublesome. Within the Arlong pirates, Chu was notorious for his foul temperament and his terrible attitude towards humans. If Chu discovered Moriarty, even she would have a hard time covering for him. Nami, her face still concealed, turned toward Moriarty and said, Listen, just do exactly as I tell you in a moment. Don't interrupt. Just say you're here to bring me back, understood? Moriarty had no desire to argue further with Nami about her concerns. He couldn't be bothered to retort, so he simply let her do as she pleased. Chu, accompanied by 3 of his underlings, approached the ghost ship and quickly spotted Nami aboard. After a moment's thought, Chu led his men and leapt directly onto the 2-masted schooner. Once aboard, Chu cast a contemptuous glance at Moriarty before demanding of Nami, Nami, what's going on here? Why are you on this ship? And who is this filthy human? Nami started, He is. But before she could finish, Moriarty cut in sharply, You've dirted my ship, you disgusting creature. Don't you know that those with filthy mouths tend to meet their end quicker? Originally, Moriarty had planned to see how Nami would handle the situation, but this man's mouth was simply too foul. Moriarty was in no mood to indulge him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of psychic shock at them. Under Moriarty's control, the souls of the 4 fishmen were shattered by his single blast of psychic shock. Even their bodies, struck by the attack, were sent hurtling backward through the air. Not even Chu, the strongest among them, could withstand Moriarty's blow. Since ascending to the rank of fearsome spirit, the power of all Moriarty's abilities had increased dramatically. Never mind these fishmen who hadn't even reached the first tier of the extraordinary. Even an ordinary first-tier extraordinary couldn't necessarily endure a blow from Moriarty. After all, Moriarty's attacks ignored physical defenses and struck directly at the soul. Nami, who had been anxiously preparing to explain things to Chu, could only stare in shock as Moriarty simply glanced at Chu and sent them all flying. She nearly popped her eyes out in disbelief at the sight. Chu was a senior officer of the Arlong pirates. After all, someone so powerful, taken out by a single look from Moriarty? Wait, that can't be right. Seeing Chu slumped against the wall, then crashing to the floor without moving an inch, Nami couldn't help but rush over, reaching out to check their noses and chests for any sign of life if they're dead. All of them are dead. Nami collapsed to the ground, terror etched across her face as she stared at Moriarty. Who is he, really? Why are those powerful fishmen so helpless before him? In the blink of an eye, something seemed to dawn on Nami. She forced down the fear in her heart and dropped to her knees before Moriarty. Bowing her head to the ground, she pleaded, Please, Honorable One, save Kokoyashi Village. As she begged for his help, Nami poured out the endless crimes of the Arlong pirates, her words tumbling over one another. Moriarty had already guessed at Nami's reaction, and her desperate plea the moment he revealed a glimpse of his true strength. Nami wasn't a fool. After so many years, she knew Arlong's nature all too well. She understood just how impossible it was to buy back Kokoyashi Village with the so-called ransom of 100 million berries. But that promise, however unrealistic, was the only hope she had left. So year after year, despite being misunderstood by her own people, Nami braved danger and worked herself to the bone, stealing and scraping together every coin, all to reach that impossible sum. Yet today, after watching Moriarty effortlessly deal with Chu and the other 3 fishmen, Nami realized she might have stumbled upon a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A chance far greater than that unreliable bargain. A chance that could truly save Kokoyashi Village. To save Kokoyashi Village, or to wipe out the Arlong pirates, would be no trouble for me at all, Moriarty said, his tone calm. But why should I help you? No sooner had the words left his lips than Nami's eyes blazed with determination. If you're willing to lend your strength and save Kokoyashi Village, I am willing to give anything. Moriarty couldn't help himself. Seeing Nami so ready to sacrifice everything for her home, he burst out with a low, amused laugh. Little girl, put away that bravado. If you're trying to seduce someone, you got a long way to go with that figure of yours. To be honest, compared to the Nami of 3 or 4 years later, fully grown, radiant, and stunning, this Nami was just a scrappy, half-grown teenager. And besides, Even if she wanted to try her charms, it wouldn't work. Moriarty hadn't been fully human for ages. No, for several months at least. Without a body of flesh and blood, even if he wanted to do something, he simply couldn't. He was powerless in that regard. Nami glanced down at herself, at the chest that had only just begun to develop. She bit her lip, tempted to protest, and asked Moriarty what, exactly, he found lacking. But her good sense prevailed. She knew better than to risk angering this strange and terrifying man at such a crucial moment. Drawing a deep breath, Nami spoke again. Even putting my body aside, I am a navigator, the best navigator in the world. I can guide your way. And I have some money too. For reasons she couldn't quite explain. Perhaps it was the allure of all that gold and treasure in the captain's quarters. Nami blurted out, almost involuntarily, I have money. As for navigation, the ghost ship didn't require a navigator, nor did it need anyone to chart course. Interestingly, though, what really caught Moriarty's attention was Nami's mention of money. TSK. Little girl, have you forgotten that you still owe me 120 million berries? Moriarty clicked his tongue, as if savoring the thought. Hearing Nami talk about money, Moriarty suddenly remembered that she seemed to have stashed quite a fortune somewhere in an orange grove. The idea was enticing. No, he told himself, this isn't greed. It's simply reclaiming what he's owed. When Moriarty brought up that astronomical compensation of 120 million berries, an amount he had arbitrarily imposed, Nami actually felt a surge of hope instead of despair. Who would have thought this man shared her passion for money? If that's the case, things might turn out much easier than she'd imagined. Nami tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft but resolute. Don't worry, sir. I won't forget. After giving Nami a long, searching look, Moriarty opened the cabin door. With a mere flick of his finger, he used his psychic power to lift the 4 fishermen's corpses and carry them into the ship. Moriarty made no effort to hide his abilities from Nami. There was really no need. After all, the Grand Line was full of people with strange and mysterious powers. Once inside the cabin, Moriarty shut the door with a heavy thud and locked it tight. While he didn't mind others knowing about his powers, the secrets of the ghost ship were another matter entirely. Those he would allow no one to discover. He tossed the 4 fishermen's bodies into the decomposition vortex. As expected, the vortex rejected them. Aside from their shattered souls, which were broken down into soul energy, their flesh and blood simply tumbled out, unabsorbed. It seems that, while fishmen are certainly stronger than ordinary humans, their bodies still don't meet the supernatural standard, Moriarty mused, only mildly disappointed by what he saw. It appeared he couldn't afford to slack off just yet. If only he could get his hands on a Sea King. Wait, didn't the Arlong pirates keep a Sea King around? Maybe I can use it to give the ghost ship a little boost. With that thought, his resolve firmed. Looks like I really do need to make a trip to Kokoyashi Village. On the deck of the ghost ship, even after Moriarty had levitated the 4 fishermen's corpses into the cabin, Nami remained kneeling, her forehead pressed low in deference, facing the spot where Moriarty had disappeared. Earlier, although Moriarty seemed to have some intention of letting go, he never actually gave her a clear answer. Out of caution, Nami didn't ask a single question about what Moriarty was doing, carrying the 4 fishermen's bodies into the cabin with him. She simply wondered silently to herself. Was he going to compare Chu's corpse to the one of posters? If that was the case, this greedy man was bound to be disappointed. Except for Arlong. None of the other members of the Arlong pirates had bounties on their heads. Lost in her swirling thoughts, Nami was startled when the cabin door swung open again. Moriarty strode out and, without a second glance, tossed the corpses of Chu and the others overboard into the sea. Seeing this, Nami quietly confirmed her suspicions. So that's it. He must have realized there were no bounties on them and discarded their bodies without a care. A dozen minutes later, Moriarty's 2-masted schooner slipped into the little harbor of Kokoyashi Village. By now, the fact that Chu and his fellow fishmen had set out to investigate the schooner and never returned was starting to make Arlong uneasy. Just then, Hachon the octopus man burst in, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Something's wrong, Arlong. Something's terribly wrong. I was fishing at the shore and found Chu's body. They've been killed." As Hachon finished his breathless report, Arlong's rage boiled over. He crushed the wine glass in his hand with a single squeeze. Damn it, it's that 2-masted schooner at the docks. The moment he received the news, Arlong immediately suspected something was wrong with the ship at the harbor. After all, Chu had gone there on his orders and never returned. Those bastards. How dare they kill my brethren? I'll make them pay in blood. The realization that his own carelessness had led to the death of his fellow fishmen made Arlong's cold, dead eyes gleam with a murderous red light. Throughout Arlong's territory, every fisherman who heard the news of their comrades' deaths was gripped with outrage. Unable to contain their fury, they longed to seize their weapons and take revenge at once. Having grown accustomed to tyranny in Kokoyashi village, they'd lost the vigilance they once had. Otherwise, Chu's silent demise might have served as a warning. "Grab your weapons, all of you," Arlong roared, his voice echoing with fury. "I don't care who they are. I'll make them pay for Chu's death with blood." At his command, the fishmen of the Arlong pirates seized whatever weapons they could find, their furious shouts shaking the air. "Blood for blood! Blood for blood!" Their cries rang out, unstoppable. Amid the uproar, Arlong drew his massive saw-toothed blade and, leading the charge, strode toward the harbor of Kokoyashi village. After entering the port of Kokoyashi village, night had already fallen. Most of the villagers, worn down by the ruthless oppression of the Arlong pirates, were already fast asleep. The dilapidated docks stood deserted in the darkness, with no one around to keep watch. Naturally, no foolish thief would ever bother to visit such a poor and destitute place. As the ghost ship slid quietly into the harbor, Nami, who seemed to catch a glimmer of hope, eagerly bustled about to help Moriarty with everything that needed doing, from furling the sails, dropping anchor, securing the moorings, to tying down the ropes. She managed all these chores by herself. For Moriarty, these details didn't matter in the least. After all, the ghost ship was bound to his very soul and could never be stolen or lost. Still, he made no move to stop the busy Nami. In fact, he found her earnest diligence rather amusing. Just as Nami finished tidying up the last of the preparations, the village's fragile peace was suddenly shattered by commotion at the western entrance. The sharp clatter of boots on the ground, mingled with the harsh clang of weapons colliding, echoed through the night. The racket was enough to wake even those who had just drifted off to sleep, and the rest who hadn't yet closed their eyes were startled from their beds. When they peered out their windows and saw the menacing figures of the Arlong pirates, faces set and bristling with hostility, one by one, they hurried to extinguish their lamps, terrified of being noticed. Only when the fishmen of the Arlong pirates had marched far down the road did the villagers dare to crack open their windows just a sliver, peeking anxiously toward the docks where the pirates were headed. "What on earth is happening? I think I saw Arlong himself leading the charge this time. What could have happened at the docks? I don't know, but could it be that something's happened to Nami? I can't just sit here. I have to follow them and see for myself, or I won't be able to sleep tonight." A few of the bolder young men, ignoring their families' anxious pleas, slipped out into the night, trailing the pirates from a safe distance along a dark, narrow path. Worried for their safety, several steadier, middle-aged villagers quietly followed as well, led by Aegean, the village constable of Kokoyashi. Once they caught up with the younger men, Aegean gathered them all and, moving as silently as possible, led them to a slope near the docks. Hidden by the cover of darkness and wild grass, they crouched low, watching. By then, the dock had already been completely surrounded by the men of the Arlong pirates. There was no way in or out. When Arlong arrived at the docks with his crew, he immediately spotted Nami, who was flushed and sweating from her labors, and, standing nearby as if enjoying a show, Moriarty. When Arlong saw Nami, he instinctively furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "Nami, could Chu's death be connected to her? If that's the case, then I can't let her stay." Although Nami was very useful, Arlong would never tolerate someone responsible for killing one of his own people staying by his side. If it turned out that Nami was involved in Chu's death, no matter how regrettable, Arlong would personally end her life. At that moment, Hachi, who was following behind Arlong, spoke up. "Nami, what are you doing here? Chu was killed just now. Did you see who did it?" When Nami saw Arlong and the members of the Arlong pirates surrounding the dock, memories of the shadows they cast over her life came flooding back. Instinctively, she took a step backward. After Hachi finished asking his question, a distracted Nami glanced unconsciously in Moriarty's direction. That subtle movement did not escape Arlong's watchful gaze. "Is it that human?" As soon as he noticed Nami's unconscious gesture, Arlong hefted his massive sawtooth blade and shouted at Moriarty in a harsh, menacing voice. "Wretched human, was it you who killed Chu?" Watching from behind the gentle slope, Aegean and his friends felt their hearts leap into their throats at the unfolding scene. "It's Nami and a stranger. What on earth is Arlong planning?" "Aegean, calm down. Nami's fine for now. Keep quiet. If Arlong finds us, we're finished." Unaware of the tense exchange happening behind the slope, Moriarty's good mood had been completely spoiled by Arlong's arrival. As expected, trash is always trash. That rotten stench really does run in the blood. With those words, Moriarty gave Arlong no chance to reply. He unleashed a massive psychic shock across a wide area, blasting most of the fishmen away. Because the attack covered such a broad range, and there were so many opponents, the force of this psychic shock was a bit diluted. Other than a few unlucky souls at the front whose spirits were shattered, most were merely knocked unconscious and sent flying. Some weren't even knocked out, just dazed. As for Arlong, Hachi, and a few others, they only felt as if their skulls had been struck with a heavy club. Their minds reeled, but they didn't lose consciousness. But for Moriarty, his goal of clearing the field had already been achieved. In a flash, Moriarty vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he reappeared directly in front of Hachi. With a single soul spike, he sent the just-recovered Hachi straight to the afterlife. Then, without missing a beat, Moriarty grabbed a long sword from Hachi's limp hands and drove it into the heart of the last officer of the Arlong pirates, Kruby. Xiaoba, Kruby. Damn you, stop right now. After watching his two trusted officers die brutally before his eyes, Arlong snapped back to his senses. Grabbing the massive saw blade at his side, he swung it furiously at Moriarty. Facing Arlong's wild attack, Moriarty remained calm, locking eyes with Arlong's bloodshot gaze. Spectre's realm, nightmare hour. In the next instant, Arlong's vision seemed to blur, but he quickly shook it off, chalking it up to lingering dizziness from before. Without giving it much thought, he charged at Moriarty, blade raised high. The jagged saw sliced through flesh with a sickening sensation, and a savage, bloodthirsty grin twisted across Arlong's face. But then, to his shock, Moriarty's body reappeared a short distance away, perfectly unharmed, while the corpse he'd just cut down had turned into a block of wood. Want to kill me? Go ahead. Foolish creature. Enraged by Moriarty's taunt, Arlong swung the massive blade again, roaring, "Enough of your petty tricks, just die already." In Arlong's mind, Moriarty was killed over and over, only to rise again each time. No matter how fiercely he struck his enemy, refused to stay dead. This bizarre, nightmarish spectacle, something Arlong had never experienced, drove him to the edge of madness. Damn it, Justi, di Alveati. Moriarty knew all too well the depths of despair Arlong was now facing. The truth was, from the moment their eyes met, Arlong had been trapped in an illusion woven by Moriarty. Every Moriarty he cut down was, in reality, one of his own men. In the real world, after just a single glance from Moriarty, Arlong had erupted into a frenzy, slaughtering his fellow fishermen pirates while everyone else stared on in bewilderment. When Arlong had nearly wiped out the entire crew, Moriarty snapped his fingers with a soft crack, dispelling the illusion. At the same time, he sent the memories of what had truly happened flooding into Arlong's mind. Now, staring at the bodies of his comrades strewn across the ground, seeing the hellish scene painted in blood before him, and the saw blade in his hands dripping red. With a hollow clang, the reality of it all crashed down on Arlong. The rabid racist could no longer hold his weapon. It slipped from his grasp and struck the earth with a heavy thud. Clutching his head in both hands, Arlong let out a crazed, anguished scream, "No!" At that moment, Moriarty, satisfied with the spectacle, appeared before Arlong and unleashed a potent soul spike, piercing through Arlong's very spirit. With that, he ended Arlong's wicked life. Cradling Arlong's twisted, writhing soul, Moriarty let out a low, satisfied chuckle. "To let you die so easily, I realize I'm still a bit too kind after all." After effortlessly wiping out the entire Arlong pirates, Moriarty felt little of the thrill one might get from bullying children. In fact, the spoils of this battle were far less than what he'd gained by casually annihilating any pirate crew on the Grand Line. That was precisely why, in the end, he simply killed Arlong, who had dared to speak to him so insolently. Otherwise, Moriarty would have dragged Arlong's soul into a ghostly nightmare and tormented him there, just to vent his own irritation. What Moriarty didn't know, however, was that after he destroyed the Arlong pirates, the fairy of the other shore, in his mind, quietly intercepted something once again. "Beep. You have stirred the currents of fate and absorbed 0.1 units of stray world essence." Moreover, Moriarty could never have guessed how his words, combined with the effortless destruction of the Arlong pirates, forcing them to turn on one another, driving even Arlong mad, would look in the eyes of others. The scene sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. It wasn't just a handful of Kokoyasi villagers watching from afar. Even Nami, who had traveled far and braved many storms, was now so terrified she nearly lost control. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Moriarty lifted Arlong's corpse and, as if weightless, floated up to the ghost ship. He tossed the body into the swirling vortex of disintegration. After Moriarty vanished, Nami stumbled through the sea of blood and corpses left by the Arlong pirates. At first, she broke into a fit of trembling laughter, but after just a few laughs, her laughter turned to sobs. Clutching her mouth with both hands, she choked out, "They're dead. All dead. It's over. Thank goodness, it's finally over. Kokoyashi village is free at last. Velmir, your spirit can finally rest in peace." As Nami wept, Aegeon, his legs still wobbly, gathered a few of the braver young men and hurried over to her, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the village. "Come on, Nami, let's go. This place isn't safe." The young men from Kokoyashi village were just as shaken, and as they helped Nami along, they nearly tripped over the bodies of the fishmen scattered on the ground. Yet that stumble snapped Nami back to her senses. They couldn't leave, at least not like this. If she ran off now and Moriarty found out, what would he think? Would he believe she had used him and fled? If he took his anger out on the village, Kokoyashi would be doomed. Someone who could so easily destroy the Arlong pirates would have no trouble wiping out a defenseless village. With this thought, Nami immediately pulled herself together and broke free from those supporting her. In a hurry, he said to Aegeon, "No, we can't leave yet. And how did you all end up here?" Seeing Nami stop in her tracks, Aegeon grew anxious. He grabbed her by the arm and started dragging her outside, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Nami, don't make a scene. If that terrifying guy comes out, we won't have the chance to escape. Who knows if that maniac would just kill us on a whim. Now that all the Arlong pirates are dead, you're finally free, Nami. You don't have to bow to that 100 million berries promise anymore. Let's seize this chance and run while we can." When she heard the first part of Aegeon's words, Nami's heart was screaming in panic, wishing she could slap some tape over his mouth. "Idiot, we're so close. What if that guy hears you?" But Aegeon's next words caught her off guard. The 100 million berries promise. How did Aegeon know about that? Did Nojiko tell them? If so, does that mean everyone in the village knows now? Though Aegeon's words threw Nami's mind into chaos, her feet remained rooted to the spot. Seeing how Aegeon and the others seemed to harbor deep suspicions about Moriarty, Nami felt compelled to speak up and defend him. After all, Moriarty was only here because she had invited him, and more than that, he had truly wiped out the Arlong pirates, clearing away the dark cloud that had hung over Kokoyashi village and saving them all. "Uncle Aegeon, don't be afraid. He's a great warrior I asked to come here to defeat the Arlong pirates. He might have an odd personality, but he's actually a good person," Nami explained. Her words left Aegeon and the others stunned on the spot. One of the young men beside Aegeon, wide-eyed in disbelief, blurted out, "What? That guy was really someone you brought here, Nami?" Nami glanced at him and recognized him as Jim, the fisherman boy who'd been her playmate in the village years ago. "Of course," Nami replied. "Otherwise, why would a master like him show up in a remote place like our town? So, Jim, everyone there's no need to be afraid. If you have a moment, you'd be better off hurrying back home and sharing this good news with everyone." Jim exchanged looks with Aegeon and the others, but in the end, Aegeon clenched his jaw and said firmly, "I'll stay here with you. Jim, you and the rest should head back to the village first." Jim protested, "We'll stay too. There might be something we can help with later." The truth was, no matter what Nami said, they still couldn't set aside their unease about Moriarty's bizarre behavior. Or perhaps, more honestly, they were simply frightened by him. Even with Nami's assurances that Moriarty was her ally, Aegeon and the others found it hard to fully believe. Seeing that Aegeon and the others looked rather frightened but still chose to stay, Nami felt a surge of gratitude. At the same time, she understood what was weighing on their minds. This made her feel compelled to explain once more. "Don't worry. He really is a good person." "No, I'm not a good person. In fact, in my hometown, being called a good person isn't much of a compliment, especially when it comes from a girl. So please, don't hand out the good guy card so carelessly." Just as Nami finished speaking, an unexpected voice cut in, startling everyone. When they turned to look, they realized that at some point, Moriarty had already appeared right beside them. "Ah!" Nami cried out in surprise. It took her a moment to collect herself before she managed to say, "When did you get here? I didn't hear a thing. Do you walk without making any sound at all?" Moriarty shrugged. "Sorry, I flew over." As he spoke, he pointed down at his feet. There was still a small gap between his shoes and the ground. It had been too dark earlier for anyone to notice, but now that he'd pointed it out, they all realized he was hovering above the earth. Once everyone had gotten a good look, Moriarty continued, "But don't worry, I only just landed. The moment I heard you handing out good guy cards, I had to come out and set the record straight." Really, Nami was a little skeptical about what Moriarty said, but she decided not to dwell on it. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath and composed herself. Then, with great respect, she bowed deeply to Moriarty and said, "In any case, thank you for defeating the Arlong pirates and giving Kokoyashi village hope." Moriarty accepted her bow with an easy air and replied, "No need to thank me. After all, You'll be paying me for it. All right then. Moriarty clapped his hands together, then continued. Now, Nami, you know where these vile pirates' lair is, don't you? Well, take me to claim my spoils. By now, Nami seemed very familiar with Moriarty's greedy nature, so his request didn't surprise her in the least. With a big, cheerful smile, she replied, No problem. With that, she switched on her small flashlight and led Moriarty toward the Arlong Pirates base, Arlong Park. Meanwhile, beside Nami and Moriarty, Ajin and the others, who seemed to have been forgotten, only snapped out of their daze after Nami. And Moriarty had already walked a short distance ahead. From the earlier conversation between Nami and Moriarty, everyone now understood that Moriarty had indeed been invited by Nami to help deal with the Arlong Pirates. Realizing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and most of their fear toward Moriarty faded away. What remained was a mixture of gratitude and awe, thankful and respectful at once. Just as Nami and the others were about to leave, Aegean hurriedly called out to Jim and the rest, You guys go and notify the village that the Arlong Pirates have been defeated. I'll go with Nami to welcome our benefactor. With that, Aegean dashed over and placed himself between Moriarty and Nami. This time, Aegean wasn't worried that Moriarty would harm Nami. Instead, he was concerned that the young woman he'd watched over for more than 10 years might give her heart to Moriarty. After all, by saving Kokoyashi Village, Moriarty had also saved Nami herself. The allure of a hero rescuing a maiden is not to be underestimated. After Aegean left, a few young men from Kokoyashi Village exchanged glances. So, shall we head back to the village? Yes, let's go. I can't wait to share this wonderful news with everyone. Oh, right. Someone needs to go tell Nojiko, too. She lives far away, and if no one goes, she might not hear about it. Got it, let's move. I can't wait any longer. Thanks to the efforts of these young men and the older villagers, word spread quickly. Before long, every resident of Kokoyashi Village, even the little children, gathered together, carrying torches as they rushed to the harbor. They came as a group to witness the bodies of the Arlong Pirates for themselves. It's really them, the wretched fishmen. They're all dead. Huh, those bastards are finally gone for good. As the villagers laid eyes on the corpses of the Arlong Pirates, they could finally believe. It was true. Some still in disbelief pinched, not themselves, but their companions, eliciting yelps of surprise. Only after hearing their friends' protest did they accept that this was no dream. After the initial outburst and excitement died down, a middle-aged woman wiped away her tears and suggested, Our benefactor has only just arrived in Kokoyashi Village and already had to face the Arlong Pirates. At this hour, he probably hasn't even had a meal yet. Come on, everyone, let's get together and cook some of our best dishes for our benefactor. And you, old drunkard, don't you dare keep those jars of wine you brewed over 10 years ago to yourself. Bring them out. Good food just isn't the same without good wine. The old woman's elder brother cast a resentful glance at her, thinking to himself, That's not what you said at home. 17 years of marriage, and I haven't even managed to drink a single jar of good wine. The old drunkard, who had just been called out, laughed heartily and said, Don't worry. In a bit, I'll dig out every last jar of that wine and bring them all out. The other villagers began to chime in as well. This morning, I caught a rabbit in the forest. I'll slaughter it and bring it over. Aunt Mary, I'll leave the cooking to you. And me, I caught a few big yellow croakers this afternoon. I'll bring them out for you to cook. I smoked a piece of bacon last New Year's, but I've been saving it all this time. I'll bring it out too. Haha, I'll go home and slaughter a couple of my old hens, stew them up, and let our benefactor taste real, local chicken. The ram I've been raising can be butchered too. A whole roast lamb will surely make a grand feast. And so on. The villagers' voices rose in a lively chorus, some of them already turning back home to get started. Aunt Mary rolled up her sleeves, beaming, and declared, Don't worry, leave the cooking to me. Nearby, upon hearing that Nami and Aiken were taking their benefactor to plunder the spoils of the Arlong Pirates, Nojiko also turned back, grinning. I don't have much else, but I'll bring over the freshest, sweetest oranges harvested this year, so our benefactor can taste the very best of Kokoyashi Village. With the fall of the Arlong Pirates, the shadow that had hung over Kokoyashi Village was lifted at last. The villagers, who had become numb and hopeless over the years, now seemed reborn, as if rising from the ashes. Their eyes shone with a light called hope, and one after another, the people offered what they could. Some brought food, some their skills, and others their strength. Everyone wanted to contribute their very best to welcome Moriarty. Meanwhile, Moriarty followed behind Nami and Aiken as they arrived at the Arlong Pirates' lair. He found that the place had been transformed into a sprawling estate, brightly lit even deep into the night. a stark contrast to the dilapidated Kokoyashi village outside. Looks like those fishmen have been living quite the comfortable life, Moriarty remarked. Nami let out a sharp snort. Oomph. Everything you see here came from squeezing every last drop from the nearby villages. Who knows how many people's sweat and tears it took for a single member of the Arlong Pirates to live in such luxury. Moriarty glanced at Nami. What's wrong? Does it trouble you? Nami shot Moriarty a glare. What a stupid question. How would you feel if you were in my shoes? Seeing Nami's defiant attitude, Moriarty replied coolly. If you don't like it, swallow it. In this world, the weak don't get a say. His voice was icy cold when he said this, like a bucket of freezing water poured straight over Nami, chilling her to the bone. Moriarty's words were harsh and unkind, but they were the brutal truth, undeniable, bloody facts. What was the real reason behind the tragedy that struck Kokoyashi Village? Wasn't it because the village was poor and powerless? If Kokoyashi Village had someone as strong as Moriarty, would pirates like Arlong have ever dared to set their sights on it? And if the village had wealth, they could have paid to build a navy base on the island and request a garrison, with a navy stationed there. No reckless pirate would have dared to make trouble. After all, the navy's reputation isn't something ordinary pirates can tarnish. Mixed with her sorrow, a sudden anger welled up inside Nami. She shouted at Moriarty. So what if we're weak? Does that mean the weak don't even have a right to survive? Do you think we chose to live like this? Aegean watched Nami, overwhelmed by emotion. He felt both pity and helplessness. Nami, calm down. Please, try to calm down. After soothing Nami, Aegean turned to Moriarty. Sir, we don't want to live like this either, but this is the way the world is. What can we possibly do to change it? The way the world is? Moriarty shook his head. If you don't like the world as it is, you should try to change it, not just rage helplessly at your fate. He fixed Nami with a serious gaze. You're different from the rest. You have that potential within you. Me? Nami pointed at herself in disbelief. I have the potential to change the world. As she spoke, she shook her head, looking as though she couldn't believe it herself. It wasn't just Nami. Aegean beside her also thought Moriarty was spouting nonsense. He let out an awkward laugh. You must be joking, sir. Nami's just a young girl. How could she possibly change the world? Moriarty looked at the skeptical faces of Aegean and Nami, but didn't bother to explain further. He simply said, she just has that bit of luck. Whether she succeeds or not will depend on her. In truth, Moriarty wasn't just giving them empty words. As a future companion of Monkey D. Luffy, the destined child of the world, Nami truly did have the potential to change everything, even if she didn't realize it yet herself. That was why Moriarty saw no need to elaborate at this point. All right then, take me to the Arlong Pirates' treasury. Nami was caught off guard by Moriarty's sudden change of plans, but she obediently took the lead. Although the Arlong Pirates had never revealed the location of their vault to her, could they really keep such a secret from Nami, the clever cat burglar who had lived among them for years? With keys deftly used to unlock one heavy door after another, Moriarty and his companions soon found themselves standing before a massive underground treasure vault. What's this? Akira, who had never seen such riches, was completely stunned the moment they stepped inside. In contrast, Moriarty and Nami remained composed. In fact, there was even a hint of disappointment in Moriarty's eyes. He had assumed that, after ruling over more than 20 islands and villages for so long, the Arlong Pirates would have amassed a sizable fortune. Yet, in the end, Moriarty was let down. Although the vault's total value was far greater than anything he'd ever plundered from a pirate ship before, it was still a far cry from what he had imagined. The most valuable assets in the vault were piles of hastily stacked berries. After Nami, acting as a human counting machine, quickly tallied the cash, the total came to 87,550,000 berries. Only large bills were kept here. The pirates apparently didn't bother storing loose change in this vault. Aside from the cash, there was a small heap of gold, silver, and jewels, but not much, perhaps worth another 10 or 20 million berries at most. Beyond these riches, the vault was also stacked with a considerable number of swords and other weapons, even flintlocks and matchlock guns with a dozen or so in all. One particular custom-made flintlock, set aside in a box, drew Moriarty's attention. He picked up the well-maintained flintlock and examined it carefully, noticing two characters engraved on the barrel, Falling Star. Drawing upon the memories of gunslingers he had absorbed, Moriarty realized this was indeed a fine weapon, exceptional for this world, and rarely seen on the open market. For most marksmen, a flintlock of this quality would be the stuff of dreams. Falling Star, is it? I'll take it, Moriarty declared, tucking the gun away. He then instructed Nami to fetch a large burlap sack and pack up all the cash, gold, and jewels from the vault. As for the rest, Moriarty had no intention of taking them. Such items were of no use to him. Watching Moriarty show no interest in the weapons, Akira hesitated for a long moment before mustering the courage to ask, Sir, you don't want these weapons? While the weapons might not have caught Moriarty's eye, for Cocoa Village, so sorely lacking in arms, they were the most precious treasures of all. With this batch of weapons, even if you just hand them to a few strong young men to put on a show, it would be enough to create a considerable sense of deterrence. Ordinary pirate crews, seeing this, would probably think twice before picking a fight with such a tough opponent. Moriarty glanced at Ajien, as if he could see straight into his heart, and said calmly, I don't need these. If you want them, take them. From now on, this manor belongs to you. Thank you so much. On behalf of Kokoyashi Village, I thank you, sir, Ajien said, pulling a slightly reluctant Nami along, and together they bowed deeply to Moriarty. All right, that's settled. We've already wasted enough time. Let's go, Moriarty said, and with a thought, a large sack of belongings quietly floated up behind him, following as he left Arlong's domain. Seeing Moriarty depart, Ajien hurried after him with Nami in tow. On the way back, Moriarty didn't take the main road as before. Instead, he followed Nami to Belmir's Orange Grove, Nami's home, where he happened to find Nojiko, who was picking out some oranges for him. With both Nami and Nojiko personally helping, they unearthed the 45.23 million berries Nami had hidden beneath the orange grove. As Nami looked on with longing eyes, Moriarty packed the money into a large sack, intending to take it all away in one go. After collecting the money, Moriarty cast a meaningful glance at Nami. His eyes clearly conveyed one message. Little girl, this isn't nearly enough. At that moment, Nami's big eyes seemed to plead with him, full of innocence and worry. I know. I'll find a way to get you the rest. Just please, don't say a word about this in front of Ajien and Nojiko. Perhaps concerned that Ajien and Nojiko would worry or misunderstand, Nami was terrified that Moriarty might carelessly reveal that she still owed him 74.77 million berries, or mention the matter. She was willing to pay any price to have Moriarty resolve. If Ajien and Nojiko found out about these things, it would be unthinkable. However, Moriarty had no intention of letting her off the hook so easily. Just as he was about to bring up the matter, he seemed to sense something unusual. He quickly turned his head, and from a distance, behind a small, half-hidden sapling in the orange grove, something caught his eye. Moriarty's voice trembled with surprise. That is... Before he could finish, Moriarty disappeared from where he stood, sack of berries and gold and jewels in tow, and with barely a sound, he darted excitedly toward the little tree in his line of sight. After Moriarty vanished into the night, Nami and Nojiko, still holding their hoe and shovel, along with Ajien, looked at each other in confusion, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Moriarty sped through the air above a rural path. At his current pace, it wasn't long before he reached an orange tree planted beside a burial mound. Who would have thought that even an orange tree could become a wood? How rare, he mused with some surprise. Wood was a type of soul-nourishing wood, and for this orange tree to have become one was indeed unusual, though not enough to truly faze Moriarty. What truly astonished him was the spirit inhabiting this very tree. Come out. I trust you know exactly who I'm calling for, Moriarty declared. As his words fell, a faint spiritual pressure rippled outward, growing steadily more intense with each passing moment. In a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, a semi-transparent spirit, its surface sheathed in a milky white membrane, was forcibly driven out from its hiding place within the orange tree. This soul's essence, it's actually a guardian spirit. I never expected to encounter such a rare soul here. Am I truly blessed by fortune today? Guardian spirits were a unique class among special souls, each born under incredibly rare conditions. Even out of 1,000,000 wandering spirits, perhaps not one would ever come into existence. The value of every special soul was beyond reckoning. Even the demon lords and grand dukes of many worlds would covet them. Otherwise, so many myths would not speak of hellish rulers tempting mortals to sell their souls to the devil. For Moriarty, a guardian spirit could serve many purposes. He could simply consume it. These special souls always contain mysterious attributes and powers. Even if there was a large disparity in quality, it would still greatly benefit Moriarty's own soul. Not only could it slightly enhance the very essence of his soul, but it might even impart unique properties. It was important to note, what would be improved was the soul's essence, not merely its power. The elevation of essence was akin to boosting one's innate talent or fundamental attributes. Its impact could not be compared to a simple increase in strength. Of course, this was the most desperate and wasteful option. If Moriarty could persuade the guardian spirit to willingly merge into his demonic domain, the strength of his ghostly realm would rise dramatically. He would gain not only power, but also a formidable and ever-growing demon, a useful tool at his command. After merging with the ghost domain, Moriarty not only gained the ability to easily control its life and death, but could even alter its memories or forcibly erase its spiritual intelligence. The moment he recalled the information within the inherited memories, the look he cast toward the guardian spirit grew increasingly fervent. "You can see me?" Forced out from the orange tree by Moriarty's spiritual pressure, the guardian spirit stared at him in shock, soul trembling beneath the crushing force. Once the guardian spirit had emerged, Moriarty withdrew his spiritual pressure and asked, "Of course I can. Guardian spirit, tell me, who are you?" "Guardian spirit? Are you speaking to me?" The spirit replied. "My name is Belmere, not guardian spirit. I can't believe you can not only see me, but also hear me. This is wonderful." Now that Moriarty had eased the pressure, Belmere felt much better. In fact, she couldn't help but beam at him with excitement. For 6 long years, he was the only person who could see her. What's more, he was the benefactor who had saved Kokoyashi Village and rescued Nami. Her joy only grew. No wonder he was able to defeat the Arlong pirates. She had watched the battle by the docks from afar and seen it all unfold. Belmere. Moriarty glanced at the name on the nearby gravestone, nodding thoughtfully as he pondered. "I remember this name. Isn't that the name of Nami's adoptive mother? Could she actually be Nami's mother's soul? If that's the case, things may be much easier to handle." While Moriarty was lost in thought, Belmere, who hadn't spoken to anyone for what felt like an eternity, exclaimed excitedly, "That's right, I'm Belmere. I haven't even had a chance to thank you for saving Kokoyashi Village and rescuing Nami and Nojiko. Truly, this is—" Before Belmere could finish, Moriarty cut her off. "There's no need for gratitude. This was simply a transaction. Since Nami was prepared to give up everything just to secure my help, I didn't mind lending a hand." "Everything?" At those words, the smile slowly faded from Belmere's face. To give up everything. How heavy those words were. Of course Belmere understood. And now, it was her own daughter, Nami, who was prepared to pay such a price. This, sensing Belmere's disbelief, Moriarty directly projected the memory of the moment when Nami knelt before him, pleading for his help, allowing Belmere to witness the scene as if it were unfolding before her eyes. After seeing the memory, Belmere was left in sobs, unable to form words. "I knew it. I knew that it's never so easy to ask a powerful man for help." While Belmere was still drowning in sorrow and despair over Nami's looming fate, Moriarty suddenly broke the silence. Of course, that's not necessarily set in stone. The moment she sensed a hint of change in Moriarty's tone, Belmere fixed him with a piercing stare and demanded, "What do you want in exchange?" Belmere knew all too well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Someone like Moriarty would never offer help without expecting something in return, just as he wouldn't help Nami for nothing. Moriarty glanced at Belmere and said, "You're sharp." To see right through to the heart of the matter, Belmere truly was clever. "My relationship with Nami is nothing more than a transaction. She owes me a debt, and I am her creditor. If you wish to help her, it's simple. Just transfer the debtor's role to yourself. In other words, I want you. In my eyes, you're far more valuable than Nami. Even with her extraordinary talent for navigation, you still surpass her in my estimation. If you're willing to fulfill the promise Nami once made, then I'll grant her freedom." Moriarty rattled off a long string of words, but in the end, only 4 stood out to Belmere. "You want me. I'm already a spirit, and you still want me? Aren't you being a bit excessive?" Seeing Belmere eye him as if he were some sort of dangerous lunatic, Moriarty couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. He realized she'd misunderstood him. "Sorry, that's my fault for not explaining clearly. What I mean is, I want you to willingly become part of my spectral domain, to join my ranks." He then gave Belmere a brief lesson about what his ghostly realm was and why her wholehearted consent mattered so much. After hearing Moriarty's explanation, Belmere fell silent for a moment. At last, she understood what it was he truly wanted. Sensing her comprehension, Moriarty spoke again. "I am a businessman, and I believe in deals struck by mutual consent. If you agree, the deal is sealed. If not, it's off." "I agree," Belmere shouted, almost before he'd finished speaking. She was a guardian spirit. She existed for the sole purpose of protecting others. Her charges were Nami and Nojiko. How could she possibly refuse a bargain like this? Seeing her resolute answer, a faint smile played on Moriarty's lips. The purpose of a guardian spirit's existence was something he understood better than anyone. This was his open scheme. From the very beginning, he knew Belmere would never turn him down. In that case, May our deal be a pleasant one. After Belmare nodded her agreement, Moriarty pulled her into his own ghostly domain. As the ashen black mist rolled in her direction, Belmare didn't resist. She simply stepped into the eerie realm without hesitation. No sooner had Moriarty and Belmare finished their conversation than Nami, Nojiko, and Aegean arrived at the scene. Seeing Moriarty standing before Belmare's grave, the three of them wore puzzled expressions. He rushed over here in such a hurry, just to come to this place. Aegean blurted out, unable to hide his confusion. Moriarty didn't bother to explain. Instead, he turned to Nami and said, "For Belmare's sake, you won't have to pay the price for dealing with the Arlong pirates this time. As for the compensation you owe me from before, I'll come to collect it when you're able to repay the debt. And as for this tree, I'm taking it with me." With those words, Moriarty didn't wait for their reactions. Relying on his ghostly powers, he pried open the door between realms and uprooted the orange tree that Belmare had once nurtured, soil and all. With a large burlap sack and the orange tree in tow, he soared away toward the ghost ship. Watching Moriarty's figure recede into the distance, Nami was left in stunned silence. For Belmare's sake, I don't have to pay the price? But that price was... She almost let the secret slip, but, catching the curious gazes of her companions, she quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Sensing the situation, she swiftly changed the subject. You guys have no idea what it costs to hire someone like him. And yet he's waiving it all for Belmare's sake. Just what was the relationship between him and Belmare, anyway? Nami's skill at redirecting the conversation was unmatched. Nojiko and Aegean, their interest piqued, followed her lead. Even though Nami hadn't spelled it out, they could easily imagine that convincing someone of Moriarty's caliber to act would come at a steep price. And now, seeing him relinquish it all so easily was truly astonishing. Connecting the dots, Nojiko spoke up. Could it be that the reason his expression changed so drastically, and he rushed here, was because he saw Belmare's name on the gravestone? To spot such tiny letters from that distance in the dead of night. I suppose that's to be expected of someone who wiped out the Arlong pirates. With that, Nojiko stepped up to Belmare's grave, gently tracing the engraved words, Belmare's grave. Her daughters, Nojiko and Nami. Turning back to her companions, Nojiko continued to speculate. So what do you think? Was he Belmare's friend? Or perhaps a suitor? If their relationship was just ordinary friendship, there's no way he'd forego such a great reward. Especially considering Belmare's been gone for more than 6 years now. As Nojiko spoke, you could practically see Arlong's face darken. After all, he was nearly married to Belmare. Now, hearing such words coming from Nojiko, whom he thought of as a daughter, how could he possibly feel about that? Arlong grumbled inwardly. Damn it, I don't even know if I should say what's on my mind. After Nojiko finished her guess, Nami glanced curiously at Arlong, thinking to herself, this is some serious gossip. With both his daughters staring at him like that, Arlong's face grew even darker as he said, Belmare used to be in the Navy. Her rank wasn't the highest, but it wasn't low either. That's probably when she met someone that strong. Oof. Even the orange tree by her grave had to be taken away. He's clearly up to no good. At this point, Nami chimed in. But if he took the orange tree from Belmare's grave, doesn't that just show how close he was with her? You know what they say, seeing an object brings back memories of its owner. Yes, that's the phrase. Nojiko quickly agreed. Exactly. That's right. Seeing both of his daughters turning against him, Arlong's face grew even gloomier. He snapped in exasperation. You two don't know anything. People they're never up to any good. Listen to me. Stay away from him. Oh, right. Nami, he mentioned you owe him some kind of compensation. What's that about? Seeing Arlong lose his temper, Nami and Nojiko wisely chose to keep quiet and not fan the flames any further. As for Arlong's question, Nami forced a dry smile and replied, It's nothing really, just owe him a bit of money, that's all. Though in her heart she quietly added, It's just that the amount is a little substantial. Once I earn enough, I'll pay him back. She grumbled. Honestly, that guy is so stingy. He's got plenty of money, but he still wants to collect what I owe him. Can't he just let it slide for Belmare's sake? Arlong immediately agreed. That's right, exactly. At this moment, Nojiko added with a quiet sigh, If this debt is because you stole from him before, then for Belmare's sake, he's even less likely to let it go. Belmare hated stealing. If he really is Belmare's friend, he might even discipline you on her behalf. No one knows their sister better than an older sibling. Just one look at Nami, and Nojiko already guessed how that debt came about. Nami was speechless. Arlong was speechless as well. Meanwhile, Moriarty had no idea that a simple action would spark such a round of gossip. If he knew, he'd probably burst out laughing, then add, You're all overthinking it. It was just a deal, nothing more. Back on the ghost ship, Moriarty tossed the orange tree onto the deck, grabbed his sack full of money, and headed straight into the captain's quarters after. Sorting all the Bailey, gold, and silver treasures from the burlap sack into neat categories, Moriarty allowed himself a satisfied smile. My wealth has grown again. In high spirits, Moriarty returned to the orange tree. Now, should I keep this Eanwood for now, or should I merge it directly into the ghost ship? If he merged it into the ghost ship, its overall performance would improve, particularly its affinity with Ean-type energies and soul power. But if he kept nurturing it for a while longer, perhaps the benefits he'd receive once it advanced would be even greater. After all, this kind of wood was exceptionally rare. However, nurturing it would require not only a great deal of effort, but also a significant investment of time. Most importantly, Moriarty had no idea how to cultivate such Eanwood, even with the fragmentary inheritance from the fairy of the other shore. Moriarty wasn't confident he could raise this Eanwood to a higher level in a short period of time. Cultivation was always easy to learn, but hard to master. Not particularly interested in learning another skill for now, Moriarty cheerfully decided to use the Eanwood as an upgrade material for the ghost ship. All right, the mission at Kokoyashi Village is complete. Time to leave. He controlled the ghost ship to raise its anchor from the water, then used his mind to untie the ropes fastened to the mooring posts. Guided by the ebb and flow of the tide, the ghost ship slipped away from Kokoyashi Village's harbor under the cover of night. A few middle-aged men working by the pier, tidying up the corpses of fishmen, witnessed this scene. As soon as they saw it, they shouted, "Come quickly! Our benefactor is leaving. He's setting sail." Earlier, these villagers had caught a glimpse of the spectacular scene of Moriarty arriving with the orange tree. At the time, they thought their benefactor must really like orange trees and planned to plant one on his ship. But to their surprise, he had only just boarded, and before they knew it, he was already sailing away. It had barely been any time at all, and none of them had seen anyone go aboard to untie the ropes. How had everything been done so quietly and efficiently? Their cries soon attracted the attention of the villagers, and even Nami and the others happened to arrive at the pier just in time to see the dark silhouette of the ship slowly fade into the open sea. Damn it, Aegean! We'd only cooked half the dishes, and you let our benefactor leave. He didn't even get a single bite of hot food. How are we supposed to show our faces in the village now? You useless thing, I ought to thrash you. Aunt Mary, wielding her ladle, rushed over with a group of women, and together they began to rain blows on Aegean. The other villagers also turned to glare at him with disapproval, realizing things were taking a turn for the worse. Aegean quickly tried to explain, Wait, don't hit me. I didn't know he was leaving in such a hurry. It's the middle of the night, after all. Shut up. No more excuses. Get him, came the angry shout. A flurry of fists and kicks rained down. After the chaos, Aegean crawled out from the crowd, his words muffled as he pleaded, "Stop, please. If you keep hitting me, my face will swell up." Idiot, we don't even know the name of the person who helped us. Who else are we supposed to hit if not you? Aegean raised his hands above his head in surrender. I know. Stop hitting me, and I'll tell you. Out with it. Nami said his name is Moriarty, and he apparently knew Belmere. When he saw Belmere's gravestone, he even refused the reward we agreed on earlier. And that guy, he took the tree next to Belmere's grave. What a jerk. Just thinking about Moriarty taking that tree made Aegean furious. That tree had been planted beside Belmere's grave by him, Nami, and the others. How could anyone just uproot it? Did young people these days have no sense of propriety? No, wait. Since he knew Belmere, who could say how old that guy really was? This useless fool dares to insult our benefactor? Keep hitting him. The sound of blows resumed, relentless and unforgiving. Nami and Nojiko exchanged a glance as they watched Aegean's pitiful state. In the end, they couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, their laughter ringing out with shameless delight. After their laughter faded, Nami turned in the direction where the ghost ship had vanished. She bowed deeply, her expression serious. In her heart, she whispered, "Thank you. Thank you for saving Kokoyashi Village. As for the reward money I owe you, I won't be paying it back, all right? I don't plan on stealing anymore, but with my own efforts, I probably couldn't repay it in this lifetime anyway." She smiled to herself, a little mischievous. "I'm sure you won't mind, right? After all, you're Belmere's friend, aren't you?" Moriarty, meanwhile, had no idea what was happening back in Kokoyashi Village after his departure. At this moment, he was in the midst of fusing the spirit of the guardian, Belmere, into his own ghostly domain. Refining Belmere's soul wasn't difficult for Moriarty, especially since Belmere willingly chose to merge with the ghostly domain. As the mist of the domain enveloped Belmere, tendrils of ghostly power began to seep into the very core of her spirit, like roots spreading deep into the earth. Threads of soul energy slowly gathered, coalescing deep within Belmir's soul until, at last, a mark was formed. The instant the mark took shape, Moriarty's crimson eyes snapped open. The imprint is complete. At the same time, as the mark took shape, Belmir's soul was struck with a tremendous shock, causing her to let out an unbearably sharp and piercing scream. Yet, once the sound faded, Belmir immediately lost consciousness. Moments later, Moriarty appeared within his own haunted domain. Gazing at Belmir, who was now wrapped in a cocoon and undergoing an even deeper transformation, Moriarty's lips curled into a chilling, sinister smile. Sleep now. When you emerge from your chrysalis, you'll be the very first ghost general of my haunted realm. Once the mark is fully formed, the ghosts within the haunted domain will gradually and subtly be influenced. Their loyalty to the master of the realm grows ever deeper, eventually seeping into their very soul. Even if at first they were at odds, in the end, they will willingly dedicate their lives for the sake of the domain's master. This was one of the reasons Moriarty felt at ease letting Belmir merge into his realm. 3 nights later, guided by a large nautical chart he had scavenged from the Arlong Pirates' treasure vault, Moriarty sailed the ghost ship to the waters near Logue Town. Initially, he had considered sailing straight through the calm belt to reach the Grand Line. But recalling the last time the ghost ship was ambushed by a Sea King, he ultimately abandoned that idea. Back then, a single small Sea King had rammed the ghost ship straight through. If he were to encounter a large, or even a gigantic, Sea King in the calm belt, the ghost ship, as it was now, could never withstand such a violent assault. One wrong move, and the entire ship would be torn to pieces. That was damage Moriarty was unwilling to risk. Unlike the Navy, who possessed the means to ward off Sea Kings with Seastone technology, Moriarty had no such advantage. In the end, he could only resign himself to entering the Grand Line through Reverse Mountain. Thinking of Sea Kings reminded Moriarty of the pet Sea King kept by the Arlong Pirates. When he left Kokoyasi village, he had deliberately searched the nearby seas for an entire night, but never caught sight of that bull-like creature. Most likely, the Sea King had sensed the destruction of the Arlong Pirates and, frightened, had slipped away unnoticed. This left Moriarty both disappointed and frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he had no choice but to give up his plans to hunt the creature. As he passed by Logue Town, Moriarty found himself intrigued by this town, so famed as both a beginning and an end. He made a point of stopping by, determined to see this storied little town for himself. Unlike the absolute stillness that fell over Kokoyasi village after nightfall, Logue Town's nightlife was, if not exactly lively, at least far from monotonous. The town's bars, dance halls, and circus were all bustling with people, and even the docks were crowded with sailors clustered together, playing cards and chatting. This time, Moriarty's ghost ship did not dock at the pier as usual, but instead came to a casual halt along the shoreline. Alone, Moriarty disembarked onto the very town where the Pirate King had once been born. Drifting unseen above Logue Town, Moriarty concealed his presence and circled the entire town. Yet, despite the interest he'd placed in this small place, Logue Town left him somewhat disappointed. Though its prosperity was well known throughout the East Blue, it fell far short of what Moriarty had expected. There was nothing on this island that could truly capture his attention, not even the execution platform, upon which he'd pinned such high hopes. Just as Moriarty was about to leave Logue Town behind, he found himself, almost unconsciously, pausing above the town's marine base. The marine base, that vigorous life force emanating from within, must belong to that Logia devil fruit user, Smoker, who was demoted to the East Blue. He mused himself, a Logia-type devil fruit. I wonder what sort of law fragments the ghost ship could extract from decomposing such a power. And besides, the ability of mist seems almost tailor-made for the ghost ship, he thought, a hint of anticipation in his voice. With that, Moriarty appeared directly beside the source of the life force he had sensed. He saw Smoker, legs propped on the desk, staying up late engrossed in a novel. The sight left Moriarty speechless. To think a rising star in the Marines, the highest-ranking officer in the East Blue's Marine base, will be hiding away in his room reading one of those racy books in secret. No wonder. He needs so many cigarettes to stay awake every day. Looks like his body's not up to the task. Moriarty couldn't help but tease Smoker inwardly, but then he put aside his playful thoughts. For most people, any Logia-type devil fruit user was not to be taken lightly, especially one who had undergone elite Marine training. Smoker's strength was nothing to scoff at. Among all those Moriarty had encountered, only Gecko Moria of the 7 Warlords of the Sea possessed a life force that far surpassed Smoker's. The others were nowhere near his level. To play it safe, Moriarty decided to wait until Smoker fell asleep, planning to drag his soul into the netherworld while his body slumbered and kill him there. But after waiting outside Smoker's room for a whole hour, watching Smoker grow more and more absorbed in his book with no sign of sleepiness, Moriarty was forced to abandon his plan. He spread his ghostly domain, letting it slowly envelop the room where Smoker, as the ghostly domain spread halfway open, Smoker, who had been engrossed in reading his little yellow book, finally sensed that something was wrong. In a flash, he grabbed his weapon, the jit, from beside him and shouted with thunderous force, "Who's there?" With the benefit of thorough and systematic training, Smoker immediately realized something was amiss. Judging from the situation, he surmised that he must have encountered a devil fruit user with some unique power. Where is everyone? Are they all dead? After several tense moments with no answer following his shout, Smoker's expression grew even grimmer. He wasn't worried about his own safety, but rather about his foolish subordinates. Had something already happened to them? After all, if nothing had gone wrong, they would never have remained unmoved after hearing his booming voice. I hope they're safe. Otherwise, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will never let you go, intruder. Oh, is that so? Seeing Smoker still blustering and boasting even when danger loomed, Moriarty let out a low, amused laugh. In the very instant Smoker sensed something was off, Moriarty paid no heed to the side effects of his ghostly domain and unleashed its full power, completely engulfing the room where Smoker stood. As a result, Smoker's earlier shout had never made it past the enclosing mist. No one else at the naval base had heard a thing. Yet, Moriarty found Smoker's misunderstanding rather convenient. He could sense it. Smoker's composure was shattering. Seizing the opportunity, Moriarty used the abilities of the ghostly domain to rapidly magnify Smoker's negative emotions: rage, hesitation, and fear. Though Smoker hid it well, the fear of the unknown welling up from deep inside him was impossible to conceal. Riot. Just as fear took root in Smoker's heart, the shadow of a massive axe silently cleaved through the spectral mist, swinging toward the back of his head. Clang! Though the axe's sound and movement had been muffled by the ghostly domain, the instinctive jolt of mortal danger still alerted Smoker. He raised his jit just in time to block the blow. Ironically, the attack eased some of Smoker's fear, because it is the unknown, after all, that is most terrifying. After deflecting the strike, Smoker braced his gloved hands and shoved the blood-red axe away with a powerful thrust. Enough with these cowardly tricks. Show yourself. Pushing the axe aside, Smoker spun around and launched himself into the swirling mist behind him. White fist! With a burst of smoke propelling him, Smoker drove his gloved fists into the fog, charging recklessly and striking at any possible enemy lurking within. Still as brash and hot-headed as ever. So, it seems Smoker still hasn't fully grown up yet? Well, that works out perfectly. High above, at the very top of the spectral realm, Moriarty quietly watched the battle unfolding below, Smoker locked in combat with the transformed Belmere. Belmere truly lived up to her nature as a special soul worthy of becoming a guardian spirit. After being transformed by the ghostly domain and breaking free from her cocoon, she had emerged as a peak-level wraith, just one step away from becoming a dreaded red-clad specter. Even her weapon, the blood-stained battle axe, had taken on a deep crimson hue. With a bit more time to settle her power, Belmere might very well ascend to the rank of a true specter. In this respect, Moriarty couldn't help but marvel at the innate advantages these special souls possessed. Of course, even though Belmere's strength had soared, her battle experience was still far inferior to Smoker's. This was evident from the way Smoker was pressing her back, dominating the fight below. It was important to remember that Smoker and Belmere were, in terms of raw power, evenly matched, both at the peak of the first tier. Smoker's smoke fruit ability allowed him to contend with most second-tier supernaturals. But within the spectral realm, Belmere received her own significant boost. What's more, a wraith's power, spiritual and energetic in nature, was fully capable of harming a Logia-type devil fruit user like Smoker. Yet despite all this, Belmere was being thoroughly suppressed by Smoker. The gap in their combat experience was plain for all to see. Witnessing the scene below, Moriarty made no move to intervene. Instead, he chose to let Smoker further temper Belmere through battle. As the first ghost general of the spectral realm, Moriarty had high hopes for her. Half an hour later, Belmere was utterly spent. Even her once solid spirit form had begun to flicker and fade, a sign of severe spiritual depletion. Across from her, Smoker was panting heavily, clearly exhausted, but aside from a few shallow cuts on his arms and face, he was largely unscathed. Time again, just as Belmere's attacks were about to land, Smoker would anticipate her moves, transforming those parts of his body into smoke to lessen or entirely avoid the blows. Huff, huff. As Belmir's form grew ever more insubstantial, Smoker didn't let his guard down. On the contrary, his expression only became more grave. At first, Smoker had suspected Belmir was the true culprit who had dragged him into this strange and eerie domain. But soon he dismissed that thought. Belmir was certainly formidable, a rival who could meet him blow for blow, but she was still far from what he had originally expected. Moreover, the most crucial detail was that Belmir's voice now sounded completely different from the one Smoker had heard when he first entered this bizarre area. This was one of the main reasons why Smoker didn't dare to let his guard down for a moment. Belmir, fall back for now. Just as Belmir gritted her teeth, ready to launch another attack, a faint, otherworldly voice drifted over, interrupting her plans. After a moment of heavy silence, Belmir reluctantly retreated. Though unwilling to admit defeat, she knew all too well that she was no match for the white-haired man standing before her. Staying any longer would only mean bringing harm upon herself. On the other side, as soon as Smoker heard that voice, his eyes narrowed in pain and alarm, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. That voice, it means the mastermind is here. For Smoker, already on the verge of exhaustion, Moriarty dispensed with any theatrics. He simply swept away the surrounding ghostly mist and materialized directly in front of Smoker. Before Moriarty could utter a word, Smoker bellowed in fury. "Who the hell are you?" Moriarty looked up, meeting the gaze of the man who stood a full head taller than him. Then, without a word, he floated up until they were at eye level. Only then did he speak. "Me? You can think of me as a specter come to claim your life and your soul. Arrogant fool, take my life and my soul? Who do you think you are, the Grim Reaper himself?" Smoker was incensed by Moriarty's brazen threat, but even so, he didn't launch into a reckless attack. If just one of Moriarty's subordinates was that formidable, what could be expected from the mastermind himself, who made such an audacious entrance? Moriarty paid no mind to Smoker's impotent rage. "Enough chatter," he declared. With a snap of his fingers, he ended the brief conversation. Within the haunted realm, the ghostly mist responded to Moriarty's command, twisting and condensing into countless razor-sharp spears. "Go," he commanded. In the blink of an eye, hundreds, no, thousands of ghostly spears rained down, engulfing Smoker from all directions. White smoke launcher. Faced with a storm of spears, Smoker's heart pounded with panic. Even with his improved white smoke launcher technique, adapted from the art of paper drawing, he had no confidence he could dodge such an overwhelming assault. There's no way to escape this. As Smoker desperately tried to evade the deadly rain, two invisible soul spikes pierced straight into the very core of his being. The brutal, second-tier soul spikes tore straight through the essence of his soul, dealing devastating damage. With his spirit shredded and even his consciousness splintering, Smoker's physical body in the real world could no longer react much less maintain his elemental form. Dodging the storm of spears was now utterly impossible. In an instant, with his elemental form lost, Smoker was pierced through by wave after wave of spear-like attacks, left looking like a human pincushion. Too weak. Empowered by the ghostly realm, Moriarty's strength far outstripped that of Smoker, who hadn't even broken through to the second tier and was utterly spent. With a simple series of combined moves, Moriarty ended Smoker's life. Smoker, who had never encountered such an assault before, had no chance. Ever since becoming a malevolent spirit, Moriarty's power had fundamentally transformed from what it once was. Now, even if he faced a formidable opponent like Gecko Moria again, he would never be so easily defeated. After claiming Smoker's life, Moriarty did not go on a rampage through the naval base. For him, the sole energy of ordinary people, now that he had reached the second tier, was of little use. Apart from healing his spirit when wounded, it offered no real benefit. That was also why, even though the soul pool aboard the ghost ship was nearly depleted, Moriarty never slaughtered pirates en masse to replenish it. Carrying Smoker's corpse, Moriarty slipped away from Logtown without a trace, returning silently to the ghost ship. By the time the Navy soldiers at the base discovered Smoker's disappearance, it was already the afternoon of the next day. In the end, aside from a pool of blood found in Smoker's quarters, they could not uncover a single other clue. The incident was swiftly reported by Vice Officer Fong of Lowtown Naval Base up the chain to Navy headquarters. The head of Lowtown Naval Base has disappeared inside the base, suspected foul play. And the victim wasn't just anyone. It was Smoker, the White Hunter, a Logia-type devil fruit user with a solid reputation and high hopes in Navy headquarters. The report quickly drew the attention of many in Marineford, even catching the eye of Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, who assigned Vice Admiral Doberman to investigate the matter personally. But by the time they reached Low Town, Moriarty had long since vanished without a trace. Just as Moriarty had anticipated, when Smoker's body and soul were broken down, aside from a single white memory shard, there was also a blue law fragment. And deep within Moriarty's mind, the fairy of the other shore once again absorbed 0.1 units of the world's source essence. Law fragment. Smoke. Ability. Instantly generate and control large areas of smoke. Special effect. Can materialize smoke. Special effect. Can materialize smoke? That's it? Isn't this description a bit too bare bones? Isn't this just like a Logia-type devil fruit, the unique power to transform into an element? Moriarty pondered this as he held the fragment of a law in his hand, and after some thought, he ultimately decided to let the ghost ship use this fragment. While the power of smoke might be useful for Moriarty himself, it wasn't something he truly needed. In contrast, this law fragment would be far more effective for the ghost ship. The ability to transform matter into smoke would be nothing short of miraculous for the ghost ship. With this skill, the ghost ship could avoid countless dangers. For example, if it had possessed this ability during that last attack by the Sea King, it could have turned into smoke and escaped being rammed through. And with this power, could the ghost ship now travel through the comm belt without a scratch? As for those massive Sea Kings, let's see if you can take a bite out of smoke. The thought made Moriarty laugh. Strange, now that I think about it. I'm even more interested in crossing the comm belt than before. Compared to the thrill of an ocean roller coaster, Moriarty found himself more intrigued by the Sea Kings lurking in the comm belt. After all, they were prime resources for the evolution of the ghost ship. All right, it's decided. First, I'll let the ghost ship level up halfway and grant it the power to become smoke. Then, we'll head to the comm belt and go fishing for Sea Kings. Abandoning his previous plans, Moriarty cheerfully set a new course of action. Yet just as the ghost ship finished absorbing the law fragment of smoke, it delivered an unexpected message to Moriarty. Ding! After absorbing 2 law fragments, the ghost ship's primary advancement condition has been met, now revealing all requirements for the ghost ship's evolution. Core evolution requirement. Absorb 2 law fragments, nurture, and repair the ghost ship's essence, fulfilled. Secondary requirement. Accumulate 10,000 strands of soul power, currently at 37 out of 10,000, not fulfilled. Secondary requirement. Possess 3 complete first-tier components besides the hull, not fulfilled. Currently includes first-tier flesh sails, first-tier soul pool, and Zeroth-tier figurehead. Secondary requirement. Replace the rotting keel. Assessment. Even with magical enhancements, the decayed keel can't withstand the ever more intense voyages. You urgently need a sturdy replacement. 4 requirements in total. As long as these are met, the ghost ship will ascend to become a second-tier life-bound spirit vessel. Seeing these clear advancement requirements, even Moriarty felt a surge of excitement. Compared to the previous blind tinkering, adding this or that and hoping for a breakthrough, having explicit conditions laid out made everything so much more straightforward. Moreover, out of the 4 requirements, Moriarty has already fulfilled 1.5, including the most difficult core advancement condition. So, with that in mind, how far can it be before the ghost ship truly upgrades to a second-tier soul-bound vessel? Haha, what a delightful surprise this is. Among the remaining unmet conditions, gathering 10,000 wisps of soul energy should be the easiest. Soul energy is not hard to collect. 10,000 wisps aren't exactly a small number, but they're not overwhelming either. If the ghost ship were to wander through a large battlefield, it might be possible to gather the full amount in just a single trip. However, if Moriarty has to rely solely on himself, it would likely take some time. In the end, it's just a matter of spending a bit more time. Aside from the 10,000 wisps of soul energy, the other secondary advancement conditions are giving Moriarty a bit of a headache. There's only 1 first-tier component left. Does that mean he needs to find a first-tier figurehead? Or should he try to upgrade the current 0-tier figurehead? But how exactly does one go about upgrading it? And then there's the timber fit to become the ghost ship's keel, which surely must be something extraordinary. He has no idea where to even begin searching for such wood. For now, Moriarty sets aside the matter of the ghost ship, making a mental note to revisit it later. He steers the ghost ship around, heading toward the comm belt between the East Blue and the Grand Line. During this journey, Moriarty encounters 2 small, rather obscure pirate crews. With little effort, he sends both crews straight to hell. In the process, Moriarty collects 72 wisps of soul energy, 2.7 million berries, and 13 gold coins. Two bunches of penniless wretches. Scoffing at the pitiful savings of these two ragtag groups, Moriarty continues to sail the waters of the East Blue for another 3 days and 2 nights before finally drawing close to the border, the Calm Belt. Because the Sea Kings of the Calm Belt often wander beyond its boundaries, no ships dare approach this area. Even the islands near the Calm Belt have been gradually abandoned, left to become desolate, uninhabited places. Aside from a few secret pirate hideouts or other outlaws lurking about, it's likely there hasn't been a human voice heard on these islands for quite some time. Once Moriarty's ghost ship enters the Calm Belt, something unexpected happens. The ghost ship sails for a full day and night, nearly making it all the way through the Calm Belt, yet not a single Sea King comes looking for trouble. Weren't the Sea Kings of the Calm Belt supposed to be a rampant menace? So why haven't I encountered even one? Standing on the deck of the ghost ship, Moriarty gazed at the sky, which was beginning to lighten with the first pale hints of dawn, and let out a helpless sigh. He had hoped he might be able to hunt down a larger Sea King and perhaps craft a more formidable figurehead for his ship, but it seemed that chance had slipped away. So be it. To Moriarty's surprise, he had passed through the dreaded Calm Belt, a graveyard to countless sailors, with remarkable ease. Yet, barely had he escaped its clutches when he found himself swept up in a far greater predicament. After blasting apart an incoming cannonball with a single shot, Moriarty's face darkened as he took in the chaotic sight before him. More than a dozen massive warships locked in combat, tangled with over 20 pirate vessels of varying sizes. Those cannonballs moments ago had been fired from a distant Navy ship. When Moriarty first emerged from the Calm Belt, he had no idea which way to go. It was then, as he wandered in uncertainty, that the thunderous roar of cannon, fire from this battlefield, reached his ears. The relentless barrage immediately made him realize that this could be a golden opportunity to harvest soul energy. Without hesitation, he burned some of his soul energy and activated the ghost ship's stealth mode, silently slipping into the heart of the conflict. At first, Moriarty's plan to reap soul energy went smoothly. He cruised along the fringes of the battlefield aboard his invisible ghost ship, quietly gathering the souls of the fallen one after another. But his silent fortune didn't last long. It seemed that his ship's presence had somehow been detected by a keen observer on one of the Navy warships, someone with a mastery of observation hockey. Acting on that suspicion, the officer ordered 7 or 8 cannons to unleash a barrage upon the area where the ghost ship lurked, bombarding it as if determined to sweep the sea clean with fire. Seriously? They never fired at the pirates this fiercely. It was this ferocious bombardment that shattered the ghost ship's stealth, forcing Moriarty out into the open. No sooner had the ghost ship lost its invisibility than it was exposed before the eyes of all. Both Navy and pirates alike were stunned by the sudden appearance of this 2-masted vessel. On the very warship that had attacked the ghost ship, a young Navy sailor cried out in excitement. "There it is! There it is! Colonel Kristen, look! There really was something hidden over there. It's a 2-masted ship. Calm yourself, Private." Colonel Christine, dressed in a leather skirt and draped in a Navy cloak, maintained a composed expression as she withdrew her sharp gaze. She then issued a command to her. "Soldiers, whoever is skulking in the shadows, even if they aren't members of that pirate alliance across from us, must have ill intentions. Soldiers, show them the might of the Navy's cannons." "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, among the pirates locked in fierce battle with the Navy, the so-called Grand Pirate Admiral Alliance, no one had any patience for the sudden appearance of this suspicious 2-masted ship. Of course not. A mysterious 2-masted vessel had crept in under their noses, and no one could guess its purpose. But one thing was certain, it wasn't here to bring them good tidings. When the Navy made its move, nearby pirate crews instinctively seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous roar of cannons, a barrage of shells rained down upon the spot where the ghost ship lay. In that instant, an unspoken agreement seemed to pass between Navy and pirates alike. They would first sweep this unknown intruder from the field. Damn it! Will this never end? Without hesitation, Moriarty tapped into the powers of the ghost ship, conjuring a thick, swirling fog. Billows of smoke rose up, quickly shrouding the ghost ship from view. The only way anyone could track its position was by the relentless pounding of cannonballs vanishing into the haze, followed by the deep rumble of explosions. No one could tell how many shots, if any, had actually struck the vessel. In truth, not a single cannonball had found its mark. Shielded by the dense fog, Moriarty activated the smoke form ability, causing every incoming shell to miss entirely. Not stopping there, he accelerated the creation of smoke, spreading the cover even wider, and engaged the ship's stealth mode, making the ghost ship vanish on the spot once again. Being discovered once had taught Moriarty that stealth mode wasn't completely foolproof. Still, in most cases, it was a powerful tool. Even if someone tried to pierce the illusion and pinpoint the ghost ship, it would cost them considerable effort and attention. With the fog drawing the eyes of nearly everyone present, Moriarty seized the moment to slip away, steering the ghost ship toward the rear of the battlefield. Oomph. If I can't win head-on, I can always hide. Once you're all exhausted from fighting, I'll swoop in and claim the spoils. Watching both sides locked in a desperate struggle, Moriarty made the strategic decision to retreat for now. It wasn't cowardice that prompted this move. Rather, after gathering a fair number of souls, Moriarty realized that the caliber of this battle was far higher than he had anticipated. Leading the Navy's forces were 3 rear admirals of the Marine headquarters, Enigmo, Strawberry, and Mamanga. They dispatched a total of 12 warships, encircling the newly formed pirate Admiral Grand Alliance with a 3-pronged siege, leaving no room for escape. Of course, this pirate Admiral Grand Alliance was no band of unknown outlaws. At its helm stood the infamous pirate Admiral Greathorn Eunice, who had made quite a name for himself in the New World and carried a bounty as high as 570 million berries. When Eunice formed this alliance, he joined forces with 2 other formidable pirate crews, each led by a captain with a bounty exceeding 100 million, along with more than a dozen other pirate bands of varying sizes. Together, they forged a coalition that even Marine headquarters regarded as a serious threat. Standing atop his flagship, the Great Horn, Eunice, with his signature horn-shaped adornment, looked across the waves and began sizing up the Navy's ranks. Ha ha ha. 3 Marine headquarters rear admirals. Seems even I, Eunice, command quite a bit of respect. But if you think the 3 of you are enough to stop me, you're sorely mistaken. Enigmo replied sternly. Forming a pirate alliance and plotting to overthrow the world? Eunice, you'll pay dearly for your foolishness. Ha ha. And are you the one to stop me, little spider, with nothing but empty threats? Stubborn fool. Warships 7, 8, and 9, prepare to grapple. Commence the boarding assault. Without wasting words in a war of insults, Enigmo broke with tradition and launched a direct boarding attack. Boarding battle, is it? Eunice's eyes lit up. Just what I was hoping for. All hands, prepare for combat. Compared to the Navy's ships, Eunice's fleet was outmatched in both firepower and range. Seeing Enigmo abandon that advantage and initiate the kind of close-quarters fight pirates excelled at, Eunice was overjoyed. Inwardly cursing Enigmo's foolishness, he wasted no time marshaling his crew for battle. As the strongest fighters from both sides prepared to clash, the entire battlefield's attention was drawn to their impending showdown. Even Colonel Kristen, who had been closely monitoring the mysterious ghost ship, found his focus momentarily diverted. In the next instant, the decisive battle erupted. Greathorn, Eunice lived up to his fearsome reputation, taking on both Enigmo and Strawberry single-handedly and overpowering the 2 rear admirals. Meanwhile, the other rear admiral, Mamanga, forced one of the Alliance's pirates, whose bounty exceeded 200 million, into a hasty retreat with nothing but his sword. Elsewhere, the final pirate in the Alliance with a bounty over 100 million was being pressed hard by 2 Marine vice-admirals working in tandem. Seeing his 2 allies falter while he himself held his own against 2 powerful foes, Eunice couldn't help but curse their incompetence in his heart. Still, aside from those 2 top officers, the Pirate Alliance's remaining strength was holding fast. The mid-tier pirate factions, however, held quite a few advantages. Aside from those gunboats still locked in long-range bombardment, many pirate crews that had entered into close-quarters boarding combat now found themselves with the upper hand. After all, the captains of these pirate crews were far from ordinary. Each one was a formidable figure in their own right. If a warship lacked an officer of at least colonel rank, it would be difficult to withstand the ruthless assault of these pirate captains. Moreover, the pirates often attacked a single warship with 2 or even 3 vessels at once, tipping the scales even further in their favor. So, as soon as the boarding battles began, casualties, which had previously been relatively modest, suddenly soared on both sides. Whether Navy or pirate, in just a matter of minutes, many met their end. Some fell forever into pools of blood, while others, struck by bullets, plunged into the sea and were swallowed mercilessly by the waves. Watching the mounting number of souls departing the battlefield, Moriarty's greed was stirred once again. Unable to resist, he quietly activated his stealth mode and slipped into the heart of the chaos, devouring every lost soul that the clash had produced. Taking advantage of the fact that neither side detected him, Moriarty returned to the fringe of the battlefield aboard the ghost ship, gliding silently along the edge. Meanwhile, Ghost Spider, held at bay by UNESCO, gazed down at the worsening plight of the Navy soldiers below. Drawing a deep breath, he called out, "Strawberry, leave this to me. Go help Squirrel take down Flower Serpent Took as quickly as possible." After blocking UNESC's spike club with a single stroke, Strawberry shot Ghost Spider a long, meaningful glance. Then, using Moonwalk, he sprang towards Squirrel's embattled position with all haste, fully aware that every second counted. Each moment's delay could mean another naval comrade lost. As he sped away, Strawberry murmured in his heart, "I'm counting on you, Ghost Spider." Not far off, UNESCO caught sight of this, and a fierce glint flashed across his face. "You think you could just walk away?" "Not on my watch," he bellowed. Without another word, he hefted his massive spiked club and hurled it with all his might toward Strawberry's retreating figure. The weapon tore through the air. With a deafening boom, rocketing toward its target, UNESCO gripped the clubs and, with a vice-like hold, letting its momentum pull his hulking frame in pursuit. At that very moment, blades flashed through the air. With a sharp metallic clang, Ghost Spider raised his 8 swords and, mustering all his strength, blocked UNESC's crushing blow. "You shall not pass," he declared. Though a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth tarnished Ghost Spider's image, he still managed a brilliant grin. For with this opportunity, Strawberry had successfully broken away, racing toward another embattled front. "Damn it, Spider Demon, are you looking for death?" As Flower Serpent Tuck teetered on the edge of defeat under the combined assault of Strawberry and the flying squirrel, UNESC's eyes suddenly blazed scarlet. It wasn't because he shared any deep bond with Tuck, but rather because he understood all too well, once Tuck fell and the Navy regained a powerful combatant, the entire course of the battle could shift dramatically. If the lines broke, this newly formed pirate alliance could collapse in a heartbeat. And for the sake of their own skins, these selfish pirate crews would abandon him without hesitation, scattering to the winds. Having survived decades on the open sea, UNESCO knew this truth better than anyone. If that happened, their alliance would become nothing but a joke. Even if he managed to escape by some miracle, his ambitions would be buried beneath the ruins of this failed battle. That was something UNESCO simply could not allow. Exploding smash, meteor, die for me. Driven by fury, UNESC's spike club was swiftly wrapped in layer upon layer of armament hockey. The dense aura coated the club in a gleaming black sheen, making it look utterly indestructible. With the secret technique exploding smash, meteor, the club came crashing down like a falling star, threatening to split mountains and shatter walls as it hurtled toward Spider Demon. Facing this earth-shattering blow, even an elite vice admiral like Spider Demon felt a mortal danger looming over him. Not daring to underestimate the attack, he unleashed his own armament hockey and immediately assumed his strongest defensive stance. 8-Blade School Ultimate Art, Lifeless Guard. A deafening boom, as if thunder had cracked the sky, echoed across the entire battlefield when the two secret techniques collided. At the same time, a massive shockwave erupted outward, so powerful it snapped one of the warship's giant masts clean in two beneath Spider Demon's feet. Bracing himself, Spider Demon endured UNESC's full force strike, but the reinforced deck beneath him exploded into splinters. Fragments of wood flew everywhere as he was driven down through several layers of the thick deck, finally coming to a stop in a heap of shattered timbers. It was only thanks to the warship's enormous size and multiple decks that he was spared from being smashed straight through the hull and into the sea below. Had that happened, it would have been the end for Spider Demon, a devil fruit user, then and there. Even so, blood welled up in his mouth, and he spat out a fresh mouthful. After unleashing a powerful special move, UNESCO, who had expended a considerable amount of energy, took several deep breaths before letting out a cold snort and leaping toward a neighboring pirate ship. Although Ghost Spider was now gravely wounded, as a seasoned vice admiral of the Navy, he was not someone who could be so easily taken down. By comparison, rescuing Flower Serpent Took was now more pressing. Otherwise, the entire battle could unravel. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. The scene of Ghost Spider being blasted into the ship's hold did not go unnoticed. Many witnessed it with their own eyes. Seeing this, the morale of the Navy plummeted. Several Navy officers of the rank of Major or above even abandoned their opponents and rushed over to provide support. On the other hand, the pirates, seeing their alliance leader display such ferocity, were greatly invigorated and began to overwhelm the Navy forces before them. Long live the alliance leader! Even Strawberry and Dormouse, who had nearly subdued Flower Serpent Took by joining forces, were taken aback when they glimpsed this. Seen from afar, this gave Took the opening he needed to dodge another deadly blow. A trace of anxiety flashed across Strawberry's face. Damn it, Flower Serpent Took, At this point, we might as well call him Eel Took. He's just impossible to pin down. If this keeps up, Ghost Spider might not be able to hold out much longer. Dormouse fell silent for a moment, then said, Strawberry. Hold took off for a few seconds. I'll take care of him. Strawberry's eyes lit up. You have a plan? All right. I'll buy as much time as I can. The rest is up to you. Seeing the dire situation on Ghost Spider's end, both Strawberry and Dormouse threw themselves into the fight with renewed determination. Yunesk, where do you think you're going? You're not getting away. Just as Yunesk vaulted over several entangled Navy and pirate vessels, Ghost Spider's voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Hot on its heels came several flying sword slashes unleashed by Ghost Spider. TCH, a swordsman's range slashes. What a troublesome move. Lacking any means of long-range attack himself, Yunesk couldn't help but sound a bit bitter. If only he had something like those flying sword slashes, he wouldn't have to keep bounding from ship to ship just to provide support. As the razor-sharp energy of the sword slashes stung his skin, Yunesk had no choice but to turn back and block the attacks once again. Just then, bang! With a gunshot that shattered the chaos, another powerful member of the Pirate Alliance, Slaughter Swordsman Mikhail Hunt, who was being suppressed by two Navy rear admirals, was suddenly struck by a hidden Navy sharpshooter. A huge spatter of blood and flesh burst from Mikhail Hunt's chest on the spot. The power of the Navy's top sniper rifle, paired with a specially designed armor-piercing round, was no joke. What an opportunity! At this moment, the two rear admirals fighting against Michael Hunt seized their opportunity. One on the left, one on the right. They joined forces and struck as one, ripping Michael Hunt open from chest to belly. Even his heart was pierced through by the slender blade of a rapier. Freed from their battle with Michael Hunt, the two rear admirals didn't spare a glance at his lifeless body tumbling into the sea. Without hesitation, they sped off to support Vice Admiral G. Spider, who was now struggling to hold his ground. Further away, a sniper bearing the rank insignia of a Navy Commodore calmly reloaded his beloved rifle. With practiced ease, he subtly trained its menacing, intimidating barrel on Flower Snake, Took, and Great Horn Unesk. A booming laugh erupted. Ah, it's hell. He landed a decisive shot. That's a tremendous help. G. Spider, recognizing the famed sharpshooter of the Navy who had fired, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Though, paired with his ghastly face, the laughter took on a menacing edge. With G. Spider's sinister laughter echoing across the battlefield, the entire course of the fight against the Pirate Alliance was rewritten. The pirates' top fighters began to fall into a clear disadvantage. Damn it! In stark contrast, Unesk flew into a rage. But before he could even spit out a threat, trouble erupted on another part of the battlefield. Sensing the danger closing in on him and the dire state of the battle, Flower Snake gathered the members of his Viper pirates and slipped away through a gap the Navy had purposefully left in their encirclement. No one had expected the Viper pirates to run. After a moment's consideration, Strawberry and Weasel chose not to chase after the slippery Flower Snake. Instead, they redirected their forces toward the greatest threat, the leader of the Pirate Grand Alliance, Great Horn Unesk. Cowards! Useless fools! Damn it! Seeing the tide of battle turn so drastically, Unesk seethed with fury, cursing Took's ancestors 1,000 times over in his mind. Yet, his rage could do nothing to alter the fact that the Pirate Alliance was now rapidly collapsing. With the Viper pirates fleeing, this newly formed alliance of pirates began to fall apart. One crew after another broke ranks in a wild rout, scattering in all directions. Taking advantage of the chaos, Moriarty swiftly piloted the ghost ship into the heart of the battlefield. As he harvested lost souls in droves, he steered unerringly toward the spot where the body of the Slaughter Swordsman, Michael Hunt, had sunk beneath the waves. In Moriarty's eyes, the corpse and soul of a second-tier swordsman were worth far more than the souls of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of ordinary men. After the death of Slaughter Swordsman Michael Hunt, not a soul spared a glance for his corpse. Even his own pirate crew, now desperate to save themselves, couldn't be bothered with the remains of their former captain. The Navy, under strict orders, was busy chasing down the fleeing pirates and had no time to attend to the body of this infamous pirate with a record of great military exploits. As a result, the spot where Michael Hunt's corpse fell into the sea became a lawless, unclaimed zone, a vacuum that no one dared to enter. And so, this situation played perfectly into Moriarty's hands. Arriving on his ghost ship, Moriarty harvested Michael Hunt's soul without resistance. He personally dove beneath the waves to recover the corpse, and brought back the greatsword that had once belonged to the swordsman as well. From a quick inspection, Moriarty could tell that this sword was of a quality far beyond any weapon he had encountered before. Clearly, it was no ordinary blade. After all, It had once been wielded by a master swordsman. Having absorbed Michael Hunt's memories, Moriarty felt even more certain of his good fortune. The sword, named Radiance, was a famed blade of the fine grade tier and had the honor of being listed among the renowned 50 fine grade blades. The term fine grade distinguished this sword as one of the finest, with the 50 fine grade blades being the most celebrated among them. Throughout history, of course, this didn't mean there were only 50 such swords in the world. Rather, those 50 were simply the most legendary. Still, for most swordsmen, even for swordmasters, owning a fine grade blade was a stroke of incredible luck. The world was vast, and swordsmen were many, but countless famous swords had fallen into the hands of cursed collectors, or had been buried forever as the grave goods of great figures. So, in Michael Hunt's memory, possessing the fine grade sword Radiance was a source of immense pride. Tending and caring for this sword was a ritual he performed every day, almost religiously. Yet for Moriarty, the fine grade Radiance would be little more than a prized addition to his collection in the captain's quarters. What truly intrigued him was the slaughter sword style that Michael Hunt had mastered. This offered Moriarty fresh inspiration, causing his own swordsmanship to progress by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the soul power distilled from Michael Hunt's essence was the first complete Tier 2 soul force that Moriarty had ever encountered. Its purity and strength far surpassed even that of Brooke's spirit, magnified several times over. After a long hiatus, Moriarty's soul power was once again significantly enhanced. At his current stage, only second-tier soul power could bring him noticeable improvement. By now, even the extraordinary first-tier soul force made barely any difference to him. Of course, there were exceptions, such as unique souls like Belmir's. While Moriarty was quietly reaping a windfall and absorbing the power of second-tier souls, the battle, which had caused quite a stir, was gradually drawing to a close. Even with a formidable lineup, 3 vice admirals from Navy headquarters, 2 rear admirals, and a skilled sniper, the pirate admiral Greathorn Unesca, though at the peak of the second tier and on the verge of breaking into the third, was beginning to falter. Deep, bone-revealing wounds had begun to appear on his massive, burly frame. Of course, the Navy officers encircling him had hardly fared better. Of the 2 rear admirals present, one had already been gravely injured and forced to withdraw from the battle. As for Spider, Unesca's original opponent, his famed 8-blade Spider, swordsmanship had been reduced to 5 blades. 3 of his swords shattered in the clash, and who could say how many of his bones had been broken by Unesca's sheer strength? If not for Spider's iron while keeping him upright, he would have long since collapsed. In the distance, the Navy sniper, after firing that one crucial shot, had not intervened again. His presence served more as a looming threat than any actual involvement. After all, a bullet is at its most menacing when still chambered. At this stage of the battle, the only thing keeping the Navy fighting was the hope of capturing Unesca alive, or, failing that, killing him on the spot. For Unesca, the sole motivation was survival. Ever since the pirate alliance collapsed, he had tried to break through the encirclement countless times, but each attempt had ended in failure. Most of his wounds had been inflicted during those desperate escapes. Damn it, things are looking grim. As Unesca descended into a frenzy, cornered and enraged, Moriarty moved as effortlessly as a fish in water. He weaved through the battlefield's nooks and crannies, harvesting soul after soul from the fallen. Now and then, he would salvage the bodies of first-tier extraordinary beings who had fallen into the sea, claiming them for his own purposes. After traversing most of the battlefield, Moriarty once again encountered the Navy warship that had first discovered him, the one whose cannon fire against the ghost ship had blown his cover. What a twist of fate, meeting my nemesis again on such a narrow road. With a narrowed gaze, Moriarty silently slipped beneath the waves, stealthily making his way toward the warship looming ahead, AS for the ghost ship. Since it had already been exposed once, Moriarty ordered it to set sail in a different direction and continue harvesting soul power elsewhere. In no time at all, Moriarty slipped through the lower deck and entered the warship. He swept through the gunners in the hold and the Navy soldiers who tried to attack him, slaughtering them all without mercy. At that moment, Colonel Christine, who had awakened her observation hockey, sensed something was wrong and finally burst into the hold. When she saw her subordinates lying lifeless, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, Christine's elegant eyes instantly filled with rage. "Bastard, you'll pay for my men's lives with your own." With those words, Christine transformed in an instant. A magnificent tiger with a coat of dazzling stripes lunged at Moriarty with deadly intent. What a fierce tigress! Moriarty's eyes lit up at her sudden transformation. He hadn't expected to encounter a devil fruit user here, of all places. If he could capture this tigress, it would be quite the unexpected prize. It seemed he'd have to settle this quickly. If he dragged things out, the other Navy officers might arrive, and that would complicate matters. While Moriarty wasn't afraid of these Navy commanders, most of whom had reached the second tier of strength, their arrival would still pose some inconvenience. And Moriarty, who loathed trouble, preferred to avoid such situations whenever possible. Effortlessly dodging Christine's ferocious pounce, Moriarty raised his hand, sending a burst of psychic force that sent her flying across the hold. At that very moment, inky black, ghostly mist surged forth, instantly shrouding the deck in darkness. Unnoticed, the boundary between the spirit world and reality began to blur. Everything within this level of the ship was being dragged into Moriarty's ghostly domain. Dazed and reeling from Moriarty's blow, Christine stared into the swirling mist that quickly obscured her vision. She opened her massive jaws and let out a furious roar. A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the hold, its power shaking the air. Yet this sound, overwhelming as it was, couldn't pierce the veil between the spirit world and reality. The earth-shaking roar was trapped, unable to break free, reverberating endlessly within the haunted realm. But Christine knew nothing of this. Believing she'd sent out a battle signal to the outside, Christine's tiger form radiated formidable power as she unleashed a flurry of chain slaps, scattering the encroaching ghostly mist around her. A mere devil fruit user. Who gave you the nerve to attack a Navy warship? While swatting away the ghostly mist, Christine kept up a stream of taunts, hoping to provoke a response from Moriarty and pinpoint his location by sound. Trying to locate me by my voice? It's pointless. Paying no heed to Moriarty's mocking reply, Christine charged straight at the source of the sound. But aside from shattering a wooden pillar with a single slap, she gained nothing. I told you it's useless. In the next instant, Moriarty's figure appeared directly behind Christine, his hand cradling a soul spike, which he smashed down hard toward her head. Tiger's tail, sheer. As soon as Moriarty appeared, Christine's observation hockey sensed his presence. She whipped her body around, her tail lashing out like a sharp blade, slicing Moriarty cleanly in two. Yet before the severed body could even fade away, another Moriarty appeared right in front of Christine, slamming a fully charged soul spike straight into her head. The powerful soul spike exploded within Christine's mind, scrambling her thoughts into a muddled mess and robbing her of the ability to think, if only for a moment. At that very moment, Moriarty, manipulating a large blade picked up from the ground with his psychic powers, sent it whistling toward Christine's head. She dodged it. Pure instinct? It seems she's trained her paper arts to their absolute limit, which is how she awakened her observation hockey. But does she really think she can evade my attacks on instinct alone? Watching Christine narrowly dodge the blade with nothing but her body's reflexes, Moriarty shook his head. Then 7 or 8 swords and knives swept in all at once, their blades weaving a deadly net of steel and light, sealing off every avenue of escape. Christine was trapped with nowhere to run. After several rounds of attacks, Christine, now drenched in blood, finally had her head severed by Moriarty. To take Christine's body with him, Moriarty unleashed a psychic blast that tore open one side of the ship's hull, intending to dive into the sea and slip away with her corpse from beneath the waves. But the commotion from blowing open the warship side was impossible to miss. As Moriarty stood at the gaping hole with Christine's body in hand, he was instantly spotted by the surrounding Marines. Not good, Christine. Among the Marines, the sharpshooter of Rear Admiral rank immediately swung his rifle toward Moriarty when he saw Christine's lifeless form. He fired an armor-piercing round, infused with armament hockey, straight at Moriarty. Bang! In a split second, the bullet tore through Moriarty's chest, blasting a hole in him and punching clean through the ship's interior wall before plunging into the sea beyond. Staring at the gaping wound in his chest, Moriarty locked eyes with the sniper, committing his face to memory, an entry in the little black book of his mind. Without a backward glance, he leapt into the sea, Christine's corpse in tow. When the sniper saw this scene, he slammed his fist hard against the mast beside him. Damn it, the elemental ability of a Logia-type devil fruit user. But then he thought, how could a devil fruit user, basically a landlubber, willingly jump into the sea? Very quickly, this top sniper, who held the rank of Commodore, pieced together a complete answer in his mind. This is bad. There must be an accomplice waiting to pick him up underwater. Fifth warship, listen up. There are hidden enemies beneath the water. Musket squad, open fire at will on the sea's surface. Yes, sir. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst clouds of smoke and a relentless hail of gunfire, Moriarty dove deeper and deeper, sinking further into the depths. Relying on his telepathic bond with the ghost ship, he silently slipped away from the battlefield, carrying Christine's corpse with him. By the time Moriarty made his escape, the battle on the field had all but ended. Other than a handful of pirates who had fled in the chaos, only 3 pirate ships, unable to break free, continued to fight desperately. The rest of the pirate vessels had either been sunk by the Navy's cannon fire or their crews had been captured alive. Wreckage from no fewer than 10 pirate ships now dotted the sea, scattered in all directions. Of course, the Navy had paid a price as well. 4 of their own warships had been struck and sunk in the barrage. The surviving sailors from those ships, lucky enough to escape death, had been urgently transferred to the remaining Navy vessels with help from their comrades. Besides all this, as the leader of the pirate alliance and the Navy's main target, the pirate admiral, Great Horn, Ionesque, had paid dearly for his escape. Sacrificing one arm, he managed to gravely wound the relentless Navy vice admiral who pursued him, sending his foe plunging into the sea. Seizing this hard-won chance, Ionesque commandeered a small boat, much like a speedboat, and, engines roaring, broke through the Navy's encirclement amidst the thunder of cannon fire. Yet even then, Ionesque had not fully shaken off the Navy. 3 warships immediately gave chase, clinging to his tail as he fled into the horizon. Happy New Year, everyone! And as always, I humbly ask for your recommendations and your support. Please bookmark, vote, and share. A new chapter is up. Please bookmark, vote, and support with monthly tickets. Wishing everyone the best of luck in the year of the ox. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve, the close of 2020 and the start of 2021. Here, I wish every reader good health and the strength of an ox in the coming year. With Ionesque's escape, Moriarty casually picked a direction and steered the ghost ship away from the battlefield. After sailing in stealth for most of the day, night fell once more. Cloaked in the shadows, Moriarty finally lifted the ghost ship's invisibility, letting it reappear beneath the cover of darkness. Phew, it's time to take stock of this haul. Because the injuries to his spirit form were relatively minor, Moriarty was able to use some of the soul power from the pool of souls to mend his spirit within. Just half a day. Only after his body was restored did Moriarty finally have the time and peace of mind to go over the spoils he'd fished out of these muddy waters. He'd harvested over 850 units of soul power. However, after accounting for the cost of turning invisible, releasing smoke, transforming into mist, and what he himself had absorbed, the stockpile, which had already surpassed 900 units, dropped back down into the 800s. Now, he was left with 827 units in total. But among them, all were ordinary zero-rank soul powers. The souls of first-rank transcendents had been casually devoured by Moriarty himself as he repaired his spirit form. As he pondered, Moriarty realized that this haul was nothing to sneeze at. I don't think I've taken a good inventory of myself in a while. Since I've got some time now, how about a thorough review? Suddenly, in good spirits, Moriarty began to systematically organize his current situation. After a scattered half-day of reviewing, he rewrote his latest profile on the blackboard in the captain's cabin. Name, Moriarty. World, One Piece. Core objective, become stronger. Priority quest, advance to evil spirit. Side quest, revenge. List of enemies, Cavendish, the bulbfruit user, Gecko Moria, Navy sniper. Side quest, upgrade the ghost ship. Ultimate quest, return to my original world. Warning, beware the enemies of the boat of the dead. Strength, 2nd rank malevolent spirit, beginner. A red-clad ghost fit for the stage. Malevolent spirit. Abilities, phasing illusion, possession, soul spike, psychic blast, spiritual pressure, telekinesis, ghost domain. Possessions, ghost ship. Beneath the ghost ship entry, Moriarty created a subpage. Ghost ship level, 1st rank. Soul pool, 1st rank current energy, 827/10,000. Hull, 1st rank integrity, 100%. Figurehead, 0 rank, mostly decorative rather than functional. Abilities, invisibility, smoke. Type brigantine. Speed, 12 knots. 1 knot equals 1.852 kilometers per hour. Besides these, the subpage also listed the conditions for upgrading the ghost ship. But since he'd already jotted those down on the blackboard last time, he decided to skip them here, lest anyone accuse him of padding his word count. After finishing all this, Moriarty set down his chalk with a satisfied smile. In addition to everything else, he now also had a fragment of a law in his possession. Law fragment. Beast fragment, tiger. Ability. Allows you to transform into a fierce tiger, or bestow the power of the tiger upon another living creature. Note, you could try granting this to the ship's figurehead spirit. But first, you'll need a tiger-shaped figurehead. A tiger-shaped figurehead? Does that mean it's time to replace that useless ram prow? Moriarty didn't mind the idea at all. After all, that long, awkward nose had always been something of an eyesore to him. But a tiger-shaped figurehead. Did that mean he'd have to find a craftsman to carve one himself? Well, let's get the easier or more urgent tasks done first. Carve a tiger-shaped figurehead, or perhaps replace the keel of the ghost ship. Actually, those two things don't conflict at all. With these two tasks combined in his mind, the image of an island naturally surfaced in Moriarty's thoughts. Water 7, also known as the City of Water, is one of the most advanced shipbuilding islands in this world. Whether it's the ancient weapon Pluton from 800 years ago, or the sea train that's become popular in recent years, both trace their origins to this ancient island. In fact, the mayor of Water 7 is regarded as one of the world's greatest shipwrights. Thanks to the concentration of master craftsmen on Water 7, the island consumes vast quantities of timber and other materials every single moment. And since the island doesn't produce these resources itself, shiploads of premium wood are shipped in from all corners of the world. Sometimes, even the rare atom wood or branches of the sun tree eve appear in the nearby black markets. With all this, for Moriarty, Water 7 is undoubtedly the perfect place to find a new keel for the ghost ship. And for the master craftsman there, carving a tiger-shaped figurehead would hardly be a challenge. So it's settled. Next stop, Water 7. Let's set sail. But how exactly does one get to Water 7? Although Moriarty's ghost ship had quite a few log poses he'd plundered from other pirates, none of them pointed to Water 7's coordinates. In other words, Moriarty had no idea which direction to head for Water 7. To make matters worse, he didn't even know where he was at the moment. Oh well, I might as well finish watching those hundreds of memory orbs from the decomposition whirlpool. Maybe, just maybe, there's a clue on how to get to Water 7 in there somewhere. Resigned, Moriarty could only head dutifully to the cabin, ready to slog through those hundreds of extended documentaries. By noon the next day, after binge-watching hundreds of documentaries to the point of nausea, Moriarty finally opened his eyes, utterly exhausted. Phew! At last, I've watched them all. Using super fast-forward mode, Moriarty had just finished watching the lives of several hundred people in rapid succession. A world-weary look clouded his eyes, aside. Effect from absorbing so many memories in such a short span of time. Yet, thanks to the formidable nature of the vengeful spirit, Moriarty managed to suppress these after-effects with sheer force of will. After watching what felt like a never-ending documentary, Moriarty naturally gained more than just fatigue. Among this flood of memories, some were useful to him, while others were utterly irrelevant. From piecing together these recollections, he figured out where he was now, but as for how to get directly to Water 7, he still had no solution. The simplest and most direct option was to head to the nearest large island and try to purchase an eternal log pose pointing to Water 7. However, eternal log poses were notoriously rare. There was no telling whether any would be available on the nearby islands, let alone whether Moriarty would be able to get his hands on one. For now, Moriarty had no better plan. All he could do was take things one step at a time. The nearest large island happened to be the famous toy island, Euro Island. Known as the Land of Toys, Euro Island produced all manner of mechanical playthings, from tiny puppets to giant model toys. Anything one could imagine was made there. And though commerce dominated every corner of the island, it was the best bet nearby for finding what Moriarty needed. Well, no use worrying. I'll head to the island and see if there's an eternal log pose to Water 7, Moriarty muttered to himself. With his spirits steadied, Moriarty stepped out of the stuffy cabin that had been weighing on his nerves, emerging onto the deck of the ghost ship. By now, the sun was already high in the sky, shining down with full strength, braving the blazing sunlight, something he only dared to do while separated by a ghostly dimension. Moriarty stood on deck, letting the sea breeze wash over him for a good hour or two. Gazing out at the vast, rolling waves, he gradually felt the agitation in his heart and the malaise from sifting through so many memories begin to dissipate. It was then that a group of seabirds, each carrying a mail pouch, flew overhead. After circling for a moment, one of the news birds swooped down in front of Moriarty, cawing insistently. "Newspapers, huh? Might as well take a look," Moriarty said. He reached into the bird's pouch, retrieving a newspaper and a thick stack of the latest bounty posters. Only after Moriarty handed over a full 500 berries did the news bird finally flap away. Mainly because the stack of wanted posters he took was so thick, the bird had squawked for extra payment. Unfolding the paper, Moriarty glanced at the headline. Interestingly enough, today's top story had more to do with him than most would suspect. See calendar, January 17th, 1519, that the Navy headquarters and the newly formed Grand Alliance of pirate admirals clashed in a decisive battle near the Black Pearl. C. Close to the comm belt. After a grueling fight in which the Navy soldiers pressed forward without fear of sacrifice, the wicked forces of the pirate admiral Alliance were utterly dismantled. The Alliance's formidable leader, Admiral Great Horn, Yuneske, whose bounty soared to 570 million berries, was officially apprehended. While infamous pirates like Killer Swordsman Michael Hunt were slain on the spot, only a small remnant of pirates managed to scatter and flee in disarray. In the end, Yuneske was captured, something that came as no surprise to Moriarty. After all, gravely wounded and adrift in a tiny boat, how long could he possibly evade the Navy's pursuit? Moriarty chuckled as he leafed through the explosive headlines, finally setting the newspaper aside with lingering satisfaction. Then he picked up a stack of bounty posters and began to sift through them. To Moriarty, the individuals on these posters were nothing less than a list of future prey. 30 million bounty, 88 million bounty, 54 million bounty, and so on. Suddenly, as he flipped through the stack, Moriarty's hand froze. From among the pile, he drew out a single poster. Ghost Captain Moriarty. Bounty. 75 million berries. Identity unknown. Once appeared briefly in the East Blue. Suspected to have crossed the comm belt into the Grand Line. And during the Black Pearl Sea battle, killed a Navy headquarters colonel. Methods unknown. Abilities unknown. Appearing and vanishing like a phantom. Extremely dangerous and ruthless. The photograph on the bounty poster captured him emerging from a ship's cabin with the corpse of that tigress. He couldn't help but wonder which battlefield reporter had managed to snap this shot. Truth be told, it was a rather photogenic moment. The picture wasn't half bad. As for the nickname, Ghost Captain, it couldn't be more fitting for Moriarty's current situation. Truly, what a turn of events. Yet what surprised Moriarty was how quickly the Navy had traced his activities in the East Blue and even uncovered his name. Evidently, their intelligence network was far more formidable than he'd anticipated. In reality, Moriarty was giving the Navy too much credit. The reason they discovered some of his history in the East Blue and learned his name so swiftly was due to a stroke of luck. As it happened, it was all thanks to Nami. After Moriarty had wiped out the Arlong pirates, the people of Kokoyashi village and the neighboring islands felt hope rekindled in their lives. United by gratitude, they all wished to thank Moriarty, so they turned to the only person who'd spent any significant time with him, Nami, to inquire about his whereabouts. With no other choice, Nami thought that Moriarty might have been friends with Belmere, so she slowly tracked down the naval base where Belmere had once served and started asking around about Moriarty. To help her search, she even drew a portrait of him from memory and brought it with her to the base. The naval base, for its part, was quite curious about the mysterious figure who had single-handedly challenged the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue. They reported the matter up the chain of command. When news of the Black Pearl Sea battle reached them, Moriarty's identity was quickly confirmed, and the information was relayed back to Navy headquarters. And so, just like that, Moriarty's wanted poster was issued with surprising efficiency. Yet, this entire misunderstanding was something Moriarty himself might never know about. What Moriarty didn't realize was that, far away in the East Blue, Nami and Aiken were both left speechless as they stared at the wanted poster in their hands. Just days before, Nami had visited the naval base, and now Moriarty was suddenly wanted by the Navy. It was impossible for Nami not to have complicated feelings about it. Could it be because of me that he's been put on the wanted list? After all, the Navy didn't even know his name before. With her quick wit and the clues from the newspaper, Nami soon pieced together part of the truth. Serves you right. Who told you to go off and kill a Navy captain anyway? Though she complained bitterly about Moriarty, Nami couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt and worry for him. As for the slain Navy captain, Nami felt nothing at all. Were all Navy captains truly good people? What about those who had colluded with Arlong before? Although Moriarty himself paid little heed to the Navy's bounty, once his wanted poster spread across the world, it certainly caught the attention of quite a few people. At the very least, every bounty hunter around made sure to remember Moriarty's name. As for his own wanted poster, Moriarty took it to the captain's quarters and carefully placed it in a golden frame studded with jewels. This was his very first wanted poster, a true milestone worth preserving. After setting the poster in its place, Moriarty didn't leave the captain's quarters again. Instead, he sat on his bed and slipped into deep meditation. Despite his habit of going out in broad daylight to soak up the sun, his nature as a vengeful spirit meant he still harbored a deep aversion to sunlight. So except for the occasional stroll for a change of pace, Moriarty rarely ventured out of his cabin during the day. More often than not, he preferred to spend his nights conversing with the moon about life's mysteries. As time drifted by, Moriarty finally arrived, deep in the night, at the Island of Toys, Euro Island, because it was already deep into the night. Even this bustling island, home to millions, had gradually quieted, sinking into a calm hush. At this hour, most of the shops across the island had closed, save for a handful of commercial streets that still bustled with late-night business. It just so happened that the stores selling permanent compasses were among those that had shut their doors. Standing before a sizable nautical supplies shop, its doors tightly shut, Moriarty could only sigh and shake his head in resignation. Then, without hesitation, he strode straight toward the closed entrance, picking up speed as he went. In the blink of an eye, Moriarty appeared right at the door, and as his figure blurred ever so slightly, he slipped right through the solid barrier, entering the shop's interior as though the wall were made of mist. Just before he was completely inside, Moriarty turned his head and flashed a toothy grin in a particular direction. After that, he passed seamlessly through the wall, vanishing into the store. In the wake of his disappearance, around the corner on the street, 3 drunken men, arms linked and shoulders pressed together, instinctively rubbed their eyes. When they saw that the doorway was empty, they all exhaled in relief. Phew, must have been seeing things. Honestly, we haven't even had that much to drink, and already we're seeing ghosts. Haha, what a night. Their laughter trailed off as, almost at the same moment, each man turned to look at his companions, realizing they'd all witnessed something strange. After a long pause, the man on the far left, voice dry and uncertain, asked, "Wait, did you two see that as well?" The one in the middle replied, "You mean the man in black at the door of the nautical shop? I could have sworn I saw someone go inside, but the door was locked. Did he just walk through the wall?" The one on the right giggled drunkenly. Ha, I saw him smile at me before he went in. He's got a delicate look about him, that one." Whether it was a higher tolerance or simply less drink, the man on the left was the first to come to his senses, or perhaps more accurately, to be sobered by fright. "Hiss, idiots. Who cares what he looks like? He walked through the wall, right through it. And did you notice? That thing didn't cast a shadow." The man on the right let out a hiccup, then chuckled. "How can a person not have a shadow? No shadow. That means it's a ghost." In a low, trembling voice, the man on the left added, "So was that really a person we saw? Middle of the night, no shadow, walking through walls. If that's not a ghost, what is?" With that simple conclusion, the 3 drunkards sobered up in an instant, fear prickling at their skin. "A ghost? Here. I heard that shop sells dodgy stuff. People have died because of it. Maybe that was a vengeful spirit, come to collect a debt. Just now he smiled at me. Could it be that he's got his eyes on me too?" The 3 exchanged glances, tossed their bottles aside in unison, and immediately took off running. In no time, the street rang out with their piercing, desperate screams. "There's a ghost." Not long after Moriarty entered the specialty shop, he heard those same anguished cries echoing from the street. Moriarty turned his head in the direction the sound had come from. Are those guys slow on the uptake? They're only reacting now. After giving the 3 a good fright, Moriarty actually felt his mood lighten a bit. Following the shop's signage, Moriarty searched through every log pose in the store, but unfortunately, none of them pointed to Water 7's permanent location. Disappointed, he left the specialty shop, but refused to give up. He continued down the street and found another marine supplies store. Once again, he came away empty-handed. It wasn't until he had searched through 7 shops, specializing in log poses, that Moriarty finally found the permanent pointer to Water 7 in a small shop beside a timber store. He left 3 gold coins at the spot where the Water 7 pointer had been kept, and then walked straight out of the toy island, setting off for Water 7. What Moriarty didn't know was that, by the next morning, rumors of a soul-stealing ghost and a phantom ship were spreading like wildfire across the island. Plenty of people had seen Moriarty and the ghost ship the previous night, and those who hadn't hidden themselves well had been thoroughly spooked. As a result, story after story sprang up, each more terrifying and more exaggerated than the last. For months after, the island's nightlife was quiet and subdued, only beginning to recover half a year later. Leaving the toy island behind, Moriarty made straight for Water 7. Come wind or rain, day or night, he pressed on without pause. He endured lashing storms, blistering sun, hailstones the size of boulders, blizzards, and even waterspouts, only arriving at Water 7 a week later. As a miraculous city upon the waves finally appeared in the distance, Moriarty let out a long sigh of relief. What kind of crazy weather is this? How do people in this world even survive such extremes? In weather like this, even a high-ranking superhuman could easily meet their end at sea with one careless mistake. After days of relentless exposure to all manner of extreme conditions, Moriarty was clearly worn out. The harsh environments hadn't bothered him much, but for the ghost ship, it was a different story. During the waterspout, The ship had nearly been swept clear into the sky. Fortunately, Moriarty managed to activate his smoke form just in time, narrowly escaping that terrifying waterspout. Even so, while the ghost ship was in its misty state, part of its hull was still torn away by the swirling waters. Although the damage to the ghost ship wasn't severe, this encounter made Moriarty truly acknowledge, for the first time, the fearsome and unpredictable climate of the world of One Piece. Since the ghost ship wasn't too badly damaged, Moriarty took the opportunity along the way to wipe out a pirate crew and a giant sea beast over 20 meters long, using their spoils to repair the ship. Because of this, by the time he arrived at Water 7, the ghost ship looked a bit old and strange, but by no means dilapidated. After paying the necessary fees at the dock and securing a berth among the hundreds of ships of every kind, Moriarty disguised himself as a human and lingered on the pier for several hours, only heading into the miraculous Water City as dusk fell. At twilight, Water 7 was still bustling with life. On the streets near the docks, there were even pirates swaggering openly, strutting down the avenues in their distinctive garb. Moriarty's figure was soon swept away and swallowed up by the river of people. Moving along with the crowd, Moriarty passed by many street vendors selling delicious treats, and he even caught sight of Water 7's famed delicacy, aquameat. Watching others indulge freely in the foods he so desperately craved but could never taste, a faint tinge of red appeared in Moriarty's eyes. A subtle, barely noticeable malice began to take shape within him, quietly nibbling away at his self-control. Why? Why are these insignificant insects allowed to enjoy life so unrestrained, while I can only stand by and watch? Unfulfilled longing for food, resentment over what he could never have, these negative emotions swelled within Moriarty, threatening to overwhelm his reason. In that moment, a murderous urge rose up inside him, the impulse to destroy every living thing in his path. As soon as this bloodlust took root, a portion of the malevolent energy that clung to Moriarty began to seep out, unbidden. Though Moriarty wasn't yet powerful enough to summon storms with a thought or alter the weather with his moods, the dreadful aura he exuded was still enough to disturb the senses of those around him. Anyone who happened to be near Moriarty at that instant felt it most keenly. People who had been laughing and chatting happily, savoring their food, were suddenly gripped by a chilling cold that pierced straight to the heart, as if, in the blink of an eye, they'd been transported from the blazing heat of summer to the depths of a harsh winter. The more sensitive among them even caught a whiff of the malice lurking in the air, as if surrounded by a pack of wolves, their skin crawling with dread. Instinctively, they tightened their clothes around themselves, then hurried away from this place that filled them with a sense of danger. In just a minute or two, almost all the pedestrians and vendors before Moriarty had vanished. Only a few stall owners who couldn't move their carts remained, nervously packing up their things, clearly preparing to leave as well. Fortunately, the abrupt emptiness of the street allowed Moriarty to regain his senses before he completely lost control. Once he was clear-headed, again, Moriarty noticed the fearful, wary glances from the remaining stall owners. He took a deep breath, then quickly left the street himself. He found refuge beneath an abandoned bridge where few people ever came. There, standing by the water's edge, Moriarty stared at his reflection flickering. On the surface, his face clouded with shifting emotions. In most stories, it's said that ghosts can be glimpsed in mirrors or on the water surface. So, this is the corrosion of baleful energy? It really does catch you off guard. The situation he had just experienced was something the legacy had warned him about. The corrosion of baleful energy was one of the inherent flaws of the ghostly path. It didn't weaken as you grew stronger, but instead grew ever more powerful alongside you. Eventually, the endless waves of malice and resentment would completely consume you, turning you into a puppet of fury and slaughter, stripped of all reason. This was a calamity and fate that all ghosts had to face, inescapable and unavoidable. It was why most vengeful spirits and evil ghosts behaved irrationally, or seemed dim-witted. Their minds had already been eroded. And once a ghost reached the third stage of their path, this danger would reach its peak. Evil spirit. What is evil, if not madness and unfathomable strangeness? A third stage, evil spirit walks daily with insanity, and a single misstep could send them tumbling into an abyss from which there is no return, becoming an unnameable horror. To be honest, Moriarty considered himself quite lucky. He had only encountered baleful corrosion for the first time after reaching the second stage as a fierce spirit. Of course, this was partly because he had advanced so quickly. He stayed beneath the deserted bridge for a full hour, suppressing the effects of the corroding energy until he was sure it was under control. But when Moriarty finally emerged, the smile that once graced his face was gone, replaced by a cold, implacable expression. His original plan had been to investigate the cyborgs out of curiosity, but any playful mood he'd felt was gone. Instead, he headed straight for the headquarters of Carrera Corporation in the city center. Half an hour later, as the clock struck 9, Moriarty arrived at the company's imposing main building. "Spectral realm," he murmured. Wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, Moriarty cloaked himself in invisibility, slipped through the spectral realm, and entered the hidden side of the world. Moriarty moved through the underworld, a realm identical to the surface world, but far more worn and dilapidated. From there, he stepped into the office of Carrera Company's president, the iceberg himself, Espagu. Peering out from between the seams of the underworld, one could see that inside Espagu's office, only the blue-haired president himself was present, diligently working through what seemed like an endless stack of paperwork. "No one else here? Perfect." Moriarty, seeing the office empty of other people, stepped straight out of the underworld and back into the real world. "Who are you?" Moriarty's entrance was anything but silent, and Espagu spotted him the moment he appeared. Yet, Espagu's composure was remarkable. Even faced with an unknown intruder like Moriarty, he showed no sign of panic and remained extraordinarily calm. Of course, for Moriarty, having a calm and reasonable Espagu to negotiate with was a stroke of luck. So, confronted by Espagu's question, Moriarty felt no irritation at all. "You can call me Moriarty. I'm a purveyor of information, a broker, if you will. I'm here simply to propose a deal." As he spoke, Moriarty glanced at Espagu's left hand, which was hidden beneath the desk, before continuing, "Actually, you can stop pressing that alarm button under your left hand. Nothing happening here will reach the outside world. You must have sensed that by now." Before leaving the underworld, Moriarty had already isolated this office from the outside. So, despite Espagu's continuous subtle movements, not a sound reached anyone beyond these walls. "You're right." Espagu paused for a moment, then withdrew both hands from beneath the desk. Yet, as he did so, a finely crafted, loaded flintlock pistol appeared in his grasp. He had been sounding the alarm for quite some time with no response, a clear sign that things were far from ordinary. The pistol, then, was nothing more than his final assurance of dignity. After considering the situation, Espagu spoke again. "Moriarty, you must be the so-called ghost captain, the one with the 75 million belly bounty." Moriarty nodded. "That's me, though I much prefer to be called an information broker." "I mean you no harm," Moriarty continued, his tone direct and unambiguous. "I'm here to ask for your personal expertise, to have you carve a figurehead for my ship, and to help me find a keel strong enough to withstand any sea." With Espagu, Moriarty dispensed with wordplay and made his intentions clear from the start. Sometimes, when dealing with clever people like these, it's better to be straightforward. After hearing Moriarty's intentions, Iceberg didn't let down his guard. Instead, he spoke up. "The figurehead, the keel? I doubt your demand for these two things are as simple as they sound. Are they?" Moriarty nodded in agreement. "Of course not. If it were simple, I wouldn't have come to see you in person. After all, you have plenty of skilled craftsmen under your command." Iceberg gave a knowing nod. "I see. Well then, what do you plan to offer in exchange?" "Heh, don't tell me you want to bargain with my head again. My life isn't worth that much, you know." Iceberg had dealt with uninvited guests like Moriarty many times in his early years. Each one tried to get him to build ships for them by offering to spare his life as payment. Expecting something for nothing, Iceberg had never agreed to such unreasonable demands. If Moriarty turned out to be the same, Iceberg was prepared to play along for now. But once his foreman arrived, he'd make sure Moriarty learned how harsh the world could be. But Moriarty's answer was completely unexpected, so much so that even Iceberg's usually impassive face changed color. "My head? No, no, no. I'm a businessman, not a bandit. I would never make such an unreasonable request. I want to trade you a piece of information, that's all. Don't worry, it's a tip well worth your while. Here's a little hint. This information has to do with your mentor, you, Frankie, the world government, and the blueprints for Pluton." When he heard the names Frankie and the Pluton blueprints, Iceberg's heart skipped a beat. That was a secret he and Frankie had sworn to take to the grave. How could this man possibly know? Still, Iceberg never suspected Frankie of leaking it. Frankie might be a fool, but he'd sooner die than betray that secret. On that, Iceberg was certain. Taking a deep breath, Iceberg stood up and met Moriarty's gaze. "Who are you, really?" Moriarty smiled. "I'm just a broker of information, as I said before. Now, with all these hints, Mr. Iceberg, do you accept this deal or not?" Iceberg clenched his fists, staring hard into Moriarty's eyes. At last, he spat out two words. "Speak, then." "Very well. We have a deal. After your master Tom died, the world government did not give up their search for the blueprints of Pluton. 3 years ago, the world government's intelligence agency, CP9, was ordered to secretly infiltrate Water 7. Their agents went undercover and got close to you, hoping to seize the confidential blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton. Their identities are as follows: your secretary Khalifa, the foreman Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Bruno, who runs the tavern on the island. Through their investigation, your junior apprentice, the cyborg Frankie, is now in grave danger of having his true identity exposed. The blueprints of Pluton, which he has hidden inside his body, are on the verge of discovery. You must be well aware of the consequences if such information were to be revealed. Lord Iceberg, do you think it's a fair trade to exchange this information for what I've requested? After listening to Moriarty's words, Icebug nearly collapsed into his chair. But before long, he steadied himself and stood up once more. This time, Icebug seemed far calmer, his face regaining its composure. Moriarty, observing from the side, thought to himself, this guy's mental fortitude is impressive. He truly lives up to the name Icebug. To Moriarty's surprise, Icebug proposed another deal. Lord Moriarty, your information is worth every bit of the price. I wonder if you'd be interested in another transaction I have in mind. Looking at Icebug, whose entire demeanor radiated a chilling aura, Moriarty found himself intrigued. Go ahead, I'm listening. With an icy tone, Icebug said, I want to ask you to kill those world government spies for me. Well now, this Icebug is far from ordinary. If nothing else, the fact that his first reaction upon learning the spies' identities is to turn the tables and eliminate them shows just how formidable he is. To kill those spies, you're sure about this? Do you trust my words so completely, without bothering to verify it? Ever since he voiced his murderous request, Icebug seemed to have transformed. He was no longer afraid of Moriarty. He reached into a hidden compartment in his desk, pulled out a file, and placed it on the table. There's no need for confirmation. In fact, I've long suspected that Khalifa and Kaku were up to something. What I didn't expect was that Lucci was also a world government spy. To be honest, I rather admired him. But since they're all agents of the world government, I have no choice but to send them to their deaths. Moriarty glanced at the file on the table, marked as suspicious by Icebug, and smiled. As expected, no matter how skilled the undercover agents, spending too much time around someone is clever. As Icebug is bound to reveal some cracks in their disguise, Rob Lucci not only managed to avoid exposure, but even won the favor of Icebug. His talent for undercover work is truly frightening. While Moriarty's mind was racing with thoughts, Icebug shifted his desk to the side and once again retrieved a box from a hidden compartment beneath the carpet. After taking out the box, Icebug opened it and placed it before Moriarty. Inside was a special fruit, dazzling with a riot of colors and covered in strange patterns. In this world, such fruits are known by a famous name, devil fruits. Of course, I won't let you down with your reward, Icebug said. This is a devil fruit I collected years ago. Consider my offer. In addition, I can build you the finest sailing ship, tailor-made just for you. Didn't you want to replace your ship's keel? Why not let me craft an entire new vessel for you, using only the best materials? I promise. Moriarty reached out, and the devil fruit in the box flew automatically into his hand. He studied the fruit carefully, turning it over in his palm. Then he looked at Icebug and said seriously, it's not enough. Not enough. If this were just an ordinary infiltration, one devil fruit plus your promised services would be more than generous. But the people you want, killed are anything but simple. For one, Rob Lucci is hailed as the strongest member of CP9 in the last 800 years, the pride of Eni's lobby. His strength rivals that of a vice admiral in the Navy. Plus, in CP9, there's Kaku, who's second only to him, not to mention their special status. Do you really think your payment is sufficient for a job like this? No sooner had Moriarty finished speaking than Icebug responded, if it's not enough, I can pay more. Give me some time, and I can produce 2 more devil fruits. Or if you prefer fame swords, I can offer 2 great gray blades instead. Is that so? Moriarty nodded in agreement. That will do. So aside from this devil fruit, once the job is done, you'll provide 2 more devil fruits. Icebug replied, very well. From this day forward, this devil fruit is yours. Then we have a deal. At the very moment the deal was struck, Moriarty vanished into thin air right in front of Icebug, as if he had never existed at all. Once Moriarty was gone, Icebug felt as though his office had suddenly shifted from some other realm and returned to reality. The whole world seemed to become solid and real again. It was a peculiar sensation, strange, almost beyond words. But as Icebug was still savoring this feeling, the door to his office was suddenly knocked upon. 3 sharp raps echoed through the room. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Icebug opened his drawer once more and carefully hid the document on his desk back in its original place. Only after that did he call out, "Come in." The person who entered Icebug's office was his secretary, Khalifa, the very same undercover agent Iceberg had just identified. As soon as she stepped inside, Khalifa's sharp eyes immediately noticed that the desk had been moved 30 centimeters to the left. The carpet on the floor had clearly been disturbed, and there was now a box on the desk that hadn't been there before. "Boss, are you planning to rearrange your office?" she asked, feigning casual curiosity. Although Iceberg had only moments ago silently added Khalifa to his list of targets, his demeanor showed no hint of suspicion or hostility. He acted as if nothing was amiss. Yet what he said next made Khalifa's heart skip a beat. "Who said anything about rearranging? Someone just broke into my office. I triggered several alarms, but not a single one went off. For a moment, I thought something had happened to all of you. Left with no choice, I had to take out a devil fruit I'd hidden away years ago to barter for my life. If I hadn't, you probably wouldn't be seeing me now." Iceberg hadn't even finished speaking when Khalifa cried out in alarm. "What? An assassin?" Almost on instinct, she dashed to Iceberg's desk and pressed every alarm button she could find. The moment she did, shrill alarms erupted throughout the Galley Law Company's building, their piercing sound echoing down every corridor. The shipwrights and security staff working inside turned pale at the noise and, abandoning all hesitation, snatched up weapons and charged towards Iceberg's office as if their lives depended on it. Foremen like Barry were the first to lead the charge. With a thunderous crash, the heavy office door was shattered into pieces. Paulie, charging in like a raging bull, was the first to reach Iceberg's side, positioning himself protectively in front of his boss and scanning the room with fierce vigilance. "President, where's the enemy? Where are they?" Paulie demanded. Before Iceberg could answer, Barry and the other foremen burst in with their teams, and even the undercover agents Rob Lucci and Kaku joined the rush. Once the crowd had surrounded Iceberg, sealing him off from any threat, he let out a weary sigh and recounted the events he'd just told Khalifa. At last, Iceberg shot Khalifa a look of exasperation and said, "Khalifa, I already told you. The intruder's long gone. Why did you hit the alarm? Now you've disturbed everyone's rest." Khalifa adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and let out a cold snort at the men around her. "Humph. It was the carelessness of this lot that let that dangerous assassin slip in. Shouldn't they be held responsible for this?" This time, the assassin was only after money, but what if next time it's someone out for blood? Khalifa's sharp words left Barry and the others with dark, unsettled expressions, each face clouded with discomfort. She wasn't wrong. If something had really happened to Mr. Iceberg this time, none of them would ever forgive themselves. It was our negligence, no doubt about it. It seems we've grown complacent after too much peace. Starting today, we'll take turns. One foreman will stay by Mr. Iceberg's side every day. And as for that intruder who broke in today, we won't let him get away. Lulu, Lucci, Kaku, each of us will take a different direction. We're going to hunt down that bastard from today, and I'll make sure he feels the wrath of shipwrights. Barry, the vice president of Galley Company and the head shipwright, was already seething with anger. The rope in his hand strained and creaked as he gripped it. After barking out his orders, Barry stormed out in a fury. Just as Barry was about to vanish through the doorway, Lucci's pigeon suddenly spoke up. "Idiot Barry, you didn't even bother to ask who the enemy was before charging out. Foolish, really foolish." Barry froze on the spot, stuck in place at the corner. "That's enough." At this moment, Iceberg finally spoke up. "All right, everyone, calm down. The person who just came into my room was most likely the newly wanted Phantom Captain Moriarty. But now that he's got the devil fruit, he's probably already left Water 7. To be safe, Barry, I'll need you to stay with me tonight. The rest of you can head home for now. Just keep an eye out for any pirates on the island and stay alert. There's no need to make a big fuss about this incident. We don't want to cause panic among the townspeople. That would do more harm than good." But Iceberg raised his hand, cutting off any objections. "That's enough. Do as I say." In the end, Iceberg used his authority as president to put an end to all arguments, hammering out the final decision. Unbeknownst to anyone, in another dimension, Moriarty hovered quietly outside the window of Iceberg's office, watching everything unfold inside as if observing a lively show. "So, they're selling me out just like that. Are they already paving the way for Lucci and the others' deaths? Iceberg, you're not as honest as you seem. But for the sake of this devil fruit, I'll let it slide for now." Next, Moriarty did not linger any longer. Instead, he headed straight for the bustling district of Water 7. If I remember correctly, Bruno's Tavern is a bit off the beaten path, isn't it? Never mind. I'll just ask someone for directions. Half an hour later, after spending 500 berries to hire a delinquent as a guide, Moriarty finally arrived in front of Bruno's Tavern. The place wasn't very large, but inside it was crowded with patrons. Moriarty had no intention of acting immediately. He chose a booth, ordered a cocktail, and then sat quietly in a corner of the bar by himself, watching the vibrant lights and swirling colors before him. Having just endured a fierce attack of malice, Moriarty found it difficult to calm the storm within his heart. Yet the lively, decadent scene before him stirred old memories, bringing a hint of humanity back to his soul, a small reserve of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Even though Moriarty wasn't sure whether this would help, he thought trying was better than doing nothing at all. Business at Bruno's Tavern was booming, with people coming and going in waves. Unnoticed, time slipped by, and it was already past 2 in the morning. Other than a few drunken regulars, only Moriarty and a scattering of others remained. Of course, there were still a few hostesses lingering about, having had no luck with customers that night. In fact, Moriarty had been approached by these hostesses as well. However, after he deliberately emanated an aura that warned strangers away, the ladies quickly lost their nerve and kept their distance. Gentlemen, we're closing up for the night. As the clock's hands pointed to 3 in the morning, Bruno, the tavern's proprietor, began ushering people out. The inebriated guests, supported by their friends, left the bar in small groups, while the disappointed hostesses drifted out as well. Very soon, Moriarty was the only patron left, along with Bruno, who had started cleaning up. Once everyone else had gone, Bruno walked over to Moriarty and said in an even tone, "Sir, although you haven't touched your drink, I'm afraid we're closing now. But you're welcome to take your cocktail with you." Moriarty toyed with his glass and replied, "What if the thing I want to take away tonight isn't this drink, but your life?" Bruno's body stiffened, his expression unreadable. "Sir, have you had a bit too much to drink?" In truth, from the moment Moriarty entered, Bruno had secretly observed him several times. The instant Moriarty walked through the door, Bruno felt a powerful jolt of unease, a sensation he'd only experienced once before, during a perilous mission that had nearly cost him his life. From the moment Moriarty stepped through the door, Bruno began to secretly keep an eye on him. And now, Moriarty's words had unmistakably confirmed some of Bruno's worst suspicions. "Drunk, am I?" Moriarty mused. "I'd love to be truly drunk, to lose myself, but alas, that's too difficult for me." With a heavy sigh, he seemed to exhale a breath that changed the very world around them. As Moriarty sighed, a swirl of mist swept in, and the scene before Bruno shifted drastically. It was as if one sigh had redrawn the boundaries of reality. Unawares, Bruno found himself being drawn into Moriarty's eerie domain. Finger pistol. In that instant, Bruno hesitated no longer. Channeling all his strength into his forefinger, he jabbed at Moriarty's head like a bullet fired from point-blank range. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a deep crater appeared in Moriarty's skull, as though a bullet had punched straight through. Yet, Moriarty seemed entirely unfazed by the gaping wound in his head. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Bruno launched another attack. Tempest Kick. A sharp blade of compressed air shot out from his leg, slicing Moriarty cleanly in two in an instant. But this time, Moriarty's bisected body dissolved straight into ghostly mist, vanishing before Bruno's eyes. Soul Spike. No sooner had Moriarty's form melted away than Bruno, retreating rapidly, had only moved a few meters when an invisible force, a treacherous soul spike, pierced straight into his mind. Bruno had never encountered such an assault before. He grunted, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. The agony of having his soul torn asunder scattered his thoughts, but Bruno's will was nothing if not ironclad. Despite the excruciating pain, he endured it in grim silence. "It's over." Moriarty raised the flintlock pistol, Falling Star, looted from Arlong's treasury, and aimed it straight at Bruno's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet crashed through the back of Bruno's skull, blowing a gaping hole through his forehead. With that single shot, the sharp report echoing in the air, Bruno, the elite agent of CP9, fell dead, never having had the chance to play his hidden card. Beep! Resonance with the river of fate detected. Absorb 0.05 units of stray world source. In a dimension unknown to anyone, the boat to the far shore, hidden in Moriarty's mind, quietly siphoned another wisp of the world's origin from the great sea of this universe. From beginning to end, the entire battle lasted only moments. So brief it was almost terrifying, for only a few seconds had actually passed. In the end, the fight was nothing less than a one-sided rout, with Moriarty utterly overwhelming his opponent. The truth was, unless someone could withstand Moriarty's soul-piercing psychic assault, even those of equal strength would be crushed with ease. All the more so for Bruno, who hasn't even reached the second tier yet. If I recall correctly, Bruno's so-called power level is somewhere around 800 or 900, and if my senses aren't mistaken, his strength should be at the late stage of the first tier, maybe even at its peak. That means, within CP9, Those whose power levels exceed 1,000 must have reached the second tier of strength. So, Rob Lucci, who hit a power level of 4,000 long ago, could it be that he truly possesses the strength of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral? TSK. If that's the case, then what I bluffed about in front of Iceberg might actually be true. What a surprise. But then, doesn't that just make things even more interesting? With a light chuckle, Moriarty lifted Bruno's corpse and returned to the ghost ship through the passageway from the inner world. After a period of decomposition, the swirling vortex once again spat out two orbs of light, one blue, one white, casting shimmering reflections across the cabin. The white orb was Bruno's memory, while the blue one held the devil fruit power extracted from his body, a fragment of a fundamental law. For someone like Bruno, who had mastered the Navy's 6 powers, Moriarty found his memory orb quite intriguing. The Navy's 6 powers are considered one of the most systematic and advanced body-refining arts in this world. After absorbing Bruno's memories, Moriarty gained a deeper understanding of this martial system, and his combat experience grew significantly. Although Bruno hadn't broken through to the second tier, the level of a Navy officer, his foundation in the 6 powers was solid and well-established. Once he had digested Bruno's memories, Moriarty reached out and plunged his hand into the blue orb. A space law fragment. Ability. Upon absorption, grants affinity with the great Tao of space and allows partial manipulation of spatial power. Wow. A space law fragment. Across all the myriad worlds, the Tao of space is always among the most formidable, no matter where you go. It could be said that this space law fragment was every bit as rare and precious as the rebirth of the underworld fragment he'd previously extracted from Brooke. A true treasure. If I absorb this, it will not only greatly enhance my strength, but the impact on my future potential will be nothing short of immense. Ever since advancing to the malevolent spirit rank, Moriarty's soul had grown even more resilient, so absorbing another space law fragment wouldn't be a problem for him. Just as Moriarty was brimming with anticipation, ready to refine and absorb the space law fragment, the boat of the other shore, which had been lurking in the depths of his mind, as silent as if it didn't exist, suddenly sent him a message. Why fusing this fragment of the law of space into my life-bound spirit ship, and using it as a catalyst, I can infuse it with a power that transcends worlds. This will allow it, after reaching the third tier, to cross the Sea of Realms just once, to roam across the heavens, to traverse all worlds. What? The message from the fairy of the other shore, which had lain dormant for 10,000 years before suddenly reawakening, left Moriarty utterly stunned. A power to cross realms. The Sea of Realms. Roaming the heavens. Traversing worlds. Each of these words shattered Moriarty's original plans in an instant. He had been about to merge the fragment of the law of space into himself, but now Moriarty had no choice but to halt his plans. After a period of contemplation, Moriarty questioned the fairy of the other shore, deep within his soul. Why must I fuse the law of space fragment with the ghost ship? Can I simply absorb this fragment myself? Once I comprehend part of the grand path of space, wouldn't you be able to grant me the power to transcend worlds just the same? To Moriarty's surprise, the fairy of the other shore answered with just one sentence. Your soul cannot withstand it. I can't handle it, but the ghost ship can? Moriarty frowned, unconvinced. Truth be told, a part of Moriarty was unwilling to accept this. More importantly, he truly did not want to give up this fragment of the law of space. He was certain that, even in a world overflowing with devil fruits, as unpredictable as bugs in a system, those that contained the supreme laws of space or time were unimaginably rare. If he missed this opportunity, Moriarty was far from sure that he would encounter another fragment of the law of space in the future. Faced with Moriarty's silent protest, the fairy of the other shore paid him no heed, or perhaps it simply didn't care about his feelings at all. The essence of the ghost ship is enough to withstand the pressures of roaming the Sea of Realms. The essence of the ghost ship? Reminded by the fairy of the other shore, Moriarty recalled that the ghost ship was fundamentally different from himself. Despite its current ragged appearance, just a first-tier artifact, it was once a terrifying vessel that had borne the despair and resentment of an entire world. There was simply no comparison. Resigned, Moriarty finally accepted the truth, and, as if acknowledging defeat, prepared to merge the fragment of the law of space into the ghost ship. But almost immediately he paused again. Wait. I nearly let the fairy of the other shore muddle my head. Even if I am to fuse the law of space fragment into the ghost ship, now is not the time. After devouring 2 fragments of law, the ghost ship was already on the verge of evolving to the next tier. As long as the deal with Iceberg is completed, the ghost Ship's keel is replaced, a proper figurehead is installed, and a bit more soul energy is gathered. The ghost ship will be able to advance smoothly. At this moment, if the ghost ship were to fuse with this fragment of the space law, who knows if it might undergo another half-evolution, perhaps even turning into something like a three-masted ship. If that were to happen, nobody can say what conditions would be required for its next advancement, or even how many years it might take. Anyway, the space law fragment isn't going anywhere for now. It's better to wait until after the ghost ship advances to the second tier before letting it absorb this power. With this thought, Moriarty put away the blue orb in his hand, storing it separately from the other law fragment he had previously collected. After taking care of all this, the sky outside was still dark. Perfect. Moriarty now intended to strike while the iron was hot, rounding up the other CP9 operatives who were lurking undercover on Water 7. Based on fragments in Bruno's memory, Moriarty made his way to a small safe house where CP9 members would occasionally gather in secret. Since Iceberg had been attacked tonight, there was a high chance this location would be used again. When Moriarty approached the hideout and sensed what was happening inside, a smile curled at his lips. 3 people, 1 life force at the first tier, 2 at the second tier. It looked like the other 3 undercover agents from Water 7 were all here together. Excellent. With that, Moriarty didn't hesitate. He immediately spread his ghostly domain, shrouding the entire building where the safe house was located. Ghost domain descend. Inside the hideout, Khalifa, Kaku, and Rob Lucci each sat on a chair arranged in the center of the room. Beside them was a chair left empty, Bruno's seat. Other than these few chairs, the only light in the room came from a kerosene lamp flickering beside a pillar. In the wavering light, Khalifa glanced at her watch. We're already 15 minutes past the agreed time. Bruno, who has never once been late, still hasn't shown up. It's almost certain something happened to him. For now, this meeting is cancelled. With that, Khalifa stood up, preparing to leave. Kaku, who had his hands behind his head, rose with a hint of resignation. Khalifa, maybe Bruno just ran into some troublesome drunks and got delayed. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? Khalifa shot Kaku a frosty glare. Don't judge Bruno by your own lax standards. He would never make such a careless mistake. At that moment, Rob Lucci finally spoke up. Khalifa is right. To be on the safe side, this gathering is temporarily cancelled. Once we confirm what has happened with Bruno, we'll reconvene. Seeing that their leader had made the decision, Kaku had no choice but to fall silent. Just as they were about to leave the hideout, the lights in the room suddenly flickered violently. In the next instant, both Rob Lucci and Kaku's expressions changed dramatically, and they dashed out of the room. Even Khalifa, the weakest among them, was startled by the look on her companions' faces. She instantly kicked her high heels against the floor dozens of times, propelling herself forward with the shave technique, and shot out of the room like a bullet. However, the moment Khalifa burst through the door, she was left utterly stunned. How could this be? Where am I? Before her stretched a boundless sea of mist, and she found herself standing on the deck of a battered, ancient two-masted sailing ship. As for Lucci and Kaku, who had exited just before her, there was no sign of them anywhere. When Khalifa turned around, she discovered, to her shock, that the door she had just come through had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Is this the work of some unknown devil fruit user? How infuriating! Realizing something was terribly wrong, Khalifa did not panic or make any rash moves. Instead, she assumed a defensive stance right where she stood. It was her trust in her companions, or rather, her faith and admiration for Rob Lucci, the strongest member of CP9 in the past 800 years, that kept her calm. As long as she could hold her ground, she was certain that once Lucci and the others dealt with their enemy, they would return for her. All she needed to do now was endure until their return. No sooner had she braced herself for battle than a massive battle axe came swinging at her from behind. Paper art. Sensing the shift in air currents from the axe's swing, Khalifa let her entire body relax, moving like a weightless sheet of paper in the wind, and effortlessly evaded Belmir's strike. Dodging the attack, she immediately gathered her strength and launched a fierce kick at Belmir. Tempest Kick. The slicing wind of the Tempest Kick shot forward at lightning speed, but just before it could hit, Belmir's body dissolved into a swirl of mist, narrowly evading Khalifa's attack. As the shockwave passed, Belmir's form reassembled, and her slender right hand once again caught the blood-red giant axe as it dropped. Heavy slash. Meanwhile, Moriarty paid little attention to the battle unfolding between Belmir and Khalifa. In Moriarty's eyes, the battle between them was nothing more than a minor scuffle. If he so wished, he could finish off Khalifa in an instant, just as he had disposed of Bruno with effortless ease before. To be honest, Bruno was merely a whetstone that Moriarty had selected for Belmir. a stepping stone to hone her combat skills. At this moment, however, Moriarty's attention was focused elsewhere, a separate space within the ghostly realm, isolated from the chaos. There, Rob Lucci and Kaku stood back to back, bracing themselves for the confrontation he was about to bring. Phantom Mist, Needle Barrage. With a single command, the swirling ghost mist around Rob Lucci and Kaku transformed into a storm of razor-sharp needles, darting out in a deadly spray. Iron Body. Faced with the relentless hail of mist needles, both Rob Lucci and Kaku instinctively activated their defensive technique, hardening their bodies to withstand the attack. A cacophony of metallic clangs echoed as the needles struck their reinforced bodies, each impact ringing out like steel on steel. Moriarty, floating effortlessly in midair, watched them with a smile. Defense could only last so long. Though Iron Body could block the mist needles, it was hardly an everlasting shield. The attack was ceaseless. The needles, formed from the boundless ghost mist, shattered on contact but immediately reformed, cycling endlessly between mist and needle. Again and again, the barrage continued, each needle striking like a bullet, filling the air with a persistent clash of metal. Before long, under this unyielding assault, Kaku began to falter. His muscles trembled and weakened. He would not be able to maintain Iron Body much longer. Though Lucci held up for now, the situation quickly made him realize the danger. Kaku, keep defending. I'll find the one hiding behind all this. Kaku, recognizing his own limits, responded, understood, and braced himself, focusing all his strength on defense. Rob Lucci cast a deep glance at his comrade, then soared into the air with a swift moon step, ascending rapidly. His beast-like instincts screamed that the enemy lurked just above, veiled by the swirling mist. Tempest Kick, Skybird. In the next instant, Rob Lucci unleashed a massive, bird-shaped blade of compressed air with a powerful kick. The attack tore through the ghost mist like a gale, clearing a path in an instant. As the mist parted, Moriarty's silhouette, standing calmly in midair, was revealed to Lucci at last. I found you, you fiend. Lucci's Tempest Kick, Skybird, still fell short of its mark, leaving a gap between them. Moriarty, unruffled, sidestepped the attack with ease, remaining right where he was, facing Rob Lucci, who had just shattered. The air under his feet, Moriarty extended his right hand. Psychic Shock. An invisible wave of force shot out in an instant, striking Rob Lucci as he streaked through the air, blasting him straight back onto the deck of the ghost ship. Lucci. The moment Moriarty made his move against Lucci, the mist needle kill he had been controlling dissolved as well, so Kaku was freed from its grip. Seeing Lucci hurled back to the deck, Kaku used Suru to flash in front of him, blocking his path in the blink of an eye. Phantom Realm. Unwilling to take on both opponents at once, Moriarty cast an illusion to temporarily whisk Kaku away. In those brief few seconds, Rob Lucci climbed to his feet and charged at Moriarty once more. This time, however, Lucci was going all out. His clothes tore away as he transformed into a massive, humanoid leopard, and the look in his eyes changed completely. Now, he stared at Moriarty with the gaze of a predator sizing up its prey. I don't like that look in your eyes. Double Soul Spike. Twin lances of spiritual energy shot from left and right, aiming straight for Rob Lucci's head. Razor. Though he couldn't see Moriarty's two soul spikes, Lucci sensed the threat looming out of the void. Driven by instinct, he exploded with speed. Using his advanced mastery of Soru, he moved so fast that an afterimage appeared in front of Moriarty. His speed now rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Cavendish in his Rommel-Scythe Weasel state from before. What was even more terrifying, however, was that Lucci's mind remained completely clear. At such a blinding pace, the two formless soul spikes grazed past Rob Lucci, missing him by a hair. He had truly managed to dodge them. Seeing this, Moriarty's blood-red eyes narrowed ever so slightly. No wonder they call you CP9's strongest in 800 years. Looks like taking you down will be quite the prize for me. Impressed by Rob Lucci's incredible speed, Moriarty grew serious. Floating above the ghostly domain, Moriarty vanished in an instant, leaving Lucci's wild charge grasping at empty air. This is my domain after all. In here, my speed is nothing to scoff at. Just as Lucci missed his mark, Moriarty's figure appeared directly behind him. With a swift motion, he unleashed another psychic shock, sending Rob Lucci flying once again. Concentrated soul spikes could be dodged by someone like Lucci, who had begun to awaken his observation hockey. But psychic shock, with its wide area of effect, was another matter entirely. Even Lucci's speed found it hard to evade. After blasting Lucci away once more, Moriarty instantly appeared behind Kaku. Just as Kaku was about to break free from the illusion, a soul spike shot straight for his head. After witnessing how troublesome Lucci could be, Moriarty changed his mind. He decided to clear out Kaku and the others first, and only then focus all his attention on dealing with Lucci. Still, Lucci kept a close eye on what was happening with Kaku. As soon as Moriarty struck at Kaku, Lucci, having just been blasted away, barely managed to steady his rattled mind before dashing straight towards Kaku's side. The space within the Grim Realm was limited, and at Lucci's speed, it took him less than a second to reach Moriarty. Seeing this, Moriarty had no choice but to launch another soul spike at Kaku's soul before melting back into the ghostly mist. The moment Moriarty vanished, Lucci appeared right beside Kaku. Gazing down at Kaku, who lay bleeding from every orifice, Lucci's expression darkened instantly. Damn that bastard. Moriarty was not incapable of going toe-to-toe with the formidable Lucci, but he saw no reason to do so. Only a fool would throw away his own advantages just to fight head-on. Moriarty considered himself an intelligence broker, a future godfather of the underworld, hardly one of those hot-blooded youths who solve everything with brute strength. After seeing Lucci standing guard over Kaku, who had somehow survived 2 direct hits from the soul spike, but whose soul was gravely wounded, Moriarty shifted his position and unleashed another attack, Grim Realm, Needle Storm. Since they insisted on staying put, he would simply keep bombarding them. Because Kaku's soul was so damaged, he could no longer muster the strength to tense up his muscles and use his iron body technique. So, even though Lucci did his best to shield him, a few of those deadly needles slipped through, leaving Kaku bristling with bloody wounds like a human pincushion. Yet, as a second-tier martial artist, Kaku's tenacity was impressive. Even after such severe trauma, he clung to life. Sheltered by Lucci, Kaku forced out a few words with great difficulty. Lucci, forget about me. This is just a scheme. Go kill him. Once he's dead, I'll be fine. Don't worry, I can hold on. When Kaku finished, Lucci frowned, but he knew Kaku was right. If things continued like this, Kaku would undoubtedly be the first to fall. Hang in there, Lucci barked before vanishing in a flash, knowing every second would count in the coming fight. This time, in order to protect Kaku's life, Lucci was truly unleashing his full strength. The aura he'd been restraining surged, breaking through to the mid-second tier. A murderous intent swept over the battlefield like a tidal wave. Tempest kick, leopard's tail. Moriarty dodged another tempest kick, watching as Rob Lucci darted around him with moonwalk, moving unpredictably through the mist. With a calm voice, he remarked, "Observation hockey is it? What a useful ability." Rob Lucci darted frantically around, sneering, So, you know about observation hockey? Looks like you're not just some small fry. Ghost Captain Moriarty. Oh, so you recognize me? Moriarty responded with a sly smile, his tone deliberately provocative. In that case, there's even less reason to let you walk away. Seeing that Lucci seemed to have recognized him, Moriarty purposefully taunted, trying to rattle him. Yet, faced with the cold-blooded Lucci, his verbal jabs had absolutely no effect. Lucci couldn't even be bothered to reply. Shurgan Barrage. In the blink of an eye, Lucci seemed to predict exactly where Moriarty would appear. The moment Moriarty re-emerged, Lucci unleashed a flurry of finger strikes, their shadows blurring together like a hail of bullets from a machine gun. Each strike pierced straight through Moriarty's spectral form, while the intense bloodlust condensed at Lucci's fingertips seared like a branding iron, scorching Moriarty's very soul. Dual Soul Pierce. Though Lucci's sudden attack caught Moriarty off guard, Moriarty gritted his teeth and responded with 2 bursts of Soul Pierce. At such close range, there was no way for Lucci to dodge. The double attack struck him head-on. Overwhelmed, Lucci lost control of his moonwalk technique and, unable to recover, tumbled helplessly from the sky. Even as Lucci crashed down, Moriarty was relentless. Ignoring the wounds burning through his own ethereal form, he unleashed his most devastating attacks without hesitation. When it came to ruthlessness, Moriarty had never feared anyone. How else could a penniless, friendless nobody have carved out a name for himself on the international stage, rising to notoriety as a feared intelligence broker? Psychic Blast, Soul Pierce, and other attacks rained down in rapid succession, bombarding Lucci's soul without respite. But Moriarty was paying a steep price. His spiritual body already battered, the backlash from his own overtaxed abilities sent pain lancing through his head, making it feel as though it might split open. Even the accuracy of his attacks began to falter. The Soul Pierce shot past Lucci, barely grazing him. After this costly mistake, Moriarty stopped pushing his spirit so recklessly. Still, in just those few seconds, more than 3 soul pierce and 4 psychic blasts attacked and hammered into Rob Lucci. He should be on the brink of death by now, Moriarty muttered, his soul flickering and unstable, his senses of the outside world fading fast. All he could tell was that Lucci's life force had plummeted. There was no doubt his soul had suffered a devastating blow. Yet Moriarty couldn't be sure just how badly Lucci was injured, or if he was truly about to die. Just as Moriarty took a brief, ragged breath and summoned his flintlock, Star Meteor, from the shadows at the corner of the ghostly realm, he prepared to end Lucci with a single decisive shot, a powerful, enhanced version of the Tempest Kick, White Lightning, slashed toward Moriarty from behind. Oof. Courting death. Gazing at Kaku, who, though drenched in fresh blood, still forced himself to attack. Moriarty's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot. Behind. The moment Kaku unleashed his kick, an invisible surge of psychic force seized him, suspending him in midair. Had Kaku been at his peak, this mental restraint would not have held him for even a second. But now, with blood pouring from countless wounds and his energy drained from that desperate attack, he found himself powerless to break free, at least for the next 2 or 3 seconds. But in a battle of this caliber, 2 or 3 seconds spell the difference between life and death. No. Kaku's desperate cry was cut short as Starfall's bullet shattered his skull in an instant. Yet, at the very moment Moriarty executed Kaku, a sudden, brutal blow struck his own spirit form. Rokushiki's secret art. Maximum wheel, 6 King's gun. As Moriarty felled Kaku, Rob Lucci, who had previously lain motionless on the ground, had somehow slipped close without a sound. The very instant Moriarty pulled the trigger, Lucci's ultimate technique crashed into him, blowing apart half his chest before he could even react. Were it not for the peculiar nature of his spirit form, Moriarty would have been killed on the spot by Rob Lucci's devastating move. Turning his head, Moriarty looked back to see Rob Lucci, blood streaming from every orifice, his consciousness nearly lost. Even with your mind clouded, you still try to kill me? What a pity. Before Moriarty could finish his words, another gunshot rang out. The redirected bullet from Moriarty's gun slammed directly into Lucci's leopard head. Starfall was no mere single-shot flintlock. It was a finely crafted firearm capable of rapid fire. But to Moriarty's surprise, what had always been a sure shot, the headshot from Starfall, seemed to fall short against Rob Lucci. The blazing bullet lodged in Lucci's leopard head, leaving a dent, but failing to deliver the usual devastating effect. Lucci's physical strength had actually managed to withstand a force far beyond that of any ordinary firearm. Before Moriarty could recover from his astonishment, Lucci launched yet another attack. But this time, Moriarty was ready. There was no chance he would be struck again. Dodging Lucci's lashing tail, Moriarty slipped into the encircling mist. Within moments, the ghostly fog of the haunted realm surged into Moriarty's shattered chest, temporarily stabilizing his wounded spirit form. After stabilizing his injuries, Moriarty stepped forward of his own accord to stand before Rob Lucci. This time, however, another figure appeared at his back, Belmir, who had finished dealing with Khalifa and come to support Moriarty. So, there's another one now? Rob Lucci's consciousness was already beginning to blur. Only his sheer willpower and stubborn resilience kept him clinging to the fight, and a bitter taste welled up in his heart. Even if it means dying, I'll take one of them down with me. Realizing there was little chance of survival, Rob Lucci abandoned all defense and launched himself into a reckless assault. In that moment, only one conviction remained in his mind. If he was to fall, he'd make sure to drag someone with him. He didn't know why Moriarty opposed them, but the man had killed his comrades and now sought his life as well. That made him an enemy. And all enemies must die. Life return. 6 Form's ultimate technique. Grand Wheel. 6 King's gun. This time, Rob Lucci shifted his sights to Belmir, who seemed far weaker than Moriarty. Having tangled with Moriarty for so long, Lucci knew all too well just how troublesome his opponent was. Rather than fixating on Moriarty, it was better to target someone less formidable. Even as his mind teetered on the edge of chaos, Lucci's battle instincts remained razor-sharp, driving him to make the choice that best favored his survival. Facing Rob Lucci's most powerful secret technique, Belmir made no move to dodge. Her massive, blood-red battle axe, as if devouring everything in its path, instantly absorbed all the ghostly mist swirling nearby. It coalesced into a towering phantasmal figure several meters tall, which she brought down upon Rob Lucci in a devastating swing. A mighty blow. With a resounding crash, fist met axe, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Though Belmir drew on the power of the ghost domain, Raising the force of her strike to the second tier, she still couldn't match the raw might of a grievously wounded Rob Lucci. It was clear her powerful blow was on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that critical juncture, Moriarty finally intervened. Charged double soul spike. The enhanced double soul spike pierced fiercely into Rob Lucci's mind right in the midst of his clash with Belmere. His fading consciousness left him defenseless. He simply couldn't evade, nor did his circumstances allow even a moment's retreat. Locked in mortal combat with Belmere, there was no room for hesitation. Moriarty's strike became the harbinger of Lucci's demise. The charged double soul spike, combined with the earlier psychic assaults, at last tore apart the unyielding fabric of Lucci's soul. With the soul's dominion shattered, Rob Lucci's body instantly lost its strength. All resistance dissolved, and the blood-red battle axe, driven to its utmost, cleaved him apart in a single, decisive stroke. Seeing Rob Lucci split cleanly in two, Moriarty finally let out a sigh of relief. This battle had been anything but easy. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the toughest fight Moriarty had ever experienced. Yet, the spoils from this ordeal were far from meager. The soul of a first-tier extraordinary, 2 souls of second-tier powerhouses, and a fragment of a law soon to be extracted. Such a haul could only be described as abundant. Just then, a streak of blood-red light began to seep from Rob Lucci's corpse. From that crimson glow, a remnant soul with a chilling and ruthless aura rose above the body. As soon as this remnant soul emerged, it began ravenously devouring the energy within Moriarty's spectral domain. The battered fragments of the soul rapidly grew stronger and more defined. "Begone!" Moriarty snapped. After all, this was his own ghostly domain, where everything was subject to his will. How could he possibly allow Rob Lucci's remnant soul to absorb its energy and stir up trouble? This incident, however, helped Moriarty realize something crucial. Rob Lucci's soul was as unique as Belmere's. Judging by the heavy crimson glow shrouding his spirit and those cold, merciless eyes, Moriarty quickly deduced that Rob Lucci possessed the soul of ruthlessness. Unlike Belmere's exceedingly rare guardian spirit, souls like Rob Lucci's appeared far more frequently. In the eyes of the lords of hell and the demons of the abyss, the value of such souls was greatly diminished. Still, for someone in Moriarty's position, even a discounted treasure was a pleasant surprise. Within a spectral domain, a soul of ruthlessness was often the finest enforcer one could hope for, and Rob Lucci's was no exception. Yet this time, Moriarty had no intention of incorporating it into his realm. Regardless of whether Rob Lucci's soul agreed or not, Moriarty couldn't bring himself to trust a ruthless soul he had personally slain within his own domain. Although the ghostly realm granted overwhelming control over the spirits within, the soul of ruthlessness was notoriously unpredictable. From the knowledge Moriarty had inherited, he knew there were countless tales of souls of ruthlessness feigning loyalty, only to betray their master at the most critical moment, sometimes dragging the lord of the domain to destruction along with them. This was one of the chief reasons why such souls were considered far less valuable. After giving the bodies of Rob Lucci and his companions a perfunctory tidy-up, Moriarty gathered them and returned to the ghost ship. There he set about the grand work of disassembly. Kaku and Caliph's souls and bodies were swiftly broken down, leaving only Lucci's corpse, which would take a few more minutes. As for Rob Lucci's soul, Moriarty had no intention of letting the disintegration vortex consume it. Even if he were to devour this ruthless soul through secret arts, the rewards would likely far exceed simple dissolution. But the time was not yet ripe. Taking advantage of the lull while the ghost ship continued its work, Moriarty returned once again to Icebug's office. Surprisingly, the lights were still on, perhaps because Icebug had been so startled by Moriarty's earlier visit that he couldn't sleep. And this time, there was someone else in the room besides Icebug. Barry, the vice president of Galilei Company and Icebug's longtime companion in building the company from the ground up. At that moment, Icebug wasn't poring over documents. Instead, he was engaging in idle conversation with Barry. Moriarty didn't bother to ask whether the two wanted company. He simply pulled them both into the ghost domain without a word. Having experienced this once before, Icebug immediately recognized the sensation and reacted quickly as he entered the ghost domain. Barry, whose job was to protect Icebug, drew the special hemp rope strapped to his waist in a flash and shielded Icebug behind him. "Icebug, are you looking to get this guy killed?" Moriarty's calm voice drifted over as he sat nonchalantly on the sofa, watching the two men bristle as if facing a mortal enemy. It wasn't until they heard Moriarty speak that they realized he had somehow appeared on the couch in the middle of the room, his presence unnoticed until now. When did this guy? Barry muttered, unable to decipher Moriarty's methods. Still, he didn't show much fear. Just as Barry was about to make a move, Iceberg clamped a hand tightly on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Don't do anything, Barry. But boss, this. Seeing Iceberg restrain Barry, Moriarty snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. A wise choice, he praised. All right, Bruno, Kaku, Rob Lucci, Khalifa, the undercover agents sent by the world government. I've already taken care of them for you. Now it's your turn to fulfill your end of the bargain. With that, Moriarty tossed a few photographs onto the table. These were pictures he'd taken himself, documenting the corpses of the CP9 members after their deaths. Kaku, Rob Lucci, Khalifa. Barry's eyes widened in fury as he recognized the faces in the photographs. Were it not for Iceberg's iron grip on his arm, Barry would have already leapt forward in anger. Iceberg, what are you doing? Kaku, Rob Lucci, and Khalifa. They're our comrades. That bastard killed them, and you're just going to pretend nothing happened? Seeing that Iceberg refused to let go, Barry turned and, in a rare show of emotion, shouted at his old friend and former boss. As Barry shouted, Iceberg retorted in a low, tense voice, Idiot, didn't you hear me? Those people were all undercover agents sent by the world government. If I hadn't asked Mr. Moriarty to deal with them, once their mission was complete, we'd all be dead. Have you forgotten the trouble our company ran into a few years ago, and how Water 7 was targeted? Do you even remember what that was all about? Iceberg's sharp rebuke made Barry calm down a little. They were really undercover agents for the world government. Seeing Barry's disbelief, Iceberg had no choice but to pull out the dossier he'd kept in his drawer and show it to him again. With that, Iceberg turned away from Barry, his gaze complicated as he looked at Moriarty. Even though he had already struck a deal with Moriarty, Iceberg hadn't expected him to act so quickly, nor had he realized just how formidable Moriarty was. In such a short time, to quietly take out Bruno, Kaku, Rob Lucci, and Khalifa, all powerful agents, and still come out completely unscathed, Iceberg had no choice but to reassess Moriarty's strength, raising it several notches in his mind. 75 million berries in bounty. Who were they trying to fool? Moriarty paid no attention to Iceberg's thoughts. Instead, he reminded him once again about the promised payment. Prompted by this second reminder, Iceberg took a deep breath and replied, Rest assured, I can carve the figurehead you requested at any time. As for the keel, you may choose from any timber in the Galley Law Company's reserves. Of course, if you don't mind, I can also help replace the keel after we've tested your ship's performance. Here, Iceberg hesitated before continuing. In fact, it would be best. Honestly, rather than just replacing the keel, it would be better to build you a whole new ship. For this, I'm willing to make an exception and personally oversee the project for you. Build an entirely new ship? Huh. If I can't upgrade the ghost ship, even the finest new vessel would be useless to me. Shaking his head, Moriarty declined Iceberg's offer. He then gave the two men the location where the ghost ship was docked, instructing Iceberg to come by tomorrow to take measurements, so he could craft a figurehead and select a suitable keel. As for how Iceberg would explain all of this to Barry, that was no longer Moriarty's concern. After bidding farewell to Iceberg, Moriarty returned straight to the ghost ship. By then, Rob Lucci's corpse had already been thoroughly disassembled. However, the law fragment extracted from his remains left Moriarty somewhat puzzled. The law fragment, labeled Beast Fragment, a leopard remnant, held the power to transform into a leopard or to bestow the strength of a leopard upon another creature. Examining the fragment in his hand, which was noticeably smaller than a standard law fragment, Moriarty blinked in surprise. Could it be because Rob Lucci's soul hadn't been broken down along with his body? Otherwise, why hadn't this sort of thing ever happened before? Never mind. If it's incomplete, then so be it. After all, Zoan-type devil fruit abilities aren't of much use to me. The cost-benefit ratio just isn't worth it. He placed the fragment alongside the two other law fragments he already possessed, together with the devil fruit he had acquired from Iceberg. Then, Moriarty descended to the lowest level of the ship, arriving at the soul pool. There, he began mending the wounds to his spiritual body, drawing on the pure soul energy stored in the pool. Despite the gaping hole Rob Lucci had punched through his chest in their last encounter, Moriarty's injuries were not as severe as those he'd suffered from Moria's devastating blow. This time, his soul core remained untouched. With just a few dozen portions of ordinary soul energy, the wounds to his spirit would mostly heal. The only lingering issue was the backlash from overusing spells like Psychic Shock and Soul Spike. That alone would probably take a week or so to subside. Still, that was hardly a problem. Moriarty was in no rush. He could afford the time. The next morning, just as Moriarty had nearly recovered from his injuries, Iceberg arrived at the ghost ship accompanied by Barry. Moriarty made no effort to receive them. Instead, he directed them straight to work. He watched silently as Iceberg and Barry meticulously measured every detail of the ghost ship with their specialized instruments. Even when Iceberg requested access to the ship's interior for certain measurements, Moriarty did not refuse. Of course, every secret aboard the ghost ship was cloaked in illusions set by Moriarty himself. There was no way Iceberg or Barry could see through them. With their level of expertise, the entire process took only about 10 minutes, most of which was spent with Iceberg diving underwater to measure the hull's submerged dimensions. Once all the measurements were complete, Iceberg, dripping wet from his efforts, sought out Moriarty for a private conversation. Lord Moriarty, the measurements have been completed. As for the figurehead and the keel, I'm planning to use branches of the legendary atomwood. Fortunately, your double-masted schooner isn't particularly long, and the Carrera Company still has 2 branches in stock that meet your requirements. After a brief pause, Iceberg spoke again. I originally intended to use the atomwood branch we acquired earlier this year for the keel, but after seeing your ship in person, I feel that the other branch, the one that accidentally sank to the seafloor for over 100 years and was only recently salvaged, might be a better fit for your vessel. Of course, that's just my suggestion. In the end, the choice is yours. As the world's foremost shipwright, Iceberg's eye for ships was beyond question. He had, of course, noticed the unique qualities of the ghost ship, and during his measurements, he'd found that beneath its seemingly decayed exterior, the hull possessed a hardness rivaling that of steel. Stranger still, Iceberg sensed there was something almost alive about this twin-masted schooner. Nevertheless, he didn't let any surprise show on his face. After all, with so many years in shipbuilding, he'd seen it all. Even submarines and ship spirits were nothing new to him. One more oddity hardly made a difference. And it was precisely for this reason that Iceberg advised Moriarty to replace the keel of the ghost ship with the other atomwood branch. His intuition told him that this particular branch was the better match for the vessel. Moriarty certainly wouldn't disregard Iceberg's advice. Besides, an atomwood branch that had lain beneath the sea for a century before being recovered. Why did that? Sound so familiar? It wasn't until Iceberg led Moriarty into the Carrera Company's warehouse that realization dawned on him. So this was what Iceberg had meant. It was none other than a piece of shadow wood. Dense, dark timber aged beneath the sea. Perhaps because atomwood was extraordinary by nature, or simply because a century wasn't enough. For full transformation, this branch showed no signs of charring at all. Instead, after enduring years of deep sea pressure, the wood's grain had grown even tighter and more resilient. What's more, faint traces of shadowy energy clung to its surface, as if imbued by the darkness of the deep. If this branch were used as the ghost ship's keel, it would surely be a better fit than the fresh-cut atomwood lying beside it. Moriarty made his decision on the spot. This is the one. Seeing that Moriarty had accepted his suggestion, Iceberg nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, I'll begin working on this keel right away. I estimate the replacement will be finished in 3 days. As for the figurehead, I can start carving it immediately. Lord Moriarty, do you have a particular design in mind? The keel requires special processing before it can be used properly, and it's not as if Moriarty doesn't know that. 3 days is already considered fast. Most likely, that's only possible because Iceberg personally took charge. So Moriarty didn't dwell on this point. As for the figurehead, Moriarty's instructions were clear. Just make the figurehead in the shape of a fierce tiger. The exact design is up to you. Oh, and it'd be best if you could also make another figurehead that looks like a cheetah. The cheetah figurehead was an idea that came to Moriarty after he obtained a fragment of law left behind by Rob Lucci. A cheetah-shaped figurehead? All right, I got it. Iceberg's expression didn't change in the slightest at this last-minute request. Instead, he carefully jotted it down. Seeing this, Moriarty smiled. Don't worry, I'm not taking advantage of you for nothing. You can openly blame me for Rob Lucci and the others' deaths. With me as your scapegoat, you'll have far fewer troubles from the world government on your end. Isn't that a fair trade for a figurehead? After hearing Moriarty's words, Iceberg looked at him seriously, then gave a respectful bow. No, in this matter, I'm the one who's getting the better deal, Lord Moriarty. For a wandering pirate like Moriarty, the wrath or bounty from the world government hardly matters. In a vast open sea, it's not easy for them to track down a single ship. But for Iceberg, who runs a major company, is now the mayor of Water 7, and relies on his influence for protection, trouble from the world government is a real headache. If it ever came to light that the undercover agents they sent were killed by Iceberg, the next visitor might not be another spy. Moriarty gave Iceberg a half-smile. It's just a business deal, nothing more. At this point, Moriarty hadn't yet gained the ability to see through people's hearts. so he had no way of knowing whether Icebug's words were sincere or not. I'll be back in 3 days. I don't want anything unexpected to happen by then. And as for the 2 devil fruits you promised me, I'll give you no more than a month. With that, Moriarty vanished from Icebug's sight. Although Icebug had seen Moriarty's sudden appearances and disappearances many times before, every time filled him with genuine awe. If Moriarty ever used this skill for assassination, who knows how many would tremble at his name. Let's hope we never end up on opposite sides, Icebug sighed. And with that, he too left the warehouse. Collecting 2 devil fruits within a month is no easy feat, even for a company as large as Galila. It's not guaranteed they could gather them in time. He needed to make arrangements quickly, perhaps even cash in a few old favors owed to him by others to pull off. Once the matter of the keel was settled, Moriarty set sail from Water 7 aboard the ghost ship. Although Icebug could finish crafting a new keel in 3 days, Moriarty had no intention of letting that time go to waste. After all, the soul power on the ghost ship was still far from full. Over the next 3 days, Moriarty's ghost ship prowled the waters near Water 7, hunting passing pirate ships relentlessly, day and night. But pirate crews weren't like wild beasts that respawned at will. Even though Moriarty didn't sleep a wink those 3 days, he only managed to hunt down 5 pirate crews, collecting 335 strands of soul power and treasure worth over 70 million berries. Truth be told, most of these ordinary pirate bands were dirt poor. Of the 5 crews he defeated, 3 together didn't even have 10 million berries between them. The other 2, however, must have just pulled off a big heist somewhere. Their loot was quite substantial. One contributed 43 million berries, and the other more than 24 million. With this windfall of 76 million, Moriarty's total fortune now amounted to nearly 389 million berries. Of that, 180 million was estimated in gold and jewels, and the remaining 209 million was all in cash. Originally, Moriarty's gold reserves outweighed his cash, but thanks to these recent large cash hauls, the balance had shifted, and now his cash reserves took the lead. After a quick inventory of the treasures in the captain's cabin, Moriarty turned the ghost ship back toward Water 7. Upon arriving at Water 7, Moriarty discovered that Barry, with whom he'd previously dealt, was already waiting for him at the same dock where he had stopped before. There are 6 docks surrounding Water 7, plus the station for the sea train, making transportation easy and convenient. That Barry happened to be waiting at just the right spot was a stroke of luck. Mr. Moriarty, what you requested has already been placed in Dock 1. Please bring your ship over, and I'll notify Mr. Icebug right away to come personally and replace your ship's keel. Looking at Barry, who stood before him with such respect, Moriarty shook his head. No need to inform Icebug. Just take me to Dock 1. I'll handle the keel replacement myself. The ghost ship is no ordinary vessel. There's no need for such troublesome procedures. When replacing its keel, simply place the new keel onto the ghost ship, and it will consume and merge with it on its own, saving both worry and effort. The same goes for the figurehead. The ghost ship will handle it itself. All it needs are the materials. As for the ghost ship's special qualities, Barry was completely unaware. He assumed Moriarty didn't know about Icebug's shipbuilding techniques, so he hastily explained. Lord Moriarty, Icebug is the finest shipwright in the world. If he's the one replacing the keel, the fit between the keel and the ship will be absolutely perfect. If someone else attempts such a delicate process, achieving perfection would be nearly impossible. Moriarty nodded and interrupted him directly. I know, but that won't be necessary. Barry had wanted to say more, but seeing Moriarty's firm attitude, he fell silent in the end. Well, the ship belongs to Moriarty, and if that's how he wants to do things as an outsider, Barry had no right to interfere. Still, in his heart, Barry felt it was a real pity that Moriarty had turned down such a rare chance to have Icebug personally work on the ship. What a shame, Barry thought. I won't get to witness Icebug's craftsmanship this time, nor see that precious Adamwood keel being fitted. Truly a waste. Barry certainly didn't think that Moriarty, known for his ruthlessness, could possibly be a master shipwright. So it seemed obvious to him that all those valuable materials were about to be squandered by Moriarty's ignorance. Of course, he only dared to grumble about this privately. He wouldn't dare say it aloud. After all, just the other night, Icebug had given him a thorough analysis of Moriarty's strength, and that chilling, unrestrained, killing aura. Fortunately for Barry, Moriarty was unaware of these silent complaints. Otherwise, Moriarty, notorious for holding grudges, might have rewarded Barry with a taste of his soul spike, a harsh lesson in the dangers of the world. With Barry leading the way, the ghost ship was soon guided into Dock Number 1. The figurehead and keel Moriarty had ordered were already in place, waiting inside. Upon seeing the 2 figureheads and the massive keel laid out before him in the dock, Moriarty nodded in satisfaction. All right, everyone can leave now. I can handle things here myself. Oh, and when you go out, please close the dock doors for me. Huh? The shipwrights who had followed Barry inside were utterly bewildered. Weren't they called over to lend a hand with the heavy work, and maybe learn by watching? How had they ended up just being asked to shut the door? And as for such a major task as replacing the keel, could Moriarty really handle it alone? Still, none of them were surprised by the request to close the doors. Many seasoned craftsmen have a habit like this. Aside from a few select apprentices, they never pass on their special skills to outsiders. Even if someone else wanted to observe, they wouldn't get the chance. This is one of the reasons why shipyards install such imposing gates. Finally, led by Barry, the group left the shipyard one by one. Of course, as they departed, they made sure to close the massive gear-driven gate behind them. Once all the onlookers had cleared out, Moriarty snapped his fingers and summoned the ghostly domain, sealing off the entire shipyard. All right, everything is ready. You can begin devouring now, my little darling, he said, giving the helm of the ghost ship a fond pat before leaping down from its deck. Without needing any prompting, the ghost ship itself began to exude a shroud of thick black mist, which quickly engulfed the figurehead resting on the rack by the ship, as well as the ship's keel. The black mist lingered for a good 10 minutes before it slowly began to dissipate. Throughout that time, faint crunching and gnawing sounds echoed from within the fog, as if some great maw was feasting on a meal. When the mist finally cleared, the ghost ship before Moriarty's eyes didn't look much different from before. At first glance, the only obvious change was that the long, spear-like figurehead at the prow had been replaced by a fearsome-looking tiger's head, fierce and majestic. Yet Moriarty, who was spiritually attuned to the ghost ship, could sense that something fundamental had changed. Where the vessel once seemed decayed and fragile, it now radiated a sense of resilience and strength. It seemed the replacement of the keel had affected the ghost ship far more than Moriarty had anticipated. Hey, where did the other leopard figurehead go? He wondered aloud. The huge leopard-headed prow ornament had vanished without a trace. As Moriarty darted about, searching for the missing leopard figurehead, the ghost ship suddenly sent him a message, its tone almost childlike. Ate it. Ate it? Wait, so that's what happened to the leopard figurehead. It got eaten by you. In a flash, Moriarty teleported from the shore right onto the deck of the ghost ship. He stroked the helm, still in disbelief. Was it you speaking just now? Mom, eat tasty. This time, listening closely, Moriarty was certain the message had come directly from the ghost ship beneath his feet. It was delivered through a wave of psychic resonance, which explained why he had been unsure of the source before. The ghost ship had spoken. Had it awakened its own intelligence, as his own destined spirit vessel? The fact that the ghost ship could awaken its intelligence at the current peak of the first tier was something Moriarty had never imagined. Even across the myriad worlds, treasures capable of gaining sentience of the first tier are exceedingly rare. This was no longer just a pleasant surprise. It had turned into a shock. And what was with that bizarre term, mother? Normally, wouldn't it call its owner master? Why did everything change when it came to me? Because the ghost ship had suddenly awakened, Moriarty hurriedly left Water 7 Island. On the very day he departed, rumors began to swirl across Water 7 about the ghost captain Moriarty. Some claimed that the ghost captain spent hundreds of millions just a few days ago to commission a sailing ship made of the legendary treasure tree atom from Water 7. Others insisted that Moriarty had only ordered a keel crafted from treasure tree atom, along with a few additional parts. Still, no matter how the tales varied, anything fashioned from treasure tree atom was bound to be worth a fortune. As these rumors ran rampant, people couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of this ghost captain. Some pirate crews and bounty hunters even set their sights on Moriarty. Then, just as the whispers reached their peak, a sensational piece of news broke on Water 7. Khalifa, the alluring secretary to Iceberg, president of the Galileo Company, was reportedly knocked out and abducted by Moriarty himself as they settled the final payment. What's more, the company's two foremen, Rob Lucci and Kaku, were said to have been killed while pursuing the ghost captain, their bodies later cast into the sea. Now, Galileo Company had reported the incident to naval headquarters and requested that they send forces to apprehend the infamous ghost Captain Moriarty. As this rumor spread across Water 7, every bystander was left stunned, as if they'd just witnessed a jaw-dropping spectacle. Damn, this ghost captain is something else. He'd even go so far as to kill and rob for a woman. TSK, just how beautiful must that Khalifa be? You're not wrong. I've seen that Khalifa myself. She's the very picture of seduction, with that cold, striking face and those long legs. TSK, I can hardly handle it. That's all it takes for you to lose your composure? You're quick to fold, aren't you? You don't know a thing. If you ask me, that ghost captain couldn't pay up. So when Khalifa demanded the money, he snapped, decided to kill and rob, and took off with a lovely lady as a bonus. You know, that actually makes a lot of sense. A sailing ship built from treasure tree Atom. Could a mere ghost captain really afford something like that? Haha. Maybe this time, Carrera Shipbuilding really made a huge misjudgment. Now look at them, losing both their money and their pride. What a disastrous loss. Carrera Shipbuilding holds absolute dominance on Water 7 and enjoys the admiration of most of the island's residents. Yet they do have rivals. With those competitors fanning the flames, news of Carrera Shipbuilding's embarrassing stumble spread like wildfire across every corner of Water 7. Upon hearing this, Icebug, seated in his office, couldn't help but smile. The very next day after Moriarty left Water 7, stories of the incident, along with various rumors circulating on the island, were published by a prominent local entertainment newspaper. And then, through the blunt and direct power of the press, this story was carried far and wide via the newspaper's distribution network, reaching all directions. Meanwhile, deep within the Devil's Triangle, the atmosphere aboard the colossal thriller bark had grown heavy after recent events. The ship's master, Gecko Moria, had suffered a blow he never expected and was now recuperating in the depths of his castle. But when today's newspaper finally found its way into the castle, the uneasy calm that had settled over Thriller Bark was shattered once again. "Ghost Captain Moriarty, I've finally found you. This time, I swear I'll kill you with my own hands." Just thinking about how this nobody had caused the death of his beloved subordinate, Absalom, and thrown the entire management of Thriller Bark into chaos, made Moria's blood boil. On top of that, he'd suffered a brutal beating at the hands of the Navy hero Garp, who showed no mercy and gave him a stern warning. Rage erupted within Moria, surging beyond his control. A murderous aura poured from the heart of the castle, sweeping across the entire Thriller Bark, making every living soul aboard tremble in terror. As for Moriarty, who had already left Water 7 and was now roaming a certain route along the Grand Line, he had no idea that the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, would defy the Navy's warning and steer Thriller Bark away from the Devil's Triangle in pursuit of him. At this moment, Moriarty was hunting down passing pirate ships along the waters near Water 7. Unfortunately, his frequent raids in the Devil's Triangle and around Water 7 had drastically reduced the number of pirates on that route. Many remaining pirate crews, having caught wind of the situation, purchased special log poses and altered their course, steering away from these perilous waters and heading toward the New World instead. During this period, Moriarty also witnessed the world government raising his bounty from 75 million berries to the staggering sum of 130 million berries. With a bounty of 130 million, Moriarty officially distinguished himself from the countless pirates roaming the seas, becoming a pirate supernova of no small renown, even on the Grand Line. And in the four seas, with a bounty surpassing 100 million, Moriarty was a true great pirate in every sense of the word. Another 3 days passed. By then, the backlash from the wounds Moriarty had suffered in his last battle had completely subsided. That night, Moriarty descended to the soul pool at the bottom of the ghost ship. Gazing at the souls stored within, the merciless spirits, a single ordinary second-tier soul, and 13 first-tier souls, he murmured softly, "It's time to strengthen myself." After advancing to the rank of malevolent spirit, Moriarty had been quite satisfied with the pace at which his strength was growing. But after his encounter with Rob Lucci, that satisfaction vanished completely. He knew that although Rob Lucci was considered a prodigy at this time, in the grand scheme of the world, Lucci's current power was hardly worth mentioning. Luffy and his crew had only been at sea for a little over 2 months before the events of the Paramount War, and yet Luffy managed to defeat Rob Lucci just 2 months after leaving the East Blue. Viewed this way, Moriarty's growth was noticeably slower than Luffy's, not to mention those true monsters of this world, or the extraordinary prodigies scattered across the myriad worlds. It's still too slow. With that thought, Moriarty hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and swallowed all 13 first-tier souls in one gulp. Soul fire refinement, refined for me. Emerald green soul fire surged up from Moriarty's chest and abdomen, enveloping the 13 first-tier souls and beginning to refine them. The souls were transformed into energy most suitable for Moriarty's absorption, fueling his growth. After absorbing the 13 first-tier souls, Moriarty, who already possessed considerable reserves, immediately felt his soul power steadily rising, even faintly approaching the peak of the early stage of the malevolent spirit rank. However, the power of 13 first-tier souls still fell a bit short. It was not enough to push Moriarty into the apex of the early malevolent spirit stage. One more time, refine. Having refined all the first-tier soul power, Moriarty did not stop. He immediately swallowed the second-tier soul he had extracted from Kaku as well. There was a fundamental difference between a second-tier soul and a first-tier one, that though it was only a single soul, its lingering power was formidable, propelling Moriarty to the very peak of the early stage malevolent spirit, and even allowing him to brush against the minor bottleneck leading into the mid-stage. In Moriarty's perception, this minor bottleneck wasn't difficult to break through, even without any outside aid. By refining himself with the crystal meditation technique for a month or two, the bottleneck would naturally be overcome. But now, with a better method at hand, Moriarty certainly had no intention of waiting another month or two. Spreading his fingers, he compressed Rob Lucci's merciless soul into a ball, then released the ghostly fire from within himself, beginning the process of refining Rob Lucci's ruthless spirit. Refining a merciless soul was far more challenging than refining those soul fragments previously purified and extracted by the ghost ship. It took a full 7 hours before Moriarty managed to transform this special soul into the purest liquid soul essence. The very instant Rob Lucci died, that familiar beep echoed once again aboard the ferry of the other shore. Beep, you have stirred the ripples of the river of fate and absorbed 0.3 units of the world's origin. Gazing at the merciless soul essence before him, shimmering with a unique luster, Moriarty opened his mouth and drew it in, swallowing the soul liquid refined from the merciless soul into his belly to further refine it. As the soul liquid was gradually assimilated, Moriarty's aura surged upward in leaps and bounds. Early stage malevolent spirit, peak, incomplete. Mid-stage malevolent spirit. Mid-stage peak. Mid-stage fully mastered. Late stage malevolent spirit. Eventually, the pace of refining the soul essence couldn't keep up with the speed at which Moriarty was breaking through. Unconsciously, he began to devour the ordinary quality soul power from the soul pool to make up for the consumption. By the time the soul liquid was fully refined, Moriarty's aura had already soared to the peak of late stage malevolent spirit. He was now just one step away from reaching the perfected peak of the late stage, ready to break into the third tier of the ghostly path, evil spirit. However, the soul power stored in the soul pool had plummeted again, leaving only 677 wisps remaining. Feeling his strength surging 7 or 8 times over, Moriarty couldn't help but flash outside the ghost ship. He aimed at the sea below and unleashed a psychic shock. Boom! In a blink, it was as if an invisible giant had struck the surface of the sea beneath Moriarty, hollowing out a massive circular crater more than 10 meters across. As the force of psychic shock fully detonated, the invisible energy in that crater exploded, sending up a fountain of water dozens of meters high. Compared to the power of his former psychic shock, the difference was like upgrading a hand cannon into a rocket launcher. Now, even an ordinary first-tier transcendent might not be able to withstand a single wide-area psychic shock from Moriarty. After all, the greatest strength of this ability lies in the spiritual damage it inflicts, not the physical force that comes with it. And aside from the tremendous enhancement of his various skills, Moriarty had also comprehended 2 new abilities. The first was Soul Siphon, which he mastered upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the malevolent spirit realm. The second, Death's Finger, was unlocked when he advanced to the late stage of the same realm. Soul Siphon. Designate a target and directly drain their soul and life force, using their essence to restore and strengthen your own spirit. Note, it is best not to siphon your own soul, as this could create some rather bizarre death loops. Death's Finger. Permanently sacrifice a portion of your own soul power to channel the supreme force beyond the void, subjecting a chosen being to an instant death. Judgment. There's a 1 in a million chance that the judgment will immediately annihilate the target and erase their soul. If the judgment fails, the unleashed power of death will erupt, inflicting indelible harm upon the victim. Note, the potency of Death's Finger depends on how much soul power you offer. The greater the sacrifice, the more devastating the spell and the higher the chance of instant death. Postscript. As you sacrifice yourself to death, death, too, gazes back at you. These 2 spells, gained from minor breakthroughs, were both incredibly powerful. When his spirit was depleted, a single use of Soul Siphon could make the difference between life and death, especially since it could directly increase his soul power, though admittedly, such gains would inevitably contain some impurities. As for his other spell, Death's Finger, it was famed throughout the myriad worlds as an archetypal instant death spell. Countless mages had snatched victory from the jaws of defeat with this very skill, slaying otherwise invincible foes in a single fateful moment. Being able to awaken both of these practical spells, Moriarty could only consider himself especially favored by Lady Luck. In the malevolent spirit stage, whether one could comprehend any legacy spells of the ghostly path was entirely up to fate. It was not uncommon for the unlucky to awaken none at all. And as for what spells one might gain, well, that was even more of a gamble. That Moriarty obtained two such formidable and useful abilities was a surprise even to himself. Could I now defeat my former self with just a single move? After reaching this conclusion, Moriarty fell silent for a moment. When he said a single move, he didn't mean betting on the slim chance of instant death, but rather the ordinary destructive force of Death's Finger. Now that he had awakened Death's Finger, Moriarty was more keenly aware than ever of the overwhelming power this spell possessed. As long as Moriarty sacrifices a tenth of his current soul power, he can unleash the spell damage of Death's Finger and completely erase his target, even his former self, before his power increased. So this is the legendary Death's Finger, renowned across the heavens? What incredible power! After marveling at it for a moment, Moriarty happily accepted that he now possessed a new trump card up his sleeve. Because of the sacrificial nature of Death's Finger, it's clearly not suited for use as a routine spell. However, as a last resort for survival or a desperate gamble, nothing could be more fitting than this spell. With a deep breath, Moriarty mused, "With my current strength, I should be able to carve out a place for myself, even in the new world where the mightiest gather." He thought of those he had encountered during chaotic battles before, like Greathorn, Eunice, the pirate admiral with a bounty as high as 570 million berries. Now, Moriarty was fully confident that he could take down such an opponent. It's worth remembering that Eunice was the strongest individual Moriarty had ever met, aside from Gecko Moria of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. As for Gecko Moria, whom Moriarty had jotted down in his little black book of grudges, he still couldn't quite gauge the true extent of that man's power. It wasn't that Gecko Moria was so overwhelmingly strong that his depth was unfathomable. Rather, there were many reasons. At the time, Moriarty himself was too weak, just a first-tier novice. How could he hope to discern the strength of someone exponentially more powerful? Moreover, the two had barely crossed paths and were separated by great distance, which left little room for real understanding. Still, Moriarty felt that his present self might not be much weaker than Gecko Moria anymore. Of course, this was only his own speculation. Until they truly crossed blades, no one could say for sure who was stronger. Yet with Death's Finger as his trump card, Moriarty no longer feared the warlord Gecko Moria. It seems it's time to start gathering information on Gecko Moria. The moment for revenge is drawing near. For those enemies whose names he'd written in his little book, Moriarty had not forgotten a single one. Whenever the opportunity presented itself, his vengeance would be relentless and inescapable. What Moriarty didn't realize, however, was that even as he began to plot his revenge on Gecko Moria, at that very moment, Gecko Moria himself was wreaking havoc on Water 7 in search of the ghost captain, who had killed his subordinates and brought him disgrace. Icebag, the mayor of Water 7, was particularly unfortunate. Not only was he severely injured and hospitalized by an infuriated slap from Gecko Moria, but even his foreman suffered a brutal beating at the hands of the rampaging warlord. If it hadn't been for Moonlight Moria keeping a shred of sanity and receiving a crucial piece of intelligence, then Icebug and his Galila company might have been lost to history by now. Unaware of the twists and turns unfolding on Water 7, Moriarty at that very moment was plotting his own advance into the New World. The New World is a gathering place for the mightiest, home to the most violent weather and the deadliest seas in this world. Yet it is also the haven of the most ferocious and notorious pirates alive. Even the Navy and the world government shrink back from that lawless expanse. That is a world ruled by pirates. The overlords of the New World are the four emperors of the sea. Like monarchs, they reign over most of the islands in the New World. Even the seemingly invincible Navy headquarters was forced to retreat to the very edge of those waters by the combined might of these rulers. In the New World, strength is the only law. There, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest, might makes right. Order is turned upside down. A powerful pirate can openly rule over an island, a nation, or even an entire sea. It is precisely this nature that plunges the New World into endless chaos, with countless lives lost to war every passing moment. There, innumerable people loathe war, tire of it, yet they have no choice but to keep fighting. Even Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard and foremost of the four emperors, cannot escape this fate. Yet, the place that appears to most as a blood-soaked graveyard is, in Moriarty's eyes, a paradise. There, countless souls brimming with power await his harvest. There, a multitude of formidable opponents stand ready to be hunted down. The new world. I wish I could head over there this instant. But that scoundrel Iceberg still owes me 2 devil fruits. For the sake of those 2 fruits, I'll wait another month. Though Moriarty was already itching with impatience, devil fruits were simply too precious for him to give up. Fortunately, there was less than a month to go. He could afford to wait. Of course, Moriarty didn't intend to just sit idly by during that time. In addition to hunting pirates and gathering soul energy to fuel the evolution of the ghost ship, he planned to use this period to seek out more devil fruit users. By hunting them, he could gather more law fragments. Law fragments, such precious things. Moriarty could never have too many, especially since he suspected that once the ghost ship evolved, it would demand another gaping sum of them. If he didn't prepare ahead of time, the trouble would come back to haunt him. A week later, on the seas near Gale Isle, Moriarty was steering the ghost ship past 2 vessels lashed tightly together by thick ropes. At this moment, the fighting on both ships had already come to an end. Unsurprisingly, the victors were the pirate crew who had launched the attack first. After all, large merchant associations with extraordinary powers like the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce were rare exceptions. Against the slaughter of pirates, there was simply no hope of resistance. Surrendering and raising the white flag, praying the pirates would be merciful enough to take only their riches and spare their lives, had become the grim norm of these seas. It was precisely because of such ruthless acts that pirates had become synonymous with chaos and evil. As for the pirate crew standing before Moriarty, they were without doubt the bloodthirsty sort. Aboard the massive merchant ship, much larger than the pirate vessel, there seemed to be no survivors left. Even the young and beautiful women had fallen, their lives lost in pools of blood. TSK. Was this pirate crew made up of bachelors in their past lives? Killing such lovely girls. No wonder they'll never find themselves a girlfriend. Moriarty remarked with a wry smile. Yet for all his words, what he did next was arguably even more ruthless. He didn't even spare the souls of those beautiful young women. Without hesitation, he cast their spirits together into the decomposition pool. Of course, in doing so, Moriarty had also avenged the merchant ship's crew. The pirates who had plundered and slaughtered them met the same fate, sent into the decomposition pool by Moriarty's hand. After wiping out the pirate crew with a few bursts of mental shock and a single soul spike, he strolled onto the 2 ships, now lashed together, in high spirits, ready to collect his spoils. He started with the pirate schooner, as their loot was usually concentrated and easy to move. The merchant ship, on the other hand, would take more effort. Room by room, he would have to search for treasures. What Moriarty did not know was that, as he was gleefully plundering both vessels, a massive Navy warship was cutting through the waves, heading straight for him. Its prow was carved into the shape of an enormous dog's head. Aboard the dog-headed warship, Bogart, the aide-de-camp, nudged awake the dozing naval hero known as Iron Fist Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, wake up. According to intelligence, we are now less than 5 nautical miles from the ghost Captain Moriarty. At our current speed, we'll be face-to-face in just over 10 minutes. Garp let out a deep snore and continued to sleep as if nothing could disturb him. Bogart could only sigh. With a sharp crack, Bogart quietly withdrew the armament hockey from his fist. Instantly, a bright red bump rose on old Garp's head. Ah, ouch. Which bastard ambushed me? You little brat. Don't you know you're supposed to respect your elders? Garp, startled awake by Bogart's punch, clutched his head and shouted in outrage. His fierce gaze, however, was fixed squarely on his adjutant, Bogart. There was no need to guess. On this ship, aside from his own adjutant, no one else would dare lay a hand on his head. Facing Garp's furious glare, Bogart remained unfazed as he replied, My apologies, Vice Admiral Garp, but you were sleeping so deeply just now that I had no choice but to wake you up this way. If you're upset, you can report it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This was a special awakening method he specifically instructed me to use on you. That damn Sengoku. When I get back, I swear I'll eat every last rice cracker he's hidden. The thought of his old friend teaching his adjutant such tricks made Garp grind his teeth in annoyance. Furious, he made a solemn vow on the spot. Of course, he didn't forget about Bogart, who had interrupted his pleasant dream. Oomph. You actually dared to put Sengoku's orders above your own superiors? Boy, it's time for a lesson in tough love. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of muffled thumps, several large, bun-sized lumps had already swelled up on Bogart's head. The Navy sailors aboard the Doghead warship, witnessing the whole scene, dared neither to laugh nor to speak. The urge to burst out laughing nearly left them doubled over, struggling to contain themselves. After the commotion had died down, Garp finally asked Bogart why he needed to wake him up. With no other choice, Bogart had to repeat what he'd said earlier. At this rate, we'll probably cross paths with them in just a few more minutes. Barely had Bogart finished speaking when the lookout on the Doghead warship raised his spyglass and shouted, "Sir, something at 1 o'clock. Target. Sighted. An unnamed sailing ship belonging to the mission objective, the Ghost Captain. No sign of the Ghost Captain Moriarty himself yet. There's also a twin-masted schooner and a three-masted ship beside it. The schooner is flying a pirate flag. Confirmed, it's the flag of the Blood Ghost Pirates." The Blood Ghost Pirates? Carp stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before looking up and declaring calmly, "Never heard of them." Bogart. "The sailors." The lookout quickly added, "They're a small pirate crew with a total bounty of less than 70 million berries, Sir Carp. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of them." With the lookout providing a convenient out, both Carp and Bogart chose to let the previous topic slide. Carp asked, "Where were we? Are we about to run into that Moriarty kid?" The lookout shouted, "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The distance between us and the Ghost Captain is now less than 2 nautical miles. In fact, if you look toward 1 o'clock, you can already see the sailboat that Moriarty is aboard." Hearing this, Garp strode up to the bow with Bogart by his side. "Is it that two-masted ship that looks like a ghost ship?" "That's right, it's exactly that one. It's because of this eerie vessel that Moriarty came to be known as the Ghost Captain." "Is that so? What a bizarre thing. This ship gives me a strange, unpleasant feeling. And you lot, quit snickering and get my bombs over here. I'm going to smash that ghost ship to pieces." "Smash it to pieces? Fine by me. If the Ghost Captain loses his ship, he won't be able to escape so easily. According to intelligence reports, this pirate, with a special devil fruit ability, is notoriously difficult to catch at sea. If they could destroy his pirate ship now and cut off his means of escape, the challenge of capturing the supernova would be greatly reduced." The surrounding Marines, seeing that Bogart did nothing to stop Vice Admiral Garp's antics, simply accepted their fate and set about hauling over the specially made bombs. Fistbone Meteor, a perfectly round cannonball, hurled with Garp's monstrous strength, blasted through the air with a thunderous crack, hurtling straight toward the ghost ship. The ghost ship, newly awakened and just beginning to sense the world, instantly felt the threat as the Fistbone Meteor descended upon it. Danger! Vaporize! Sensing imminent peril, the ghost ship instinctively activated its vaporize ability to evade the attack. This quick decision saved it from disaster. The howling cannonball tore through the vaporous form of the ghost ship and crashed into the pirate ship lurking behind it. Boom! With the terrifying force of the projectile and the explosion it unleashed, the ordinary pirate ship was blown clean in half. Moriarty, who had been rummaging for treasure aboard the pirate ship, was caught off guard by the blast and sent flying into the air. Damn it! Who ambushed me? The violent explosion didn't do Moriarty any real harm, but it left him covered in soot and ash. Worse still, the treasures he had painstakingly gathered over the last 10 minutes were scattered to the winds. Glaring at the ruin of his efforts, Moriarty's eyes instantly turned into blazing, crimson orbs. With a sharp whoosh, the furious Moriarty shot up to the surface of the sea, before he could even identify the culprit behind the surprise attack. A rapid succession of sharp sounds cut through the air. A dozen or so terrifyingly fast cannonballs came hurtling straight toward him, one of which even grazed right across Moriarty's face. Yet despite the sheer power of these physical projectiles, they couldn't inflict any real harm on him. The attack might have lacked lethality, but its sheer audacity was deeply insulting, and that was enough to ignite Moriarty's wrath. "Courting death," he spat, voice cold as steel. Without another word, Moriarty charged in the direction for which the cannonballs had come. Meanwhile, on the distant warship, Garp, who had just finished warming up, found himself utterly bewildered. With his keen eyesight, he'd seen it clearly. That ship had turned into a cloud of mist and slipped away even before his mighty fist meteor could reach it. Did that ship eat a devil fruit or something? Since when can ships devour devil fruits? Has Vegapunk made another breakthrough? Garp muttered in disbelief. At his side, Bogart's expression suddenly grew grim. "I'm not sure if Dr. Vegapunk has developed that kind of technology, but none of our Navy Science Division vessels are equipped with such features. Sir Garp, this so-called Ghost Captain Moriarty may be far more formidable than he appears. You might need to get serious." Garp paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Now, this is getting interesting." Just then, he spotted a figure bursting out of the mist and soaring across the waves straight toward him. "Oh, that guy actually dares to come at me? Haha, let him come." Delighted by the challenge, Garp launched himself from the dog-headed warship, using a moonwalk to rocket into the air. At that moment, Moriarty, having just emerged from the spectral mist of the ghost ship, fixed his gaze on the distant dog-headed warship and the old man upon it, radiating life force as fierce and blazing as a miniature sun. He couldn't help but curse out loud. "Damn it, Garp." Without hesitation, Moriarty spun around and fled, barking a swift order to his ship's spirit, whom he'd just dubbed Little Ghost, in his mind. "Little Ghost, activate stealth mode. Burn soul power, maximum speed. Whatever happens, don't let that old man Garp catch us." The ship's spirit, though unaware of who Garp was, could sense the looming danger just the same. It instantly reverted to its true form, triggered its stealth mode, and ignited the soul pool beneath the deck, plunging into a frenzied escape. But even with the ghost ship burning soul energy and pushing its speed to a terrifying 24 knots, could it really outrun Garp? As for stealth mode, let's be honest, even a newly awakened Navy colonel with basic observation hockey could see right through such tricks. How could it possibly fool Garp, whose mastery of observation hockey was second to none? So, you're talking about a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers between them. Huh. Rayleigh once showed off his observation hockey right in front of Luffy in the anime. With just a thought, he extended his hockey to cover an island of considerable size. If Rayleigh, the Dark King and right-hand man of the Pirate King, is that powerful, do you really think Garp's ability to sense with his observation hockey is just a joke? Take a look at how no matter which way the ghost ship tried to turn, Garp relentlessly pursued, closing in step by step. You can tell that the ship's stealth mode was completely useless against him. And that so-called impressive top speed of 24 knots? Meaningless in the face of Garp's long legs, pounding the air, propelling himself forward as if he were breaking through the wind itself. Watching Garp draw closer and closer, Moriarty's expression grew darker and darker. No, I absolutely cannot let Garp get near the ghost ship. To shake off Garp, the ghost ship had already revealed some of its abilities. Moriarty was certain, by now, the ghost ship must have piqued the interest of Garp, and perhaps the other Marines as well. In this situation, there was no way Moriarty could just let a dangerous powerhouse like Garp board the ghost ship. Garp, the hero of the Marines, one of the world's greatest forces? Looks like I'm about to experience it firsthand. Determined to buy time for the ghost ship to slip away from Garp's pursuit, Moriarty took a deep breath, stepped out of the ship's stealth mode, and boldly revealed himself to Garp. Garp, racing through the air, called out, "Oh, not running anymore. Well then, if you're done running, take this, my fist of justice." Mental shock. While Garp was still more than 100 meters away, Moriarty unleashed a mental shock at him, hoping to drive him back. A shockwave? Break for me. Having taken who knows how many shockwaves from Sengoku before, Garp was all too familiar with these kinds of attacks. Even though Moriarty's shockwave was formless, Garp sensed it immediately. With his mighty, muscular arm, the old man shattered the mental shock with a single punch. But the psychic damage woven into the attack still caught Garp off guard. His mind wavered for just a split second. In the blink of an eye, though, he snapped back to his senses. Conqueror's hockey? Or some other trickery? Kid, you got a few tricks up your sleeve, I'll give you that. But they're just too weak. Now, have a taste of my fist of justice. Seeing that iron fist, so black, so oppressive, it seemed to make the very air tremble. Moriarty would have to be insane to try to meet it head-on. With a sudden dive, he barely managed to plunge beneath the surface of the sea, escaping just before Garp's fist could reach him like a T that very moment. Garp's fist pursued Moriarty relentlessly, crashing down onto the surface of the sea. A deafening thunder reverberated. What had been gentle ripples suddenly froze. Then, in the wake of Garp's roar, tens of thousands of cubic meters of seawater exploded skyward. The water soared as though gravity itself had loosened its hold, before surging back down with the force of an avalanche, pounding the ocean and giving rise to a towering tsunami that raced outward in every direction. Far away, the Marines aboard the dog-headed warship stared in utter disbelief at the man-made tsunami Garp had unleashed with a single punch. One Navy captain, who had barely managed to catch Garp's movement, exclaimed in shock, that tsunami, did Lord Garp really create it with his fist? Beside him, a major let out a soft chuckle. Spectacular, isn't it? To command such overwhelming force with nothing but one's body. You won't see that on any other ship, Slot. Slot nodded earnestly. Absolutely. This, right here, is the romance of a true man. As a devotee of muscle and strength, Slot had specifically requested a transfer to this ship because he idolized Garp. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene was nothing short of validation for him. While Slot gazed on, entranced, the major at his side chuckled once more, then turned to help adjust the sails, preparing to steer clear of the incoming tsunami. They were well accustomed to handling these smaller tsunamis by now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Garp, who had summoned the tsunami with a single punch, stood unmoved as the spray rained down on his cloak. Of justice. Missed. Extending his haki deep into the sea, Garp sensed Moriarty, seemingly unharmed, darting rapidly from the ocean's depths toward the naval ship. Garp, who had just been lamenting his missed blow, suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, something's not right. Isn't that kid a devil fruit user? How can he dive into the sea and swim so fast?" Perplexed, Garp instantly expanded his haki, determined to get to the bottom of this. Spiritual probing, observation haki, is it? Trying to spy on me? Get lost. By now, Moriarty's strength had soared. He could clearly feel Garp's probing haki. When it came to the art of mental force, Moriarty's prowess far outstripped Garp's. Concentrating his willpower into countless sharp spikes, Moriarty sent them hurtling toward Garp's intrusive haki. A sudden, electric sensation stabbed through Garp's mind, as though hundreds of needles pierced his skull at once, sending sharp pain throbbing through his head. Oof! Garp let out a muffled grunt, his legs pumping hundreds of times in the air in an instant, and he vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, Garp shot up above the surface of the sea, directly over Moriarty's head. His fists, each the size of a cannonball, rained down with blistering speed, hammering into the water below. The overwhelming force of his punches tore straight through dozens of meters of sea, crashing down upon Moriarty's body. Unlike before, each of these blows was now wrapped in layer upon layer of armament haki, their power even more formidable. With each impact, boom, 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 tall columns of water erupted skyward, one after another. The iron fists of flesh and blood struck the sea with the fury of cannon shells, sending shock waves rippling across the surface. Beneath the waves, Moriarty had been caught off guard by the sheer ferocity of Garp's assault, taking the brunt of the attack head-on. With a gasp, Moriarty spat out a mouthful of chaotic soul energy, then slipped away into a ghostly domain, half embedded in the world between worlds, to evade Garp's relentless strikes. No matter how powerful Garp's iron fists were, there was no way he could strike across dimensions to reach Moriarty now. In direct combat, the ghost system might not be the most overwhelming, but when it came to survival, ever since advancing to the rank of fierce spirit, Moriarty truly feared no one. The moment Moriarty vanished into his spectral refuge, Garp's senses lost track of him entirely. Huh? Where did that guy go? Don't tell me I blew him to pieces, Garp muttered, slowing his assault as he began to search for any sign of Moriarty. But before he could look for long, Moriarty's figure flickered into view several hundred meters away, only to disappear again in a flash. "There you are," Garp shouted, instantly giving chase. Inside the ghostly domain, watching Garp once again coming after him, Moriarty's lips curled into a cold smile. Impressive, Garp the hero of the Navy. With strength like that, you must be deep into the ranks of the third-tier legends. But unfortunately for you, brute force is the very thing the ghost system counters best. Now taste true fear. In that instant, Moriarty's killing intent surged. As for why he kept reappearing, it was, of course, to keep Garp's attention fixed on him, making sure Garp didn't get distracted and go after the ghost ship. Once the ghost ship slipped out of Garp's sight, Moriarty, who could escape into his ghostly domain at any time, would have the advantage, able to attack or retreat at will. When that time came, he'd be sure to give everyone aboard that dog-headed warship a proper greeting. Did the Navy headquarters really think Moriarty was afraid of them? After that, Moriarty kept reappearing just beneath Garp's nose, but only for the briefest of moments, never giving Garp a real chance to catch him. And with each fleeting appearance, Moriarty drew ever closer to the dog-headed battleship. Garp, whether chasing behind or intercepting ahead of Moriarty, had some inkling of Moriarty's intentions. Yet, aside from the increasingly unremarkable bursts of fist force that served only to intimidate Moriarty, Garp had no truly effective means to halt his actions. "We've arrived." With that message, Moriarty suddenly appeared atop Garp's doghead warship. Standing behind a Navy soldier who was completely unaware of his presence, Moriarty shot a cold smile at the relentlessly pursuing Garp. "Are you ready for my revenge?" he asked. In the next instant, Moriarty vanished once more. The Navy soldier in front of where Moriarty had stood, still dazed and confused, mechanically raised his rifle and, without warning, fired at his comrade beside him. A gunshot rang out. The moment the shot echoed, Garp's eyes widened in horror. No, that single shot seemed to herald the beginning of a nightmare. Within moments, chaos erupted on the doghead warship as comrades turned violently on one another. Some stared in disbelief at blades thrust through their chests, blades all too familiar, belonging to their closest friends. Yet, how could that blade possibly be driven through my chest by his hand? Others, without warning or understanding, were shot in the head by their fellow sailors. In short, murder and mayhem gripped the ship. In the span of mere seconds, the once harmonious and supportive Doghead warship became a scene of frenzied slaughter. In less than 20 seconds, dozens laid dead on this colossal warship that housed hundreds of Navy personnel. Even as Garp and the other officers desperately tried to save as many as they could, they only managed to rescue a small fraction. After knocking out a Navy soldier under Moriarty's hypnotic control with a single punch, Garp bellowed into the heart of the ship, his voice thunderous. "Bastard, if you got the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. What kind of man are you, tormenting these young pups?" A mocking laugh echoed from all directions. "Trying to provoke me? That won't work on me." Moriarty's voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, making it impossible even for Garp to pinpoint his location. Just then, a few soldiers on deck, their faces tense and wary, suddenly went blank. As if possessed, they spoke in unison. "I'll be watching you." The next second, these Navy soldiers, still under Moriarty's thrall, shocked their comrades by turning their guns on themselves and ending their own lives. "Bow! Third brother! Silly Chong!" Cries of anguish and disbelief rose from all around. Fear, cold and indescribable, gripped every heart. The horror of what was unfolding before their eyes was simply too much to bear. When Moriarty had used Navy soldiers to kill others, it was a cruelty they could just about comprehend. But to control someone's very words and force them to take their own life was a terror beyond anything they had ever imagined. It was the same kind of control, the same act of killing, yet when the target changed, most people suddenly found it unbearable, because in that instant, they imagined themselves in that position. And also because of the final words Moriarty left behind. Damn it, Bogart, contact Sengoku immediately. Ask if he has any way to deal with this." Though Karp had already sensed something through Moriarty's previous actions, he still hoped Sengoku might have a ready-made solution for dealing with an enemy like Moriarty. After all, the more he understood about Moriarty, the more living lives would fall into Moriarty's hands. That was the last thing Karp wanted to see. "Well, asking for help already? How disappointing. Navy hero. Karp, how many of the people on your ship can you really protect before you find a way to defeat me?" Through his psychic bond with the ghost ship, Moriarty was now quite certain his vessel had slipped beyond the reach of Karp's observation hockey. Just a little longer, and the ghost ship would be free from Karp's threat entirely. Besides, Karp had been carefully lured and was now stuck on this very warship. Surely, at this point, he had no attention to spare for the ship Moriarty had taken. Because Bogart was no pushover, and with Karp's eyes fixed on him at all times, Moriarty found it difficult to make a move against him. For now. So this time, Moriarty set his sights on a different target, a Navy major who already possessed extraordinary abilities. The moment he seized control, the Navy major's body convulsed violently as he struggled, desperately trying to break free from Moriarty's grasp. But faced with such overwhelming psychic force, he ultimately lost control of his own body. Yet his abnormal behavior had already caught Karp's eye. "You sneaky conjurer, get lost." In the blink of an eye, Karp appeared behind the Navy major and delivered a crushing punch to the back of his head. That single blow shattered Moriarty's mental grip, allowing the suppressed soul to reclaim his own body once more. Vice Admiral Karp. As clarity returned to his gaze, the Navy major was just about to express his gratitude. But before he could finish, an agonized wail tore from his throat, and blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as he collapsed at Karp's feet. When Karp hurriedly caught the young man who had served on his ship for years, he realized the bright, promising officer in his arms had already slipped away forever. At that moment, Moriarty, who had detonated the lingering psychic force inside the major's mind and turned his brain to mush, spoke again. That voice, like something from a nightmare, echoed in everyone's ears. "Ah, just a little more and you would have saved me. What a pity." The death of a powerful Navy major, one who had already set foot among the ranks of the extraordinary, sent a wave of terror sweeping through every sailor aboard the warship. If even a Navy major could die in such a bizarre fashion, what hope did ordinary soldiers like them have for survival? After all, not even Lord Garp himself could save the major when he intervened. In that instant, the seed of panic truly took root and began to sprout deep within their hearts. The sailors on the ship were not truly afraid of death itself. If they fell in combat against pirates, there would be no fear. On the contrary, they would die with pride. But when faced with a strange and uncanny foe like Moriarty, a nameless despair gripped them. What they didn't realize was that this despair stemmed from Moriarty amplifying the fear buried in their hearts. Otherwise, as elite Marines, how could their emotions unravel so quickly in such a short time? Meanwhile, on the other side of the ship, Garp's adjutant Bogart felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. When he took on this mission, Bogart never imagined that Moriarty would be such a troublesome adversary. Even when they faced Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Lord Garp had easily led them to sweep through the terrifying Thriller bark. But this time, before they'd even managed to truly affect their target, Moriarty, dozens of their own had already perished aboard the warship, and even Lord Garp was momentarily at a loss on how to deal with him. If this continued, the ship might very well suffer losses too great to bear. Fortunately, at that moment, the call Bogart had placed was finally answered. "Hello, this is Sengoku speaking. What's going on?" "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is Bogart. Garp and I have run into serious trouble while trying to apprehend the ghost Captain Moriarty." After briefly explaining their predicament, silence fell on Sengoku's end of the line. "Ghost Captain Moriarty, immune to attacks, invisible, hypnotic, can fly. Just what kind of devil fruit is this? He can even slip beneath the waves. Could any devil fruit user really do all this?" Jotting down these key traits on a scrap of paper, Sengoku's gaze drifted to a single phrase mentioned by Bogart at the beginning. Strange. Sailing ship. A vessel that could turn invisible, change into mist, and perhaps had somehow eaten a devil fruit through unknown technology. Ghost Captain Moriarty. Wait, Ghost. I remember that the ghost fruit allows its user to let their spirit leave their body, making them immune to any physical attack. Could it be that the devil fruit Moriarty ate is something similar? If that's the case, then perhaps Moriarty's real body is hidden somewhere on that eerie ship that slipped away at the very start. If so, a lot of things suddenly make sense. Otherwise, why would Moriarty stay behind to cover the retreat, yet let his ship escape? In a flash of insight, Sengoku quickly connected all the information he had, arriving at the most reasonable explanation. Though this was merely Sengoku's speculation, and still quite far from the truth, the moment he voiced it, both Bogart and the furious Garp believed him without question. A true tactician indeed, Sengoku's reputation is well-deserved. Even though my true body isn't on the ghost ship at this stage, it is indeed one of my greatest weaknesses, thought Moriarty, who had been lurking in the shadows and witnessed everything as it unfolded. He couldn't help but admire Sengoku's intellect. But unfortunately for them, their deduction came too late. Had Garp kept his eyes on the ghost ship from the very beginning, Moriarty would indeed have been in quite a predicament. But now the ghost ship was already far, far away. Even if Garp was unmatched in speed and possessed the keenest observation haki, finding an invisible ship on the endless sea would not be so simple. Besides, under the current circumstances, did Garp really dare to leave this warship behind? So long as Garp remained, Moriarty had to act with some caution. But if Garp left, Moriarty wouldn't hesitate to turn this vessel into a true ghost ship. Damn it, that ship, huh? If only I'd rushed straight to it from the start. But now, Garp's expression darkened as he gazed out over the boundless sea. Even though he was confident he could find that strange ship if he set out immediately, what about the people on the warship? After several clashes, Garp was certain that Moriarty's strength was on par with the seasoned veteran vice admirals, and his uncanny abilities were so troublesome that even a Navy admiral might struggle. If he left now, everyone on board would be in grave danger. Taking a deep breath, Garp suddenly called out, "Moriarty, if you stop now, I promise I'll withdraw from any future operations against you." "Vice Admiral Garp," Bogart started. "Shut up, Bogart," Garp barked. "Or do you want these youngsters to die right before our eyes?" What Bogart wanted to say, without a doubt, was that if Garp acted this way, he would be questioned by Navy headquarters, and perhaps even by the world government itself. But in Garp's heart, none of that mattered compared to the lives of his subordinates. As for being called to account, he would simply face it when the time came. Did anyone really think he would ever bow his head to pirates? If it were Admiral Akinu Sakazuki in his place, it's likely that even if every last soldier on the ship died, he would never allow himself to yield to pirates. Yet Garp, the hero of the Navy, a man whose status stood above even Sakazuki, did not hesitate for a moment to lower his head. Within the spectral domain, Moriarty paused in surprise when he saw Garp bow, but then a cold smile crept across his face. "The only promise that will make me stop," he sneered, "is that from now on, you abandon all actions against me." What cheap promise that is. It was you who put a bounty on my head, you who attacked me first. Before all this, I never had any intention of becoming your enemy. But you Navy types, provocation after provocation, did you really think I'd just take it lying down? And now, with a few casual words, you want to sweep everything under the rug. Don't you think you're making this all far too simple, Garp? Moriarty's voice remained as elusive as ever, drifting in from no discernible direction. But this time, before Garp could speak, Bogart burst out angrily. "Moriarty, don't go too far. If you hadn't killed a Navy captain and dozens of sailors during the battle to wipe out the pirate admiral's Grand Alliance, would Navy headquarters have ever put a bounty on you?" Moriarty replied with a disdainful chuckle. Back then, I was just passing by. The one who attacked me first was that tigress of yours. Don't get the order of things mixed up, dear Navy officer. Bogart gritted his teeth. Excuses? And what about what happened at Water 7? A pirate is a pirate. Moriarty's tone was mocking. The events at Water 7. The truth there runs far deeper than you could ever imagine. Enough. I have no need to argue with you. Good or evil, right or wrong. I am who I am. With those words, Moriarty controlled yet another Navy sailor, forcing him to take his own life, making his stance unmistakably clear through his actions. Damn it, are you really determined to fight the Navy to the bitter end? Powerless to stop his own men from falling before his eyes once again, Garp let out a furious roar and smashed his fist down, snapping one of the masts on the dog-headed warship in two. What Bogart and the others didn't know was that this very spot was the nexus between the spectral realm and reality. Garp had sensed a subtle disturbance there, and with one mighty blow, he shattered it. What amazing perception! After Garp destroyed this point of convergence, Moriarty's wariness toward him rose to another level. Although Garp didn't have an effective way to deal with enemies of this nature, he had still managed to destroy two of the nodes Moriarty had set up simply by using the rather clumsy tactic of waiting in ambush. With these two nodes destroyed, at least until they could be rebuilt, Moriarty was unable to instantly shuttle between reality and the ghostly realm at those locations. Of course, Moriarty made sure Garp would not discover this fact. In the time that followed, Moriarty began killing a crew member aboard the Doghead warship at irregular intervals. By spreading fear, he was also diverting Garp's attention, allowing the ghost ship to slip farther and farther away. Yet with every strike Moriarty made, Garp seemed to grow more and more familiar with his methods. In just an hour's time, dozens of the nodes Moriarty constructed were destroyed. Eventually, Garp was able to shatter a node even before Moriarty could make his move. What a troublesome opponent. It's a pity that I'm not yet a match for someone of this level. Otherwise, I'd love to claim your soul for my collection. Even without direct contact, Moriarty could tell from Garp's overwhelming vitality that Garp had already stepped into the realm of a third-tier powerhouse. In fact, he had traveled quite far along that path. If Garp hadn't lacked effective means to deal with him, Moriarty suspected his own soul core would have been smashed apart long ago. Well, it's about time I left. If I wait any longer, it might be too late to get away. Casting a glance at the empty expanse of ocean to the east, Moriarty slipped silently into the inner world and vanished from Garp's warship. Guided by his psychic link, he sped off toward the location of the ghost ship. A dozen or so minutes later, a tall, lean figure approached, riding a mountain bike across the waves with the wind at his back. Wherever he passed, a road of glistening ice laid itself out before him. In no time at all, the fearsome Navy Admiral, Akiji Kazan, stepped onto Garp's Doghead warship. As he set foot on the deck and saw row upon row of fallen sailors, over 100 bodies in all, Akiji paused for just a moment. Bogart, having noticed their reinforcements' arrival, quietly draped a white cloth over one of the corpses, then stood up and addressed him. "You're here, Admiral Akiji." Ever since he'd placed that call for help to Sengoku, Bogart had known the Marshal would send someone to support them. He just hadn't expected Sengoku to send Admiral Akiji himself. Akiji asked, "What's the situation?" Bogart said, "Moriarty hasn't made another move in the past 10 minutes or so. He might have already slipped away. Still, even so, we can't afford to drop our guard for a single moment." He let out a self-deprecating chuckle, then continued. "It's also possible he anticipated that naval headquarters would send reinforcements, so he made his escape before you arrived." Akiji nodded, then walked over to Garp, who looked rather dejected. "Old man, who'd have thought you'd have a day when you look this down?" Garp lifted his eyelids and shot Akiji Kazan a glare. Irritated, he retorted, "Easy for you to say. You weren't the one in the thick of it. So of course you're not upset. Also, couldn't you have hurried up a little? If you'd gotten here sooner, we might have actually caught that wretched fellow." Akiji Kazan protested. Hey, old man, that's a bit much, don't you think? I rushed here so fast to help you that I didn't even have time to eat my freshly made ramen." But still, the usually laid-back Akiji's tone grew serious as the conversation turned. "But seriously, old man, is this Moriarty really that tough? Even you couldn't take him down?" At the mention of Moriarty, a rare look of gravity crossed Garp's usually cheerful face. This Moriarty's strength hasn't quite reached the level of a vice admiral yet. If it came to a head-on fight, he wouldn't be a match for the likes of you. But his troublesome abilities are enough to give even me a headache. Sengoku thinks his weakness might be his real body, hidden somewhere on that ship. But I don't buy it. I'm nearly certain, 8 times out of 10, that the one I fought was his true self. Of course, there's no doubt that ship of his is hiding some big secret as well. Just how troublesome could he be? Akiji knew better than anyone the strength of Old Man Garp. Never mind that he himself was now a Navy admiral who struck fear into the hearts of pirates everywhere. If it really came down to a fight with the old man, Akiji was pretty sure he'd be on the losing side more often than not. For even the old man to find someone's powers so vexing, they must really be a handful. Because of Garp's brief words, Akiji Kazan immediately took this ghost Captain Moriarty, whom he'd never even met or heard much about, far more seriously in his mind. In Navy terms, Vice Admiral level corresponded to a third-rank transcendent, a powerhouse whose strength had undergone another transformation. Even among the ranks of naval headquarters, there were no more than 10 of his caliber. On the open seas, a Vice Admiral level fighter was an overlord in their own right. Take Doflamingo, the Heavenly Yiksha, or the Calamities of the Beast Pirates. Those are the kind of men who stood at this level as the fact that Moriarty hasn't even reached the rank of Quasi-Admiral wouldn't really lower Kazan's opinion of him. Not by much, anyway. Besides, he possesses that bizarre ability that even Garp finds troublesome. This is giving me such a headache. Lately, the seas have been crawling with all sorts of monsters and demons. The Whitebeard Pirates just gained a formidable new 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace. And now, here comes another enigmatic figure, the Ghost Captain. All my fate is truly bitter. While Admiral Aki Kazan was sighing in exasperation, far to the south, miles away from the Doghead warship, the ghost ship was racing forward, burning through soul energy at breakneck speed. Even further south, a colossal sailing ship was cutting through the waves, charging ahead. An hour later, Moriarty finally managed to reconnect with his ghost ship through their mental bond and track it down. But to his surprise, the ghost ship seemed to have blundered straight into a trap and had been captured. And the one who had captured it was none other than an old acquaintance, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. As Moriarty stepped onto the deck of his own ghost ship, 3 massive searchlights suddenly shot out from the terrifying 3-masted ship, illuminating the ghost ship in stark white beams. At the same time, shadowy figures began to appear one after another along the shore of Thriller Bark, the island adjoining the terrifying 3-masted ship. Within moments, an army of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of zombie soldiers had surrounded Moriarty, hemming him in from every side. Soon, a familiar voice rang out from among the crowd on the shore. Gecko Moria himself. Ha! Ghost Captain Moriarty, I've finally caught you. Looking at that towering figure with an onion-shaped head pushing through the crowd, Moriarty let out a weary sigh. Wouldn't it be better to just enjoy being alive, Gecko Moria? Whether life is good or not, I don't know. All I know is you're about to die. Ha. Instead of taking offense at Moriarty's taunt, Gecko Moria seemed delighted, shooting back with unrestrained glee. Who could have guessed that, relying on intelligence gathered from organs, he would actually manage to intercept the ghost Captain Moriarty, the one who killed his subordinates, on this vast and endless sea? The ghost ship's stealth abilities may be formidable, but its ship's spirit, Little Ghost, isn't exactly the brightest, and blundered straight into Gecko Moria's trap. Boys, get him! Gecko Moria's command rang out. Instantly, over 100 zombie soldiers raised their guns, aiming their weapons directly at the ghost ship. A few even rolled out cannons, swiveling their barrels to lock onto their target. Fire! The moment the cannons thundered, Moria's figure vanished from the ghost ship. At that very instant, the sizable vessel melted away into a thick shroud of mist, slipping out of sight to evade the hail of gunfire that rained down from every direction. While Gecko Moria was still reeling from the ghost ship's mysterious ability to turn into fog, Moriarty made his move. Having already been attacked out of nowhere by Garp and the Marines, Moriarty's anger was simmering dangerously close to boiling over. And now, barely any time had passed before he was ambushed again, this time by Gecko Moria himself. Damn it all, this was outrageous. By now, Moriarty wasn't interested in holding himself back for any reason. All he wanted was to settle the score with that bastard, Gecko Moria, in a fair fight. With Garp, the difference in strength had forced Moriarty to rely on trickery, but Gecko Moria was no Garp. He didn't possess that overwhelming power. Although Moriarty couldn't yet gauge the full extent of Moria's abilities, that didn't mean he feared him. Without holding anything back, Moriarty unleashed a soul spike straight at Gecko Moria. At the same time, his left hand whipped out another soul spike, this one aimed directly at one of Moria's underlings, Hogback, one of the 3 monsters, intent on claiming his life. The soul spike was intangible and formless, and with Moriarty's growing power, its speed had become even more formidable. Now it was easily as fast as a speeding bullet, far too swift for Hogback, whose body was frail and who had yet to reach the realm of the extraordinary to stand any chance of resisting. In the blink of an eye, Hogback's soul was shattered by the soul spike, torn apart before the ghost ship's passive abilities could even activate. His fragmented spirit faded away, scattered to the winds, leaving no opportunity for Moriarty to harvest it. Just like that, the soul of a once experienced genius surgeon was lost to the world. Normally, Moriarty would have been heartbroken at such a waste, but in the heat of battle, he had no time to dwell on it, because now, he was already trading blows with Gecko Moria. Before Moriarty's soul spike could strike Moria, it was intercepted by Moria's Shadow Master. Yet, to block the attack, the Shadow Master had to expend most of its shadow energy. Now, it could only disperse into a swarm of tiny bats, flitting around Moria to shield him from whatever might come next. Seeing his Shadow Master so easily overwhelmed sent a shock through Gecko Moria. How could this be? That guy couldn't even take a single move from me before. How could he destroy my Shadow Master with one strike? Refusing to be outdone and still reeling with disbelief, Gecko Moria launched a counterattack at the fleeting figure of Moriarty. Scattering bats. Scattering bats? It's useless. No matter how many of you there are, if you can't hit me, all your efforts are in vain. The fierce clash between Moriarty and Gecko Moria of the Seven Warlords of the Sea was shrouded in secrecy. Aside from a certain well-prepared old bird quietly filming from high above the clouds, almost no one else was aware of what was happening. Even Garp, Kazan, better known as Akiji, and their companions, who were dozens of nautical miles away, remained completely oblivious to the battle raging here. At that very moment, Garp and Akiji were in fact discussing the matter of Moriarty. Lounging lazily against the ship's railing, Akiji drawled, "Old man, from the looks of it, Moriarty's abilities are a serious problem for you. If you go up against him, you probably won't even be able to use a tenth of your real strength, and on top of that, you'll be hampered by the warship and the soldiers on board. If you ask me, it'd be better to leave chasing down Ghost Captain Moriarty to me. With the time you'd save, you could probably go another round with Whitebeard and his crew." Garp scratched his nose and snorted. "What are you talking about? That guy killed so many young men on my ship. How could I ever let him go? The next time we cross paths, I'll make sure he gets a taste of what I can really do. His devil fruit power might be strange, but do you really think I have no way to deal with him?" Inwardly, Akiji could only sigh helplessly at Garp's stubbornness. "Old man, you're just being stubborn. If you really had a way to deal with Moriarty, you'd have gone berserk and torn him limb from limb the moment he killed your men." But this time, Akiji had misjudged Garp. After nearly 100 confrontations with Moriarty right under his nose and losing 100 subordinates, did they really think Garp was just sitting idly by, achieving nothing? By now, he had already come up with several countermeasures for dealing with Ghost Captain Moriarty. He was simply waiting for the next encounter to try them out one by one. Just then, as Kazan was grumbling inwardly, a Din Mushy, bundled up in a tiny, insulated jacket but still shivering from the cold, suddenly began to ring. Hearing the shrill ringing, Kazan dawdled a bit before finally picking up the call. "Hello, this is Kazan." Just as Kazan expected, it was the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the other end. "Kazan, are you with Garp now? Well, have you caught that Ghost Captain Moriarty?" Kazan scratched his head. "Well, about that. Old man Garp was right beside me, but that so-called Ghost Captain Moriarty had already fled before I arrived. His ship can turn invisible, and out on the vast ocean, I have no idea when I might cross paths with him again." Sengoku said, "A ship that can turn invisible. Now that a real headache." Sengoku knew all too well just how troublesome such a ship could be. A vessel capable of vanishing at what would render more than 95% of the world's surveillance methods useless. What worried Sengoku even more was what had brought this ship into existence in the first place. Was it a mere coincidence, or the result of some unknown technology? For the Navy and the world government, a coincidence would be manageable, but if it was a technology that could keep producing these ghost ships, it would spell disaster for those charged with maintaining order at sea. If that kind of technology ever got out. Just imagining the pirate ships roaming the seas, now suddenly able to turn invisible and dodge cannon fire, sent a chill down Sengoku's spine. We absolutely cannot allow such technology to spread. In that moment, Sengoku made a decision that would determine the Navy's fate. "Kazan, capture that Ghost Captain Moriarty. I don't know if his ship's ability to vanish and turn to mist is unique, or if he possesses some special technology we're not aware of, but we can't afford to take that risk. Arrest him and extract every piece of information he has." Akiji Kazan fell silent for a moment, then replied with grave seriousness, "Understood," before hanging up. Sengoku's warning made Kazan keenly aware of the enormous risk lurking beneath the surface. Burar, 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 burar. Before Akiji could even process his thoughts, the din-din mushi began ringing again. As soon as he picked up, Sengoku's furious roar came blaring through the receiver. You idiot! I wasn't finished talking, and you hung up on me. Go ahead, sir. Get that old fool Garp back here immediately. There's trouble in the new world. Before Kazan could respond, Garp, who'd overheard everything, shouted from the side. I'm not going. I'm going after that bastard Moriarty. I have to avenge the crew who died on our ship. Garp hadn't even finished speaking before Sengoku snapped. Avenge them, my ass. Moriarty's abilities are a perfect counter to yours. Do you want everyone on the warship to die with you? You stubborn old fool, get back here now. With that, Sengoku slammed down the receiver, not giving Garp a chance to argue. Kazan, holding the din-din mushi, could only shrug and silently put the receiver away. You hung up just as quickly yourself, didn't you? Look at how furious the old man is. But what can he do? Rank has its privileges, and you are the fleet admiral. After all, with a silent grumble in his heart, Kazan met Garp's dissatisfied gaze and finally spoke up. Old man, what Fleet Admiral Sengoku said actually makes some sense. You may not fear Moriarty, but the rest of the people on this ship certainly do. Even if we did manage to capture Moriarty, who knows how many would die in the process. But don't worry, leave Moriarty to me. I'll make sure he is brought to justice. Garp just snorted in response. At that moment, Moriarty was completely unaware that, following recent events, Marine headquarters had actually intensified their efforts to capture him yet. Again, if he had known, his fury would have been even more explosive than before. But right now, Moriarty was already locked in a fierce battle with Gecko Moria. On Moria's terrifying three-masted ship, there were actually very few living crew members, or rather, true followers, left. Apart from Moria himself, only his three most notorious subordinates could be called living men. Yet now, two of those three, Absalom and Hogback, had both fallen at Moriarty's hands. At this point, the only living person left at Moria's side was Perona, the ghost princess, who was fighting with him against Moriarty. This situation pushed Gecko Moria to his breaking point. Shadows gathering. Hundreds, even thousands of shadows were swallowed into Moria's mouth, and his body swelled from that of a half-giant into a towering behemoth, rivaling a true giant. Standing by, Perona continued to harass Moriarty with her negative ghosts. When she witnessed this transformation, she put her hands on her hips and burst out laughing. Hee hee, Moriarty, you're finished. Lord Moria is truly angry this time. Now, taste the terror of the shadows gathering. Unlike Perona, who was brimming with confidence and laughter, Moriarty simply gave a cold, mocking smile as he watched Moria balloon into his monstrous form. Fool, you think you can defeat me with a power you can't even control yourself? Using this move in front of me, you're just asking for death, Gecko Moria. After devouring hundreds upon hundreds of shadows, Moria's aura, which had teetered at the peak of the second tier, now skyrocketed tenfold, pushing him to the very heart of the third tier. But to Moriarty, the last thing he feared was an opponent who relied on forbidden techniques to artificially boost their strength. Such techniques were powerful, yes, but they always came with strict time limits. And more often than not, they left behind dire consequences. Heh, Gecko Moria, I wonder how long your shadow-ass arc can really last. Perona and several zombie generals stared in shock as Moria swallowed the shadows of all the zombie soldiers. Meanwhile, Moriarty stepped directly into the void and vanished from sight. Damn it, where did that wretched guy run off to? Even the ghost princess Perona, who sent wave after wave of negative hollows to weave a spectral net, couldn't detect Moriarty, hidden away in the ghostly realm. Ha! Existing in the underworld, a dimension almost parallel to another reality, is no laughing matter. If it were that easy to find, old Garp would have already smashed Moriarty's soul into oblivion, having just triggered his ultimate move, Shadow Asgard. Through a secret technique, Gecko Moria nearly lost his mind when he saw his enemy vanish without a trace. Even the shadows he had devoured began to stir restlessly inside him, threatening to burst out of his body. Driven by his mounting fury, Moria's tenuous hold over 1,000 shadows was on the verge of shattering, his consciousness nearly dissolving into chaos. Yet in the end, Gecko Moria managed to suppress the riot within his mind. His massive form sprawled across the ground like a monstrous toad, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Suddenly, Moria slammed both hands onto the earth. Shadow Lance. A colossal Shadow Lance, 7 or 8 times larger than the one that had once wounded Moriarty, exploded upward from the ground at Moria's command. Its target was none other than the mist-shrouded ghost ship. Little ghost, I already have barely any presence. Why are you still attacking me? Moria's gigantic shadow lance was a force of pure energy. Even a fully vaporized ghost ship suffered tangible damage. Wherever the lance pierced the fog, the shadowy power it carried instantly erased the mist. Though the ghost ship lost only a few planks, a mere scratch compared to its immense form, the pain was still very real. Scatter, bats swarm. In the next instant, the enormous shadow lance that had speared through the mist shattered into countless shadow bats. These bats flapped their wings furiously, whipping up faint gusts that herded the ghost ship's vaporous form into one spot. Hee, a ship that can turn invisible and transform like a Logia devil fruit user. Truly a treasure of the sea. Could you really bear to let me destroy a ship like this? Hee. Under the neurotic laughter of Gecko Moria in the moonlight, more and more bats took to the air, nearly merging into a solid mass, shrouding the ghost ship that had already dissolved into mist. Was he trying to use the ghost ship to threaten me? By now, some of the shadow bats had already fused into a curtain of black light, joining together as one. From their actions, Moria's intentions were crystal clear. Why is it that lately everyone is trying to threaten me with the ghost ship? This is really... To be honest, Moriarty hadn't expected that Gecko Moria, who never seemed particularly bright, would so quickly seize upon his current weakness. He had been prepared to wait out the duration of Moria's explosive secret technique, and then take advantage of his weakened state after the technique's backlash. But now that plan had to be scrapped. It seems I really can't underestimate these infamous pirates. After all, anyone who's managed to make a name for themselves among thousands of pirates and is still alive must have some real skills. Well, I was hoping to take it easy, but I suppose I can use this as an opportunity to test the power of my ultimate move. With Moria's bloodthirsty gaze fixed on him, Moriarty, just as Moria had predicted, revealed himself from the void once more. Yet contrary to Moria's expectations, Moriarty showed no signs of panic or anger as he reappeared. He simply stretched out his right hand, extending his index finger and aiming it straight at Gecko Moria. Finger of death. As those words echoed in Moria's ears, a sense of looming catastrophe, like a storm sweeping in from every corner of the world, seized his soul. In that instant, it felt as if the entire universe had abandoned him, and the overwhelming sense of peril drowned out all reason. No! In that permanent moment, having sacrificed 1/20th of his soul's strength, Moriarty seemed to hear the echo of the death's law, resounding across the heavens and myriad worlds, answering him. Instant death check failed, yet in the very next moment, Moriarty sensed an almost tangible wave of death energy detonating within Moria's mind. Just as he had anticipated, that dense force of death struck a devastating blow to Moria's soul. Even though Gecko Moria, relying on his devil fruit and the secret techniques he had developed, unleashed power no less than that of a mid-tier third-level master. However, his soul had never truly undergone the metamorphosis brought by advancing to the third tier of transcendence. Otherwise, Moonlight Moria wouldn't have found himself unable to control his own power. And now, just before Moriarty unleashed the deadly force of the sacrificial death finger, Moonlight Moria's soul was struck. A devastating blow. If not for the fact that his soul was already on the verge of reaching the third tier, showing faint signs of transformation, he might have been utterly annihilated by the power of Death Finger at that very moment. Yet even though Moonlight Moria's soul did not perish outright, the consequences of this grievous wound were no less dire than complete obliteration. With his conscious, extinguished and suppressed energies settling, the chaotic intent of nearly 1,000 shadows erupted in a frenzy, turning against Moonlight Moria's weakening hold. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying backlash from the 1,000-shadowed soul tore through Moonlight Moria's consciousness and shattered his control. The next instant, countless wisps of shadow poured out from his mouth, vanishing into the vastness of the world. It's over. At the very moment Moonlight Moria was overwhelmed by the backlash, Moriarty, suppressing the emptiness from losing 1/20th of his soul power, appeared silently behind him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a soul siphon upon the already battered and fragmented soul of Moonlight Moria, which had just endured a devastating blow and the ravages of forbidden arts. At this point, Moonlight Moria's soul stood no chance of resisting Moriarty's soul siphon. In great surges, the essence of his soul was drawn through the brilliant blue conduit linking him to Moriarty, who drank in the power greedily. At the same time, Moonlight Moria's already deathly pale face lost the last trace of color. In mere seconds, his enormous body, shriveled like a corpse long since desiccated, devoid of any moisture or vitality. Even more chilling, it seemed that Moonlight Moria was not truly dead yet. Damn you! What have you done to my master? Stop at once. As Moriarty feasted hungrily on the offering from the seven warlords Moonlight Moria, a jarring voice shattered the moment, interrupting his grim banquet. Like a hound disturbed while guarding its prey, the furious Moriarty lashed out with a soul shock, blasting the intruding figure away with savage force. A thunderous crash erupted as the slender figure was hurled through the air, snapping several thick trees in half before finally sliding down the trunk of an ancient tree, leaving a trail of fresh blood in there. Wake! Perona slid down from the trunk, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and, ignoring the gashes across her bleeding back, launched another assault on Moriarty. Negative ghosts, 8 of them. After witnessing her master, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, defeated by Moriarty in just a matter of seconds, Perona had lost all confidence in overcoming him. At this point, all she wanted was to rescue her master, whose body now resembled a lifeless husk, barely clinging to life, from Moriarty's grasp. The 8 negative ghosts were nothing more than a desperate cover for her attempt to save Gecko Moria. Mental shock. As the 8 negative ghosts rushed toward him, trying to disrupt his focus, Moriarty didn't hesitate. Once again, he unleashed mental shock. The move he'd realized was the most effective way to deal with these spectral foes. As expected, the wave of psychic force swept through, and 7 of the ghosts vanished instantly, bursting into puffs of smoke as if they were nothing but shadowy illusions. The last ghost barreled toward Moriarty, only to be smacked in a vapor by his right hand, wrapped in formidable psychic energy. Having finished this, Moriarty gave up on the nearly mummified Gecko Moria, and with a flicker, vanished from the spot. The moment Moriarty disappeared, Perona had no time to wonder where he'd gone. Gritting her teeth, she tossed aside her beloved little umbrella and dashed to her master's side, trying with her delicate frame to hoist up Gecko Moria's enormous, desiccated body. Well, who'd have thought Gecko Moria would have such a loyal subordinate? It's a pity, truly. That voice froze Perona in her tracks as she lifted one of her master's arms, her face going rigid. She could feel, clear as day, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against her back. In the span of a heartbeat, the hope in Perona's eyes faded to despair, then softened into acceptance. Master Moria, I'm sorry. I'll be going ahead of you. Her whispered apology was drowned out by the thunderous crack of a flintlock pistol. The powerful, specialized bullet tore through her back, piercing her heart. Blood splattered forth as the body of this loyal Gothic girl collapsed atop the withered form of Gecko Moria. Stepping out from the haunted realm and back into the real world, Moriarty let out a soft sigh. He gazed with rare admiration at Perona's lifeless body, then, without hesitation, claimed her newly departed soul. Loyalty is a quality that someone who has experienced more than their fair share of betrayal can truly appreciate. Yet, while Moriarty admired it, that didn't mean he would spare Perona. Because of it, when it came to his enemies, Moriarty believed in eradicating them completely, leaving not a single trace behind. What's more, he had long coveted the ghost fruit that Perona had consumed. After walking a short distance, Moriarty found himself standing before the shriveled, oversized head of Gecko Moria. Within that desiccated body, he saw a stubborn flame of life that refused to be extinguished. Moriarty couldn't help but marvel at the tenacious, almost unnatural vitality that the strong seem to possess in this world. Although I do envy you for having such loyal subordinates, now is the time for you to rest in peace. He raised his gun, Starfall, and fired several shots at Moria's head, each one echoing with a sharp crack, until the chamber was empty and Moria's skull was reduced to a pulp. Only then did Moriarty calmly lower his weapon. After storing away Moria's soul, which, battered and feeble, seemed little stronger than that of a first-tier spirit, Moriarty frowned involuntarily. Most of his attacks targeted the mind or the soul, leaving the spirits he collected after a battle increasingly damaged. If this continued, the benefits he could reap from these souls would only diminish. Clearly, he needed to devise a better method to maximize his gains. He tried tossing the bodies of Gecko Moria, Perona, Hogback, and several zombie generals into the decomposition pool. But after a moment, Moriarty stared in disbelief as the pool spat out Hogbacks and the zombie generals' corpses without hesitation. It was one thing for Hogback's body to be rejected for being too weak, but the zombie generals' corpses were as sturdy as those of first-tier supernaturals. Shall you, as a ghost ship, being this picky isn't right. I can understand passing on Hogback, but why won't you consume the zombie generals? Aren't you going to repair those holes in your hull? The spirit of the ghost ship, Shao Yu replied. Not fresh. Stinks. Not eating. For repairs, the big guy is enough. Moriarty was left speechless. What kind of troublesome spirit have I ended up with? While Moriarty and Xiao Yu bickered, high above the thriller bark, one of the shadowy leaders of the underworld, Morgan's president of the World Economic News, gazed in awe at the camera in his hands. I never would have imagined this. To think that Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would fall at the hands of a little-known nobody. What a turn of events. I originally intended to do him a favor this time, but look at what happened. It ended up becoming the very spark that led to his demise. What a losing deal this turned out to be. But after killing Gecko Moria, this so-called ghost captain, Moriarty, can hardly be called a nobody anymore. He soared to new heights, stepping over the corpse of a warlord of the sea. Now this is what I call breaking news. After snapping a few more close-ups of the ominous thriller bark, Morgan's flew off, his face alight with excitement. All he could think about was how to craft this explosive story into something even more sensational. I can hardly wait to see the world's reaction when this news spreads everywhere. Just as Morgan's took off into the sky, Moriarty, standing on the deck of the ghost ship, suddenly lifted his head and gazed intently at the receding presence in the distance. A bird soaring in the clouds. One of Morgan's agents, no doubt. I suppose it was you lot who leaked my location. Very well, I'll remember this grudge. A cold, faint smile played on Moriarty's lips, but for now, he had no intention of killing the seabird circling above. After all, he still needed Morgan's, the king of information, to broadcast the news of Gecko Moria's death to the world, serving as a warning to the Navy and the world government. Moriarty was not someone to be trifled with. Once Morgan's had flown away, small orbs of light split off from Perona's soul on the ghost ship. Moriarty paid no attention for now to the blue orb that contained fragments of powerful laws. Instead, he first absorbed Perona's memories. Within Perona's recollections, aside from the knowledge and techniques in using the ghost fruit, Moriarty focused on searching for the treasure rooms hidden within Thriller Bark. As it happened, Perona had always been the one in charge of this aspect for the Moria pirates. It didn't take long for Moriarty to figure out the locations of both the overt and secret treasure rooms aboard Thriller Bark. With everything clear in his mind, Moriarty wasted no time. He immediately set about relocating the loot. It took him a full half hour, but at last he had transferred nearly 1 billion berries worth of treasure from the 2 treasure rooms on Thriller Bark onto the ghost ship. It's worth mentioning that among these riches was a famed sword, Shusui, one of the 21 great grade swords. Shusui was once the blade of the legendary samurai Ryuma from the land of Wano, revered as a national treasure. It's believed that the sword, along with Ryuma's remains, was originally meant to rest in peace, but Gecko Moria, ever the grave robber, had stolen both from the tomb in secret, after emptying out the vast fortune that Gecko Moria had accumulated over decades. Moriarty wasted no time. He steered the ghost ship away from these waters without hesitation. After all, the site of his recent clash with the Navy wasn't far from here. If he lingered too long, and the Navy caught up with him again, it would spell trouble. Once Moriarty had departed, all that remained was this gigantic, fearsome, 3-masted ship, now littered with corpses. A little over 10 minutes later, the ghost ship, no longer shrouded in invisibility, sailed briskly along a set course, cutting through the calm sea with the wind at its back. Inside the ship's cabin, Moriarty sat quietly, tallying up the losses and gains from the 2 battles he had fought that day. To be honest, his greatest loss was the sacrifice of 1/20th of his own soul power, which he had used to unleash Death's Finger. However, after siphoning off a portion of Gecko Moria's life force and soul energy with Soul Drain, he had already managed to recover part of what he'd lost. Moreover, after devouring the decomposed soul energy of both Gecko Moria and Perona from the disintegration vortex, not only had Moriarty's soul power returned to its peak, it had even grown slightly stronger. Yet, he could sense that a trace of impurity had crept into his soul. It seemed he would need to spend a long time refining it through the crystal meditation technique to purge these foreign elements. His ghost ship, too, had sustained some damage when attacked by Gecko Moria. But after devouring Moria's corpse, not only had the ship repaired itself, it even seemed to have grown sturdier. This pickiness, however, made Moriarty all the more exasperated with the ghost ship's selective appetite. If only the ship weren't so fussy, he could have fed at the preserved body of Ors, the giant, from Wano country that had been stored aboard the Thriller Bark. The resulting power boost would far surpass what they had now. But if little Ghost wouldn't eat, there was simply no way to force it down. What could you do with a child who refused to eat? Punish them? The thought had lingered in Moriarty's mind for quite some time, though he'd never acted on it. Not out of reluctance, but because the ship's spirit's consciousness was still too new, too fragile to withstand any reprimand. Best to wait a while longer. Once the ghost ship advanced to the 2nd tier, he could properly discipline this disobedient ship spirit. And if it truly wouldn't listen, he could simply wipe out its consciousness. Having a ship spirit did bring Moriarty some convenience, but if it became unruly, it was better to erase it. Who knows, maybe the next ship spirit would be more obedient. Meanwhile, beneath Moriarty's feet, little ghost, the ship's spirit, was gleefully swimming through the sea when a sudden chill swept over it, sending shivers deep into its core. When it secretly caught a glimpse of the increasingly dangerous look in Moriarty's eyes, a look that betrayed thoughts too dark to fathom, it shuddered in fright. For some reason, whenever I see that expression on my master's face, I can't help but feel I'm doomed to a miserable end. Maybe I should behave better from now on. But those corpses really do stink, and they're so hard to swallow. If I eat too many, I'll end up tainted by those things and fall into corruption. Wait, who are those things, and why do I even say that? Seeing that the losses from the battle were minimal, almost non-existent, Moriarty immediately turned his attention to tallying up his gains from this adventure. To begin with, during his first clash with Garp, he suffered property damage amounting to tens of millions of berries. That old man Garp really has no sense of honor. All that came of their fight, apart from stalling for time and slaying over 100 Marines to claim their souls, was an endless list of troubles and little else. The effort was immense, the reward paltry, and the annoyances many. This left Moriarty deeply frustrated. Enough. He couldn't dwell on this any longer. Forcing himself to focus on the aftermath of his encounter with Gecko Moria, Moriarty realized that, even now, his spoils from the battle were far from impressive. On Moria's dreaded thriller bark, there were only 3 living people in total. One of them, a feeble wretch, had his soul shattered by Moriarty with a single blow. The other 2 souls were barely enough to make up for his earlier losses. As for the treasure hoard of 1 billion berries and the famed sword Shusway in Gecko Moria's vault, truth be told, these meant little to Moriarty. The only real consolation was the 2 fragments of law he'd managed to seize once again. Perhaps the only thing that soothed Moriarty's disappointment was the acquisition of 2 more devil fruits. Law Fragment, Ghost. Ability, grants the power to create and command all manner of ghosts. Law Fragment, Shadow. Ability, grants dominion over the force of shadows. Hint, you're not limited to controlling only your own shadow. Fragments of the laws of ghosts and shadows. These are truly valuable indeed. Moriarty felt that these 2 law fragments would prove invaluable, both for his ghost ship and for himself. Compared to the ghost ship, which was still desperately awaiting its next evolution, Moriarty was much more inclined to absorb these 2 fragments for his own use. After all, the ghost ship already had several fragments set aside for it, and with his recent surge in strength, his ability to assimilate law fragments had grown as well. Without much hesitation, Moriarty chose to absorb both fragments himself. While Moriarty was somewhere on the vast ocean, hidden in a corner unknown even to himself, quietly digesting fragments of the Ghost Law and the Shadow Law, the World Economic News Agency finally published the sensational news and explosive photographs that Morgans had brought back. The latest edition of the World Economic News didn't just feature a picture of Moriarty defeating Gecko Moria. Somehow, Morgans had even managed to acquire photographs of the earlier bloodbath aboard Garp's Doghead warship, where Moriarty slaughtered Marines. These images were boldly splashed across the newspaper's front page. Shocking. Is this the fall of a hero, or the rise of darkness? Navy hero Garp powerless in the face of a massacre right before his eyes. Shocking. The strongest supernova rises. Ghost Captain Moriarty single-handedly annihilates the Moria pirates. The collapse of a warlord. The man who rose to power atop Gecko Moria's corpse. 2 battles in a single day, facing both a Navy legend and a warlord. Just how strong is this man? An in-depth look. One exaggerated headline after another shamelessly grabbed the attention of readers, drawing them in with wild promises. Yet, the content inside was every bit as explosive as advertised, leaving the captivated audience utterly exhilarated. But as they absorbed the day's shocking news, most ordinary citizens also began to feel a rising sense of dread toward the man now known as Ghost Captain Moriarty. Why do such terrifying monsters keep appearing on the seas? Where are the Navy admirals? Those invincible admirals. Why aren't they bringing this butcher of Marines to justice? Many merchant associations quickly distributed copies of Moriarty's photo, marking him as someone their members must never cross. Among them was even the Bauhinia Chamber of Commerce, who'd once had a brief encounter with Moriarty. This time, however, the terror surrounding Ghost Captain Moriarty was not confined to the general populace. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku put down the newspaper with a troubled sigh. Morgans is getting more and more out of hand. daring to publish this on the front page. Looks like it's time someone paid him a visit and taught him a lesson. Sengoku was infuriated that Morgans had the audacity to print pictures of Moriarty slaughtering Marines. Publicizing such an incident would deal a severe blow to the Navy's prestige, especially as the legendary hero Garp was present on the ship at the time. Sengoku was certain that once these papers spread, whether within the Navy or among the allied nations of the world government, it would be a tremendous blow to their authority. That was precisely why Sengoku seemed so furious. As for the other piece of news in the paper, even he was somewhat shocked. Despite all his careful calculations, it had never crossed his mind that someone as formidable as Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, could be slain so easily by Moriarty. Gecko Moria? He was looking to cause trouble for Moriarty not long ago. This time, ignoring Garp's warning and heading out, he must have gotten wind of Moriarty's whereabouts and set out to settle the score. A simple act of revenge, and he ended up throwing his life away. He probably never imagined it would end like this. With this, it seems there's now a vacancy among the 7 warlords again. Well, no point dwelling on it. Let the world government worry about that headache. Casting these distracting thoughts from his mind, Sengoku made sure to etch the name Moriarty deep into his memory. Elsewhere, Garp and Kazan, making their way home aboard the dog-headed warship, also caught sight of the latest headlines. What's this? Gecko Moria, that useless fool, got himself killed by that troublesome guy? He came all the way from the Devil's Triangle just to die? Pathetic. Watching the old man Garp blowing his top after reading the paper, Kazan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If even the old man can't do anything about him, what chance did Gecko Moria ever have? But to take down a warlord head-on, Moriarty may really be quite the handful. Just my luck. Why did I ever agree to Sengoku's troublesome request in the first place? Beyond Navy headquarters, news of Gecko Moria's death quickly spread among the other warlords as well. On Amazon Lily, the island of women, pirate Empress Boa Hancock glanced at the paper in her hand, then tossed it aside without a care. To her, this news hardly stirred a ripple in her heart. Within his castle, Dracule Hawkeye Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman, sat poised as ever, savoring a glass of fine red wine, while leafing through today's paper. Ghost Captain Moriarty. It seems there's another interesting rival on these seas. Although Moriarty's slaying of Gecko Moria had piqued Myhawk's interest, since Moriarty was not a master of the sword, it didn't excite Myhawk all that much. Still, if they happened to cross paths on the open sea, Hawkeye Myhawk wouldn't mind testing Moriarty's mettle in a duel, hidden deep within the kingdom of Alabasta. The sand crocodile plotted to overthrow the nation. After finishing the newspaper in his hand, he flicked the ash from his cigar, sending up a thick, swirling smoke ring. That Moria guy's truly useless. To think he got taken down by a rookie. What a disgrace to the 7 warlords of the sea. At the same time, among the warlords, the one with the greatest influence and business ventures spanning the world, the heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote, Doflamingo, found himself intrigued by the newcomer who had just eliminated his colleague, Moria. Ghost Captain Moriarty. How interesting. In less than half a year, he's managed to take down a warlord. Fufu. Looks like the seas are about to gain another fascinating player. Doflamingo flashed a wicked grin. But let's see if this fellow can survive the Navy's relentless pursuit first. With this single feat, Moriarty had become famous throughout the world, rising over the corpse of Gecko Moria and at the expense of the Navy's reputation. Based on Doflamingo's knowledge of Marine headquarters, unless the target is too troublesome to capture or impossible to track down, the Navy would go to any lengths for the sake of their name. Moriarty would certainly be facing an all-out hunt for Marine headquarters. If things got serious, even an admiral might be dispatched personally. Meanwhile, the last 2 members of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma the Tyrant and Jinbe the Knight of the Sea, were not particularly concerned with Moriarty's defeat of Gecko Moria. In truth, their minds were preoccupied with their own goals, such as how to protect the rights of the Fishman race, or how to deepen relations with the Navy's chief scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. Far away in the New World, the 4 emperors of the sea paid close attention to the major news of a warlord's demise. Even if the emperors themselves did not care, their subordinates made sure to inform them. For instance, when Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and the most senior of the 4 emperors, saw the newspaper, he burst into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with tears. Gururara, that old relic Garp. He's gotten so old, he can't even handle a greenhorn anymore. I can't take it. Next time I see him, I'll have to give him a good ribbing. Hey, Dad. Beside Whitebeard, Marco stared helplessly at a spiky-haired young man and said, "You can't call this Moriarty a rookie anymore. To be able to go toe-to-toe with Garp and make it out unscathed, and to have taken down Gecko Moria head-on, He's already made his name as a notorious pirate on the seas. Becoming a great pirate isn't something you earn just from 2 battles, Whitebeard replied with a slight curl of his lips, though he didn't argue further. Deep down, he knew Marco wasn't wrong. With Moriarty's current accomplishments, he truly deserved to be called a great pirate. Still, the pirates of today were a far cry from the ones who ruled the waves in his own heyday. Times had changed, and no matter how much this old man stubbornly resisted, he couldn't turn back the tide of the new era. So, he held his tongue and said no more. Just then, Marco suddenly grinned. Hey, Pops, have you thought about taking this guy in as a son? If he really becomes your son, then the next time you run into Garp, you can finally hold your head high. Whitebeard's bleary, half-drunken eyes lit up at Marco's words. Ha ha ha, what a great idea, Marco. Send someone to find him, and let's make him my son. Seeing his captain so fired up, Marco couldn't help but break into a wide, hearty laugh as well. Yet, what Whitebeard failed to notice was the worry in Marco's eyes, worry he could barely suppress, when he gazed at the captain's body, riddled with tubes and needles. Meanwhile, within the Beast Pirates, Kaido took a swig from his enormous gourd after hearing his crew's report, utterly unimpressed. Gecko Moria, that useless fool? Don't bother with him. Send someone to urge Doflamingo again. Tell him to manufacture more artificial devil fruits. We're running out. Elsewhere, the red-haired pirates, drifting through the New World, took note of the situation. Aside from paying closer attention to Moriarty, they made no other moves. On the other hand, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, who previously knew nothing about Moriarty, found her curiosity piqued after hearing the news. She even seemed to entertain the idea of recruiting Moriarty as a son-in-law. The chaos on the high seas, however, didn't disturb Moriarty's peace of mind in the slightest. Not even when he himself read the articles personally written by Morgans the following day. At this moment, Moriarty was completely immersed in the sea of laws and principles. Ever since he had absorbed and merged the fragments of the Ghost Law and the Shadow Law, even the simplest practice of the crystal meditation method made him keenly aware of his own rapid progress. This kind of tangible, visible improvement was so intoxicating that Moriarty simply couldn't get enough. Just as Moriarty had anticipated, the fragments of the Ghost Law and the Shadow Law were an absolutely perfect fit with the ghostly system, far more compatible than he had imagined. The degree of harmony between them even surpassed his expectations. After merging with the fragments of the Ghost Law and the Shadow Law, Moriarty could actually feel that they had enhanced his very essence as a ghost, his aptitude, or perhaps one could even call it his innate talent. This improvement was even more significant than the new abilities granted by the fragments themselves. From that day onward, Moriarty gained entirely new insights into many of the skills he had previously mastered. Not only did the power of his magical abilities surge, but the overall potency of his spells also underwent a remarkable boost. Even the spectral domain that Moriarty relied upon to save his life, his ghostly domain, was transformed by the integration of the 2 law fragments. It was as if the domain had swallowed a potent elixir, expanding explosively into a spherical space with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Not only did this allow Moriarty to command a much greater reserve of energy within the domain, but the domain's amplification of his abilities became all the more formidable. Within the ghostly domain, Moriarty's strength now rivaled that of a typical newly ascended Tier 3 extraordinary being. In many Western worlds, such individuals are known as legends. Even within the vast multiverse, those who have reached the 3rd tier are no longer insignificant. Minnows to be overlooked. They possess all manner of extraordinary traits. Some powerful legendary mages, with the aid of their mage towers, or floating cities, are even capable of delving into the secrets of the planes, or surreptitiously prying into the mysteries of true gods. Of course, as their paths diverge, the differences between these mighty beings at Tier 3 become increasingly pronounced. The gap between the weakest and strongest at this level is vast, like night and day. Some weaker Tier 3 legends cannot even be compared to the most powerful among them. Certain formidable professions, upon just entering the 3rd tier, can easily overwhelm the majority of their peers of the same tier. Take, for example, a well-prepared Tier 3 legendary mage. Within their own mage tower, even at the early stages of their legendary journey, they could single-handedly wipe out an assassination squad composed of 10 other legendary professionals. As for the ghostly system that had been inscribed into Moriarty's very essence by the boat of the other shore, it was by no means a weak lineage. Ghosts are far from rare in the myriad worlds, and so their evolutionary paths are many and varied. Yet the route Moriarty now followed was undoubtedly among the most powerful and mysterious of all ghostly progressions. At Tier 3, the evil spirit marks the beginning of this transformation, a step into the ranks of true power and the first awakening of a spirit destined for greatness. If the zero-stage wraiths and first-stage malevolent spirits are entities that can be found throughout the myriad worlds, then the second-stage fierce spirits, who possess their own haunted domains, are considered rare elite monsters. As for the third-stage evil spirits, they are a source of endless headaches for most third-stage legends. To give a simple example, in most hells and abysses, even the weakest third-stage evil spirit is qualified to become a hell lord or an abyss lord. Meanwhile, ordinary legends can only serve as their underlings, working under their command. It is precisely because the path of the evil spirit is so powerful that ascending to become a third-stage evil spirit is anything but simple. Not only does one require ample accumulation and a solid foundation, but the breakthrough also demands the aid of external forces. At minimum, it requires a massive sacrificial ritual involving at least 10,000 participants, and it must be a ritual of living sacrifice. During this ritual, every participant will lose their life because of it. Just imagine, how many would willingly offer up their precious life for the sake of some supposed faith or ceremony? This single requirement alone is enough to stump 90% of ghosts or specters who wish to embark on this path. Not to mention the other, more hidden and mysterious conditions that remain unknown to most. For Moriarty, however, now a late-stage second-tier fierce spirit, the gap between himself and reaching third-stage evil spirit is not so insurmountable, especially after his experience within the haunted domain, where he briefly tasted the power of a diminished pseudo-legend and the wonders of legendary force. Moriarty now craves the might of the third stage more than ever, and the allure of becoming an evil spirit capable of dominance among even the third tier is simply irresistible. Moriarty firmly believes that once he truly becomes an evil spirit, he will be able to roam the world of one piece without restraint. The chaotic and fragmented inheritances of this world could never compare to the eerie and unfathomable power of the evil spirit. With that day fast approaching, Moriarty has already begun his preparations in earnest. Of course, while he dreams and schemes for the future, Moriarty has not forgotten what needs to be done in the present. After fusing fragments of the Ghost Law and Shadow Law, his affinity for both principles has soared. Thanks to his efforts over the past days, he is now able to manipulate a portion of their power. Moreover, with the memories and experiences of previous wielders of the Ghost Fruit and Shadow Fruit at his disposal, Moriarty has been able to comprehend their skills and insights with remarkable speed. However, perhaps due to the purification process of the decomposing whirlpool, the diminished law fragments still differ in certain respects from the original Devil Fruits. Many of the abilities belonging to Moonlight Moria and the Ghost Princess, Perona, proved impossible for Moriarty to replicate. Even the skills he did manage to copy were markedly different from the originals, though this might well be due to Moriarty's own unique understanding of the two principles at play. Regarding the Ghost Principle, Moriarty was now able to summon a limited number of ghosts to serve as his eyes and ears. He could also create special emotional ghosts, similar to Perona's negative ghosts, that could amplify the various emotions of those they touched. Though the effect was still quite far from Perona's signature technique, the potential was there, waiting for Moriarty to further develop and refine it. As for the Shadow Principle, Moriarty had managed to develop an even greater range of abilities. He had even crafted a high-fidelity imitation of the Shadow Bind technique from Naruto. Such controlling and binding spells proved to be quite useful for Moriarty. If a swift opponent let down their guard for even a moment and fell prey to this power, it often meant their defeat was sealed then and there. Yet, there was one skill that eluded him completely: Moonlight Moria's ability to sever a person's shadow from their body. No matter how many times he tried, even after experimenting on hundreds of seabirds as test subjects, Moriarty simply could not master this technique. For more than a week, Moriarty dedicated himself to experimenting with and refining these new powers. He didn't bother hunting pirates during this time, leaving the soul pool as empty as ever. It wasn't until one day, as the ghost ship passed a vast island whose shores disappeared into the distant horizon, that Moriarty was roused by the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoing from the land. Slightly annoyed, he stepped out from the cabin and onto the deck. Gazing across the night sea, where bursts of fire lit up the darkness, Moriarty exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a city?" Amidst the ceaseless cannon blasts and crackling gunfire, the faint outline of a massive city flickered in and out of view, shrouded in the island's deep shadows. Even the slight glimpse revealed by the darkness was enough to suggest the city's enormous scale. While it couldn't compare to the teeming crowds of Water 7, it was still an exceptionally large city by the standards of this world. And it seemed this city comprised only a small part of the entire island. But now chaos reigned. Exploding cannon shells and blazing, accidental fires had plunged more than half the city into turmoil. What was likely a bustling metropolis in better days had now descended into utter panic. In the city, the cries of battle and the wails of the grieving echoed everywhere, so pervasive that even the thunderous roar of cannon fire could not drown them out. Even Moriarty, still some distance from the coast, could faintly hear those haunting sounds. Not far from the seaside city, a dozen warships loomed in the darkness along the shore, unleashing volley after volley of cannon fire upon the city through the night. A major pirate crew raiding the city? But that doesn't seem quite right. If I'm not mistaken, about half of those warships are standard Navy vessels, flying the Navy's own flag. What on earth is happening here? What on earth is happening here? Is the Navy attacking the city? Or is this the so-called Buster Call? While the true situation remained unclear, a faint smile curled at the corners of Moriarty's lips. Chaos and carnage, what a delightful scent in the air. No matter what had sparked this conflict, for Moriarty, it was all to his advantage. War meant death, and death meant a harvest of countless wandering souls. If he acted quickly, he could reap a tremendous bounty of soul energy from the chaos. Xiaoyu, activate stealth mode. Go and gather the souls of those who perish on the shore or at sea. Remember, don't get too close to those warships. Avoid drawing the attention of any powerful figures aboard. Xiaoyu replied, understood. With Xiaoyu's response, Moriarty vanished from where he stood, darting swiftly toward the city engulfed in cannon fire. This time, he did not slip into the underworld through the ghostly domain. He simply concealed his form and sped toward the city in the real world. Traveling through the underworld was certainly more hidden, but when it came to covering ground quickly and safely, the real world was far preferable. He remembered the time he'd tried, making haste through the underworld, only to nearly be swallowed by a sudden eruption of darkness, a darkness deeper than pitch black, saturated with an ominous aura. Even a mere trace of that aura had left Moriarty feeling as though he'd plunged into an icy hell, his hair standing on end. Thankfully, that darkness had come and gone in a flash, swallowing a vast stretch of the underworld before vanishing without a trace. Moriarty was lucky he hadn't been moving any faster, or else there might never have been a Moriarty in this world again. Since that first-hand brush with the perils of the underworld, Moriarty had grown wary of venturing there without necessity. Unless absolutely required, he would never again traverse those shadowy realms so recklessly. In truth, the city was not close by. Only after flying for more than 10 minutes through the darkness did Moriarty finally arrive at the heart of the city, now consumed by the flames of war. The area Moriarty entered had long since been scoured by artillery fire. In the cracks and corners of the walls, here and there, dark red blood slowly oozed from the fissures. No sooner had he stepped into this zone than Moriarty unleashed his ghostly domain without restraint, drawing in dozens of wandering souls within 100 meters. Pulled by the swirling mist of the ghostly realm, these dazed spirits were dragged straight into its depths, suppressed at the very bottom. Once he returned to the ship, he would transform them into pure soul power. How satisfying, Moriarty murmured, relishing the surge of dozens more souls fueling his strength. Then, with a thought, he sped off toward the next place where a crowd of restless spirits had gathered. Throughout the entirety of Morden Bay, no one knew that in this night, resounding with cannon fire, a malevolent spirit, one capable of overturning the city, was weaving through the streets under cover of darkness, stealing away the newly born, bewildered souls. Morden Bay was one of the largest coastal cities in the kingdom of Disbia, a vast natural harbor, a scenic destination beloved by travelers. Its long, white beaches were a paradise, a holiday sanctuary for the neighboring realms. Year after year, countless lovers met here, came to know one another, fell in love, and eventually parted ways. But tonight, those beautiful white sands were stained crimson with blood. No one knew how many people tried to flee the city's chaos by sea, only to be mercilessly cut down by soldiers lying in wait upon the water. On one small boat, drifting on the bay, a young kingdom soldier, tears streaming down his face, shot a fleeing girl dead. Broken by what he'd done, he turned to his captain, his older cousin, whom he'd always admired, and sobbed. Why? Why must we shoot? They're our own people. Why would the king give such an order? These are citizens of our kingdom, too. Crack. The young soldier never saw the blow coming. The slap was so fierce it knocked a tooth loose. Idiot. Do you think you can question His Majesty's orders? Do you want your parents to die? If the boy before him hadn't been his own blood, the squad captain might have put a bullet through his heart right then. Idiot! How could he say something like that at a time like this? The boat was crammed with 20 soldiers. Who knew if any of them were spies from military intelligence? If word of this got back to the king, heads would roll. Though the captain himself burned with doubt and anger at the king's orders, he dared not show a hint of it as a squad leader on the verge of being promoted to officer. He knew far more than his younger cousin. He understood all too well the true reason behind the massacre unfolding before his eyes. It was all because of the Revolutionary Army, the city's highest officials, including its governor and the majority of other authorities, had secretly joined the revolutionary ranks. No one knew exactly when, plotting to overthrow the entire regime of the Disbia kingdom. The current king of Disbia was a man of excess, debauched, greedy, and lustful. Ever since the old king died, the kingdom had been in decline. In just a few years, the burden of ever-increasing taxes had become unbearable, even for a prosperous metropolis like Morning Bay, let alone the other cities. The Revolutionary Army saw through all of this. Over these past few years, they had rapidly infiltrated many cities throughout the kingdom. Morning Bay, in particular, had been penetrated the most deeply. Some facts were so well known that even ordinary citizens were aware of them. So how could the king himself not know? What was happening now was a direct result of the king's actions. He had reported the situation and bribed a high-ranking official in the world government, who then issued orders for the Navy headquarters to assist in rooting out the revolutionary forces within Disbia's borders. As the city most thoroughly infiltrated by the revolutionaries, Morning Bay had long since exhausted the king's patience. This was the perfect opportunity to make an example of it, a warning to others. Faced with the combined might of Disbia's soldiers and the Navy headquarters, Morning Bay did not surrender. Instead, it erupted with a resistance fiercer than anyone had imagined. After swiftly destroying Morning Bay's maritime defenses, the kingdom's troops and the Navy suffered heavy casualties in the ensuing street battles. Taking advantage of the city's geography, the hidden revolutionary forces managed to repel wave after wave of attackers trying to land. Gazing at the city where the fighting still raged, the squad leader let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Were all those people truly revolutionaries? Before the kingdom's troops had even set foot on shore, the king had already ordered several rounds of artillery bombardment on Morning Bay, hoping to secure an advantage. For the landing assault, how many innocent civilians had perished because of those orders? How many more had been driven by hatred in the aftermath of those explosions? Most people, terrified and panicked, had scattered in all directions. Yet there were always a few, those unafraid of death, or those who had nothing left to lose, who found themselves fearless. For the sake of their families and loved ones, they risked their lives, creating precious opportunities for the revolutionaries hiding in the shadows. As for the reason behind Morning Bay's attack, Moriarty neither knew nor cared. At that very moment, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. In just a few minutes, his ghostly domain had already subdued more than 2,000 wandering souls. I could see this moment, Moriarty hadn't even covered a quarter of the area of Morning Bay. With lives perishing every moment, every second, he had a premonition. By the end of today, the last condition needed for the ghost ship to advance to the next level would likely be fulfilled completely. Weaving ceaselessly through the battlefield, Moriarty finally gained a clear understanding of the situation before him. The Navy's here to wipe out the Revolutionary Army inside the Allied country? To think the revolutionaries have grown to such a scale. This country's king must be truly incompetent. Still, for me, the chaos he's caused today has actually worked in my favor. Another half-hour passed before Moriarty, without pausing for breath, had swept through every part of the city touched by the flames of war. During this time, some souls had already dissipated into the world before Moriarty could reach them. Even so, more than 7,000 tormented spirits had been subdued within Moriarty's ghostly domain. I'd better return to the ghost ship for now. If I don't, my domain will burst from a sheer number of souls. Taking one last look at the densely packed, layer upon layer of spirits swirling in his domain, Moriarty, thoroughly satisfied, flew toward where the ghost ship was anchored. A few minutes later, Moriarty returned to the ghost ship and found that, aside from his own harvest, the ship itself had claimed quite a bounty as well. While fewer people perished at sea compared to those on land, the ghost ship had still reaped more than 1,500 souls from the waters. Among them, some souls drifting close to the Navy's warships had yet to be collected. Xiaoyu, cautious of the powerful figures aboard, didn't dare approach them. Even now, a couple hundred spirits still hovered over the waves nearby. Come on, We can't let those souls go to waste. Dumping all the harvested spirits into the disintegration vortex in one go, Moriarty immediately steered the ghost ship, accelerating toward the Navy's warships. Earlier, Moriarty's focus had been on the souls scattered across the island, which was why he'd instructed the ghost ship to steer clear of the Navy's fleet. Now, having swept the island clean of souls for the time being, it would take a while before enough new ones gathered to make another worthwhile harvest. In this spare moment, it was time to make the Navy pay a price. Moriarty hadn't forgotten the hospitality the Navy had shown him. Even if none of these sailors had wronged him personally, they were all part of Garp's crowd. With Garp standing, it wouldn't be surprising if some among them had once served directly under him. And even if they had nothing to do with Garp, they were certainly connected to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Well, obviously, every last one of them answers to Sengoku, don't they? And the Navy of the Warring States was the main culprit behind his own capture. No matter how you looked at it, he had every reason not to let these people off so easily. You're just unlucky to have run into me. Moriarty, at the helm of the ghost ship, didn't slow down at all as he steered the vessel straight toward a medium-sized naval warship. Perhaps because the ghost ship was too small, there weren't any experts stationed on this warship. Or rather, there was no one aboard with the skills to detect the presence of an invisible ghost ship. So when Moriarty suddenly materialized before their eyes, the sailors on deck were all startled out of their wits. But in the very next moment, they didn't have time to wonder how this mysterious ship had appeared. We're going to crash. It's going to hit us. Get out of the way. No, idiot, don't run. Amid the chaos and shouting on the naval ship, the ghost ship rammed mercilessly into the side of the vessel, crushing it into a twisted, arrowhead shape. It was only by a hair's breadth that the naval ship wasn't completely cleaved in two. After destroying this warship, the commotion quickly caught the attention of nearby naval vessels. Enemy attack. We're under attack. Enemies sighted. The disturbance even reached the ears of Vice Admiral Doberman, the officer commanding this operation. Grabbing a nearby soldier, Doberman demanded, "What's going on over there?" "Reporting, sir. The ship Captain Tim was split in half by an unknown enemy." Doberman frowned as he listened to the report. Something happened to Tim's ship? What the hell was that kid doing? Couldn't he dodge? Captain Tim was one of Doberman's own protégés, personally trained and brought up through the ranks. Recently, Tim's strength had improved, and he'd just been promoted to the level of field grade officer. Doberman had brought him along on this mission specifically to help him gain experience and earn a real promotion to Navy Major. He never expected to hear that Tim's ship had been destroyed. Perhaps that's why, when he heard of Captain Tim's accident, Doberman's mood soured considerably. "Forget it. I'll go over there myself and see what's going on with Tim." With that, Doberman handed over command to his adjutant and strode away, stepping into the air with swift, moonlight steps as he hurried toward Tim's stricken ship. The battle to wipe out Morden Bay wasn't particularly difficult, and since they were mostly playing a supporting role, Doberman felt no pressure handing off command for a short time. Still not quite enough. Was it because I didn't build up enough momentum? Somewhat regretfully, Moriarty backed the ghost ship away from the ruined warship, making sure it didn't get stuck against the Navy vessel. Moriarty strolled across the tilting warship as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Yet with every step he took, a fresh bloom of blood unfurled in his wake. In that moment, the famed blade, Autumn Water, guided by Moriarty's will, radiated an eerie elegance, its motion shaped by his thoughts, its edge following wherever his mind led. "Damn you, stop right there." Just as Moriarty was mercilessly cutting down the surviving Navy sailors aboard, a short, flamboyantly dressed naval officer suddenly darted out from some hidden corner of the ship. Brandishing a long dagger, the officer lunged straight for Moriarty's lower body. "Come on, young man. Have you no sense of honor? Young man, where's your sense of honor?" As a Navy officer, to resort to such a shameless attack, Moriarty was caught so off guard that he reacted half a beat too slow. His body, long since transformed into a spectral form, no longer had the human vulnerabilities he once possessed, but the officer's actions still sent a chill through Moriarty's heart. Mental shock. Get lost, you wretch. Just as Captain Tim closed in, an overwhelming force of repulsion burst from Moriarty, blasting Captain Tim away with unimaginable power. The shock wave even shattered Tim's very consciousness, scattering it like dust. Raising his hand, Moriarty captured Tim's fledgling transcendent soul in his palm, and then resumed his ruthless slaughter of the last few survivors aboard. It was at this very moment that Doberman, having rushed over in response to the commotion, caught sight of Moriarty's wanton massacre. Without hesitation, Doberman swept his left arm, unleashing a razor-sharp flying slash. "Bastard, stop right now." In the blink of an eye, Doberman's flying slash tore toward Moriarty, splitting not only him but the battered warship beneath his feet neatly in two. The bifurcated Moriarty flickered and then dissolved into thin air, merely a lingering afterimage. The real Moriarty had slipped away before the attack could reach him. As one of the most seasoned vice admirals in naval headquarters, Doberman's strength ranked among the very best, even compared to his peers. His mastery of swordsmanship had reached the late swordsman stage, and when combined with his formidable martial prowess, only slightly inferior to his sword skill. Even a warlord of the sea, such as Gecko Moria, would find him a difficult opponent. A slash like that was something even Moriarty would rather avoid, for it could truly wound him. Yet, facing the unfathomable powers of Moriarty, Doberman's might still fell a step short. Impressive slash, but, unfortunately, it's useless. No one knew exactly when he appeared, but Moriarty suddenly spoke from behind Doberman, startling him. However, Doberman was no novice. His decade in the Navy had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. Almost reflexively, he swung his blade back in a wide arc. It's useless. Before Doberman's strike could land, Moriarty had already vanished once more, leaving nothing but a whisper of his presence behind. Being fooled by the same trick twice in a row left Doberman with a dark expression. Damn it, Moriarty. Are you trying to provoke Navy headquarters? Do you really think you're beyond our reach? Oh, you actually recognized me? Moriarty's voice rang out from the void above, tinged with genuine surprise. Then, in full view of Doberman, he stepped out from the shadows some dozens of meters away. This time, though, Doberman didn't attack immediately. Humph! Was it so hard to recognize you? Ghost Captain Moriarty. In recent days, news of Moriarty had been everywhere. As a vice admiral, Doberman couldn't possibly be ignorant of the man who had so recently embarrassed the Navy. He'd seen Moriarty's face in photographs. More than once. After just a few brief encounters, Doberman had connected the man before him to the infamous ghost captain from the reports, the one who killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea. TSK. So you recognized me, and you still had the nerve to attack? That's quite something. Are you in such a hurry to die? Or are you so sure I wouldn't dare strike back? Moriarty eyed Doberman, who, despite his wariness, seemed utterly unafraid. His voice turned cold as he pressed the question. Yet before Doberman could reply, Moriarty mused aloud. No, that can't be it. At the start, you must not have recognized me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just attacked twice and then stopped to threaten me. So what is it that gives you the courage to stand your ground against me? A look of unyielding righteousness appeared on Doberman's rugged face as he scoffed. Do you expect me to just stand by and watch you slaughter my men? Moriarty shot him a sidelong glance. Don't pretend to be so noble. If you were truly that righteous, you wouldn't be stalling for time by talking to me right now. You'd have attacked without hesitation. If I had to guess, you must feel so confident because there are top-level Navy forces nearby, right? Is it a vice admiral, or perhaps one of the admirals themselves? Faced with Moriarty's probing, Doberman remained unmoved, his lips curving into a cold, insincere smile. You guessed right. It's not just Vice Admiral Momosaji. Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kazuru are already on their way. But tell me, do you actually believe me? Staring at Doberman, whose smile never reached his eyes, Moriarty couldn't, for the moment, tell if he was speaking the truth or not. As expected, anyone who could become a vice admiral in the Navy was no simple character. They were all sly old foxes. Moriarty held a certain wariness towards the likes of Momosaji, the great swordswoman, as well as the admirals Akiji and Kazuru. Unlike Garp, who specialized solely in physical combat, the keen edge of a master swordsman or the unique abilities of the 2 admirals both had the potential to pierce through the void itself. After all, the world of One Piece was not known for its spatial stability, something Moriarty had experienced firsthand during a failed experiment. Soul Spike. Just as Doberman assumed Moriarty had been intimidated by the mention of the Navy's top fighters, Moriarty struck without warning. An invisible, formless spike of soul energy shot straight at Doberman's head. Shave. Though the soul spike was intangible, it couldn't escape Doberman's observation hockey. Sensing the extreme danger, Doberman vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing 100 meters away. Damn you! Are you insane? Crescent slash. Even as he retreated, Doberman swung his blade, sending a razor-sharp crescent wave hurtling toward the swiftly approaching Moriarty in an attempt to hold him at bay. You never learn, do you? How many times has it been now? Yet you still can't tell what's real and what's not. Doberman had barely finished his attack when Moriarty's chilling voice echoed unnaturally from right behind him. In that instant, every hair on Doberman's body stood on end. How is this possible? Moriarty was clearly in front of me. Then, who's behind me? Slash. Although Doberman didn't understand what was happening, His observation haki warned him of a deadly black blade slashing mercilessly at his back, as if intending to cut him clean in two. Clang! Twisting desperately, Doberman managed to parry the famed blade, shu sui, but a cold dread washed over him. This isn't good. Something's off about that strike. Feeling the force behind the blade, far weaker than he had expected, Doberman's unease grew tenfold. He refused to believe that Moriarty, who had slain Gecko Moria head-on, could possibly be so weak. Ruling out that possibility left only one explanation. This attack was nothing but a feint meant to mask Moriarty's true, deadly blow. In a flash, Doberman realized the real danger. But having just turned to block the blade, he had left his back utterly exposed to Moriarty. As Doberman spun around, he saw Moriarty squeeze the trigger of a flintlock pistol. Bang! Armament haki, super iron body, steel form. Though there was no longer any time to strike back with another sword slash, Doberman was far more than just a swordsman. Fusing armament haki with the secret iron body technique, his steel form was every bit as tough as real steel itself. Even if he took a cannonball head-on, Doberman could withstand it, let alone a mere bullet. What Doberman failed to notice, however, was that at the very instant he activated steel form, the corners of Moriarty's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Soul Spike Duet. The moment Doberman assumed his steel form, Moriarty unleashed a blow he had long been preparing. Under Moriarty's control, this strike exploded forth at a speed far surpassing the ordinary, crashing ruthlessly into Doberman's mind. What a fool. By turning himself into a shining hunk of black iron, Doberman's physical defense reached its peak, but his movement speed plummeted several levels. As a result, Doberman could no longer dodge Moriarty's meticulously prepared attack. Whether it was the telekinetically wielded slash of Autumn Water or the bullets fired from Starfall, these were never meant to be Moriarty's true killing moves. Moriarty's real trump card was always his direct assault on the soul, the psychic attack. Struck by Soul Spike Duet, Doberman's indomitable will was shaken by an indescribable impact. Perhaps it was the increased power of the Soul Spike, or something else, but as Doberman's mind reeled, his brain suffered as well. Thin trickles of blood began to ooze slowly from the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth. Just as Moriarty drew Starfall again, ready to finish the job, Doberman suddenly snapped back to his senses. Heartsword Flow Ultimate, Viper's Fong. Before Moriarty could react, a massive phantom serpent erupted from Doberman, soaring upward, and in a flash, transformed into a streak of light that engulfed Moriarty completely. A dozen seconds later, Moriarty's figure reappeared in place, seemingly unscathed. Of course, this unscathed appearance was only what others saw. In truth, under Doberman's Heartsword Flow Ultimate, Viper's Fong, Moriarty had sustained some minor injuries. If he hadn't, at the final moment, opened the Ghost Domain and used its power to withstand the attack, his injuries would surely have been more severe. Well, perhaps a little more than just a minor wound. I really let my guard down, Moriarty said, glancing at Doberman, who now stood not far away, his body visibly weakened. Suddenly, a smile spread across Moriarty's face. Doberman's final outburst, Heartsword Flow Ultimate, Viper's Fong. The timing was nothing short of perfect, so exquisite, it was almost miraculous. At the very moment Moriarty believed he had everything under control, reveling in his triumph, he was struck by a staggering blow. Moriarty didn't even have time to react. He was forced to take the full brunt of this masterstroke. Looking back now, it's clear beyond doubt that every detail had been meticulously orchestrated by Doberman. Even Moriarty's mental assault had been anticipated and woven into Doberman's strategy. Thinking about it, after Doberman was hit by the Soul Spike Duet attack, although he suffered a heavy shock, he must have regained his senses much earlier than he let on. Moments ago, had Moriarty been weaker, or if someone from another discipline had been in his place, Doberman's desperate counterattack might well have ended the duel right then and there. What a cunning old fox, brimming with battle wisdom. Thank you for waking me up. Now please, go to hell. Soul Drain. Having just received a harsh lesson from Doberman in the heat of battle, Moriarty no longer harbored even a trace of contempt or underestimation. Now, he fought with genuine seriousness, unleashing his full strength. Soul Drain was an attack that targeted the very soul. Once Doberman's aura was locked on, even using his technique shave several times in succession couldn't shake off the pursuit. In fact, each evasive maneuver only brought him closer to the pull of Soul Drain. After another burst of shave, Doberman's speed finally lagged by an instant. Just as he tried to retreat again, the air around him suddenly solidified into a wall of psychic force, dense and impenetrable. No matter how he struggled, Doberman was pinned firmly in place. Damn it, what is this feeling? Just what kind of devil fruit has Moriarty eaten to grant him so many bizarre abilities? There was no time for Doberman to ponder further. He was struck head-on by soul drain. The moment the blue threads of soul drain linked Doberman's soul to Moriarty's, a primal terror welled up from the depths of Doberman's being. Secret art of the Heartblade style. Unyielding selflessness. Break for me. His soul's instinctive alarm made Doberman deeply wary of the blue threads invading his mind, compelling him to unleash another masterstroke of his Heartblade style. But to his dismay, after slicing through the blue threads of soul drain with all his hope and strength, he found that his attack had absolutely no effect. It was as if those blue threads didn't exist at all. It's useless. Your strike is just a little too weak. Had Doberman reached the level of a third-tier swordmaster and unleashed the true, selfless Severance, perhaps he could have cut through the soul-linking soul drain. But his skill fell just short. Yes, just short of the mark Moriarty could sense it clearly. With that last, futile sword strike, all of Doberman's spirit and will seem to collapse at once. Thick streams of soul essence and life force were drawn straight from his body by Moriarty's soul siphon. As the precious energy of life and soul drained rapidly from him, Doberman's already aging face withered before the naked eye, the years etched deeper with every passing second. With so much vitality lost, Doberman's struggles within Moriarty's psychic grasp grew weaker and weaker, his form shriveling like a leaf caught in a drought. In the end, with his hair turning ashen and his strength all but spent, Doberman could no longer even shake the shackles of Moriarty's mental hold. Standing at the very edge of life, he forced open his parched lips, now dry and cracked like the bark of an ancient tree, and uttered his final curse. "I'll be waiting for you in hell, Moriarty." "Hell?" Moriarty shook his head with a wry smile. Then, gripping the famed blade, Autumn Water, in one hand, he brought it down in a clean, merciless arc, severing Doberman's withered head from his shoulders. "Sorry, but I stopped being human long ago. If I die again, my soul will scatter to the winds. Hell has no place for me, and you have no need to go to hell either. Your soul belongs to me now." With a swift motion, Moriarty reached out and tore Doberman's departed soul from his body. Then, with a thought, he flung both Doberman's corpse and spirit into the dissolution vortex aboard the ghost ship. Ready, fire! The duel between Moriarty and Doberman was brief, but the attention it commanded eclipsed every other battle on the field. As the naval commander for this operation, Doberman had naturally drawn the spotlight wherever he went. So when Moriarty beheaded him with a single stroke, every warship across the sea was seized by a wave of rage and panic. To quell the growing chaos within the Navy ranks, Doberman's aide immediately ordered all vessels to open fire on Moriarty. The thunder of cannons echoed across the waters, an outlet for their fury, in a desperate attempt to suppress the fear that had taken root in so many hearts after the loss of their highest-ranking leader. It wasn't just the Navy that was shocked. Even the King of Disbia, fighting on the other front alongside the Navy in their campaign against the Revolutionary Army, could scarcely believe Doberman had fallen so easily, so quickly. Though Doberman was only a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, his status far surpassed that of the Disbia king himself. After all, there were only a few dozen vice admirals in the Navy, while there were hundreds of kings across the world, over 170 within the world government alone. Moreover, every vice admiral in the Navy headquarters is a renowned powerhouse in their own right. Yet such a formidable figure fell so easily before his very eyes. In that instant, the king of the Disbia kingdom realized the gravity of the situation. It's over, it's all over. The death of a Navy vice admiral. How on earth am I going to explain this to the world government? My treasury. As the king anxiously pondered how much money he would need to smooth things over, his attendant quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, the dangerous man who killed the Navy vice admiral is not far from us. Perhaps we should consider withdrawing for our own safety." The attendant's words jolted the king out of his daze, making him realize what truly mattered at that moment. Dealing with officials from the world government or the Navy could wait. Right now, survival was paramount. With this reminder, the king of Disbia immediately ordered the ship to change course, steering away from Moriarty, the fearsome figure who had just slain a Navy vice admiral. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from Moting Bay, on a stretch of open sea, Admiral Akiji Kazan was speeding across the waves on his specially modified bicycle, reaching speeds that must have surpassed 100 kilometers per hour. Yet, even at such breakneck speed, Kazan was not satisfied. "Faster! I need to go faster. Doberman, you'd better hang in there." As Doberman and Moriarty faced off, Doberman's aide had personally called Kazan to report Moriarty's appearance in Moting Bay. It was this urgent message that spurred Akiji to push his bicycle to the limit in pursuit of Moriarty. But just as Akiji raced across the water, the din mushy in his coat began to ring once more. Ring, ring, ring. Upon hearing the sound, Kazan pulled out one hand and answered the call. Moshi Moshi, this is Kazan. Who's calling? On the other end, the voice of Doberman's aide, Paris, came through, so heavy with grief it could not be concealed. Admiral Kazan, this is Paris. Just now, Vice Admiral Doberman has fallen in battle. What? The news of Doberman's death shook Akiji so much that he nearly lost control of his bicycle, almost plunging headlong into the sea. With a screech of brakes, Kazan found his voice again. What happened? Doberman is no pushover. How could he be killed so quickly? Paris replied. It was Phantom Captain Moriarty. He unleashed a sinister power, draining Vice Admiral Doberman's very life force. And with a single stroke of his sword, he severed Doberman's head. Not even the Vice Admiral's corpse was spared from his cruelty. Bastard. What about that scoundrel Moriarty? Did he get away? Someone roared. Paris replied, No, he didn't escape. He's slaughtering our soldiers as we speak. Admiral Kazan, if you get the chance, avenge me. I think I'll be following in Vice Admiral Doberman's footsteps soon. Moriarty, come here and meet your end. With those final words, Paris's voice faded into silence, never to be heard again. Only the agonized screams transmitted through the din mushy echoed in Admiral Kazan's ears, painting a chilling picture of what was happening on the other side. The shrill cries crackled through the line, each one tightening the frost on Kazan's expression. The cold aura radiating from his body grew ever more intense. Moriarty, he murmured softly, then mounted his bicycle once more. This time, he pedaled with even greater urgency, his speed driven by grim determination. Meanwhile, after killing Doberman, Moriarty found himself beneath a barrage of Navy cannon fire. Dozens, even hundreds of shells exploded around him. The small floating vessel was shattered to pieces by the relentless bombardment. Even the hidden world was affected. This area became shrouded in an ominous, unnatural mist, as if a mysterious force had crept in. The strange fog began to gnaw away at Moriarty's ghostly domain. Yet, the surface world and the hidden world were separated by a dimension. The large-scale explosions above had only limited effect below, so the eerie mist remained weak. Apart from draining some of the Ghost Realm's reserves, it did little to harm Moriarty, who managed to escape the area just in time. Moriarty was never one to forgive easily. He had no intention of sparing those Navy soldiers who dared attack him. Shifting through the hidden world, he emerged upon a nearby Navy warship and unleashed a merciless massacre. In less than a minute, the ship's wails faded to a chilling silence. With one warship annihilated, Moriarty's gaze turned hungrily to the others. As Moriarty reappeared and began to slaughter anew on another vessel, Vice Admiral Doberman's aide, Paris, quickly realized that ordinary shells were useless against such a foe. To avoid total annihilation, Paris issued a desperate order. All ships, listen up. Break through in any direction you can. Scatter and escape. After issuing his orders, Paris lowered several escape boats from his warship and placed some of his Navy soldiers aboard. Then, with the remaining sailors, he steeled himself for a heroic last stand and charged toward Moriarty, prepared to meet his end with dignity. Paris knew full well that the man who could so effortlessly slay Vice Admiral Doberman was not someone he could hope to resist. Yet, he was willing to give his life, if only to buy a few precious moments for his comrades who were breaking through the blockade. Before making his final sacrifice, Paris found a moment to call Akiji Kazan. He didn't do it for any grand reason. He simply hoped that, after his death, Naval Headquarters would remember his courage and treat his family with kindness. Truth be told, if not for my wife and that troublesome son of mine, I'd probably be running away right now. That was the last thought echoing through Paris's mind as he fell to Moriarty's hand. A dozen minutes later, Moriarty ceased his pursuit of the 3 Navy warships, which had already sped far away. Instead, he returned to Moreton Bay, gathering the souls of the dead scattered through the city. During the 10-odd minutes when Moriarty clashed with the Navy, both the revolutionaries in Moreton Bay and the newly landed Navy and Kingdom soldiers noticed something unusual happening out at sea. Uncertain of what was unfolding, both sides instinctively called a temporary truce, choosing to wait and watch. With the thunder of cannons now silenced, Moriarty's second visit to Moreton Bay yielded fewer lost souls than before, barely enough to reach 4 figures. Back aboard the ghost ship, Moriarty immediately activated its cloaking mode and accelerated away from the battlefield over Moreton Bay. He had made too much noise here to believe that the top brass at Naval Headquarters would remain unaware. From what he'd seen alone, who knows how many distress calls had been sent from the warship's transponders. It had been nearly half an hour since Moriarty first crossed swords with the Navy. No doubt reinforcements were already on the way. Moriarty wasn't sure how fast most of them could move, but if Admiral Kazuru was among them, half an hour would be plenty of time for him to travel hundreds of kilometers. Because of this, Moriarty didn't even bother collecting the scattered souls left in Morton Bay. After gathering the ones in denser clusters, he made his escape ahead of time. After all, the haul he had already collected was beyond anything he'd imagined. Leaving now, he felt he had lost nothing at all. Moriarty's instincts were spot on. Less than 5 minutes after his departure, Admiral Akiji Kazan arrived at Morton Bay. Ice Age. The moment Akiji Kazan arrived at Morton Bay, he unleashed a powerful attack that instantly froze the sea for several nautical miles around, transforming it into a vast field of ice. Akiji Kazan wasn't certain whether Moriarty, who was at the heart of this incident, was still somewhere within these waters. But so long as Moriarty hadn't left the area, this move, Ice Age, would render him utterly immobile. No matter how uncanny a ship might be, once the sea was frozen solid, it would be impossible to sail. The breathtaking sight of the ocean locked in ice quickly captured the attention of everyone in Morton Bay. Even the Navy warships and the battleships of the Kingdom of Disbia, which had previously fled, spotted the glittering, crystal surface reflecting strange lights in the darkness through their spyglasses. Perhaps the soldiers from the Kingdom of Disbia didn't fully grasp the significance of this frozen spectacle. But could any soldier of Navy headquarters fail to understand what it meant? Ice Age. This is Ice Age, Admiral Kazan's signature move. Admiral Kazan must have arrived. Admiral Akiji is here. He'll definitely kill that damn monster. He must. Turn around. I want to go back. I want to avenge them. That monster killed my uncle. He killed my uncle. I'll make him pay. I'll have my revenge. Yes, let's go back and avenge them. For Vice Admiral Doberman, for Rear Admiral Paris, for all of them. Perhaps the appearance of an admiral had filled these men, who had moments before fled like desperate, beaten dogs, with a courage no one could have imagined. One after another, the Navy warships that had managed to escape now swung about and sped back toward the ice-locked sea. For the Navy, the arrival of Admiral Akiji Kazan was not just a guarantee of safety, but a wellspring of confidence. Yet for the revolutionaries within Morton Bay, it was nothing short of disastrous. There was simply no one in Morton Bay strong enough to challenge a Navy admiral. In fact, perhaps only the mysterious leader of the entire Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, could truly match up to such power. Standing atop the highest clock tower in Morton Bay, Mori, the head of the revolutionaries here and also the city's mayor, looked out at the dazzling ice crystals beyond the bay, his face dark with worry. Damn it! How could anything in Morton Bay possibly draw the attention of a full-fledged Navy admiral? Just how much did that idiot king pay the Navy to bring someone of this caliber against us? To deal with us? That might not be the case, came a gentle, alluring voice from beside him. A strikingly elegant woman, radiating intelligence and charm, gazed at the glittering ice in the night with an entranced smile. What do you mean? Mori asked. The intelligent beauty shot Mori a glance, then replied, Have you forgotten the chaos that just erupted on the sea? TSK. During that upheaval, not only were most of the Navy killed or wounded, even our king was so terrified he fled in a panic. Although I don't know exactly what happened there, I'd wager the true reason Admiral Akiji Kazan was drawn here is because of the heavy Navy casualties in that chaos. That chaos, huh? The memory of the earlier mayhem brought a strange glint to Mori's eyes. If that sudden turmoil hadn't broken out just now, he would probably have already withdrawn from Morton Bay by now. If that chaos had given him a sliver of hope in his moment of despair, then the arrival of Akiji Kazan had mercilessly dashed him back down from heaven into hell. After a moment of silence, Mori turned and said, Let's go. Take our people and leave this place. The arrival of Admiral Akiji had utterly shattered Mori's will to keep resisting. Any further struggle would mean nothing but pointless sacrifice for the revolutionaries and a feather in the Navy's cap. The intelligent beauty frowned. With Akiji here, there's no way our people can withdraw on a large scale. What you're doing is sending them to their deaths. Mori paused in his tracks for a moment, then kept walking. Without their distraction, how else could we possibly slip away right under Akiji's nose? Watching Mori's retreating back, the intelligent beauty parted her lips in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Mori, there's no need to be so surprised. Didn't you already guess what kind of person I am? I never had some lofty dream to liberate humanity or overthrow the celestial dragons. I joined the revolutionaries just to climb higher. Mori's words pierced the intelligent beauty's final illusions about him like a sharp blade. The tall, passionate young man filled with justice was long gone, his eyes now clouded by greed for money and power. Year after year of schemes and struggles had sucked him into the whirlpool of ambition, corroding him into the very sort of man he once despised. Mori, without realizing it, tears streamed down the intelligent beauty's cheeks. After descending the clock tower, Mori looked up at the floor where she stood, his eyes soft with a tenderness he had never shown her before. Just then, the sound of quiet footsteps reached his ears, and he quickly hid that fleeting look. A few seconds later, two revolutionary soldiers in dark green combat uniforms appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "Chief, everything has been arranged. Then let's proceed as planned." 3 hours later, Morley and a group of revolutionary soldiers, who had long since resolved to give their lives, held their ground at the Moten Bay City Hall with unwavering determination. Now, only a few dozen comrades remained by Morley's side, steadfastly defending the city hall. Outside the hall stood hundreds of lifelike ice sculptures, and a towering figure, Admiral Akiji, Kazan of the Navy. "Morley, surrender. I don't want to waste another minute here." Akiji's voice rang out. He'd spent over 2 hours scouring the nearby waters of Moten Bay, expanding the frozen sea in every direction, yet Moriarty was nowhere to be found. Frustration boiled beneath his calm surface. The revolutionary soldiers in Moten Bay found themselves in dire straits. As for the fleeing civilians and the revolutionaries disguised among them, Akiji, Kazan, paid them no mind. Those trivial matters will be dealt with by others in due time. But those who still resisted, those who fought on in Moten Bay, became the outlet for his simmering anger. Still, Akiji did not slaughter indiscriminately. Only those revolutionary soldiers who refused to surrender or who attacked him found themselves frozen into ice statues. With every step he took, the circle of resistance shrank, until only the revolutionaries barricaded inside City Hall dared to defy him. "Surrender?" Morley let out a soft, rueful laugh. "In this lifetime, I've compromised and surrendered far too many times. But not this time, not today." He squeezed the trigger of his rocket launcher, smiling faintly as, in an instant, both he and the weapon were encased in a shell of ice by Akiji. In that final frozen moment, the corners of Morley's lips curled upward. "Lena, you should be safe by now. I'm sorry. I can't walk the road ahead with you." At the very same time, the intelligent and graceful Lena had already led the majority of the revolutionaries, disguised as ordinary townsfolk, to the city of Odo in the Kingdom of Disbia. Upon arriving in Odo, Lena entrusted her companions to the care of the local revolutionary leader, then, without hesitation, raced back toward Moten Bay. After a few hours to collect her thoughts, Lena felt a growing sense of unease. She hadn't seen any sign of Morley or his elite fighters along the escape route, and stranger still, the revolutionaries' mass exodus had only attracted a small pursuing force. How could that be? It wasn't until she reached Odo that her younger sister, Natasha, finally revealed Morley's true plan. Those Lena thought Morley had abandoned were, in fact, the very ones he had risked everything to protect. The Morley she believed had changed was, after all, still the hero she'd always known, steadfast and unchanging to the very end. It was thanks to his desperate efforts, leading the elite revolutionary soldiers to block the enemy, that they managed to win a sliver of hope for escape from Moten Bay. As for what Mori said atop the clock tower, it was only meant to provoke her into leaving. Just as Lena was about to break out of the stronghold, a heavy blow struck the back of her neck, and she instantly lost consciousness. In the very moment Lena was about to collapse, Natasha caught her sister in her arms. "You fool. He did all this just to let you live. How could I possibly let you go and throw your life away now?" Natasha steadied her sister, then cast a complicated glance in the direction of Moten Bay. That man, who had been just one step away from becoming her brother-in-law, had always rubbed Natasha the wrong way. Yet what he did this time had truly taken her by surprise. Still, even now, Natasha couldn't bring herself to like him. "You died so cleanly, but what about my sister? At this moment, she'd probably rather die together with you." The little twists of fate unfolding in Moten Bay were completely unknown to Moriarty. At this very moment, he was watching the soul pool in utter satisfaction, admiring the dense and swirling energy within. Soul pool, Tier 1, energy stored, 12-354/10-000. On this journey to Moten Bay, Moriarty took advantage of the chaos to collect more than 11,000 strands of soul energy, a veritable windfall. Not only did he gather enough resources to upgrade the ghost ship, he even had some power left over. The only thing he needed to be wary of was that this time, he had clearly offended the Navy in earnest. He would have to be more careful from now on. But as for that, Moriarty didn't pay it much mind. The Navy had already pointed their cannons right at his face, Did anyone really expect a petty man like Moriarty to coexist peacefully with him now? Well, the soul energy is finally complete. All the requirements for advancing the ghost ship have been met. He walked over to the little blackboard in the captain's cabin and once again reviewed the ghost ship's advancement requirements. Core advancement condition. Devour 2 law fragments. Nurture and repair the ghost ship's core essence. Achieved. Secondary advancement condition. Store 10,000 strands of soul energy. 12-354/10-000. Achieved. Secondary advancement condition. Aside from the hull, possess 3 complete Tier 1 components. Achieved. Tier 1 blood and flesh sails. Tier 1 soul pool. Tier 1 figurehead. Secondary advancement condition. Replace the decayed keel. Achieved. With all the requirements for the ghost ship's advancement now fulfilled, all Moriarty had to do was give his consent, and the eager little ghost would immediately embark on the journey of transformation. Because he didn't know what changes the advancement of the ghost ship would bring, and with the risk of pursuit from the Navy still looming, Moriarty decided to err on the side of caution and refrain from upgrading the ghost ship on the spot. 3 days later, after steering the ghost ship into the waters of a deserted island, far from any trace of human life, the transformation began, one that would completely remake the vessel. To Moriarty's surprise, the metamorphosis of the ghost ship was astonishingly brief. In the blink of an eye, the change was complete. This time, the ghost ship's appearance had not altered much at all. In fact, it seemed almost unchanged, save for an ethereal aura of natural order now radiating from a ship, a quality that made observers feel, on some deeper level, that something fundamental had shifted. Of course, while the vessel's outward form remained nearly the same, what had changed was its very essence. If the first-tier ghost ship had been a powerful, supportive spirit vessel, then its second-tier incarnation had become a ship of curses, a vessel fraught with danger. Any living creature, or even a ghost, who set foot upon its deck would now be touched by the ship's curse. Beyond its curse, the ghost ship had also acquired several new abilities. Even Moriarty's spectral domain was expanded by 100 meters, bolstered by the ship's newfound power. As Moriarty was still digesting the flood of new abilities the ghost ship had imparted, Xiaoyu suddenly darted out, brimming with excitement. Master, I think I've awakened a new ability. Let me show you. Before Moriarty could scold her for interrupting, a faint blue screen of light materialized before his eyes. Ghost ship level, 2nd tier. Ship spirit, Xiaoyu. Hull form, dual rail, ancient sailing vessel. Components, 1st tier flesh and blood sails, 1st tier figurehead, 1st tier soul pool, upgradable. Abilities, invisibility, mist form, stealth, curse, enslave. Sailing speed, 12 knots. 1 knot equals 1.852 kilometers per hour. Moriarty stared at the pale blue screen in a daze. Xiaoyu, what is this? He asked. Before he'd even finished the question, Xiaoyu replied with excitement. Master, this is a new ability I gained after the upgrade. Suddenly, all kinds of information appeared in my memory, and I feel so much smarter now. This light screen is called spell projection. It can display all sorts of information about my body right here in front of you. It originally came from a world of a certain wizard, where it was a must-have skill for their tower spirits. With this ability, you won't have to bother scribbling on the blackboard yourself anymore. Master, isn't Xiaoyu amazing? The spirit of the ghost ship, Little Yu, was just like a child eagerly awaiting praise from an adult, showing off its new abilities to Moriarty. Spell projection? Isn't this basically a magical attribute panel? While it was a little different, Moriarty quickly figured out how to operate this spell projection. He also came to understand exactly what the new abilities of the ghost ship were for. Stealth. By consuming soul power, the ship can slip silently through the sea, hidden from view. Note, what kind of ghost ship doesn't know how to dive? Curse. Any living being, or even a ghost, that sets foot on the ghost ship will be tainted by its curse. As long as the soul endures, the curse remains unbroken. Note, the ship's owner can freely choose when the curse takes effect. Reminder, the curse never stops on its own, but it can be removed. Enslave. At its current stage, the ghost ship can overpower and enslave up to 3 spirit entities of no more than the 3rd tier. These spirits can be used to guard the ship or to destroy intruders. Note, a ghost ship without ghosts. Would it still be a ghost ship? Aside from these new abilities, the ship's figurehead, which Moriarty had never really understood, finally revealed its true use before his eyes. Tier 1 Figurehead Tiger. First, figurehead form. While in this form, the figurehead radiates an intimidating aura, deterring nearby creatures from approaching the ghost ship. Intimidation, not yet activated. Second, battle form. When transformed for battle, the figurehead becomes a supernatural giant tiger, ready to fight off invaders or foes. Damn, so that's what the figurehead is for. Having never understood its purpose, Moriarty finally grasped the figurehead's true function after reading the information on the panel. In addition, now that the ghost ship had reached Tier 2, it unlocked upgrade paths for every component on board. The Soul Pool, previously at Tier 1, was now ready to be upgraded. Soul Pool. By consuming 1,000 wisps of soul power, it could be upgraded to a Tier 2 Soul Pool. Moriarty didn't hesitate. He immediately upgraded the Soul Pool to Tier 2. Tier 2 Soul Pool. Energy stored. 1354 out of 100,000. Special effect. Exploration. Actively scan for living creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer. Special effect. Harvest. Automatically collect unconscious souls within a radius of 1 kilometer. Compared to the first tier, the Tier 2 Soul Pool was a tenfold improvement. The harvest effect alone, which automatically collected unconscious souls within a kilometer, made Moriarty feel the 1,000 wisps of soul power were worth every bit. After spending some more time experimenting with the ghost ship's new abilities, Moriarty shifted his attention to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you mentioned earlier that a great deal of knowledge suddenly appeared in your memory. Can you tell me exactly what you remember? Xiaoyu replied. What do I remember? I can't quite put into words. It's just a lot of knowledge all at once. Can't say. Moriarty's eyes gleamed with interest, and he spoke with unusual patience. It's all right if you can't describe everything at once. Just take your time, Xiaoyu. The knowledge you're talking about, what kinds of things does it cover? Try to describe them for me. If you tell me, I'll be able to see just how impressive you've become. Who knows? Maybe something you know might turn out to be a great help to me. I can really help you? Then let me think carefully. There's ship technology from technological civilizations, magical vessel techniques from magical civilizations, and artifact airship techniques from cultivation civilizations, and so on. Why is it all about ships? The thought crossed Moriarty's mind before he realized it. But then, remembering that the ghost ship's true form was a ship, it all made sense. Besides those, is there any other knowledge? He asked. Xiaoyu looked a little pitiful. That's all I've got. Moriarty was at a loss for words. Although Xiaoyu's inherited knowledge was disappointing to Moriarty, he couldn't really blame her. Some things were simply beyond Xiaoyu's control. Without even thinking, Moriarty knew that the memories Xiaoyu received after advancing were bestowed by the fairy of the other shore. Still, thanks to Xiaoyu's descriptions, Moriarty now understood what the ghost ship would require for its next advancement. Core Advancement Condition. Devour 20 fragments of law, nurture and restore the ghost ship's origin. Secondary Advancement Condition. Reserve 100,000 strands of soul power. Current progress. 1,354 out of 100,000. Secondary Advancement Condition. Have 3 complete Tier 2 components besides the hull. Not yet fulfilled. Fortunately, the requirement for the ghost ship's advancement were still within Moriarty's reach. Nothing so outlandish that it would make him cough up blood in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Moriarty handed over all the law fragments he had accumulated, allowing the ghost ship to devour their power, strengthen its core, and grow mightier. When the long-stored space law fragment was finally consumed by the ghost ship, the fairy of the other shore, within Moriarty's mind, kept its promise. An unfathomable, mysterious force descended almost instantly, pouring into the depths of the ghost ship. After the power faded, a new line of information appeared for the ghost ship. Voyage across the myriad worlds. 1 use. Currently unavailable. Apart from that special law fragment, Moriarty also had the law fragment, beast fragment, leopard, incomplete, and an unknown devil fruit, both of which he fed to the ghost ship. The law fragment, beast fragment, leopard, incomplete, was directly fused into the ship's figurehead, allowing it to summon an additional beast and making its aura even more imposing. As for the mysterious devil fruit, the law fragment it yielded after decomposition turned out to be beast fragment, octopus, which was likewise merged into the figurehead. According to Little Ghost, if the figurehead were to absorb 3 more complete octopus-type law fragments, or 5 more incomplete ones, it could almost become a Tier 2 component of the ghost ship. Even now, the figurehead, an odd blend of tiger, leopard, and octopus, had grown significantly more powerful. However, the figurehead's bizarre mix of features made Moriarty feel somewhat uneasy. Oh well, I'm not a little girl, so what if it's ugly? As long as it gets the job done. Now that the ghost ship had finished its upgrade, Moriarty saw no reason to linger on this desolate little island. Not long after the ghost ship set sail, they encountered a flock of newsbirds flying together. Moriarty stood on the deck and waved at them. Soon, one of the newsbirds broke away from the group, soared down, and perched on the ship's rail. Moriarty took out a 1,000-berry note and flicked it toward the newsbird's beak. Set aside a copy of each of these newspapers for me, and give me the latest bounty list. The newsbird let out a sharp caw before flying away. When it left, Moriarty had 5 newspapers in his hand, along with a bundle of bounty posters. This time, Moriarty didn't rush to read the newspapers. Instead, he flipped through the stack of bounty lists. It didn't take long for him to spot exactly what he was looking for. Just as I thought. The Navy headquarters has raised my bounty again. How utterly predictable. Ghost Captain Moriarty, bounty, 540 million berries. 540 million berries. If memory serves, even after the Straw had defeated 3 of the 7 warlords, his bounty only reached 500 million after toppling Doflamingo. They really are giving me a lot of credit. Honestly, with a bounty this high, aside from those monsters in the 4 Emperors' crews, there aren't many pirates left with a higher price on their heads than me. To be a pirate famed across the seas. Not a bad feeling at all. After admiring his own bounty, Moriarty finally turned his attention to the stack of 5 newspapers he'd set aside. As expected, Moriarty saw the news about himself killing Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman in Moreton Bay. According to the newspaper's depiction, Moriarty was painted as a ruthless villain, evil and irredeemable. The exaggeration was so over the top that Moriarty couldn't help but laugh out loud. A villain, huh? Isn't a soul-plundering, manipulative being like me exactly the archetype of an evil antagonist? Putting aside his playful mood, Moriarty calmly turned his attention to the other news stories in the paper. After all, the World Economic News didn't belong to him, so it naturally reported more than just stories about Moriarty. Although his previous actions had caused quite a stir across the world, they still paled in comparison to the dominance of the Emperor-class pirate crews. Just look at this. Only a day ago, the news of a violent clash between Kaido of the Beasts and Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, the foremost of the 4 emperors, had instantly overshadowed all other reports and became the front-page headline. While Kaido, notorious for his recklessness, had challenged Whitebeard before, this battle still set the hearts of countless factions racing. Even Admiral Akainu was sighted in those very waters on the day of the confrontation. A gathering of mighty powers, the Emperor crews. How I wish I could devour all their souls in one gulp. With that, I'd have more than enough nourishment to ascend to the 3rd tier, evil spirit form. Speaking of which, Whitebeard must be nearing his end. The soul of such a top-tier powerhouse is not something I can let slip by. Considering this, I'll need to scheme carefully for that so-called Battle of Marineford. The Battle of Marineford is among the most intense conflicts in this world. With my current strength, I could participate, perhaps even influence the tide of battle. To some extent, but it would still be a stretch. Ideally, I need to break through once more, so I can reap even greater rewards when a Marineford war erupts. It was a fine dream, but truth be told, Moriarty still had little idea how to advance to the 3rd tier as an evil spirit. Most of the requirements were manageable, but the large-scale ritual, demanding at least 10,000 participants, was a real headache. This was, in fact, a hallmark of many Western power systems, relying on external forces for breakthroughs. Unlike the more refined cultivation systems of the East, where each level is more accessible, Western systems had immense gaps between tiers, making advancement far more arduous. Hence, they often sought outside help to ascend, but each breakthrough brought a dramatic surge in power. To achieve his next evolution as an evil spirit, Moriarty needed just such a massive ritual. How am I supposed to organize a grand sacrificial ceremony with over 10,000 people? Where am I supposed to find that many participants? Do you expect me to conjure up some mind-bending cult out of thin air? Even if I tried, gathering enough people for such a massive ritual would take an unimaginable amount of time. At this moment, Moriarty felt a keen envy toward those professions blessed with the ability to break through obstacles by relying solely on their own strength. Just as Moriarty was fretting over the sacrificial ceremony, several nautical miles away from the ghost ship, 2 figures hovered over the surface of the sea. Senamaru, captain of the Navy Headquarters Science Unit, and Admiral Kazu Borsellino were lowering their binoculars from their eyes. Senamaru shifted the giant axe resting on his shoulder and broke into a grin. Old man, who would have thought that a simple supply escort would bring us face to face with Moriarty's eerie 2-masted ship? Our luck's really something, isn't it? I remember just a few days ago, when Admiral Akiji lost track of Moriarty, his icy voice nearly scared the whole intelligence department to tears. Who'd have guessed we'd bump into him now, just like that? So, old man, are we going to make a move? Kazar scratched his chin. Catching Moriarty is supposed to be Kazan's job, but since we've run into him, we might as well lend a hand. After all, he's helped us out more than once before. This will settle the debt nicely. With that, Admiral Kazuru transformed into a dazzling beam of light, shooting across the sea toward the distant ship. In the blink of an eye, that golden streak spanned several nautical miles and landed directly on Moriarty's ghost ship. The very moment Kizaru entered within a kilometer of the ghost ship, Little Ghost began sounding an urgent warning to Moriarty. But before Little Ghost could finish transmitting Kizaru's image to Moriarty's mind, Kizaru had already set foot on the ship's deck. "Who's there?" In a flash, Moriarty traversed the ship's cabin and appeared on deck. He stared at the familiar yellow and white striped suit and the sly, leering face, and his own expression grew instantly grave. Navy Admiral Kizaru. Seeing the seriousness in Moriarty's eyes, Kizaru flashed a wily smile. Well, Moriarty, are you ready?" No sooner had Kizaru finished speaking than a brilliant light began to shimmer on his pointing finger, aimed directly at Moriarty. Laze! For someone who had killed a vice admiral, Moriarty would get no mercy from Kizaru. Without hesitation, he unleashed a deadly laser beam. Damn it! Although Moriarty had anticipated Kizaru's attack and managed to dodge the laser beam, the ghost ship behind him was not so fortunate. The laser struck the ship's cabin dead on. Boom! After its upgrade, the hull of the ghost ship had become as sturdy as refined steel, yet the blast still punched a hole a full meter wide straight through it. Ghost domain. The moment Kizaru attacked, Moriarty swiftly unleashed his own ghostly realm. Empowered by the domain, Moriarty's aura surged several times over. With the combined might of the ghost domain and the ghost ship, he barely broke through to the third-tier legendary level. Kizaru, caught up in Moriarty's ghostly realm, looked around with curiosity, examining the eerie surroundings. This sensation, is this a devil fruit awakening? But it seems a little different. Mental shock. A thunderous force erupted. Just as Kizaru was inspecting the ghost domain, he was caught off guard by a sudden mental shock, which sent him staggering back several steps. Shaking his head to clear the dizziness, Kizaru casually pulled a gleaming yellow longsword of laser light out of thin air and swept it to one side. Sizzle. Wherever the laser sword sliced, the dense ghost mist was vaporized, melting away as if a branding iron were cutting through butter. At the very instant the sword's force was spent, Moriarty's spirit form, now bearing a fresh gash, flashed through the mist and vanished. Soul Spike! Soul Spike! Soul Spike! Soul Spike! Even as he was wounded, Moriarty unleashed 4 soul spikes, sending them hurtling straight toward Kizaru. TCH. Although his head was still reeling, if Moriarty thought these soul spikes could actually hit Kizaru, he was dreaming. Just as Kizaru, transforming into a streak of golden light, was about to evade the incoming soul spikes, Moriarty struck again. Mental imprisonment. A wall of psychic force sprang up, pinning Kizaru directly against it. Not being much of a close combat fighter to begin with, Kizaru found himself truly restrained for an instant by Moriarty's third-tier psychic barrier. In that split second, all 4 soul spikes crashed into his mind in quick succession. The elemental nature of the Logia-type devil fruit usually allowed him to avoid most attacks, but Moriarty's psychic assault was clearly an exception. Bolstered by all these enhancements, Moriarty's power had barely pushed him into the ranks of third-tier legendary fighters. These 4 soul spikes were now bona fide legendary-level mental spells. So even Kizaru, who was hardly a weakling within the third tier, found dark red blood beginning to trickle slowly from the corner of his mouth and from his nostrils after taking that hit. I let my guard down. With a single sword strike, Kizaru shattered the psychic wall, imprisoning him. Transforming into a beam of light, he shot out of the ghostly domain in an instant and returned to the real world. After returning to the real world, Kizaru felt as if he had come home. The oppressive force of the ghostly domain vanished in an instant. It seems I underestimated you, Moriarty. No wonder you're the notorious pirate who managed to escape from the grasp of Lord Garp. Looks like I'll have to get serious now. Shaku, Jade Magatama. Countless particles of light burst from Kizaru's hands, surging forth in a blink and swallowing up Moriarty's ghostly domain. From afar, it looked as if a torrential rain of light was pouring into the land of shadows. Light and darkness seemed to be powers born to oppose each other. Where the radiant particles met the ghost domain's accumulated negative energy, they clashed violently. The grayish-brown mists veiling the ghost domain were relentlessly scattered by the light. Some of the radiant particles even penetrated deep into the domain, triggering fierce explosions. Amid the wide-scale assault of the 8 Shaku Jade Magatama, the ghostly power was rapidly depleted. Even as the nether energy from the underworld tried to replenish it, the consumption far outpaced the supply. It's draining so quickly? Is this a case of elemental countering? Out of all 3 admirals, Kizaru is the one I dislike facing the most. At this rate, he'll wear me down right here, even if he does nothing else. Yet, Moriarty felt little fear. He never intended to take Kizaru head-on, knowing he still lacked the strength to do so. Xiaoyu, stealth mode. Let's get out of here underwater. At your command, Master. At Moriarty's order, the ghost ship's hull tipped downward, plunging into the sea like a penguin diving beneath the waves. After the ghost ship slipped beneath the surface, Moriarty kept the ghostly domain active for a while longer. Only when the ship had submerged several hundred meters into the pitch-black depths did he finally dive in after it, never once looking back. On the surface, Kizaru continued his relentless assault on the shrouded area. When the ghost ship vanished, he sensed something amiss, but the combined barriers of the ghost domain and the ocean left him with only a vague intuition. 30 seconds later, with Moriarty's power gone, the empty shell of the ghost domain was swiftly obliterated by Kizaru's radiant particles. Reduced to nothing. Even the omnipresent ghostly mist was thoroughly dispersed by the now serious admiral, leaving not a trace behind. As the ghostly power faded, the vast, blue sea once again basked under the blazing sun. By this time, however, Moriarty and the ghost ship were already hundreds of meters below the surface, lost in the deep ocean. Did he really get away? As his suspicion became reality, Kizaru rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could a ship that size vanish without a trace? Kizaru had been watching the sea the entire time. Even if the ghost ship could turn invisible, it could never escape the reach of his observation hockey. But if nothing was on the surface, did that mean the guy had escaped from beneath the waves? Suddenly realizing something, Kizaru swiftly extended his observation hockey down below the surface, probing the depths for any signs. After a long while, Kizaru's expression darkened. So he really did escape from under the sea. What's up with that ship? How can a structure like that even function as a submarine? Although Kizaru's observation hockey, which he cast deep into the ocean, didn't manage to directly catch Moriarty or the ghost ship, he did sense traces left behind by the ship as it dove into the depths. This, in turn, confirmed Kizaru's earlier suspicions. He lingered at the same spot for a while longer before finally flying back, his face still grim, to the warship he and Senamaru had arrived on. On the deck, a streak of golden light swiftly gathered and formed Kizaru's figure. Senamaru, grinning with his massive axe slung over his shoulder, walked over cheerfully to greet him. Boss, you sure were fired up just now? You smashed both Moriarty and his ship into pieces. But with things turning out like this, Dr. Vegapunk is probably going to be disappointed. The doctor seemed really interested in that ship. You. Halfway through his sentence, Senamaru's smile froze. He stared in disbelief at the blood that hadn't been completely wiped from Kizaru's face. Shocked, he exclaimed, Boss, you're hurt. Didn't clean it off, did I? Kizaru didn't seem to mind Senamaru's astonished look. Instead, he calmly took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and beneath his nose. Only, after making sure there wasn't a trace left, did he finally speak, his face still troubled. No need to make a fuss. It's just a scratch. Still, when we get back, I bet Akanu's going to have a field day mocking me. Senamaru stood stunned for another moment, then tentatively asked in a tone full of suspicion, Marshal, Akanu's going to mock you? Don't tell me. Kizaru waved him off. All right, don't go jumping to conclusions. Moriarty isn't dead. I managed to injure him, but he still escaped from the bottom of the sea. At this, Kizaru paused, his face growing even more serious. I think both Sengoku and Dr. Vegapunk need to start taking Moriarty's ship seriously. Invisibility, element transformation, diving underwater. The abilities this ship has are just too much. If it weren't for that ship, Moriarty, as a devil fruit user, would never have slipped out of my grasp so easily. So he really escaped from under the sea? No wonder even the boss let him get away to an old man who can't swim to save his life. It's simply impossible for him to chase that guy underwater. Besides, that ship actually has the ability to dive beneath the waves. If Dr. Vegapunk ever found out about it, he'd probably be even more interested. But then again, who wouldn't want a magical sailboat? With so many incredible powers? Even I would love to own one, let alone Dr. Vegapunk, that insatiably curious research fanatic. That said, even with the help of that wondrous ship, it's still quite a feat for Moriarty to escape from the old man's grasp. Kizaru might not be the strongest among the three admirals, but without a doubt, he's the hardest to shake off. Just his sheer speed alone has left countless infamous pirates wailing in frustration. Many pirates might have a chance to escape with their lives when facing the other two admirals, but when it comes to Kizaru, whose speed borders on the supernatural, getting away is all but impossible. There have been those who tried to jump into the sea to flee, but every last one of them ended up riddled with holes by the old man's attacks. Senamaru hesitated for a moment before speaking. So, old man, should we report this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Even though it's a bit embarrassing, we'd better let Sengoku know. Otherwise, Akiji might spend months chasing after that guy and still come up empty-handed. It'd be a real waste of time, Kizaru replied, scratching his cheek thoughtfully with his index finger. In the end, he decided to report the incident to Sengoku. After saying his piece, Kizaru wandered over to his personal deck chair and sprawled out lazily. Asterisk sigh. These days, it seems like all sorts of monsters and misfits are crawling out of the woodwork. Looks like trouble's in the air again. Why is it so hard for me to quietly coast my way to retirement? Asterisk. What Kizaru didn't know was that, several hundred meters below his warship, deep in the ocean, Moriarty was gazing up at the very ship Kizaru was on. He was hesitating, wondering whether or not he should go up and take revenge on Kizaru. In the end, Moriarty let out a weary sigh and gave up on the idea of causing trouble for Kizaru right now. Because, in truth, Kizaru's power to restrain him had exceeded all of Moriarty's expectations. That slash from Kizaru's sword earlier had hurt Moriarty far more than he'd thought possible. The sword, formed from concentrated light, the heavenly cloud sword, had effortlessly sliced through Moriarty's spiritual defenses, leaving a gaping wound in his chest. Even more troubling were the light particles still clinging to the wound, burning incessantly and preventing it from healing. The power of light, huh? What an infuriating force. Now I finally understand why, in every world, heaven and hell are natural enemies. In the end, your standpoint shapes your mind. After a moment of reflection, Moriarty steered the ghost ship away, heading in the opposite direction from Kizaru's battleship. The only reason he had been able to wound Kizaru earlier was because the Admiral was unfamiliar with him. He'd simply caught Kizaru off guard. But with the Admiral's devil fruit abilities perfectly countering his own powers, any further entanglement would only put himself at a disadvantage. If he were to charge back now, even Moriarty couldn't predict how things might end. Besides, every time the thought of going back surfaced, a chill crept up his spine, as if that warship had become a savage beast, jaws wide open, silently awaiting his approach. So, after much deliberation, Moriarty ultimately let go of the notion lingering in his mind. After Moriarty's departure, up on the battleship, Kizaru, who had been lounging on a deck chair with his eyes half closed, slowly let the golden light that had gathered on his index finger dissipate. He actually left? What a pity. I was hoping the kid would try a sneak attack. Having failed to catch any fish, Kizaru adjusted his glasses, crossed his legs, and at last truly began basking in the sun. Half an hour later, deep beneath the waves, it took Moriarty quite some effort to finally erase the lingering light particles from his spirit body's wounds and heal himself completely. Only after his injuries had fully mended did he have the leisure to appreciate the scene before him. For most humans, the deep sea is an untouchable, enigmatic secret. Once the ocean descends past 200 meters, the world becomes a dim blur. Past 300, human eyes can scarcely make out even a glimmer of light. But darkness was no obstacle for Moriarty. With his extraordinary night vision, the deep sea, so murky and impenetrable to ordinary eyes, unfurled before him in all its dazzling splendor. Here, life and color abounded, more vivid and varied than anything found on land. And of course, this was also the domain of enormous sea creatures, rarely glimpsed in shallower waters. Colossal giant squids, great white sharks prowling the depths, massive whales hunting fish and shrimp with abandon. And the undisputed rulers of the ocean, the mighty sea kings. As one medium-sized sea king, its body well over 100 meters long, glided past the ghost ship, Xiaoyu bombarded Moriarty with a flurry of thoughts. So much vitality, I want to eat it. Master, Xiaoyu wants to eat it. If I eat it, I'll grow bigger, stronger, faster. Moriarty could only respond with a silent sigh. Meanwhile, the Sea King swimming past the ghost ship suddenly shuddered, as if sensing something unsettling. When the Sea King, shaped much like a seahorse, turned its head and caught sight of that ghost ship, a vessel, radiating such intense malice towards it from bow to stern, as if yearning to swallow it whole, it was startled out of its wits. With a frantic flick of its tail, the creature darted away, fleeing the waters at top speed. Seeing the Sea King make its escape, Little Ghost grew anxious. With a pitiful plea, it turned to Moriarty and begged, "Master, I want to eat it." Moriarty glanced helplessly at the ghost ship and said, "If you want to eat it, what are you waiting for? Go after it." Little Ghost's eyes lit up. So happy. It cheered, practically dancing with excitement. Spurred on by Moriarty's words, Little Ghost ignited a wisp of soul energy, propelling the ship forward with renewed vigor. But its joy might have come a bit too soon. Even as it pushed the ship to limits that would leave most sailing vessels far behind, It couldn't even catch a trace of the mist churned up by the Sea King's powerful swimming. No matter how fast a ship might be, it could never rival the speed of a Sea King, ruler of the ocean depths. That medium-sized Sea King was at least 6 or 7 times faster than the ghost ship. Even with soul energy burning at full blaze, the ship's speed was still only a third of the creature's. The gap was simply too great for little Ghost to overcome, no matter how hard it tried. As the Sea King vanished over the horizon, growing smaller and smaller until it was gone from sight, Moriarty couldn't help but chuckle. That Sea King sure is a coward. All right, little Ghost, you can stop chasing now. At this speed, we'll never catch up. Though little Ghost was a bundle of frustration, it had to admit Moriarty was right. Reluctantly abandoning the chase, it fell into a gloomy silence, its spirits dampened. Sensing little Ghost's disappointment through their psychic link, Moriarty offered comfort. Come now, don't be upset. There are plenty of Sea Kings in these waters. If we miss this one, we'll just catch another. In fact, we'll head to the Calm Belt next to hunt Sea Kings there. The numbers in the Calm Belt far surpass anything we'll find here. Really, Master? Little Ghost perked up, hope flickering in its voice. Moriarty smiled reassuringly. Of course. Would I ever lie to you? And in truth, Moriarty wasn't deceiving little Ghost. Even if little Ghost hadn't brought it up, Moriarty had already planned to take the ghost ship through the Calm Belt once more. After all, if nothing else, the quickest way to upgrade the flesh sails to the next tier was to hunt down those enormous sea beasts, or rather, Sea Kings, that prowl the Calm Belt. Besides, a stint in those deserted waters would be the perfect way to lay low and avoid trouble, just in case the Navy did something rash, like sending Kizaru and Akiji together to hunt them down. That if these two joined forces, one able to freeze the entire sea, the other's powers perfectly countering Moriarty, there's a real chance that Moriarty might actually fall into their hands. Even if Moriarty manages to escape, this ghost ship, which has cost him untold effort and cunning, might not be so easy to save. Little Ghost, brimming with excitement, said, Really? Master, then let's go right now, shall we? Right now? Can you even tell directions underwater? He replied. Let's wait a bit longer. In another hour or two, we'll head to the Calm Belt from the surface. If we keep sneaking along in the deep sea, it's just a huge waste of soul energy. 2 days later, Moriarty, at the helm of the ghost ship, crossed several shipping routes, once again arriving at the infamous Calm Belt, a stretch of ocean that countless sailors fear. At the same time, the warship carrying Kizaru arrived at Marine headquarters, Marineford. The fleet Admiral Sengoku's office was unusually lively. Apart from Akainu Sakazuki, who had been dispatched to the New World to monitor the movements of the Whitebeard, pirates and the Beast Pirates, everyone was present. Kizaru Borsellino, Akiji Kazan, Chief of Staff Su, Garp, and other high-ranking officers all gathered in one room. Although Akainu wasn't physically present, he joined this high-level meeting via transponder snail. In fact, the intelligence Akainu brought was the main focus of today's meeting. Once everyone had assembled, Sengoku leaned toward the transponder snail on the table and asked Akainu, who was far away in the New World. Akainu, let's hear your report first. Have you figured out the reason behind this conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast Pirates? Akainu replied, According to the Intelligence Division's findings, combined with what I've personally observed, this move by Kaido of the Beast might look like one of his usual wild stunts, but the real motive is likely far more complex. Judging by the way the Beast Pirates have shifted their forces, it appears that Kaido is actually prepared to go to all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates. In the past, whenever Kaido challenged Whitebeard to a duel, at most he'd bring along one of his 3 calamities, just to drag away the exhausted Kaido after the fight. But this time, not only are all 3 calamities present, the Beast Pirates have deployed over half their forces, massing near the contested sea routes. Everyone in Sengoku's office reacted differently to Akainu's report. Garp looked as easygoing as ever, while the others all wore heavier expressions. As seasoned leaders, they each had a sense of the bigger picture. Tsuruo ventured a guess. Is Kaido trying to test something? Sengoku nodded in agreement. That's very likely. After Roger's death, Whitebeard dominated the seas for over a decade. With so much time having passed, Kaido has probably long grown dissatisfied with Whitebeard holding the top position among the 4 emperors. Of all the emperors, Whitebeard is the oldest, and perhaps Kaido can hardly wait any longer. Garp scratched his nose. That's only natural. Kaido isn't like Whitebeard. His ambitions would never be content with just the title of an emperor. Kazan glanced at Garp, then continued. But that's not even the real issue at hand, is it? Kaido has never bothered to hide his ambition, and everyone here knows it all too well. Tsuruo let out a sigh. Whitebeard is getting old. If he's ever toppled from his legendary throne, It would mark the beginning of a new era of upheaval across these seas. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Akainu, tell us everything you witnessed in the battle between 100 Beast Kaido and Whitebeard. Akainu paused, as if searching for the right words. After a few moments, he spoke. Although Whitebeard still came out on top, overpowering Kaido as always, I got the feeling that he's truly aging. When the fight ended, before the night's banquet was even over, Whitebeard fell asleep drinking. Asleep? Sengoku's head snapped up at the word. With Whitebeard's tolerance, it's impossible for him to get drunk. So for him to doze off at a party means this legendary pirate stamina is finally waning. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru exchanged glances, a pang of sorrow passing silently among them. Even that man who never admitted defeat to age is growing old. Suppressing his emotions, Sengoku quickly gathered himself. Akainu, I'll need you to remain stationed in the New World for a while, keeping a close watch on both the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. I'll have the Naval Intelligence Division assist you, and if needed, I'll authorize the use of CP agents for your operations. Akainu replied, understood. Once instructions to Akainu were finished, Sengoku ended the call. Kizaru leisurely sipped his tea and remarked with a sigh, these are truly troubled times. Kizaru's words seemed to stir a memory in Sengoku. He turned to him and said, by the way, Borsalino, you mentioned encountering the Ghost Captain Moriarty 2 days ago and even fought him. Is that right? The name Ghost Captain Moriarty was like a signal, instantly drawing the attention of both Garp and Kazan. Remembering the man who had slaughtered his own subordinates before his very eyes, Garp involuntarily clenched his massive fist. Borsalino, you didn't let that guy get away, did you? Akiji frowned slightly. That shouldn't be possible. With Borsalino's speed, there's no way he could have escaped. Moriarty should be dead by your hand by now. Borsalino. With everyone's eyes fixed on him, and facing their questioning stares, Kizaru's face drooped as he forced a wry smile. Don't look at me like that. This time I really embarrassed myself. Not only did Moriarty escape, but I also got a little banged up. I've been the butt of Sinamaru's jokes non-stop these past 2 days. He got away? How did that happen? Sengoku looked at Kizaru with a grave expression. If even Kizaru, with his speed, failed to catch Moriarty, then it was likely that even if the other Navy admirals went after him, they would return empty-handed. As for the injuries, knowing Kizaru's personality, it wasn't impossible that he got hurt by underestimating Moriarty at first. Well, you can't really blame me for this. Although it was rather humiliating, Kizaru still recounted in full detail his encounter with Moriarty. He left nothing out, describing every suspicion he had, and even the final moment when he tried to lure him in. The awakening of his devil fruit powers, mysterious mental attacks, those uncanny, unpredictable abilities, a bizarre ship that could turn invisible, become elemental, and even dive underwater to serve as a submarine. Each detail only deepened the sense of mystery and strangeness surrounding Moriarty. Just where did this guy come from, anyway? What kind of devil fruit did he eat to have so many abilities? And that ship of his, how was it even built? Garp clenched his fist and slammed it down hard on the nearby tea table, making the whole thing shake and rattle. Yet, with exquisite control, Garp's immense strength didn't shatter the poor table in a single blow. Of course, the main reason for his restraint was that, just as his fist came down, Garp felt Sengoku's murderous glare drilling into him, silently warning him off. At the last possible moment, just as he was about to destroy Sengoku's latest tea table, a flash of inspiration made him pull his punch. Seeing that his newly bought table had survived intact, Sengoku's eyes softened, and the dangerous glint faded. He frowned and said, I've searched all through the Navy's records, but I couldn't find any documentation about Moriarty's devil fruit ability. Maybe it's a fruit that's never been seen before. And as for that ship of his, I suspect it might be linked to his powers as well. Tsuru spoke up, connected to his ability? Like Golden Lion Shiki's flying ship. She paused, considering. I suppose it's possible. But most devil fruit powers are greatly weakened by seawater. If the ship's supernatural features are really a result of Moriarty's power, then how does it manage to dive and travel beneath the sea? Crane first agreed with some aspects of Sengoku's theory that she found reasonable, but she also raised doubts about the parts she was uncertain of. Upon hearing Crane's questions, Sengoku showed no sign of displeasure, for those very uncertainties had been lingering in his own mind as well. Still, Sengoku hadn't overlooked these issues. I'm aware of everything you mentioned, but whether it's coating the ship or applying a special waterproof barrier, either method could achieve this effect, he said, finishing his line of reasoning. The office fell silent once more, everyone lost in thought, weighing the likelihood of such a possibility. Some found it convincing, while others remained skeptical. After a while, Garp could no longer hold back and grumbled. Is now really the time to be investigating how that ship works? Shouldn't we be discussing how to bring Moriarty to justice? Once Garp had spoken, Kizaru chimed in as well. Honestly, out of everyone here, I'm the most suitable to go after the ghost Captain Moriarty. My speed and my devil fruit powers actually give me an edge over him. But with that submarine ship of his, there's nothing I can do. If he can't beat me, all he has to do is dive into the sea, and I'm completely helpless. After all, I can't swim. Akiji's freezing ability could seal off the sea, but if Moriarty senses Akiji getting close, he'd bolt long before that happens. Otherwise, Akiji wouldn't have spent so long chasing him with nothing to show for it. If you ask me, unless Akiji and I teamed up and poured a massive amount of time and energy into the pursuit, catching this ghost captain really isn't as easy as it sounds. Though Kizaru's suggestion might have had the highest chance of success, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Crane responded with a single, resolute answer. That's impossible. Indeed, every admiral in the Navy was a strategic deterrent, a weapon that kept the seas in check. Every day, countless crises demanded their attention out on the ocean. There was simply no way they could afford to waste the time of two admirals solely for the sake of Moriarty. In truth, while the ghost Captain Moriarty had provoked Marine headquarters to the point of wanting him torn apart on the spot, in terms of sheer importance, his actions didn't even make the list. To the top brass of the world government, Moriarty's deeds probably mattered less than the whims of a single celestial dragon. As for the fallen Vice Admiral and the Marines who had died, every year, Vice Admirals either died or retired. What difference did it make that Moriarty had killed one? More? And the lives of ordinary Marines were even cheaper. If soldiers died, replacements could always be recruited. The high-ranking officials of the world government, who have their eyes set on the entire globe, just two Navy admirals working together are enough to intimidate even a Yonko pirate crew. To send such a lineup after a lone pirate? That would be pure madness. For those politicians who see everything through the lens of profit and loss, this course of action simply isn't worth the cost. As for Sengoku, the fleet admiral, and Tsuru, the chief strategist, they saw through the world government's true nature all too well. They themselves shared part of the same concerns, which is why they spoke so bluntly. Impossible. Kizaru, however, didn't mind Sengoku's words. Though he'd suffered a minor injury at Moriarty's hands, Moriarty hadn't come out unscathed either. At most, their clash had ended in a draw. But Garp and Kazan were clearly disappointed. Noticing their disheartened expressions, Sengoku offered some comfort. All right now, there's no need for those faces. Moriarty has killed so many of our Marines. Believe me, I haven't forgotten that grudge. When it comes to Moriarty, I'll have our intelligence department double their efforts. Once we learn his exact whereabouts, I'll find a way to let Borsellino through, and Kazan join forces to take him down. Hearing this, Kazan nodded in agreement. Though he said nothing, a hint of color returned to his face. Garp, on the other hand, was dissatisfied with Sengoku's decision. What's that supposed to mean, Sengoku? I want in. That Moriarty killed so many of my boys. I'm going to avenge them with my own hands. When Garp made this vow, Sengoku's face darkened and he shouted, Garp, enough. That's enough out of you. On the other side, Tsuru pressed her forehead in exasperation. Kizaru and Kazan were at least well suited for the task. Their abilities would be a great help in hunting down Moriarty. But Garp? Best not. As powerful as he might be, even stronger than Kizaru and Kazan, perhaps, when it came to someone with Moriarty's bizarre abilities, Garp's iron fist simply wouldn't do. And besides, deploying two admirals was already the absolute limit of what Sengoku could manage. If he threw Garp into the mix as well, who would be left to keep the great pirates of the seas in check? While debate raged at Navy headquarters over how to deal with Moriarty, the man himself was sailing leisurely in the calm belt. Hoping to catch a sea king, Moriarty had even switched off the aura of menace from his figurehead. Yet whether it was just bad luck on his part or good fortune for the Sea Kings, after hours of aimless sailing, he still hadn't caught a single one. Honest, this wasn't Moriarty's first time in the calm belt. This was already his second visit. Yet, despite the stories about how Sea Kings roam everywhere here, he hadn't encountered a single one so far. Such luck was almost unheard of. If those sailors who had braved countless hardships and disasters just across the calm belt saw this scene, they'd probably be moved to tears. After wandering around a while longer and still seeing no sign of any Sea Kings, Moriarty decided he didn't want to sit around waiting any longer. If the Sea Kings wouldn't come to him, why couldn't he go find them himself? With that thought set in his mind, Moriarty once again steered the ghost ship, activating its deep-sea diving ability. As the waters churned, the ghost ship tilted and slipped beneath the waves with a silent leap. The moment they entered the sea, an energy barrier rose up inside the ship's hold, keeping seawater and debris at bay and preventing any from leaking into the captain's quarters or other key areas. It also spared Moriarty's hard-earned gold, jewels, and stacks of berries from being corroded or ruined by the sea. Once he'd reached the ocean floor, Moriarty noticed that the fish, shrimp, and other marine life beneath the calm belt seemed far more abundant and diverse than in ordinary seas, perhaps because no one ever fished here. How strange, Moriarty murmured. The calm belt lacks human fishing, but with so many sea kings and their monstrous appetites, you'd think the marine life here would be even more scarce. Maybe the nutrients in these waters are just that rich, allowing the ecosystem to thrive. Or maybe the big sea kings don't eat as much as I imagined. Setting his questions aside for now, Moriarty focused entirely on searching for traces of the giant sea kings. As it turned out, even in the calm belt, supposedly a gathering place for these mighty rulers of the ocean, they didn't overrun the place. By fate's design, Monkey D. Luffy had encountered dozens of giant sea kings right after entering the calm belt, and even managed to escape with his life. To Moriarty, that just proved Luffy was truly blessed by fortune. Never mind how he ran into a whole crowd of sea kings, as if they were having a party. The mere fact that he survived at his then level of strength was nothing short of a miracle. 3 hours later, Moriarty finally found one, a massive sea turtle, several hundred meters long and wide, resting soundly in the depths of a trench. The giant turtle was deep in slumber, breathing peacefully in the shadowy undersea canyon. That's one enormous turtle. I wonder what kind of feed it ate to grow so huge. Staring at what looked like a nondescript underwater hill beneath the ghost ship, Moriarty couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for his acute sensitivity to living creatures' life force as a malevolent spirit, he might never have noticed this ancient sea turtle lying motionless at the bottom of the sea for who knows how many years. To an ordinary person, it would have seemed nothing more than a perfectly ordinary seamount, now home to hundreds, if not thousands, of marine creatures. After estimating the size of this colossal turtle, a thought flashed through Moriarty's mind. Somewhere out in these waters, there was said to be a supergiant sea turtle so immense that it had become an island in its own right, compared to that behemoth, which rivaled even the great elephant lord in stature. This turtle before him wasn't even worthy of being called a little brother. No, perhaps it wasn't even fit to be called a descendant. Good little turtle. Begin now. With a smile playing on his lips, Moriarty showed no mercy as he unleashed 4 enhanced soul spikes straight into the giant turtle's mind. Deep in its slumber, the massive sea turtle never stirred. It was slain in its dreams, unable to resist. Seeing that the turtle hadn't survived even 2 soul spikes, Moriarty shook his head lightly. For a creature of its size and strength, with a shell so tough, it could have withstood several attacks from a third-rank legendary extraordinary. But against Moriarty's spiritual assault, it hadn't lasted even a single round. As expected, I really am best at dealing with these big, lumbering fools, simple, easy to kill, and full of life force. Moriarty clapped, his hands together underwater, then turned to address the ghost ship behind him. All done. The turtle's taken care of. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Master. Oh, intersection after intersection. Oh, the ghost ship, which had been waiting impatiently nearby, immediately pounced the moment Moriarty finished off the giant turtle. 10 minutes later, not a scrap of the enormous deep-sea turtle remained. Not even a stray fragment. The ghost ship had devoured every last bit, swallowing a whole. Having consumed the massive sea turtle, the ghost ship reappeared before Moriarty, now transformed into a gigantic 3-masted vessel over 100 meters long. Moriarty. Gazing at the now much enlarged ghost ship, Moriarty asked with displeasure, "Little ghost, what's going on here?" Originally, in Moriarty's plans, this hunt for sea kings was just meant to quickly upgrade the Bloodsail to Tier 2, and no one could have expected that Xiaoyu would suddenly upgrade the ghost ship into a 3-masted vessel. A 3-masted ship is several times larger than a 2-masted one. That being the case, when it comes time to raise the 3-masted ship to the 3rd tier, how many times more resources will be needed compared to the 2-masted version? Completely at a loss as to what she had done wrong, Xiaoyu muttered, "Master, are you unhappy with how I look now?" "You silly thing, what are you talking about? I'm asking why you upgraded the ship from 2 to 3 masts without my permission. Do you have any idea how many more resources it'll take to upgrade you to a 3-masted ship?" Moriarty was nearly driven to laughter by Xiaoyu's antics, but then, realizing the gravity of the situation, he scolded her thoroughly. Still, now that the ghost ship had become a 3-masted vessel, its elongated form did look rather awkward, not at all pleasing to the eye. Moriarty, for his part, preferred ships with rounder lines, They were not only more comfortable to look at, but also tended to be more practical. Oomph. The more he thought about it, the more his mood soured. After being scolded by Moriarty, Xiaoyu was even more aggrieved, her voice trembling as she said, "I didn't know, Master. You never told me not to become a three-masted ship. And besides, even as a three-masted ship, the cost to upgrade is only twice as much as before." Twice as much? Only? Moriarty retorted with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Xiaoyu, you're getting too full of yourself. You don't even care that the resource requirements have doubled." "I wouldn't dare," Xiaoyu protested at once. "Wouldn't dare?" Moriarty thought to himself. "You dare plenty." He made it clear, time and again, that he didn't want the ghost ship to become a three-masted ship. As the ship's spirit, could Xiaoyu truly not know what he wanted? As the soul of the ghost ship, she must have been aware of his wishes. Or was she just pretending not to understand? He let out a cold chuckle. "Looks like you haven't been disciplined enough." From Moriarty's perspective, Xiaoyu's willful decision was nothing more than a desire to become stronger, a longing any sentient being would have. He could understand that, but he could not accept it. What he needed was an obedient ship's spirit, not a powerful but disobedient one. If that were the case, he would rather destroy her himself. But what was done was done. No matter how unhappy he felt, the fact remained that the ghost ship had already become a three-masted vessel. With that thought, Moriarty suddenly reined in his anger. His expression softened as he squinted at Xiaoyu and said with a wry smile, "Xiaoyu, you've grown up. You're not that newborn little ship spirit anymore. So it's time for you to learn how to be independent. Didn't you say that doubling the resources needed for advancement isn't much? I agree with you. That's why, starting today, you'll have to gather all the resources needed to upgrade the ghost ship on your own." As soon as she heard this, Little Ghost panicked. "But, Director, I don't know how." Moriarty looked at her in surprise. "You don't know how, Little Ghost? How could that be? Back on the battlefield, didn't you collect over 1,000 wisps of soul energy? See, just a few trips, and you had more than 1,000. Isn't that simple enough? But, no more, but Little Ghost. Do you want to become a lazy, idle, good-for-nothing ship spirit? Of course not. I'm the greatest ship spirit there is." Moriarty clapped his hands. "Then no more excuses. Come on, Little Ghost, I believe in you. Of course, as your master, I won't just stand by and do nothing. Here's what I'll do. I've already upgraded the soul pool to Tier 2 for you, and I'll help you upgrade the blood and flesh sails as well." And so, just like that, the newly born Little Ghost, muddled and bewildered, was coaxed by Moriarty into agreeing to a whole series of unfair terms. Among them, but not limited to, was the requirement to gather all advancement resources for the ghost ship on her own. Looking at Little Ghost's face, both confused and fired up, Moriarty sneered inwardly. "Let's see if I can't handle you." Though the ship spirit Little Ghost had grown far more intelligent after the ghost ship advanced to Tier 2, her mind now brimming with all sorts of strange and curious knowledge, enough to make her bold and full of ideas. When it came to trickery, how could a newly born ship spirit ever be a match for a human? After devouring a giant turtle and upgrading to a three-masted ghost ship, the commotion caused by its underwater movements grew ever greater. With a ship, length exceeding 100 meters, many large fish, and even some sea beasts dozens of meters long, would flee in panic the moment the ghost ship drew near. With all this noise, there's no way we're catching any of the nimble sea kings down here. Unless, by some miracle, we come across another big turtle that likes to sleep all day like before. Seeing this, Moriarty let out a helpless sigh. Still, disappointment aside, he hadn't given up on hunting the sea kings. It wasn't often. He had to visit the doldrums. If he only caught one deep-sea giant turtle before heading back, Moriarty would truly feel unwilling. Over an hour later, near another trench in the seabed, Moriarty found himself staring at yet another small mountain hundreds of meters tall, a complicated look on his face. "Sigh, it seems I'm destined to cross paths with you giant turtles today." With 2 swift soul spikes, another slumbering turtle was dispatched. Once again, the ghost ship welcomed a sumptuous feast. After devouring yet another colossal creature, the ghost ship felt noticeably heavier, its hull swelling and rounding out, now looking almost oval in shape. The bloodflesh sails, the centerpiece of this evolution, made a significant leap toward becoming a second-tier component. Tier 1 bloodflesh sails evolution progress, 23%. If it could swallow 5 or 6 more turtles of similar size, the bloodflesh sails would be ready to advance to the next tier. Considering the abundance of sea king beasts in the doldrums, this seemed far from difficult. Now fueled by purpose, Moriarty wasted no time lingering after the ghost ship finished its meal. He immediately set out again, tirelessly combing the waters for any sign of these sea kings. A day later, After hunting down 2 more deep-sea giant turtles and pushing the blood-flesh sales progress to 61%, Moriarty came to a realization. This time, he seemed to have stumbled upon a nest of turtle kings. Or perhaps, he had unknowingly sailed into the very territory of these turtle-like sea kings. So far, every sea king he'd encountered had been a massive turtle. Oh well, turtles it is. Honestly, turtles aren't so bad. They're slow to react, easy to hunt, and at least I don't have to waste time chasing them all over the place. Just as Moriarty was laughing at himself, a thunderous roar tore through layers of seawater, reverberating throughout the vast trench. In the wake of that roar, chaos erupted. Every creature, from tiny fish and shrimp to the largest sea beasts, scrambled frantically for safety. The small fish and shrimp squeezed into coral thickets or crevices in the rocks, barricading themselves from the outside world. But the bigger fish and sea monsters weren't so lucky. There was simply no place large enough to hide them, so all they could do was flee for their lives. With a voice like that, this has to be the true overlord of these waters. Just its call alone was enough to send all the sea beasts scattering. I can only imagine how enormous this sea king must be. Aboard the ghost ship, Moriarty of course heard the roar as well. But instead of feeling any urge to flee, he steered the ghost ship eagerly toward the source of the sound, anticipation burning in his eyes. I hope the sea king behind that roar is big enough. If I'm lucky, maybe I can fill up the blood-flesh sales progress in one go. As Moriarty closed in on the source of the sound, the sea king that had issued that earth-shaking roar seemed to be moving his way as well. The roar grew ever closer. Well, aren't you coming right on time? Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. After more than 10 minutes, Moriarty spotted a dark shape rapidly swimming toward him across the distant ocean floor. As time passed, this shadow drew steadily nearer, until at last Moriarty could see clearly what it was. He drew in a sharp breath, astonished. Is that supposed to be a turtle? That's not a turtle. That's a moving island at the bottom of the sea. What appeared before him was a terrifying leviathan, stretching 3 or 4 kilometers long. Its shell was covered in massive, jagged spikes, making it look like a fortress rising from the deep. With each powerful stroke, this giant beast churned up violent currents, and when those waves crashed against the seabed, they gouged out huge craters in the ocean floor. Compared to this colossal sea king, the ghost ship beneath Moriarty's feet, just over 100 meters long, was as insignificant as a speck. In front of the monster's terrifying head, hundreds of meters across, the ghost ship would barely be a single bite. Even if the ghost ship shifted into mist form, there was still real danger. If the beast simply swallowed the misty vessel whole, turning back to normal would be no easy feat. Without hesitation, Moriarty ordered the ghost ship to activate stealth mode. This supermassive sea king was enormous, but it certainly hadn't mastered the human skill of observation hockey, so there was little chance it would sense the now invisible ghost ship. Little ghost, once you're stealthed, change course and lurk to the side. As for me, I'm going to pay this giant turtle a visit. As you command, master. According to the plan, Moriarty continued toward the deep-sea behemoth, while the ghost ship veered off, avoiding the creature's path. Just as Moriarty had expected, once the ghost ship vanished from sight, he could see a flicker of confusion flash through the monster's stone-like eyes. As if in disbelief, the giant beast surged forward even faster. Moriarty grinned, just in time. With a push of his hands, Moriarty unleashed a tremendous psychic blast, sending it straight into the mind of the colossal turtle. A deep, resonant hum echoed. The turtle, barreling forward at full speed, suddenly felt as though a mountain had crashed down on its head, leaving its mind reeling and dazed. Staggering, the colossal turtle lost control and slammed sideways into a small undersea hill. A tremendous crash echoed through the depths, in a flash of lightning. As if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting open, a colossal current surged through layer upon layer of obstacles. Even at the ocean's surface, thousands of kilometers above, a mighty fountain of water shot skyward, soaring over 100 meters high. In its wake came a deluge of mud and water, churning the seabed into a swirling chaos. Even Moriarty's vision was obscured by the murky torrent. After probing once, Moriarty discovered that this terrifying beast, whose age was beyond reckoning, had not yet reached the 3rd tier of spiritual transformation, but its sheer scale, compounded by the weight of countless years, gave its psychic power a force no less formidable than that of an ordinary legendary 3rd-tier master. This is going to be tricky, Moriarty muttered to himself. The beast's immense psychic strength couldn't be used offensively, yet was more than enough to shield it against Moriarty's own mental assaults. Worse still, any attack that managed to pierce the creature's mind was further weakened by the beast's robust life force, its vigor dissipating part of the mental onslaught. Killing this giant turtle, as he dubbed it, would not be easy. Just then, as Moriarty furrowed his brow, a thunderous roar erupted once more. Muddy water and silt trembled with the sound, making the sea even murkier than before. Suddenly, through the swirling veil of mud and water, a massive claw tore through every barrier, descending upon Moriarty from above. It was like the weight of Mount Tai crashing down, threatening to crush him in an instant. With an earth-shattering crash, mud and water exploded upward, dyeing the sea for several kilometers around in impenetrable darkness. Pointless, Moriarty declared coldly. With a ghostly flicker, he traversed 300 meters in the blink of an eye. A few more blinks, and he stood right before the deep-sea leviathan. Though the muddy waters left visibility abysmal, the giant turtle's blood-red eyes burned like twin searchlights in the gloom, serving as Moriarty's perfect guide. Soul Spike, the giant turtle of Camelback Isle, searching desperately for Moriarty's whereabouts, suddenly felt a sharp stab in its mind, as if a needle had pierced its brain. The pain forced a tortured bellow from its throat. Stung by agony, the beast grew even more frenzied. Its four colossal legs, like pillars holding up the sky, lashed out wildly on all sides. Unfazed, Moriarty dodged the flailing limbs with practiced ease, then launched several more soul spikes into the beast's mind. Yet, the move that had once been Moriarty's deadliest weapon now met unexpected resistance. All it seemed to do was intensify the turtle's suffering, further enraging it, while any real harm was barely noticeable. The results are pretty poor. Should I try a different skill? After thinking it over, Moriarty decided to use Mind Shock once again, launching a fierce mental assault into the mind of the giant humped island turtle. To his surprise, the Mind Shock, which was generally less potent than Soul Spike, proved to be far more effective on this creature than the Soul Spike itself. After being struck by the Mind Shock, the giant humped island turtle seemed to fall into a stunned daze, taking a full second or two to recover its senses. What followed was an intense underwater struggle, with Moriarty locked in battle against the turtle for a minute or two in the depths of the sea. During this time, Moriarty unleashed more than a dozen spells on the creature. While his spells inflicted considerable damage to the turtle's mind, it was clear that killing such a beast with this level of force was nothing more than wishful thinking. Despite the limited effect of his spells, Moriarty was not ready to give up on hunting this colossal creature. Nether Domain. Since his magical abilities alone could not kill the giant humped island turtle, Moriarty attempted to drag the turtle's soul into his nether domain, hoping the power of the domain could finally bring down this fearsome beast. Ever since his ghost ship had upgraded to a 3-masted vessel, Moriarty's nether domain had expanded once more, now stretching out to a radius of nearly 300 meters. In an instant, the ominous, shadowy aura of the nether domain enveloped the turtle's entire head. Commune. Soul Capture. Soul Capture. With a swift motion of his hand, Moriarty reached out and grasped, causing the turtle's soul to tremble violently, on the verge of being torn from its body. Caught off guard by this never-before-felt sensation, the humped island turtle panicked as its soul began to drift free. At that moment, as its soul hovered on the brink of leaving its body, the turtle was overwhelmed by a profound sense of powerlessness, unlike anything it had ever known. For a terrifying instant, it could no longer feel its immense body. Only a hollow, weightless soul remained. Fortunately, at the final moment, the turtle managed to reconnect with its physical form. Drawing on the link between mind and flesh, its massive willpower yanked its drifting soul back down, anchoring it firmly inside its own body once more. It failed. Is this turtle's mental strength just too vast? Although the failed soul capture was a surprise, Moriarty could not say it was entirely unexpected. He quickly pulled himself together, ready to try again. But this time, the giant humped island turtle, now the target of Moriarty's soul-capturing magic, had no intention of giving him another chance. The enormous, blood-red pupil etched Moriarty's image deep into its mind. Not wanting to experience that soul-leaving the body sensation ever again, the ancestral Galapagos giant tortoise spun around and made a hasty retreat. From now on, I never want to cross paths with that dreadful little bug. Never again. After swearing a fierce oath, in its heart, the ancient tortoise let out a heavy sigh within. Poor great-great-great-grandchildren, your old ancestor is useless, unable to avenge you. Indeed, this suddenly appearing colossal Galapagos tortoise was actually the forebear of the 4 deep-sea giant turtles that Moriarty had slain earlier. The only reason it had charged toward Moriarty and the ghost ship with such menacing intent was because its descendants had been killed one after another, and it had come to avenge them. Although it didn't know exactly who was behind the deaths of its offspring, it figured that as long as it wiped out anything nearby capable of killing them, it would be justice served. In truth, Moriarty wasn't even its primary target. The 100-meter-long ghost ship had merely been an afterthought, a loose end to tie up. But who could have predicted that it would be so unlucky as to run into this harbinger of doom? Instead of settling the score, it had nearly lost its own life in the process. That was enough for the ancient tortoise. It wanted no part in further fighting. For the sake of its own survival, it admitted defeat. With a long life still ahead, why throw it away here? Meanwhile, Moriarty stood there, utterly baffled, watching as the ancient tortoise hurriedly fled. Just moments ago, this ancestor-level giant had been so aggressive. How had it become so timid all of a sudden? Was it really just because of that one soul extraction? That couldn't be it, could it? Unwilling to let things end there, Moriarty blinked forward in a flash, landing once more atop the tortoise's massive head and unleashing his soul-capturing power again. Whether the ancient tortoise had steeled itself this time, or for some other reason, its soul bristled with resistance, causing Moriarty's attempt to fail once more. This time, the effort barely caused a ripple in the creature's spirit before the technique fizzled out. And, having been targeted yet again by Moriarty's soul-capturing magic, the giant tortoise quickly thrashed its head, pulling itself out of the ghost domain's reach. It propelled itself with limbs like towering pillars, surging through the water at speed. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Moriarty flew after it, landing atop its head again and trying several more times in quick succession. But every attempt ended in failure, and with each defeat, Moriarty's mood grew heavier. Was it time to resort to the death finger? Setting aside the question of how much soul power would need to be sacrificed for the finger of death to kill this colossal Isla Camelus tortoise, the fact that advancing the flesh and blood sales would require using such a self-destructive skill made Moriarty think it simply wasn't worth it. After a while, as the great tortoise thundered across the seafloor, Moriarty caught sight of a massive sea king, nearly a kilometer in length. Its body almost cleaved in half and lying near the ocean bed. From the gaping wound, fresh blood still seeped, staining a vast swath of the sea crimson. Upon seeing the corpse of this giant sea king, Moriarty leapt from the tortoise's head without hesitation, choosing instead to wait beside the carcass for the arrival of the ghost ship. To Moriarty, it seemed clear that this freshly slain sea king had been done in by the old tortoise, though he had no idea where the tortoise had found such a prize. Half an hour later, the ghost ship, lagging far behind the old tortoise, finally arrived, just barely catching up. Little ghost, devour this sea king, Moriarty ordered as soon as the ghost ship appeared, pointing at the massive corpse. The sea king's body was still fresh, so Little Ghost showed no sign of hesitation. With Moriarty's predatory gaze urging it on, a billow of black mist rolled out from the ship, engulfing the giant corpse in its shadowy embrace. An hour passed, and Moriarty left the depths of the sea, rising once again to the sunlit surface. After wandering blindly across the seafloor for a day or two, Moriarty found himself surfacing with no idea of his current location. So, he simply let go of all concerns and allowed the ghost ship to drift wherever the currents might take it. 3 days later, as Moriarty steered the ghost ship out of the windless zone at last, something appeared at the edge of his vision. A colossal bridge stretching across the sea, looming faintly through the dawn mist. Gazing at the endless expanse of the bridge, Moriarty muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary Bridge Kingdom?" For reasons he could not explain, Moriarty felt a powerful surge of curiosity toward the bridge that vanished into the horizon. His intuition, his sixth sense, both seemed to awaken at once, urging him ever closer. How fascinating, he mused. Is this a sudden whim, or maybe a flash of inspiration? Could there be something on that bridge that's vital to me? With his curiosity piqued, Moriarty steered the ghost ship toward the giant structure. Soon after, leaving the ghost ship to amuse itself nearby, Moriarty soared up onto the bridge, a bridge with no visible beginning or end, stretching endlessly over the sea. This time, Moriarty had come in search of the object that had sparked his sudden curiosity. To gather information more effectively, he did not reveal himself directly. Instead, he concealed his presence and slipped quietly into the kingdom atop the bridge. Once truly inside the kingdom that stretched across the bridge, Moriarty could not help but marvel at the wonders of creation. In a world of one piece, where most places lag far behind in technology, it was astonishing, almost unthinkable, that such an immense structure existed, a colossal bridge stretching 1,000 meters wide, its length beyond reckoning. The sheer scale was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet, what shook Moriarty even more was the swirling miasma of hatred, despair, and resentment that lingered over the bridge. Such deep-seated malice seemed to permeate every crevice, every stone and brick of the structure. Moriarty knew that such potent negativity could only have accumulated over years, through the suffering of tens of thousands. It was unimaginable otherwise. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Moriarty would never have believed that such a vast field of vengeful spirits could exist in this world. Here, on this very bridge, Moriarty found his own powers subtly amplified by the field of lingering resentment. The effect was slight, yet unmistakable. Could this bridge be my domain? He wondered. Is this what my spiritual sense was leading me toward? Perhaps not. While this bridge might serve as a realm of power for me, its benefits seem far less significant than I imagined. No, the draw might not be the bridge itself. Perhaps it's something else here that's calling to me. Maybe it's that thing. As he pondered the thick aura of malice saturating the bridge, a theory began to form in Moriarty's mind. Without hesitation, he started searching along the vast expanse. Despite the bridge's kilometer-wide breadth, it was far from deserted. Though Moriarty found himself on a completed section, the surface bustled with people coming and going. Countless loads of building materials hauled on carts both large and small, sometimes even by hand, were constantly moved toward the unfinished end, where workers toiled to extend the bridge into the sea. Years of backbreaking labor had left the faces of these weather-beaten workers etched with numbness. All hope had long since vanished from their eyes. Now, they walked the bridge more like living corpses than men. Moriarty glanced at the desensitized masses and chuckled softly to himself. No wonder such an overwhelming tide of negative emotion festered here. But, he mused, this very environment, the hardship and despair, was the perfect breeding ground for vengeful and evil spirits. After a dozen minutes of swift flight, the corners of Moriarty's lips curled upward. Found it! With a few quick flickers, Moriarty slipped into the shadows beneath one of the bridge's massive piers. There, in the dark, dozens of vengeful spirits had gathered, chilling the air enough to make the temperature several degrees lower than elsewhere. 38 vengeful spirits, he counted. Not bad at all. A thought flickered in Moriarty's mind, and with a swift surge, the shadowy gray-black domain of ghosts appeared and vanished, sealing all 38 vengeful spirits deep within its depths. Having absorbed the spirits that had already gathered and taken shape at this haunted spot, Moriarty pressed onward, searching for the next place where vengeful spirits clustered. Bridge Kingdom, known to the world government as the Kingdom of Labor's Tequila Wolf, was next. This peculiar nation was located in the East Blue, where over 90% of the population consisted of people from countries that refused to join the world government, along with exiled criminals sent here for punishment. These unfortunates were forced into hard labor, made to toil day and night constructing the endless bridge, come rain or shine. Whether under the scorching summer sun or in the biting cold of winter, their silhouettes could always be seen, scattered across every corner of the colossal bridge, busy with their ceaseless work. And this kind of life had dragged on for over 700 years. 7 centuries ago, for reasons unknown, the celestial dragons, world nobles, ordered the construction of this bridge meant to span the world. Yet after more than 700 years, the bridge still remained unfinished. Instead, centuries of suffering and resentment had transformed the bridge into a breeding ground for countless evils, the accumulated negative emotions of generations twisting it into a vast land of darkness. After flying over the bridge for a day and a night without pause, Moriarty had already suppressed over 1,000 vengeful spirits within his domain. These spirits were nothing like the souls of ordinary folk. Though they had not yet undergone transformation to become extraordinary beings, their quality far surpassed that of common souls. Even if they couldn't match the strength of 10 regular spirits, they were easily worth 3 or 5 apiece. In this endless bridge, Moriarty had yet to reach its end. 2 more days passed. At last, Moriarty arrived at the terminus of the bridge. By now, the number of vengeful spirits sealed within his ghostly domain had swelled to over 4,000. In addition to those, he had collected several hundred ordinary souls. The Bridge Kingdom was home to millions of residents, with hundreds of thousands of laborers constantly transporting goods. With such numbers, the occasional accident claiming hundreds of lives was hardly surprising. At last I've arrived, gazing upon the city before him, a vast, concentration camp-like place hidden amidst wind and snow, crowded with at least 1 million laborers. Moriarty's lips curled into a faint smile. So it's all gathered here. But this number, it's more than I'd expected. In Moriarty's eyes, hundreds and thousands of spirits could be seen swirling above the city, gathering ominously in the sky. After such a massive gathering of ghosts, the chilling aura they exude had already altered the weather of this city to some extent. Under a dim sky, thick, feathery snowflakes were falling, draping the city in a shimmering coat of silver. Because of this heavy snowfall, death visited the city at every moment. Most departed souls faded away into nothingness under the laws of the world. Some were led to the underworld, while others, driven by resentment, bitterness, or sheer unwillingness to let go, by a twist of fate became one of those very specters drifting across the sky. Wait a minute, something's wrong. By all logic, with this many ghosts gathered together, they should have already created a true haunted domain in this city. If that were the case, there's no way so few people would have died. What's really going on here? And what about those unusual souls? In this kind of environment, malicious spirits bred from hatred and venom should be everywhere. Where have they all gone? And why aren't the ghosts in the sky attacking the city? These questions surged through Moriarty's mind the moment he grasped the true state of the city, leaving him puzzled and unable to find an answer. At the same time, as he drew nearer to the city, the fluctuations of Moriarty's spiritual senses grew ever stronger, to the point where even his soul felt their influence. Amidst these intense waves of spiritual perception, it was as if a ripple reached the very depths of Moriarty's soul. There, in the farthest recesses, the boat of the other shore awakened in response to that ripple, suddenly casting a ghostly glow toward Moriarty. Bathed in that eerie light, Moriarty seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of the future. Upon a vast altar, thousands of men, women, and children knelt before its steps. Each had slashed their own wrists, and streams of blood flowed from their wounds, trickling into the grooves carved into the stone. Rivers of blood gathered, forming a mysterious ritual pattern on the ground. In the midst of this blood sacrifice of 10,000 souls, a towering figure cast its gaze down from the heavens, illuminating the heart of the ceremonial array with its otherworldly light. At the center of that array was none other than Moriarty himself. Yet this future Moriarty radiated a power far beyond anything he had ever known. So much so that even the likes of Carp and Kizaru, whom Moriarty had encountered before, paled in comparison. As Moriarty saw that figure, the Moriarty within the ritual seemed to sense his gaze, suddenly turning to meet his eyes with a knowing smile. Suddenly, a thunderous crash, the ghostly light vanished in an instant, and the visions before Moriarty shattered into oblivion. A sharp, involuntary grunt escaped him. Moriarty